At first, with the help of the Fused Tyrant's ability, we withstood the Blood Clan's attacks, but to our surprise, the Blood Clan's reinforcements kept coming. During your absence, the consumption of Divine Blessing potions and War God potions was immense. Eventually, due to the inability to replenish the potions, the branch fell. Well, you have done well. Feng Heng nodded lightly. It all came down to the potions. When he left District 7, he had only left behind a little over half a month's worth of Divine Blessing potions and War God potions. After all, he didn't expect to be away from District 7 for so long in the first place. Combined with the battles against the Blood Clans, the potion consumption had increased significantly. Without the potions, it was no wonder they had suffered defeat. After the transformation with the Divine Blessing potions, the Scavenger Legion had become one of the top fighting forces in the post-apocalyptic world. With sufficient potions, they could have fought the Blood Clans on equal grounds with the shelter defense setup. After the defeat, the Blood Clan may be lacking in research personnel within, and they have set their eyes on Dr. Dingman's research ability. They made the offer to Dr. Dingman to participate in their research projects using the lives of Scavenger Legion prisoners as a condition. Leader, this is the final Blood Clan research report left by Dr. Dingman. A Scavenger Legion researcher presented the report left by Dingman. In general, the population is divided into two categories, one being the subjugated lower life forms, the Blood Slaves. The Blood Slaves have slightly weaker physical qualities than ordinary people, cannot use weapons, and have lower intelligence. Dr. Dingman believes that they are products of being enslaved by higher-level clans. The second is the high-level clan, the Blood Clan. The higher-level Blood Clans possess extraordinary regenerative abilities beyond normal people. Initially, Dr. Dingman thought they were related to the original virus, but thorough investigation revealed otherwise. The scavengers managed to extract some samples from high-level Blood Clan creatures. They are essentially human bodies with mutated genetic sequences, very unique. The Blood Clans have a strong level hierarchy internally. As individuals advance in rank, they gain powerful destructive capabilities. At the current stage, normal firearms can still cause damage to the Blood Clans. Furthermore, they are better at fighting at night and prefer nighttime operations. While the researcher spoke, he had already displayed various data obtained by Dingman on the large screen in the experiment hall. Osborne added, "We have tried to communicate with the Blood Clans, but all attempts failed. They are unwilling to communicate with us and immediately enter battle mode." Cough, cough. Just as he had logged off for a while, Lin Hansheng, who had hastily logged back in, coughed lightly and joined the discussion. Feng Heng, I have learned from the guild that the Blood Clans entered District 7 through a large spatial rift device located in the Songxi town area. After entering District 7, the Blood Clans immediately occupied several nearby shelters, and then began to expand outward. The Federation has not given any specific explanation for the Blood Clan invasion yet, and the leader suspects there are internal problems within them. Later, we received some information from unofficial sources that the incident is related to the Night Owls. After listening to all the narratives, Feng Heng felt a bit relieved. Major good news. Dingman is not dead, and for the time being, she is still considered safe. The vampires need her. Feng Heng recalled that this body had seen a lot of information on the form before. In terms of technology, among the three initial apocalyptic worlds, the vampire world is the lowest. The vampires believe more in the power of their bloodlines, and they don't even like to use firearms. So this time, the vampires are in trouble because they lack high-level researchers. Helpless, the vampires chose to capture Dingman to use as a laborer. Feng Heng looked at Lin Hansheng. How far along is the Hela organization sample collection plan? The effectiveness was decent recently. Due to the vampire invasion, the 7th District Guild Company was alarmed, and they have been significantly selling off the game industry in the 7th District. We took the opportunity to purchase a large number of shelters for establishing the Perception Tower. There are still 5 remaining samples to find, and the rest have already been collected. The Hela organization samples have been sent to the Branch Experimental Center by the Scavenger Legion, ESO. Lin Hansheng sighed, not finishing the sentence. Feng Heng already understood, which means a large number of Hela organization samples are still in the hands of the Night Owls. Damn, it's the Night Owls again. Very troublesome. They have been causing him trouble since the 8th edition. He must find an opportunity to teach them a lesson. Feng Heng felt a considerable amount of anger in his heart. He stabilized his emotions for a moment and pondered broadly. Action needed to be taken quickly. The vampires entering the 7th district must have unknown objectives. At this stage, the Night Owls do not have time to consider other things. In case time drags on, and they discover the secret of the Hela organization samples, it would be troublesome to compete with him for the 7th district main line. For now, other matters can be put aside. The most important thing is to find a way to go to the Scavenger Legion branch, rescue Dingman, and find the Hela organization samples. Is Dingman currently located in the shelter branch in the abandoned mining area? Is that confirmed? Osborne nodded. This can be confirmed. I was also present when the vampire and Dr. Dingman were interacting, and I heard them discussing the modification of the large spatial rift device in the abandoned mining area. Right. This makes sense. Lin Hansheng lightly knocked his fist on his palm, realizing, I heard my old boss say that the Night Owls opened the channel to the 5th district. They likely used Dr. Dingman's power to modify the large spatial rift device at the Scavenger Legion branch, and invaded the 5th district. Feng Heng lowered his head for a brief moment of contemplation and then looked up. Prepare for battle. We will leave immediately to rescue Dr. Dingman. Now, Osborne was puzzled. Captain, the morale of the Legion is very low right now. In theory, we cannot effectively form a combat force at the moment. It is too dangerous to go now. Additionally, the small spatial rift device in the transmission hall has already been cut off from the main device and cannot be used temporarily. Feng Heng waved his hand, interrupting, I know, you stay here. I will go over and see for myself. Rescuing someone alone at the vampire headquarters. Too risky. Osborne couldn't help but continue to persuade. Captain, it's different over at the branch. I have been there. There are a lot of high-level vampire guards. Going alone is too dangerous. Well, I will be careful. Relying on the fusion of the tyrant's body, breaking into the headquarters to rescue might be challenging. But he had to try to test the vampire's strength. If they were weak, he could charge straight in. If they were strong, then he would run. He would think of another way later. Lin Hansheng listened to the two's conversation and was shocked. The vampire invasion had caused great panic in the 7th district. In the past 2 days, even with their entire strength from the 7th district, they found it challenging to resist. Feng Heng had actually decided to go alone. Isn't that suicidal? Lin Hansheng hesitated for a moment and couldn't help but say, Wait, Feng Heng, are you really planning to go alone? Who said I'm going alone? Feng Heng turned his head to look at Lin Hansheng, puzzled. Aren't you coming with me as well, huh? Me. In the 7th district, a thick red fog shrouded the command post in the abandoned mining area. The ground was covered with a layer of red frost. We just received news that there is some trouble at the Scavenger Legion headquarters. The fusion of the tyrant's body went out of control. Suzy Wei requested our support. The Scavenger Legion headquarters. Monbo took a moment to remember that small place and disdainfully said, That trash can't even handle this little thing. It's a bit strange. Oh, you think everything is strange? To me, this kind of thing is quite normal. Perfect. I'll go and take a look. Monbo's mouth showed a sneer. Besides, it's a good opportunity to get out. I've been suffocating staying here all the time. Alright. Hurry back. On the wide avenue, fused tyrant bodies raced forward, clearing the vampires that suddenly appeared along the way. A truck followed behind. Feng Heng sat in the driver's seat, his brow furrowed. Half an hour ago, they saw a red barrier emerge ahead. The range of the red barrier was enormous. At first glance, it seemed to encompass the entire abandoned mining area and the surrounding areas. Truly a grand gesture, Feng Heng thought to himself. Maintaining such a large barrier would definitely consume a substantial amount of energy. The vampire's plan this time was even bigger than in the 5th district last time. What exactly were they preparing to do? In the backseat, a flash of light passed by. Lin Han's Hang came online again. Captured for 2 days. Lin Han's Hang was also shocked when he first saw this barrier. He offline immediately to gather information for the guild. That thing is called the Crimson Barrier, a special barrier created by a vampire relic. It appeared around last night at the earliest. Lin Han's Hang explained with a serious expression. I consulted with experts. This barrier has powerful defensive capabilities. Within the barrier, the vampire's abilities are slightly enhanced. The expert assured me that to create such a large barrier, it must be made with a top-quality vampire relic, then combined with a large amount of refined blood infusion. Feng Heng nodded lightly, his brain continuously thinking. So, it's a vampire relic. He also had a low-quality version of a vampire relic in his hands. I asked, it's very difficult to break the barrier. The barrier shares full defense and also has self-repair capabilities. With such a large barrier, the durability should easily reach over 100 million, right? Lin Han's Hang cautiously glanced at Feng Heng. Feng Heng, theoretically, we probably can't break this thing, right? No, that's not necessarily true. Do you have a plan? Ancestral Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday Hanging Script Scroll Volume 538 Chapter 10. Minutes later, the vehicle stopped in a sandy area outside the red barrier. Getting off the car, Feng Heng walked to the barrier to observe. The thickness of the barrier was about half a meter, and it looked very solid. Feng Heng squatted down again, trying to dig into the sand. Ahem. Lin Han's Heng stood aside, lightly coughed, and reminded, it's no use digging down. I heard from experts before that even digging down several kilometers wouldn't work. As he was speaking, the adjacent fusion tyrant body took a few steps forward, raised its huge fist, and fiercely slammed it on the barrier. Boom. Lin Han's Heng gritted his teeth, feeling his eardrums buzzing. However, the blood-red barrier remained motionless. Hint, your zombie avatar caused 448 damage to the unknown barrier. Feng Heng saw a long blood bar displayed on the barrier and couldn't help but rub his chin. Trouble. Given enough time, he could grind it down with a large number of zombie groups. However, time was not allowed now, and doing so would attract the attention of a large number of blood clans. Let's forget it. Maybe that thing should work. Feng Heng glanced at his backpack, then turned to look at Lin Han's Hang. What? Lin Han's Hang was puzzled. He felt it was too dangerous to stay here and just wanted to go back as soon as possible. I can't break this thing. Let's go back. Okay. Feng Heng shook his head. The fusion tyrant body took 2 steps forward, and from the position of its shoulder, dense vines extended. The vines extended along the fusion tyrant body's shoulder to the ground, forming a small slope. Feng Heng stepped onto the fusion tyrant body's shoulder along the small slope. Hurry, climb up. This. Lin Han's Hang didn't know what Feng Heng was up to. He hesitated for a moment, then followed Feng Heng's lead and climbed onto the fusion tyrant body's right shoulder along the vine. After retracting the vines, the fusion tyrant body extended them again, anchoring Lin Han's Hang and Feng Heng on the shoulder. Then, it slowly retreated backward. Lin Han's Hang, standing on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant body, suddenly had a bad feeling. Hey, wait a minute, Feng Heng. What are you planning to do? Feng Heng didn't answer. The fusion tyrant body retreated nearly 100 meters before stopping. Then, it took a step forward and rushed towards the barrier ahead. Oh my god. Watching the barrier getting closer, Lin Han's Hang's heart was in his throat. He subconsciously tried to struggle, but found his feet tightly bound by the vines. Feng Heng. Lin Han's Hang shouted and turned back, thinking Feng Heng must be crazy. Did he want to break the barrier like he did at headquarters with the fusion tyrant body? That's ridiculous. This is no ordinary wall. However, at the moment, when Lin Han's Hang was somewhat dazed, he saw something odd about Feng Heng's actions. What was that? Just as the red light beam touched the fusion tyrant body's shoulder, Feng Heng pressed the staff in his hand downward. Silent domain. A red light blossomed at the moment the staff touched the fusion tyrant body's shoulder. The domain spread out from the staff to the surroundings. The area where the domain merged with the massive barrier instantly dissolved. As the fusion tyrant body approached, the barrier melted away, creating an opening. It was shattered. Was the barrier ahead broken by him? Lin Han's Heng was stunned. In the moment he was slightly stupefied. The fusion tyrant body had already rushed into the inside of the barrier along with him and Fang Heng. The remaining 3 fusion tyrant bodies following closely also drilled into the interior of the barrier. Fang Heng put away the Blood Clan staff. Once out of the silent domain range, the barrier quickly returned to its original state. The test was successful. The Blood Clan staff could silence the area within, making enemies unable to cast skills. It also worked on the Blood Clan barrier. That's amazing. What is that thing? Lin Han's Heng regained his senses at this moment, looking at Fang Heng with an expression of disbelief. He thought the Blood Clan's barrier was already impressive enough. That kind of barrier could withstand a beam cannon all day without any problems, but unexpectedly, it was broken so easily by Fang Heng. Was he cheating? Fang Heng glanced at Lin Han's Heng and said, "It's a cheat." "Huh, really? I'm kidding. Ask the experts if you want to know," Fang Heng said, jumping down from the fusion tyrant body's shoulder. He narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. "Now, there's some bad news. We might have been discovered." Hearing the bad news, Lin Han's Heng's heart skipped a beat. He also looked up following Fang Heng's gaze. That is, Lin Han's Heng squinted, looking toward the sky. Shrouded in a red haze, he saw a black spot in the distance in the sky. Bats. A flock of black bats was flying towards their location. It may be that we just triggered the barrier and were sensed by the enemy. Seeing such a large group of blood clans, Lin Han's Heng felt a bit unsettled. He asked sideways, "What should we do?" "Run." Fang Heng rubbed his chin, thinking it was a bit difficult. With the huge size of the fusion tyrant body, hiding wasn't easy. The other side probably realized something and might conduct a thorough search. Well, let's use this opportunity to test the enemy's strength. With that in mind, Fang Heng made a quick decision and nodded, saying, "It's okay. Let's hide for now." Mongbo was originally heading to the Legion of Scavengers headquarters for reconnaissance. However, just a few minutes ago, he received a communication message about abnormal fluctuations in the Blood Clan's barrier in the right area. Was someone invading? The fact that there were fluctuations in the Blood Clan's defense barrier meant the intruder was extremely powerful. Mongbo didn't dare to be careless. He immediately awakened a large number of dormant intermediate blood clans nearby and went to the problem area for investigation. However, when he transformed into bat form, accompanying many intermediate blood clans to investigate the site of the abnormal fluctuation, Mongbo was puzzled. Everything seemed normal. Mongbo looked down from midair. The nearby blood clan barriers were intact, with no signs of forced intrusion. Everything seemed calm. TSK. Mongbo sneered. Athena had given him false information again. After thinking for a moment, Mongbo decided to go down again for a closer look, to avoid hearing her nagging again when he returned. Mongbo had just led the intermediate blood clans behind him to descend when his eyelids twitched. Boom, bang, bang. The sandy ground below suddenly exploded, and several giant figures burst out from the sand. Dust rose into the air. For a moment, Mongbo's field of vision was blocked by yellow sand, making it impossible to see what was below clearly. Then, a strong wind swept past him. Mongbo's heart chilled, quickly dodging backward. Boom. The other blood clans beside him weren't as lucky and were fiercely struck by a giant twisted iron coil. The fusion tyrant body swung the iron coil, and dozens of blood clan bats were hit hard, spitting blood as they flew back. 7017K, a national game, starting from the zombie doomsday, hanging ambush while idling. Mongbo's heart jumped when he saw the giant creatures hidden under the sand clearly. It's the fusion tyrant body. For fusion tyrant bodies were continuously waving iron rods below. How dare someone ambush them in the blood clan's territory? Mongbo's eyes revealed a fierce look. Large numbers of mid-level blood clan members reacted and landed, surrounding the fusion tyrant bodies and madly attacking. so scary. In the distance, behind a small hill, Lin Hansheng held a telescope to observe the situation in the distance, shaking slightly. The fusion tyrant body was already strong, but couldn't quite handle the attack from hundreds of mid-level Blood Clan members. The 4 fusion tyrant bodies were surrounded and attacked by the Blood Clan members, struggling incessantly. What's more terrifying was that the Blood Clan members kept coming from all directions to support. The Blood Clan group gathered more and more, surrounding several fusion tyrant bodies until they disappeared in the middle, out of sight. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. The fusion tyrant bodies seemed to be in a dire situation, but with their rapid blood recovery effects, their condition was actually not bad. Due to the dense circle of Blood Clan members, each attack from the fusion tyrant bodies could hit 7 to 8 targets. However, this situation was not sustainable. There were too many Blood Clan members. Additionally, the Blood Clan member who had been observing on the sidelines was a bit strange. Was he the leader? Fang Heng noticed Manbo standing tens of meters away from the fusion tyrant bodies. He had been in the same spot since the beginning, seemingly planning something. Something was off. Fang Heng thought and issued new orders to the fusion tyrant body in the distance. Ma, what's going on? I remember the spell being so condensed. Why is it not effective? Manbo muttered in frustration. Encountering the fusion tyrant bodies here was indeed unexpected. However, Manbo thought it wouldn't be bad to take care of them. After all, Angita still lacked many nutrients. Although the practical conversion rate of the fusion tyrant bodies was low, their longevity was advantageous. Just by using the power of the blood coffin to trap them, they could be sent back to headquarters, just like when they invaded the Scavenger Legion's branch. But first, use the Blood Clan's imprisonment blood curse to restrain them. Last time, after seeing Atina use the blood curse to imprison the fusion tyrant bodies, Manbo had finally requested this blood curse from the Blood Clan elder. However, he was having some difficulty using it currently. He had failed 5 or 6 times in a row. Darn it, failed again. Could it be an issue with the incantation? Manbo was attempting to cast the spell for the 7th time when he suddenly paused. What's this? The fusion tyrant body, which had been struggling, suddenly hesitated, then swiftly threw the massive iron rod in its hand forward and stepped forward vigorously with hands guarding its chest. The fusion tyrant body was massive, and once it started running, it directly pushed away all the Blood Clan members in front with its weight. It sprinted forward. Huh? He ran off. Manbo blinked, and the blood curse seal he had been forming in his hand also stopped. He was filled with confusion. That's not right. These fusion tyrant bodies were acting strangely. Last time they encountered them, they were like dumb giants, just standing and attacking in place. How did they suddenly know to retreat this time? Upon closer thought, the appearance of these fusion tyrant bodies in this place was already strange. How did they break through the Blood Clan's defense barrier? There was definitely a problem here. Just as he was pondering this, Manbo suddenly heard a loud thud. He looked up. After sprinting a few hundred meters, the group of fusion tyrant bodies collectively stopped and began to fiercely attack the Blood Clan barrier. Ma, I'll get rid of you all? Enraged, Manbo immediately called the mid-level Blood Clan members behind him to chase after the fusion tyrant bodies. As the Blood Clan members were drawn away by the fusion tyrant bodies, Lin Hansheng retracted his head behind the small hill nearby. They ran off. Yeah, the tyrants will play with them for a while. What about us? Should we run too? Since we're here, let's go take a look. With that, Fang Heng took out 2 electric scooters from his backpack. We're not far from the shelter. Let's make do. This, Fang Heng reiterated, the headquarters where house was destroyed by the Blood Clan. We have to make do. Fang Heng and the others drove on their electric scooters along a hidden path on the map. Perhaps due to daylight, the number of Blood Clan members significantly decreased inside the barrier, and with many of them being drawn away to attack the fusion tyrant bodies summoned by Manbo, they encountered very few along the way. Whenever they did, they were swiftly eliminated by Fang Heng's specially modified sniper gun. After that, the two entered the woods, crossing directly through the forest area. It took them nearly an hour to traverse the forest area on their scooters before emerging from the inner pathways. Ahead was the shelter. Feng Heng was very familiar with this location, having observed the terrain here during the previous attack on the shelter. On a small hill, the two hid under a tree, raising their telescopes to scan the shelter's location. The shelter was in a state of ruin, with all the outer and inner watchtowers damaged. The surrounding buildings were also partially destroyed, as if they had recently been through a major battle. The Blood Clan members had shown no intention of repairing the shelter, leaving everything in its damaged state post-battle. A handful of Blood Clan members stood guard at the main entrance of the shelter. Holy cow! What's that? A blood puppet. Peering through the telescope and spotting the lifelike organism wandering around the shelter's perimeter, Lin Han's Heng couldn't help but exclaim excitedly in a hushed voice. Blood puppet. What's that? Feng Heng shifted his telescope to the right and quickly noticed the anomaly. On the shelter's periphery, there was a humanoid figure about 3 meters tall, entirely engulfed in burning blood-red hue, moving heavily with somewhat stiff actions. A pinnacle creature in the Blood Clan's apocalypse, a 5th-tier blood puppet, Lin Han's Heng explained in a hushed tone, realizing his previous exclamation had been a bit loud. They are magical puppets created by the Blood Clan ancestors, possessing robust vitality and destructive capabilities. In the Blood Clan world, blood puppets symbolize the guardian of royal power, and only the royal bloodline can control and utilize them. They are driven by the blood magic core, making them unaffected by most physical negative effects. Oh, Feng Heng responded. Listening to the description, it didn't sound as formidable. Can this be counted as 5th tier? Wasn't the overall strength of the Blood Clan at the end of the world the strongest? 5th tier. Feng Heng suddenly remembered something and turned to ask, wait, what did you say its tier was? The national game, starting from the zombie doomsday to AFK tier 5. What's wrong? Lin Han's Heng was puzzled. However, Feng Heng's eyes lit up, and he casually flipped through the notebook system that he carried with him. Opening the to-do list. Tier 5. This means that high-energy evolution crystals can explode from the blood puppet, which is the raw material for upgrading the 4th-tier space-tearing device. The premise is that these blood puppets are controlled by NPCs. Tier 5 creatures, other than himself being a bug. Theoretically, players shouldn't be able to control them. Right. Feng Heng thought, then raised his binoculars to carefully observe the several blood puppets surrounding the shelter. They were wandering a bit further away from the shelter, back and forth. Are they guarding the shelter? I guess so. Lin Han's Heng wasn't sure. At first, it was a giant Blood Clan barrier, then so many mid-level Blood Clans chasing them, and now they see blood puppets. Lin Han's Heng had already given up hope on this infiltration into the enemy's territory. He felt it would be better to run away early. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Han's Heng made another suggestion. Feng Heng, how about we give up on this mission? Blood puppets are simply unchallengeable. They have a high immunity to long-range attacks, and if engaged in close combat, the attacker will also suffer from the burning blood effects, which deducts health in percentages. Lin Han's Heng kept persuading. Blood puppet creatures are very tricky. Unless they are a tier higher, they are unbeatable. Really? I don't necessarily think so. Feng Heng was eager to try. He was familiar with the burning blood effect. Before, he encountered a Blood Clan Marquis in the 5th district who had the same ability after transformation. His tyrant could already make those immune to the burning blood effects, relying on rapid health recovery. Now, upgraded to Fuse Tyrant plus Enhanced Health Recovery. This is a joke. Is he still afraid? It's not easy to find a tier 5 creature in low-tier games. How can he give up so easily? Besides, blood puppets are only tier 5 creatures, the same as his Fuse Tyrant. One-on-one, Feng Heng was confident that his Fuse Tyrant could beat down the blood puppet. The problem is, he currently lacks the Fuse Tyrant. Feng Heng eyed the snow puppet in the distance. So, this thing doesn't have much intelligence. Right. Lin Han's Heng was in the middle of persuading when he heard Feng Heng's question and had a bad feeling in his heart. Feng Heng, you wouldn't be. Answer my question first. Lin Hansheng nodded, somewhat hesitantly replied, if the controller is not actively nearby controlling it, probably so. Yes, Feng Heng reconfirmed carefully. Several blood puppets were only wandering near the shelter base. Directly rushing to solve the blood puppet might alert the blood clans in the shelter, causing trouble. They needed to lure them out and eliminate them. Feng Heng asked again, so theoretically, we can lure it over, right? Lin Hansheng looked at the blood puppet in the distance, then at Feng Heng, thinking why would a blood puppet be the same as your fused tyrant? You should be more familiar with this. Although hesitating, Lin Hansheng replied, theoretically, I think so. But after luring it, how will you deal with it? If lured over and unable to handle it, wouldn't they be seeking death? Feng Heng remained silent, switched to a standard sniper rifle with a suppressor from his backpack, and equipped it. Feng Heng, be careful. Lin Hansheng saw Feng Heng's actions and was about to stop him. Bang! Even with the suppressor, the sniper rifle still emitted a muffled gunshot sound. Hint, your attack on an unknown life form resulted in 157 damage. At a distance, the blood puppet being sniped slowly turned around, as if looking for the source of the attack. Feng Heng focused, aimed at the blood puppet's head again, and pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Hit several times in a row, the blood puppet finally discovered the attacker's direction and rushed towards Feng Heng. It's coming. Feng Heng, it's coming. The blood puppet's entire body boiled with blood, creating a strong visual impact. Lin Hansheng was a bit flustered, hastily turning back to Feng Heng. The plan worked. What's next? What do we do? Don't worry. Feng Heng glanced at the time and calmly said, then we can hide in the woods and deal with it. Then hurry up. Lin Hansheng was even more panicked, feeling the heavy footsteps of the approaching blood puppet, foreseeing the scene of being knocked out by a punch. Alright, let's go. As the blood puppet approached, Feng Heng aimed at it and shot a few rounds. Only after confirming that he had locked the opponent's hostility, did he put away his sniper rifle and return to the forest. Running all the way, Lin Hansheng heard the increasingly heavy footsteps of the blood puppet chasing behind. His heart was in his throat. What happened to the plan? We're just running away. If this continues, we'll be caught up sooner or later. Lin Hansheng turned his head to ask Feng Heng about the plan. But as he turned, he didn't see Feng Heng. Huh? Where's Feng Heng? Oh no. Lin Hansheng slowed down his pace, looked back, and saw that Feng Heng had stopped. He was facing the approaching blood puppet, taking out a book with silver edges from his backpack. A book. Lin Hansheng was puzzled. This was no ordinary book. What kind of special strengthening item was it? Then, Lin Hansheng's pupils suddenly tightened. The mud around Feng Heng's feet began to roll continuously. A grayish-green hand emerged from the ground. A zombie? Lin Hansheng's eyelids twitched. The resurrected zombie struggled to climb out from underground. Next, red magical arrays appeared on the ground around Feng Heng. Feeders crawled out from the teleportation array. The moment out of the magical array, the feeders rushed towards the approaching blood puppet nearby. Lin Hansheng's mouth opened in astonishment, his face full of disbelief. What is this? Special abilities. Summoning creatures. Summoning so many at once. Lin Hansheng suddenly focused on the book in Feng Heng's hands. What kind of unique item was that? Being able to summon so many zombies and feeders. It may not work. Although the quantity was large, the feeder's tier was still lacking a bit, with weak defense, almost being knocked down by the blood puppet with one punch. If he could summon a large number of fused tyrants, there might be a chance. Lin Hansheng thought, turning to look at the battlefield. The feeders that emerged from the magical array had reached the blood puppet. The blood puppet, which had to stop its steps, raised its fists with steaming blood and struck out fiercely. The pursuing blood puppet had to stop in its tracks, raising a fist emitting steaming blood mist, fiercely swinging forward. Bang! With one punch, the liquor was directly hit in the face, creating a depression in its body from the impact and completely sending it flying out. As it hit the ground with a thud, the liquor, with its body sunken from the blow, quickly recovered after a roll on the ground. Now back to full health, once again charging madly towards the blood puppet. Lin Han's eyes widened in disbelief. The situation had completely exceeded his expectations. Why were these lickers so resilient? The more he observed, the more shocked Lin Hang became. He saw with his own eyes a licker being consecutively attacked by the blood puppet 5 or 6 times without dying. Roar! The blood puppet seemed to be provoked, letting out a deep growl that grabbed a licker, crushing its bones until they made a crunchy sound. However, the licker being firmly held in its grasp refused to die. Even after being squeezed for nearly a minute, the blood puppet forcefully threw the deformed licker aside. Still in midair, Lin Hang was horrified to see the licker's bones healing at an astonishing speed. Bang! The licker heavily crashed to the ground, its original size restored, and its visible wounds rapidly healing. Lin Hang was speechless, unable to comprehend the scene before his eyes. How could these lickers be so indestructible? He had never heard of lickers having this kind of regeneration ability. Lin Hang turned his eyes to the book in Fang Heng's hand. Yes, that book in Fang Heng's hand. What was its origin? Lin Hang stared fixedly at every detail of the book, planning to thoroughly investigate it later. With nearly 100 lickers surrounding the blood puppet, attacking wildly and voraciously, prompts began flashing on Fang Heng's retina. Prompt: your zombie avatar inflicts 201 points of damage on the blood puppet. Prompt: your zombie avatar is affected by the blood burning effect, taking 40 points of backlash damage. Prompt: your licker's health is fully restored. The blood burning effect. Every time a licker bites an enemy, it receives a corresponding percentage of damage as backlash. In most cases, this ability of the blood puppet was perfect against ordinary small melee units. However, the undead body skill, a reward after completing the hidden doomsday ending, was undoubtedly a bug. Its powerful life recovery effects directly ignored the minor damage from blood burning and could even withstand all fatal physical damage. The blood puppet belonged to the category of magical and puppet creatures, but aside from the blood burning damage, its attacks were still purely physical. Theoretically, unless extremely unlucky, lickers on the verge of death could forever be undefeated against the blood puppet. Lin Hang was deeply shocked. After a fierce battle that lasted half a day, not a single licker seemed to be injured, while the blood puppet's blood burning had faded. So was Fang Heng's strength on par with that of a Tier 5 entity. He truly deserved to be the leader of the Scavenger Legion, the most powerful antagonist in the post-apocalyptic world, and the player who unified the entire 8th zone. Lin Hang looked at Fang Heng with a hint of admiration towards the strong. After being besieged for over 7 minutes, the blood puppet fell backward heavily to the ground. Bang! A heavy sound. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow, his eyes carrying a layer of ashes. After raising Mad Spirit studies to LV to 10, he could directly see soul bodies. The souls of Tier 5 beings, different from ordinary souls. Higher tier creature souls were excellent materials for Mad Spirit studies spells, which could earn him some points in the Necromancer Association. Even devouring souls through the Book of the Dead could provide valuable experience points. Fang Heng wanted to attempt capturing one. That had been his plan from the start, and he was ready to reclaim it using the Book of the Dead. Nothing there? Fang Heng frowned, muttering to himself. He hadn't seen the blood puppet's soul. Lin Hang heard Fang Heng's quiet muttering and asked, "What? What's missing?" "It's nothing." Fang Heng shook his head, pondering silently. Why couldn't he see it? Was it because they were in a game? Or because the blood puppet was a puppet creature and thus had no soul? In that case, did higher tier undead creatures also lack souls? Fang Heng felt the latter was more likely. It was a bit unfair. Disappointed, he closed the Book of the Dead and opened the game log to go through. Prompt: you killed the blood puppet. You gain survival points *221. You obtain high energy evolution crystal *1. Fortunately, the blood puppet had been quite rewarding this time. Fang Heng was rather pleased as he sucked the high energy evolution crystal into his palm print. Just as he speculated, being an NPC controlled creature, the blood puppet still rewarded him after being defeated. With 6 high energy evolution crystals on hand now, plus this new one. He only needed 13 more to complete the 4th tier space rupture device production, unlock the new attribute in the realm, and gain 2 additional time leap backpack slots. Adding more backpack space was crucial as the connection between the real world and the game world became tighter. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. 3 more blood puppets remained, and he couldn't let them go. All must be taken down. Greed flashed in Feng Heng's eyes as he turned to Lin Hansheng. Let's go. There are still a few blood puppets left. Let's continue. Lin Hansheng was completely out of sync with Feng Heng's thoughts at the moment. He glanced at Feng Heng, nodded blankly, and thought to himself, his summoning book had already been put away. Why were the summoned creatures still there? Could it be a permanent summon? That strength was a bit too terrifying, wasn't it? Don't stand there staring. Hurry up. Coming. Mimicking what the book said, Lin Hansheng accompanied Feng Heng to lure out the remaining 3 blood puppets and eliminate them with the help of the indestructible liquor swarm. Pity, the drop rate is only 50%. Only got to high energy purification crystals ... Feng Heng absorbed the newly acquired high energy evolution crystal into his palm print. Seeing Feng Heng's visibly unrelieved demeanor, Lin Hansheng felt a little fearful. After a moment of consideration, Feng Heng being the leader of an antagonist organization made sense. Suddenly, Lin Hansheng understood. Lin Hansheng glanced at the setting sun about to go down and suggested, Feng Heng, it's getting dark. Shouldn't we go back? The Blood Coven will be active at night, and the chances of us being discovered will be high. And the blood puppets are dead. The Blood Coven should find out soon, right? If we don't run now, it'll be too late. Go back. Feng Heng also looked up at the sky and estimated that there were less than 2 hours left until night. No, we haven't found Dingman yet. But the defense at the shelter is strong. How do you plan to get over there? Lin Hansheng was a bit panicked. He wouldn't be thinking of brute forcing it again, would he? It is indeed a bit difficult. Feng Heng rubbed his chin, appearing confident. But don't worry, I have a good plan. Inside the control room of the shelter, Adiana propped her chin with one hand, watching the images displayed on the monitoring screen with a playful expression. 10 minutes ago, the shelter was attacked by a group of lickspittles. The origin of these lickspittles was very strange, as if they had appeared out of thin air. How could they appear under the Blood Coven's barrier? Even more strange was that this group of lickspittles could withstand the attacks of the elite Blood Coven members for so long without a single death. Their strength was unprecedented. Adiana suspected that these lickspittles, like the fusion tyrant body she had seen in the Scavenger Legion headquarters, had a similar indestructible characteristic. Add in the sudden disappearance of the 4 blood puppets on the outskirts of the shelter, the recent loss of control of the fusion tyrant body at the Scavenger Legion headquarters, and the abnormal fluctuations in external blood magic arrays. Considering a few things, Adiana believed there must be a connection. The conclusion was obvious. Someone had invaded. This group was definitely not an ordinary lickspittle group. So who sent them? Adiana. The prince about to awaken, a middle-aged man behind Adiana reminded in a deep tone. Go solve them quickly. Don't make the prince unhappy. Yes. Adiana obeys. Adiana stopped thinking, got up, and left the shelter. Outside the abandoned minefield shelter, taking advantage of the chaos caused by the lickspittle group's attack on the shelter, Feng Heng and Lin Hansheng successfully approached. At this moment, the two were hiding behind a wall in an abandoned building next to the shelter. Lin Hansheng peeked out quietly to observe. Those lick spittles ... Lin Hansheng felt that Feng Heng seemed more terrifying than the Blood Coven. The mid-level Blood Coven guarding the shelter had no way to deal with the lickspittle group. The clash had been going on for more than 5 minutes, with not a single lickspittle dead, but a large number of mid-level Blood Coven members were killed. The casualty rate was startling. Blood curse, containment. Click, click, click. Suddenly, bloody chains appeared on the lickspittle leaping through the air. The lickspittle instantly lost control and fell from the air. Bang! The lickspittle landed precisely in a wooden coffin on the ground. The coffin lid was firmly closed by two Blood Coven members. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, looking up at the dilapidated shelter above. A woman in a purple long dress stood on the rooftop of the shelter. Her appearance was extremely charming, and the split of the long dress extended to the roots, revealing most of her fair thighs. Feng Heng's gaze was immediately drawn to her. Damn, lace, purple, really seductive. Feng Heng turned his head to look at Lin Han's Heng beside him. Ha. Lin Han's Heng didn't feel embarrassed, staring at Adiana, a mischievous smile on his face, exchanging a knowing look with Feng Heng. His LSP expression said it all. Do you know her? Adiana, Countess of the Blood Covenant. Lin Han's Heng succinctly replied. She is an NPC in the 7th Blood Covenant world, the owner of the Blood Gaze of the Blood Covenant's sacred artifact. She is one of the most seductive among the female Blood Covenant members. After some thought, Lin Han's Heng added, her strength is also very strong. Feng Heng looked up at Adiana. The earlier containment magic was cast by Adiana. Several high-ranking Blood Covenant members stood by Adiana. The high-ranking Blood Covenant members opened their hands in a shooting posture, and a bloodied bow and arrow appeared in their hands. The Blood Covenant members aimed at the lickspittles below and released blood arrows for long-range attacks. Boom, boom, boom. The blood arrows, when hitting the lickspittles, triggered high-intensity blood explosions, causing significant damage to the lickspittles. Adiana quickly scanned the battlefield, immediately identifying the weak points of the lickspittles. After the lickspittles enter a weakened state, blood magic can take care of them. With that, the high-ranking Blood Covenant members began to tactically attack the weakened lickspittles. Trouble. Seeing this scene, Feng Heng's heart sank. The lickspittles had relatively low health, and once their health dropped below 1/3, they were easily taken out by the high-ranking Blood Covenant's blood magic. It seemed he needed to come up with another plan. Feng Heng lowered his head in thought. He had a plan before. In case the Blood Covenant guards at the shelter were weak, he could directly use the zombie horde to rush through. Unfortunately, the woman in the revealing outfit seemed to have something special. Not only could she temporarily seal off the lickspittles with her unique blood magic, but she could also quickly find the weak points of the undead skills. Execute contingency plan. Feng Heng patted Lin Han's Heng's shoulder, who was still under the enchantment. Stop looking. Let's go. Oh, okay. Lin Han's Heng reluctantly took a last look and followed Feng Heng as they ran towards the abandoned building below. After sneaking a peek at the girl together, Lin Han's Heng felt like the distance between him and Feng Heng had been significantly shortened from his perspective. He asked, Feng Heng, where are we going? As they spoke, Feng Heng had already led Lin Han's Heng in a small circle, passing around the side of the abandoned building and entering an underground passage. Find a way to infiltrate the shelter. So, where is this? A special passage built when the shelter was established that leads directly to the underground area of the shelter. Feng Heng explained simply. Lin Han's Heng was surprised and looked at Feng Heng. Good buddy. Did you plan this all the way to today? Of course not. After occupying the shelter, Feng Heng had adjusted the layout of the underground area for the convenience of transporting goods. There was a hidden fast entrance and exit here. The trouble was, after being occupied by the Blood Covenant, the alloy metal gate of the entrance would be closed, and he needed to forcibly dig a hole from the side. With the zombie doppelganger's help, he could finish in about an hour if he was fast. Of course, if he was lucky, and the Blood Covenant were a bit foolish and his previous identity verification recognition still worked, then he could just stroll in. The two circled around from the bottom of the abandoned building and emerged from the emergency evacuation tunnel underground. Just as they turned the corner, Feng Heng stopped Lin Han's Heng. Hush! Lin Han's Heng stopped in his tracks, carefully peering out from behind the wall, looking towards the end of the corridor behind the wall. The end of the corridor was blocked by a metal door. There were 4 mid-level blood vampire guards at the door. Shoo shoo shoo. At the next moment, Lin Han's Heng felt a few gusts of wind brushing past him. 6 lickers crawled out from behind the wall and pounced towards the vampire guards at the door. Feng Heng stepped out half a step from beside Lin Han's Heng, holding a custom sniper rifle, aiming and pulling the trigger. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A vampire was hit precisely in the heart, and the whole body disintegrated. In just a few minutes, the 4 mid-level vampires were taken down by Fang Heng before they could offer much resistance. "Boss, your gun is something else," Lin Hansheng envied, glancing at the sniper rifle in Fang Heng's hand. To detonate a vampire with a single shot was definitely top-notch. Fang Heng put away the sniper rifle. "Let's go." Lin Hansheng cautiously followed along, looking at the tightly closed metal door, making way for Fang Heng, gesturing for him to go first. Since arriving here, he had been impressed by Fang Heng's endless strategies. Fang Heng stepped forward, putting his face next to the identity verifier on the metal door. "I'm sorry. Your identity has not been verified. You do not have access permission. TSK." As expected, but still somewhat annoyed. It seemed that the vampires just didn't like technology, not that they were stupid. Well, time to execute the backup plan. Fang Heng bent down to check his backpack. Now he had to resort to the backup plan, a bit troublesome, to go outside to control the lickers and zombie decoys to fight the vampires, buying time for the zombie decoys to excavate a passage. The trouble was the tools for excavating. There was only a small amount of wood in the backpack that could be used to make some wooden shovels. As he was checking the remaining supplies in his backpack, a familiar voice suddenly came from the intercom of the metal door. "Fang Heng, why are you here?" Fang Heng was surprised. Dingman, Lin Hansheng also looked shocked, glancing at Fang Heng. "Boss, was this also part of your plan?" Fang Heng leaned in towards the identity verifier, confirming. "Dingman, the vampires have started clearing out the zombies outside. It's safest to leave immediately now. The longer you stay here, the riskier it gets. No time for idle talk. Open the door quickly." The communication suddenly went silent, with no response. Fang Heng and Lin Hansheng exchanged a glance, wondering if Dingman was in trouble. Just as Fang Heng was about to force open the door with the zombie decoys, the alloy metal door clicked open in front of them. "I used past recordings to replace the current surveillance footage temporarily. You have 10 minutes. Hurry to find me. I'm in the underground research lab on the 3rd floor. Also, do not bring too many zombies inside." "Got it. 10 minutes to the 3rd floor underground. That should be enough." Fang Heng nodded at Lin Hansheng and entered the shelter with 5 lickers. Underground on the 3rd floor, Dingman stared at the monitor screen. Her current mood was not as calm as her tone suggested. "I told you, the leader won't let you be. He will definitely come to rescue you." Anai Shangtao leaned against the wall, his lips turning pale, face turning purple, his clothing stained with dark dried blood. Although the situation was grim, he seemed to relax. Dingman continued to observe Fang Heng's movements on the screen, saying, "Anai Shangtao, your vital signs are starting to weaken. You can hold on for another 20 minutes without speaking." Hey. Anai Shangtao chuckled. "Honestly, I was a bit scared at first, but now that the boss is here, I know I won't die. Shall we make a bet on how long I can survive?" When Dingman didn't respond, Anai Shangtao continued talking to himself. "You're not getting any younger. You should consider personal matters. As your elder brother, I'm worried for you. I assume your brain is lacking oxygen." "Speaking nonsense," Dingman replied coldly, refusing to engage. After a moment, the laboratory door clicked open. Dingman, Fang Heng entered the lab, surveying the surroundings. His eyes fell on Anai Shangtao, lying in a critical condition in the corner. Then he shifted his gaze. "Dingman, good. Safe and sound." Seeing Dingman unharmed, Fang Heng finally heaved a sigh of relief. The SSS-grade researcher was finally safe. Fang Heng walked up to Dingman, assessing her with a look. "Are you alright?" Tip. Dingman's friendliness towards you has slightly increased. Tip. Dingman's loyalty towards the Scavenger Legion has increased to 98. Refreshing game tips flashed across, and Fang Heng thought Dingman still had some conscience, making his effort to save her worthwhile. Dingman turned her gaze away from Fang Heng, nodding calmly. "I'm fine." "That's good. I'll take you out." Anai Shangtao shook his head silently in his heart as Fang Heng's actions of entering the room, frantically searching, and then relaxing upon seeing Dingman, were all noticed by him. Dingman was indeed outstanding in appearance, just a bit eccentric in personality, but being a researcher like the leader, they might have common topics to discuss. Thinking this, Ni Shangtao deliberately hummed a couple of times to remind Fang Heng of the critically wounded personnel still present. Fang Heng turned to look at Ni Shangtao. "You're also here, boss. Fancy meeting you here." Ni Shangtao forced a smile. "Sorry, we lost the battle this time, and it's my responsibility. Seeing the boss here one last time, I can rest assured. Fang Heng rummaged in his backpack and threw 2 bottles of quick healing potion at Ni Shangtao. "Stop talking. Get up quickly." While the two were talking, Dingman walked up to a cultivation tank, opening it up. "You're here just in time. The original liquid from the body of the cultivated insects during this period is here. It will be needed for making the divine gift potion. Also, the vampires are unaware of the sample of Hela's organization." Fang Heng glanced at the cultivation tanks arranged in the lobby of the laboratory. "All right, prepare, bring the sample of Hela's organization, and let's leave immediately." Dingman turned around, coolly stating, "Not right now." "Why not? I have something to show you." Saying this, Dingman walked over to the control console on the other side, rapidly typing on the keyboard. After the Scavenger Legion was completely occupied by the vampires, they used the Legion as a threat, compelling me to cooperate with them in a series of modification research. Through this opportunity, I have learned a lot of information related to the vampires. Upon hearing the words data information, Lin Han's Heng curiously approached as well. On the large screen appeared a row of data. "This is the blueprint for spatial transformation. The Blood Clan transformed the original space rupture device within the shelter, opening a special temporal and spatial fissure channel, an area they refer to as the 5th District," said Dingman. "I believe that the Blood Clan likely invaded our world through this method. Based on this judgment, the Blood Clan did not originate from our original world. During this time, the Blood Clan had me cooperate in transforming the space rupture device into a 4th-tier channel. I managed to crack the database password and found the Blood Clan's blueprint for the temporal and spatial rupture device modification. These will be extremely useful for our future research," Dingman said as he handed a magnetic card to Fang Heng. "This is a backup data that I managed to obtain. Take it back with you. Hint, you have obtained 1 set of data for the reconstruction of a large spatial rupture device of Tier 3 to 5. A Tier 3 to 5 spatial rupture device modification blueprint." Fang Heng's heart raced. This was a valuable item. He had discussed with Victor previously that with Victor's abilities, they could upgrade the large spatial rupture device. With the preliminary research from Meteor Company, he could quickly upgrade the device to Tier 4. However, from Tier 4 to Tier 5 and beyond, even Meteor Company had not conducted any research. Hence, he might need a period of research and experimentation to continue the upgrade. With the blueprint, Victor could directly construct according to it and significantly accelerate the progress. Fang Heng quickly glanced at the item information. Item: Blueprint for the reconstruction of a large Tier 5 spatial rupture device. Description: Can be used to upgrade Tier 4 large spatial rupture devices. Learning requirement: Mechanical architecture. Time required to comprehend: 120 hours. After the completion of the transformation of the space channel, the Blood Clan entered the place called the 5th District. Dingman's agile fingers quickly typed on the keyboard. Starting from last night, the Blood Clan began to transport a large amount of supplies into the shelter, then transferred the supplies through teleportation to their main base located in the Songxi Mountain area. We have a temporary open spatial rupture channel here that can directly send items. Fang Heng nodded. What more was there to wait for? The mission goal had been determined. Just destroy the teleportation channel, then leave with Dingman. Of course, maybe his current strength was insufficient to destroy the teleportation channel, but leaving with Dingman was still possible. What I'm about to say next is the most important, Dingman said solemnly, pressing a red button on the keyboard. The screen switched to display a giant image of an ancient tree. The tree was extremely large, with its roots deeply submerged into the ground. The trunk and leaves emanated a dark red hue, the branches hanging with blood-clad bats and scattered with several large dark red fruits. Besides the ancient tree were several blood-red pools of water. Most of the roots of the ancient tree were soaked in the pools. Not far from the image, rows of blood slaves were queuing up to carry coffins towards the base of the ancient tree. In the moment when Lin Hansheng saw the ancient tree, he suddenly exclaimed, "It's Angus." Feng Heng, puzzled, furrowed his brows and asked, "What is Angus?" Angus, the Blood Clan's god tree. According to legend, the first monarch of the Blood Clan was born under the Angus god tree, Lin Hansheng said, both excited and fearful. He blurted out all he knew. Angus is considered the tree of faith by the Blood Clan. It can be nourished by blood. After nourishment, it can give birth to more Blood Clan and blood puppets. I got it. The blood puppets we saw outside before were condensed from it. Feng Heng turned to look at the excited Lin Hansheng. It's crazy. How could Angus be in this place? It doesn't make sense. Lin Hansheng still couldn't believe it. He grabbed his hair, feeling restless, muttering to himself, "Something's not right. This doesn't quite add up." Too many incomprehensible things had happened today. Lin Hansheng felt like his years of gaming had been in vain. Had the game undergone a major update in just one day? Part of what he said is true. Dingman's gaze lingered on Lin Hansheng for a moment before nodding. Aside from being in charge of stabilizing the teleportation channel, I am also responsible for partly overseeing the care of Angus. In these 2 days, a large number of blood slaves have been nurturing and feeding Angus through the flesh of zombie corpses. Its strength is rapidly increasing. I deduce that the numerous low intelligence, mid-tier Blood Clan and blood puppets outside are the products of Angus. The Blood Clan invading our world is already immensely powerful, and with the enhancement from Angus, our world has quickly fallen into chaos. Lin Hansheng listened at the side, feeling that something was off. Upon closer thought, it suddenly dawned on him. Wasn't the Legion of Scavengers also initially villains? To completely stop the Blood Clan's invasion of our world, we need to find a way to fully destroy Angus. Dingman continued. In the past few days, I have been secretly studying and analyzing Angus. In theory, I have found some special methods that could potentially weaken Angus, but we lack the necessary research materials here, and I need more time for research. This is the best location for now, so I cannot leave just yet. Feng Heng roughly processed the information he had received and asked, "Where is Angus currently located?" "It's in the Blood Clan's headquarters in the underground 7 floors of the Songxi Mountain region. I want to see it." "That's currently not possible. There are a large number of high-level Blood Clan guards near the teleportation channel. Additionally, the Songxi Mountain area is the Blood Clan's headquarters in our world, and the defense there is more stringent. As for the 5th floor where Angus is located, there are at least 3 or more Blood Clan princes guarding, and even Angus itself may have unknown special abilities. It's not a good choice to rush there now." Dingman shook her head, refusing. "However, I can take you to the control room. There, you can observe Angus through real-time surveillance images." "Alright, let's go see that." "Yes, I'll take you there, but your liquor cannot come along. Its presence may awaken the dormant Blood Clan groups. You will disguise yourself as Blood Clan with me. Trust everything to me, and don't speak along the way." Accompanied by Dingman, Feng Heng went to the Central Research Laboratory located on the 4th underground level. Along the way, Feng Heng saw many blood races resting on the ceiling upside down. Lin Hansheng shrank his neck, held his breath, tiptoed behind Dingman, fearing he would be discovered accidentally. Dingman was already accustomed to this environment. Along the way, they encountered several waves of patrolling mid-level blood races, simply brushing past them, until they reached the alloy metal gate underground. 2 blood guards were standing at the gate. "Dr. Dingman, open the door. I'm here to check the status of Anxious operation." The 2 blood races did not suspect Feng Heng and the others following Dingman, and together they pushed open the metal gate. Walking into the central laboratory, Feng Heng's pupils suddenly shrank. A huge full-screen real-time monitoring taking up the entire one side of the lobby wall. Feng Heng never imagined he would see such a large ancient tree. The trunk would need over 100 zombie clones combined to barely hug it. Anxiety seemed lifelike. Feng Heng could see the veins pulsing rhythmically on the trunk. Under the big tree, many blood slaves were pouring blood and flesh as nutrients to Anxiety. Countless high-level blood races were hanging upside down on the branches of the giant tree in hibernation. The visual impact was far greater than seeing the picture just now. Look, that's the blood pool, Lin Heng whispered, carefully pointing to one side of the screen. On the other side, extended from the roots of the ancient tree, the blood pool kept bubbling, giving birth to blood puppets. Blood puppets, Feng Heng murmured. At first, he did consider destroying Anxiety and the space-time tearing device directly, taking Dingman and fleeing to solve this trouble once and for all. But now, he had completely changed his mind. On the one hand, due to insufficient strength, just the large number of high-level blood races hanging on Anxiety's branches could give him a headache, not to mention those lurking high-level blood races. Being reckless in this situation would likely end in disaster. On the other hand, with so many blood puppets still in the process of gestation, destroying them now would be a waste. If they could wait a bit longer until the blood pool finished birthing all the blood puppets, then they could fatten up for the kill. Get hold of a high-energy evolutionary crystal. In this way, there would be a solution to the fourth-level space-time tearing device. Feng Heng thought, then shifted his gaze away from the blood pool. Huh, is that a fusion tyrant body? Feng Heng frowned, looking closely, for fusion tyrant bodies were deeply embedded in a branch of Anxiety. Fine tree branches piercing into the bodies of the fusion tyrant, constantly extracting blood from them. No wonder the fusion tyrant body lost control before. It turned out it had become the nutrient of Anxiety. Feng Heng suddenly had a flash of inspiration and figured something out, stroking his chin. Gudong. Lin Heng heard Feng Heng swallow beside him. Huh? Would Feng Heng also be shocked? Lin Heng wondered and couldn't help looking back at Feng Heng. At a glance, Lin Heng couldn't help but shrink his neck. From Feng Heng's eyes, he saw a kind of terrifying greed. Interesting. Anxiety, a good thing, Feng Heng muttered quietly, his eyes shining strangely. While studying Anxiety, he suddenly had a moment of insight, realizing something very important. Anxiety originally belonged to the world of blood races, but now, it appeared in the world of zombies. Theoretically, couldn't they move Anxiety back to the zombies apocalypse world's 8th district? Right on. The more Feng Heng thought about it, the more it seemed beyond reasonable. He immediately flipped open his notebook, remembering that, before coming to the 7th district, Qiu Yao Kong had given some hints in the analysis room while studying the Moshai. The Moshai couldn't adapt to the environment and couldn't reproduce in the 8th district. Bringing blood races back to the 8th district could likely encounter similar problems. And according to legend, Anxiety was the mother tree nurturing blood races. In summary, with this angle as the starting point, if Anxiety could be transplanted back to the 8th district, could it enhance the adaptability of blood races in the 8th district, allowing blood races to reproduce in the 8th district, thereby enhancing the overall strength of the zombies apocalypse 8th district? Feng Heng was intrigued. He felt there was a lot of room for this speculation. Thinking about this, Feng Heng turned his head, looked at Dingman. Anxiety, and from our world, and it's likely come from the world of blood races. So can't we figure out a way to take Anxiety somewhere else? Somewhere else. Dingman looked skeptical. She tried to follow Feng Heng's line of thought. You mean transplanting it? Yes, exactly. Transplanting. Feng Heng was excited, staring intently at Dingman. Can it be done? Transplanting it into other parallel timelines. Dingman had only just encountered the strange life form Anxiety, so she also had no confidence and couldn't give a direct answer. Thinking about it, she just said, I can't be sure, I need to do more research. How long will it take? If I do my best, at least 2 days. If someone can help me with part of the analysis, it could be faster. Feng Heng heard this and quickly calculated in his mind. Would 2 days be enough? The Night Owls would soon invade the 5th and 7th districts simultaneously, their intentions unclear, but likely related to the special resources being transported. Considering the worst-case scenario, first are the priorities, and determine that the Night Owls likely had little interest in the mainline origins. So assume their invasion this time was for special resources. Once they completed collecting and transporting the resources, they might leave the 5th and 7th districts directly. At that time, Dingman would lose her value to them, and she might die at any time. To ensure Dingman's safety, he needed to find a way to delay the Night Owls, hindering their progress in transporting resources. Even if everything went smoothly, to transplant Angus, 2 days later, he would still need to face the large number of high-level blood races and at least 3 or more counts of higher-ranking blood races seen on the monitoring screens. A headache. Feng Heng acknowledged that his current strength was inadequate, needing time to consolidate various resources and develop a battle plan. The good news was, this visit was very valuable, as he had uncovered a lot of information about the blood races. Feng Heng, it's getting dark soon. The blood royals guarding here could wake up at any moment. You should go. After a moment of hesitation, Feng Heng decided to let Dingman stay. Escaping with Dingman now holds the same danger factor. Leaving her here would have a greater impact. Mobile Games. AFK Apocalypse Chapter 546 Chase. Alright. I'll head back first. You stay here for research. Be cautious and we'll keep in touch, Dingman said with some confusion. Keep in touch. Feng Heng gestured subtly towards Lin Han's Heng next to him and said, leaving one captive here, the Blood Clan won't notice, right? Me. Lin Han's Heng pointed to himself with surprise. He had come all this way, bravely facing risks, feeling like he hadn't contributed much at all, merely a cheerleader. Now he understood. So, after all the trouble, bringing him over just to be a messenger. Compared to NPCs, players were better at hiding. Just leave a makeshift bed, and one could disappear instantly. Be careful, and everything will be fine, Dingman said, observing Lin Han's Heng and nodding. There's a bit of time. Come with me to the warehouse. I have something there to show you that might help. Leaving the main control hall, Dingman led Feng Heng and walked towards the warehouse upstairs. Along the corridor to the underground warehouse, Dingman face-scanned and opened Warehouse 3. Descending to the bottom of the warehouse, Dingman exerted effort to move several large boxes around, revealing a few big wooden crates hidden at the bottom. Let me do this. Feng Heng stepped forward, lifted the wooden crate, placed it on the table, and punched its side to crack it open. What is this? Lin Han's Heng's eyes widened upon seeing the big killing weapon inside the wooden box. A Gatling gun? A large multi-barrel rotary machine gun. Normal multi-barrel rotary guns required high player stamina and strength values. The rotary gun inside the box was pitch black, with a caliber larger than any Lin Han's Heng had seen online before, clearly modified for special purposes. It was bigger, heavier too. Lin Han's Heng was left speechless at the sight of Feng Heng completely opening the wooden box and laboriously lifting the machine gun. This thing was really made for humans. Leaving Lin Han's Heng inside the shelter, Feng Heng left the same way. The battle between the outside Blood Clan and the zombie horde was drawing to a close. Feng Heng controlled the remaining over 20 lickers and zombie clones to flee in different directions. The Blood Clan wouldn't let the troublesome zombies roam freely in their territory and began hunting them down. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the fleeing lickers, Feng Heng crouched low, activated his stealth skill, and quietly slipped away in the opposite direction. At the top of the shelter, Athena sensed something and turned her head, her gaze fixed on the gradually receding figure. Monbo noticed Athena's actions and followed her gaze. Huh? Who's that? Monbo looked puzzled. I don't know. Doesn't seem like our person? Sneaky. Could this strange horde of zombies be his doing? Monbo's mood was now really bad. He had spent a long time chasing the fused tyrant, but failed every attempt to trap it with blood curses. Later, upon learning of the headquarters being attacked, he realized it may have been a bait, prompting him to hurriedly return to assist in the zombie hunt. What's he running for? Annoyed, Monbo didn't wait for Athena's reply, transformed into his bat form, and flew after, saying, "I'll go check." Moving beyond the shelter's range, Fang Heng retrieved an electric scooter from his backpack, accelerated towards the forest direction, while monitoring the game journal. After flipping through several pages, he finally found relevant information regarding the fused tyrant. Luckily, none of the tyrants had died. They were still carrying out their previous orders. Circling around the Blood Clan's barrier, Fang Heng immediately issued orders for the fused tyrants to regroup. The next step was figuring out how to break free from the Blood Clan's blockade. As for the following plan, first, check the Federation and the Left Path Guild status. Next, hasten to produce God of War potions to restore the Scavenger Army's combat power. There was a high likelihood the Blood Clan would attack the Scavenger Army headquarters again. Contemplating, Fang Heng glanced at the in-game map. There was no need to return to the Scavenger Army just yet. In addition to bug body fluids, producing the God of War potions and God's Blessing potions required a large amount of herbs. Being penniless there, going back wouldn't help. The nearest option was a medium-sized shelter of the Left Path Gaming Guild. Go there to find materials for the potion production. Having determined the next battle plan, Fang Heng tilted his head back, poured down a Red Bull, and quickly rode his electric scooter back towards a different direction. Soon after entering the forest on the scooter, Fang Heng frowned. He sensed something approaching rapidly from behind. Turning around, he saw a bat, a Blood Clan member. Was he alone? It wasn't a regular Blood Clan member. Its flying speed was even faster. Fang Heng immediately retrieved Dingman's modified sniper rifle from his backpack, aimed the gun at the Blood Clan member chasing him from behind, and assumed a tactical shooting posture. Taking aim, bang, a shot rang out. The Blood Clan member chasing Fang Heng, Monbo, sensed danger in advance, swiftly dodged to the side, narrowly avoiding the sniper shot. Boom! The sniper bullet grazed the tree trunk behind Monbo, causing the large tree, over a meter thick, to explode in the center. Bang! The entire ancient tree toppled down. Upon landing, Monbo reverted to his human form. He glanced back at the fallen tree, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. Going after me ... Monbo was now certain that person was the intruder. Normal Blood Clan members wouldn't use an electric scooter and a sniper rifle like he did, let alone attack him. Closing his eyes, Monbo immediately summoned nearby mid-tier Blood Clan members to gather. 70-17K. Opening his eyes again, Fang Heng quickly accelerated and chased after Mengbo. Fang Heng realized that the bloodline chasing after him was quite extraordinary. Besides their keen sense of danger, the opponent's short-term explosive pursuit speed had already exceeded the maximum speed of an electric scooter. The distance between the two sides rapidly closed in a short period of time. Still chasing, huh? Fang Heng turned around, once again raising his modified sniper rifle aimed at Mengbo. Seeing the dark barrel of the gun, Mengbo chasing from behind, was immediately startled and quickly dodged to the side, trying to evade the sniper rifle's attack range. With this delay, the distance between them widened again. Fang Heng chuckled and put away the sniper rifle. The modified sniper rifle had tremendous power, but accuracy was not its strong suit, especially when the opponent was actively evading. Fang Heng didn't want to engage in direct combat with the bloodline behind him. Without his zombie decoys, Fang Heng didn't think his actual combat ability was that great. He preferred the feeling of shooting enemies from behind. If he could continue to delay a bit longer, he would soon be able to merge with the tyrant's body. And then, Fang Heng was thinking when suddenly his eyelids twitched. In front of him, in a dense forest, a swarm of black bats flew towards him from the side. Damn, his forward view blocked. Fang Heng cursed and was forced to jump off the electric scooter. After landing, the bat swarm resumed their normal mid-tier bloodline form and rushed towards Fang Heng. Fang Heng swiftly pulled out a large machete from his backpack and struck forward with force. Two mid-tier bloodlines were knocked back by his strike, but more bloodlines surrounded him from both sides. For a moment, Fang Heng found himself struggling to defend. With fists outnumbered by claws, The sharp claws of the bloodlines left deep gashes on his body, and his blood loss quickly escalated. After a brief struggle, Feng Heng gritted his teeth and knocked down to bloodlines in frustration. When he looked up again, he found himself surrounded by more than 30 bloodlines. Damn it, a mistake. Without his zombie decoys, his combat ability was somewhat compromised, and engaging in a battle of attrition with the bloodline group would be foolish. Feng Heng quickly adjusted his strategy, using a rolling skill to move a short distance forward, then sprinting ahead. In the distance, Mengbo's pupils constricted. Initially, he thought the intruder was someone with expertise in long-range shooting, but he was surprised to find out the intruder's close combat skills were also formidable, as he managed to hold his ground against a large number of mid-tier bloodlines. But that was all there was to it. Using him as Angitus's feed was the best choice. Mengbo was filled with murderous intent and swiftly chased after Feng Heng. Dodging, parrying, rolling. Feng Heng's 3 level 18 auxiliary skills gave him many advantages, but the most crucial was his undead body skill, ensuring his health remained constant even if he was hit a few times while escaping. As Mengbo chased after Feng Heng, he couldn't help but wonder, how could this guy run so fast? If it were someone else, they would have been slowed down due to bleeding, sprains, broken bones, or other negative conditions while fleeing, and would have been caught soon. Dismissing his doubts, a contemptuous smirk appeared on Mengbo's lips. Good at running? How long can you run for? Mengbo began to enjoy the thrill of the chase. However, after running for only a few minutes, Mengbo suddenly felt heavy footsteps beneath him. These footsteps felt too familiar. Tyrant's body. Looking up, he saw the fusion tyrant's body he had been chasing for half the day appearing once again. For fusion tyrant bodies wielding iron maces were chasing in the direction of the bloodline group. In that moment, Mengbo immediately understood. It was the intruder. The appearance of the fusion tyrant bodies here was no mere coincidence. They were all controlled by this intruder. Indeed, the previously fleeing Feng Heng stopped in his tracks and turned to face Mengbo. Feng Heng looked at Mengbo with a cold expression and said, "Before you die, care to introduce yourself? Remember it well, I'm Mengbo, and you can go to hell." Like many other bloodlines, Mengbo bent down and quickly charged towards Feng Heng. Mid-charge, Mengbo's body became illusory, one split into 2, to split into 4, until 16 distinct Mengbos appeared in front of Feng Heng. Mengbo had been entangled with the fusion tyrant body for a long time, and he knew firsthand that it was difficult to kill the fusion tyrant body with his own strength, so he changed tactics. Directly deal with the controller of the tyrant, the young man in front of him. It had to be done quickly. Faced with the simultaneous attacks of 16 figures, Feng Heng's eyes twitched, a little surprised. Clones. The special ability of bloodlines. Hey. Feng Heng coldly chuckled and immediately turned and ran. Only fools engage one-on-one. Just going to run like a dog. Seeing Feng Heng flee, Mengbo's eyes flared with more anger. For fusion tyrant bodies arrived, charging forward and swinging their iron maces towards the Mengbo behind Feng Heng. Hoo. The iron maces cut through the air with several sounds. The phantom clones mixed within the main body, evading the attacks with agility. They circled around the fusion tyrant bodies, identified their targets, and focused their attacks on Feng Heng. Not bad at all, Feng Heng mumbled to himself. He discerned Mengbo's battle intent and maneuvered around the fusion tyrant bodies, engaging with numerous bloodlines, occasionally striking back. For Feng Heng, such combat was tiring but not dangerous. However, he was occasionally attacked by Mengbo and his blood shadow clones, causing intense pain, but the wounds on his body almost instantly healed. Mengbo, on the other hand, was in great distress. Accidentally struck by the fusion tyrant body's iron mace, the blood shadow clone's health plummeted immediately. After battling the fusion tyrant body and Feng Heng for a while, Mengbo discovered that most of the mid-tier bloodlines and his blood shadow clones had perished. Even his main body's right arm was severely hit by the fusion tyrant body's iron mace. The pain in his right arm was intense, and even slight movements caused excruciating pain, affecting his normal actions. Even with the bloodline's superior healing abilities, it couldn't fully recover in a short amount of time. A bead of sweat fell from Mengbo's face. Facing a life-threatening situation, he began to think calmly. Currently, they couldn't effectively harm Fang Heng. He decided to retreat first, and then summon more mid-tier bloodlines from nearby for assistance. After considering his options, Mengbo started to retreat. Fang Heng dodged and constantly monitored Mengbo's every move. After being chased for so long, Fang Heng was getting irritated. When he saw one of Mengbo's clones stepping back and turning into a bat form, flying into the air, Fang Heng immediately realized that Mengbo might be trying to escape. Now you want to run? Isn't it a bit too late for that? A glint of killing intent flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. He immediately leapt onto the shoulder of the fusion tyrant body, switched to his sniper rifle, aimed at the bat in midair, targeted, and pulled the trigger. Bam! The bullet burst out from the gun barrel, slicing through the night sky with precision to hit Monbo in his bat form, causing a loud explosion. Hint: your hit on Monbo inflicts 456 points of penetrating damage, 966 points of explosive damage, and Monbo is temporarily stunned. Boom! A violent explosion. Monbo felt a dizzying sensation, intense pain all over his body, and a buzzing in his brain. He lost control of his body, automatically reverting from bat form and falling from the sky. The four integrated barbarian bodies under Fang Heng's control immediately rushed over, wielding their iron maces ready to viciously strike down the fallen Monbo. Bam! Bam bam! Hint: your zombie clone inflicts 127 points of damage on Monbo, causing him to enter a state of bone fracture. Hint: your zombie clone inflicts 229 damage on Monbo. The dull thud of impacts, somewhat reminiscent of pounding before making pork chops. Fang Heng quickly took out the Book of the Dead from his backpack, preparing to absorb Monbo's soul. As a Duke-level bloodsucker, his soul shouldn't be weak, right? However, as soon as he took out the Book of the Dead, a group of mid-level bloodsuckers nearby rushed at him again. Trouble. There was no way to concentrate and use the Book of the Dead in this situation. Helpless, Fang Heng had to switch back to his large cleaver and tried to slash through the surrounding bloodsuckers. The integrated barbarian bodies were also surrounded by mid-level bloodsuckers, but they ignored the attacks and focused on relentlessly striking Monbo with their maces. After a moment, a game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retina. Hint: you have killed the special character Monbo, gaining 221 survival points, 1 high-energy evolution crystal, and significantly lowering your relationship with various blood clans. Huh? Killing an NPC can also drop a high-energy evolution crystal. No one ever mentioned this in the forum before. Fang Heng's eyes lit up. It was as if he had discovered a new continent. It was said that many Duke-level NPCs were brought over by the Blood Clan invasion of the 7th District. By killing a few more, he might quickly collect 20 evolution crystals. Fang Heng felt good and reached out to collect the evolution crystal that Monbo dropped after death. Looking around, more blood clans responded to Monbo's final call and continued to gather. It wasn't safe to stay here any longer. Fang Heng was about to step on the barbarian's shoulder to leave when he noticed something emitting a faint red light beneath Monbo's body. Huh? What's that? Fang Heng swiftly cut down the bloodsucker attacking from the right side, then stepped forward quickly to pick up a dark red wrist guard on the ground. Buzz. The wrist guard flashed with a light and was smoothly picked up by Fang Heng. Hint: bloodline recognition successful. You obtained the item, Blood Clan Wrist Guard item. Blood Clan Wrist Guard. Description: special item, soulbound, occupies a special inventory slot, cannot be discarded, will drop upon death. Description: one of the 13 sacred items of the Blood Clan, rumored to possess great power. Placing it in the backpack will immediately take effect, boosting basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic stamina +1. Blood. Description: additional skill, Blood Shadow Avatar. Skill description: summon an avatar with the same attributes as you. This avatar has double the health, inherits some passive abilities, cannot actively use skills. Avatar duration, 30 minutes, cooldown, 3 hours. Description, rumored to hide the great secret of the Blood Clan among the 13 sacred items. Obtaining more Blood Clan sacred items can provide additional effects. Description, next stage combination effect. Increase all players' basic attributes by 2 points. Description, upon closer inspection, you can see a faint 7 engraved on the inside of the wrist guard. Collecting 5 Blood Clan wrist guards and going through the Blood Clan ritual can synthesize the Blood Clan wrist guard. Additional description, wrist guards of higher quality have stronger effects. After successfully synthesizing a quality wrist guard, all wrist guards with the word inferior lose their effect. Feng Heng briefly scanned the skill description of the wrist guard in his hand. Junk, the summoned Blood Shadow avatar, it as powerful as his integrated barbarian avatar. At best, it could be used for some sleight of hand tricks. It seemed that Monbo's use of the avatar skill just now depended on the amplified effects of the wrist guard's abilities. Thinking about this, Feng Heng stuffed the wrist guard back into his backpack. Well, the wrist guard did increase his basic attributes by 3 points, and its effects could take place immediately in the backpack. Not bad. When he collects more Blood Clan sacred items in the future, he might even receive bonuses from a set of Blood Clan sacred items. Huh? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Thinking back, he had only killed 2 Blood Clan dukes since he started playing the game, and both of them had dropped a Blood Clan sacred set. Was it luck? Or was it the game's design that most Blood Clan dukes possess Blood Clan sacred items? Sacred items had properties that drop upon death. So, killing 2 more Blood Clan dukes would complete the 3-piece set. As he turned around, he felt the urge to go back and kill another Blood Clan duke right away. After some contemplation, Feng Heng resisted the impulse. Oh well, no rush. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. Seeing a large number of bats flying towards his direction, Feng Heng suppressed his greed and quickly leapt onto the shoulder of the integrated barbarian, striding off in the direction of the Left Path Game Guild's exit. Feng Heng didn't notice that after he left, Monbo's body slowly melted into blood and seeped into the earth. Left Path Game Guild's temporary branch office. Feng Heng. Zhang Lei was slightly surprised to hear that Feng Heng had arrived at the shelter branch office, and then he was overjoyed, setting aside his current work to immediately find him in the control room. I finally found you. Somehow, Zhang Lei felt a bit emotional. His emotions had been on a roller coaster ride from extreme joy to deep sorrow during this period. At the beginning, when they learned that Feng Heng had gained control of the entire 8th district, both Zhang Lei and Chairman Tiazhen were dumbfounded. They couldn't believe it for quite some time. They thought they might be hallucinating. Weren't they secretly plotting about the 7th district's mainline mission with Feng Heng? How did Feng Heng suddenly complete the entire mainline mission of the 8th district and gain control of it? Did they misunderstand something? After accepting this reality, they were overjoyed. Feng Heng's strength had naturally been greatly enhanced after obtaining the 8th district. Their gamble paid off. Zhang Lei, who had always teamed up with inferior teammates, suddenly felt like he was turning his luck around. He even had the urge to post on the forum to boast. Really seeking advice, their teammate had become so successful that he felt like he had become the inferior one now. What's even more unexpected was that the following day, they learned of the mysterious death of Cao Huai and the chaos in the 7th district. At that moment, Zhang Lei felt ecstatic, as if he was overcome with happiness. Good buddy, with Cao Huai dead and the federal chaos, how could that numbskull from the 7th district still be their opponent in the future? Under the influence of various negative news, the housing prices in the 7th district plummeted significantly. The Left Path Game Guild took advantage of this and rapidly acquired properties, accelerating the layout plan for Feng Heng's Hela organization Sample Perception Tower. However, the guild's joy did not last long as the 7th district was invaded by the Blood Clan. The Left Path Game Guild, along with the Scavenger Legion, the Federation, and all the major guilds in the 7th district found themselves being aggressively attacked by the invading Blood Clan. The Blood Clan advanced like a force of nature, expanding outward from the Songxi mountain area, destroying shelters along the way. Housing prices in the 7th district plummeted once again. In just 2 days, the Left Path Game Guild suffered losses in the millions, and the Blood Clan's offensive continued. If things continued this way, all the industries they had laid out in the 7th district would be destroyed by the Blood Clan. What made Chazin and Zhonglei even more anxious was their inability to contact Fang Heng. They rushed to find Mojue, but even that unreliable person couldn't locate Fang Heng. The Left Path Game Guild was in a state of panic, with the feeling of being a headless fly, fighting against the Blood Clan on one hand and frantically searching for Fang Heng on the other. Sorry, had some urgent matters to deal with the past couple of days, but it's all resolved now. It's good you're back. It's good you're back. Zhonglei felt relieved that the Left Path Game Guild might have a chance now. Fang Heng, we're in big trouble now. Read Novel's website. The fastest updates for the game played by everyone, hanging out starting from the Zombie Doomsday to the latest chapters. I roughly understood some of it. Fang Heng withdrew his gaze from the map on the screen and glanced around. What about Tia Town? A large shelter we bought recently happened to be on the Blood Clan's attack route, so the guild leader personally took people over to defend it. Oh. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The Blood Clan was attacking both the 5th zone and still had the capacity to attack the 7th zone. Angitus is really strong. We must find a way to bring it back to the 8th zone. The shelter we bought not long ago at Tia Town, we planned to set up a magnetic field sensor there, originally to search for samples of the hero organization, Zhonglei was saying when he turned around and saw an excited expression on Fang Heng's face, leaving the rest of his words stuck in his throat. Fang Heng. Oh. Fang Heng controlled his excitement in his eyes and said, "How's the situation over at Tia Town now?" "It's very bad." Zhonglei forced a bitter smile. "There's a small space rift device there, so supplies are relatively complete. We barely made it through last night, but tonight is uncertain." Fang Heng looked up at the map again. "I'm heading over to support now. And there's something very important that I need your help with." Zhonglei's expression turned serious, and he quickly opened the in-game notebook, nodding. "Go ahead. I'll remember. I need some medicinal materials. I'll list the details for you. Contact the Federation. Go find Chen Yu from the Federation and say it's for me." Fang Heng pointed to the screen where Tia Town was being defended. "Have them transported there as soon as possible through the Space Rift device. Contact the people there to prepare the medicinal materials for reception and prepare a larger storage room quickly cleaned out. I'll need it soon." Medicinal materials. And the Federation. Who is Chen Yu again? In such a short time, what kind of agreement did Fang Heng reach with the Federation? Zhonglei was full of doubts, quickly recording Fang Heng's request, holding back from interrupting Fang Heng's words. "Also, I need ammunition replenishment. Do you have any 12.7mm armor-piercing rounds? I need to get them immediately." Zhonglei saved the notebook and looked up. "We have them, but not many in reserve. I'll have them sent to you right away." "No need. I'll come with you to pick them up." Zone 7 Federation Headquarters. Chen Yu still felt a little dizzy. He felt like he had been hit on the head by pie falling from the sky. Over 8 hours ago, he received orders from his superiors to immediately go to Zone 7 of the Zombie Doomsday, temporarily take over as the Zone 7 commander, to cooperate with Fang Heng to defeat the Blood Clan and regain control of Zone 7. In the blink of an eye, he became the highest commander of Zone 7. The military orders were overwhelming, and Chen Yu immediately turned to enter Zone 7, absorbing as much information about Zone 7 as he could along the way. He had known that Zone 7 was in big trouble, but only after Chen Yu truly entered Zone 7 and learned about various information did he realize that the crisis in Zone 7 was far more terrifying than the rumors outside. One thing was certain, Zone 7 would be much better in Fang Heng's hands than in Night Owl's hands. "Commander, just received a message from the Left Path Gaming Guild. They need our assistance in obtaining a batch of medicinal materials. They specifically said to find you. It's an urgent need raised by Fang Heng, to be sent to the designated shelter area. Medicinal materials. Fang Heng, what does he need medicinal materials for? First it was the perception tower, and now medicinal materials. Chen Yu was briefly stunned, then nodded. Immediately prepare according to the request, collect the relevant medicinal materials, and send them over as quickly as possible. Yes, Chen Yu continued. What is the progress of the magnetic field sensing tower construction? 3 hours ago, we obtained a copy of the blueprint from Mr. Mojoe and completed the replication in the game, which has been issued to all Federation shelters at the first time. Most shelter construction resources have been prepared in advance and are currently being constructed. The first batch of constructions is expected to be completed before 2 a.m. tomorrow, with some shelters delayed to shortages of materials and construction personnel. All perception towers are expected to be completed by noon tomorrow. Good, Chen Yu responded. He always couldn't understand Fang Heng's operations, but he thought logically, as long as Fang Heng's flashy operations kept them safe and ensured the defeat of the Blood Clan, it would be a good thing for the people of Zone 7, and a great achievement for him. A large shelter built near a water source. Under the cover of night, a large number of low-level Blood Clan members swarmed towards the shelter. A swarm of bats in the distance. Town personally commanded, leading the players in the shelter to resist the Blood Clan's attacks. Starting 2 days ago, every night, groups of Blood Clan members would leave their territory to attack the player shelters outside the territory. The players initially thought they were facing a zombie wave when they saw such a large number of Blood Clan members for the first time. However, the Blood Clan members were even more difficult to deal with than the zombie wave. In just 2 days, the entire Zone 7 was in disarray, and most of the eastern zone had already fallen. The players knew that relying on the defense forces of the current shelter to hold out for 2 days was almost at the limit, but at least they could choose to resist the Blood Clan to slow down their invasion into Zone 7. Among the many players, Town remained calm in his command. He had just received an uplifting message. Fang Heng was coming to support. This immortal teammate always brought unexpected surprises. From the misfortune of encountering the Blood Clan invasion to now, Town felt as if he had been injected with several doses of adrenaline, suddenly more excited than ever before. Just hold on a bit longer. Reinforcements will be arriving soon. The players guarding the shelter remained tense, constantly aiming and shooting. Starting from the mid-level, bat-form vampires could quickly approach the shelter, and players needed to be vigilant at all times to shoot them down remotely before they got close to the shelter. Otherwise, once they invaded the shelter, it would cause even greater harm. They expressed skepticism towards Town's words. The whole Zone 7 is overwhelmed. How could they have the time to help others? Hey, look at this. What is that? A player had just headshotted a Blood Clan member, and suddenly, he saw something through his telescope. He raised his head, pointing to a certain direction in the distance. Town turned to look in the direction the player was pointing. He vaguely saw several red dots in the distance. Town's heart skipped a beat. His heart couldn't help but beat violently. Where's the telescope? Taking the telescope handed over by his subordinate, Town immediately looked over to the position of the red dots. It's a group of lickers. Town had never looked forward so much to the appearance of lickers. Finally, his teammates had finished hanging out. The website for reading updates the nationwide game the fastest, starting from the zombie apocalypse. The latest chapter is now available for AFK grinding. Our reinforcements have arrived. Tiazen was overjoyed and immediately shared this good news with the team of players. However, the players' expressions only showed a slight sense of joy, then quickly calmed down. The reinforcements were too few. Compared to the vast numbers of the Blood Clan, the group of less than 100 lickers seemed like a drop in the ocean. Seeing the players' lack of enthusiasm, Tiazen also fell silent for a moment. Indeed, even though the lickers controlled by Fang Heng had undergone special evolution and possessed strength far beyond ordinary lickers, But there were too many Blood Clan members. Could they really turn the tide? In an instant, the group of Lickers clashed with the Blood Clan. The dense Blood Clan immediately surrounded the Licker group, like the players at other shelter outposts watching. Tiazan furrowed his brow tightly, his heart sinking deeper and deeper. Tiazan's eyes lit up. Something's not right. These Lickers are different. The progress of the battle was completely different from what Tiazan had anticipated. The red group of Lickers invaded the Blood Clan. The sharp claws tore open the bodies of the Blood Clan members one by one. At the same time, they were surrounded by the encroaching mid-tier Blood Clan members, the sharpened Blood Clan members using red glowing daggers to scrape off large chunks of flesh from the Lickers. The full minutes passed, and none of the besieged Lickers had died. Tiazan carefully observed the Lickers in the distance through a telescope. Their self-healing speed was terrifyingly fast. In just a few days, the strength of Fang Heng's Licker group had unexpectedly increased so significantly. Tiazan was somewhat astonished. He knew Fang Heng's Lickers were powerful, but he had never thought their vitality could be strengthened to this extent. These Lickers are so strong, unkillable, damn, incredible. The players also noticed the abnormality of the Lickers, instantly boosting morale. Unfortunately, the number of Lickers was still limited. The pace of slaughter was effective but not decisive. If only there were 10 times more. Tiazan was thinking when heavy footsteps approached. Bang, bang bang. Tyrant, look, it's the Tyrant. The fusion Tyrant of the Scavenger Legion. Following the direction of the voices, Tiazan's pupils contracted once again. Fusion Tyrant body. The top combat power of the Scavenger Legion. Unlike before, this time the Fusion Tyrant body seemed a bit fatter. Upon closer inspection, behind the Tyrant body was a huge black box. A box. What's inside it? Tiazan wondered. Fang Heng stood on the shoulder of the Fusion Tyrant, holding the Tyrant's head with one hand. Rows of game hints flickered madly on his retina. Killing Blood Clan members can earn survival points and evolution crystals. This means that these Blood Clan members are not controlled by players. Most of them are life forms incubated by Angitis. Not bad. You can also earn some more survival points, but later the Tyrant body will need to undergo modification, and it will cost a lot for the modifications. For Fusion Tyrants stepped into the battlefield under Fang Heng's control. Originally, the Fusion Tyrant, as a heavy siege unit, did not have the advantage against small creatures like blood slaves. A single slap could swat away several, mostly causing severe injuries, but not fatal. Dingman specifically developed a Gatling gun to deal with them. Under Fang Heng's control, facing the approaching waves of Blood Clan members, the Fusion Tyrant body halted its steps. They raised an improved multiple-barrel Gatling gun that had been carried on their back the whole way, while their right hand split into tendrils, securely wrapping the Gatling gun in its grip. Squeak, 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 squeak. The multi-barrel Gatling gun spun rapidly. Bang, 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 bang. The muzzle aimed at the swarms of Blood Clan members, crazily firing. Once the densely shot bullets grazed the bodies of the Blood Clan members, they would directly blast large holes in them. Under the pouring bullets, masses of Blood Clan members were blasted into pieces. Such powerful force. Fang Heng was amazed. The Gatling gun's recoil force was so strong that only heavy creatures like the Fusion Tyrant body could easily control it. The 4 Fusion Tyrants alone standing there attracted the hatred of the Blood Clan. Wave after wave of Blood Clan members rushed forward, then fell under the gunfire of the Gatling gun. Fang Heng's game log began to fill up with pages, his survival points sharply increasing. Watching this scene from beyond the defensive line of the shelter, the players felt a profound shock from the depths of their hearts. The Fusion Tyrant body was already terrifying enough. With the Fusion Tyrant body empowered by the Gatling gun, it became even more terrifying. They were like killing machines, crazily harvesting the lives of Blood Clan members like a meat grinder. The number of Blood Clan members decreased visibly at a staggering speed. Some couldn't help but ponder. What if their shelter faced these kinds of Tyrant body creatures? Look at that. There are people behind them. Someone pointed at one of the Fusion Tyrant bodies. It's Fang Heng. Fang Heng. Feng Heng had become very famous in Zone 8 of the game in these few days, and players immediately recognized him, excitedly waving and shouting at Feng Heng. "He's coming towards us." From a distance, while continuously firing, the fusion tyrant body walked towards the outskirts of the shelter, raised his hand, held Feng Heng in the air, and threw him towards the direction of the shelter. Feng Heng was thrown into the air, feeling the scenery rapidly retreating behind him. He adjusted his posture, aiming for the landing spot. Asterisk thud. Asterisk. Landing. Feng Heng ran forward a few steps before barely regaining his balance, almost bumping into the wall. In front of so many people, he almost made a fool of himself. Feng Heng turned around, searching in the crowd for Tiazin's figure. "Phew, Feng Heng, didn't expect you to arrive so quickly." Tiazin hurriedly walked out of the crowd. Seeing Feng Heng, he felt completely relieved, wiping the sweat from his forehead. The large shelter he had just acquired had been saved. After scanning the defense situation of the shelter and its surroundings, Feng Heng asked, "How's the situation?" "Not so good." Tiazin, who had lost quite a bit of hair these past 2 days, sighed. "I don't know how the people from the Blood Clan apocalypse managed it, but there are large numbers of Blood Clan invasions every night. These 2 days have been somewhat better, but on the first night, a large number of high-tier Blood Clan members joined the battle, and we could barely hold our ground then." Feng Heng lightly nodded and asked, "Do you know why the Blood Clan invaded Zone 7? "I have no idea." Tiazin helplessly smiled. He hadn't closed his eyes in the past 2 days, too busy protecting the shelter to have time to think about these matters. Tiazin lowered his voice, whispering to Feng Heng, "I heard from Zhonglei that you've allied with the Federation." Indeed, the cooperation intention has been temporarily achieved. Feng Heng had been tricked by the Federation several times and still felt a bit uneasy. He nodded and said, "I have already had the Federation help establish the Coordinates Tower to collect samples from the Hela organization. I haven't told them the real purpose of building the sensing tower yet. I just said it was to deal with the Blood Clan. Once you find the coordinates, go there yourself and bring back the organization's entity." "Alright, let's do that." Tiazin expressed agreement with Feng Heng's keeping a hand strategy. "As for the Blood Clan on our side, I will take care of it." Feng Heng turned around and looked down at the battlefield. The improved output power of the rotary machine gun was powerful to the point of explosion. In just a short moment, the battlefield was cleared, leaving an empty space. Any Blood Clan members who entered the firing zone would be blasted into pieces. However, after equipping the rotary machine gun, there were also negative effects. The fusion of the tyrant's body required carrying a huge ammunition box on the back, which somewhat restricted movement. Additionally, the ammunition supply was still limited, and in just a few minutes, most of it had been consumed. Seeing that the Blood Clan could no longer threaten the shelter, Feng Heng turned to Tiazin and asked, "Have the medicinal materials we asked from the Federation been delivered?" "Part of it has been delivered, and the rest is on the way. I will take you there." Sinksk Mountain Sanctuary, 5 floors underground. Atina stood under the androdistant tree. Looking up, she saw a red cocoon-shaped fruit hanging from the tree branches. The fruit was covered with strange patterns and circles. Atina raised her hands and slowly condensed a blood curse in them. As the blood curse activated, the cocoon-shaped fruit began to vibrate rapidly as if alive, emitting a dazzling red light. Suddenly, a pair of blood-stained arms extended from the cocoon. Struggling, the arms tore the cocoon open, and Manbo crawled out, falling to the ground. After a short time, Manbo gradually gained control of this new body. Breathing deeply, full of anger and resentment, Manbo stood up, regaining his composure. Atina glanced at Manbo's exposed upper body and asked, "What happened?" "I underestimated it." "Who?" Manbo opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. It was only then that he realized he had fought the opponent without even knowing their name. Feeling frustrated, he gritted his teeth and said, "He's a stranger. The prince should know him." Atina looked at Manbo as if he were a complete fool, making a mistake and not even trying to make up for it. He went to see the prince himself. "Never mind. Don't bother the prince for such a trivial matter. Athena shook her head and reminded, he can control the fusion of the tyrant's body. He should be a prominent figure in the Scavenger Legion. Ask Dr. Dingman. She should know. Dingman? That human. Is it necessary? Seeing Monbo still puzzled, Athena sighed and explained, go clear the Scavenger Legion while it's still dark. Force that person to show up and retrieve the sacred artifact. This is your best chance to rectify your mistake. Monbo's expression changed several times in an instant. It was only then that he suddenly realized something. After his physical body died once, he had lost the Blood Clan wristband. Once the Elder Council noticed the loss of the sacred artifact wristband. Handle it quickly, before anyone else notices. Thank you, Athena. I will remember this favor. Late at night, Fusion tyrant bodies ran along the main road carrying heavy ammunition boxes on their backs. Several trucks loaded with medicinal materials and vine zombies followed closely behind. Sitting in the driver's seat, Zhonglei glanced through the rearview mirror. A large group of lickers rapidly crawled behind the trucks. What was this strange sense of security? Ever since Fang Heng had returned, despite the ongoing threat from the Blood Clan in the 7th District, Zhonglei felt reassured. As the recently acquired large shelter at the front line was now secured, they were on their way to support the Scavenger Legion headquarters. Zhonglei was pondering when a flash of light passed by behind the car. Elite player Ding Chang of the Leftist Union came online and, after adjusting to the dazzling entrance into the game, immediately said, Zhong, Boss Fang, we just received urgent news from Lin Hanjiang. A Duke-level Blood Clan member is leading a team to the Scavenger Legion headquarters. In the co-driver's seat, Fang Heng made a light sound of agreement. It was expected. Fang Heng had already anticipated that the Blood Clan would soon launch a counterattack against the Scavenger Legion. Therefore, after preparing a small amount of temporary War God potion at the shelter, he rushed to the headquarters with the potion and medicinal materials to provide support. Lin Hanjing couldn't obtain much information, only knowing that Monbo was leading the team in addition to Dingman, who, with a raised eyebrow, Fang Heng interrupted, what Blood Clan Duke? Monhu, Monbo. Wasn't he already killed by Fang Heng, and even exploded with high-energy evolution crystals and a Blood Clan sacred wristband? Fang Heng found it strange. Was there another person with the same name on the Blood Clan side? Ding Chang, unaware that Monbo had been killed by Fang Heng before, looked at Fang Heng in the co-driver's seat with a puzzled expression. Boss Fang, do you know him? Fang Heng didn't dwell on this issue any longer and explained to Zhonglei, it's not certain if it's the person I know. It doesn't matter, continue. Alright. Ding Chang continued. In addition, before the attack, Monbo went to Dr. Dingman to inquire about your identity. Dr. Dingman has already hinted to the other party to use a large number of blood puppets as the main combat units. Monbo didn't doubt it, and Dr. Dingman has confirmed through the monitoring platform that Monbo, leading a large number of mid to high-level Blood Clan members and blood puppets to the Scavenger Legion headquarters. Isn't it a mistake? Zhonglei listened in surprise, looking at Fang Heng with a puzzled expression. Encouraging the use of blood puppets as the main combat unit. Who is Dr. Dingman? Is she on the side of the Blood Clan? That's my arrangement. I communicated some details with Dingman before. We speculate that the Blood Clan might attack the Scavenger Legion headquarters. We discussed deceiving them into using blood puppets for the attack as much as possible. Zhonglei became even more confused. Are you sure it's a deception? He couldn't understand why luring the other party to attack the Scavenger Legion headquarters with a large number of blood puppets would be beneficial. Was it not causing trouble for themselves? Can they really defeat a group of 5th-level creatures? Zhonglei couldn't help but ask, Boss Fang, why are you doing this? Title: National Game. Starting from the Zombie Apocalypse, Hanging Passages, Volume 552. A bit challenging. Fang Heng raised 3 fingers and concisely said, Time is tight. The giant blood puppets are giant life forms with slow movement speed relative to the overall blood clan. We can significantly delay their arrival at the Scavenger Legion headquarters, allowing us to rush back to the headquarters and prepare for the confrontation in advance. Secondly, after the blood puppets die, they can explode high-energy evolution crystals, which I am in lack of. As for the third point, there are many blood puppets in the enemy headquarters. If we lure them out and kill them, we can reduce the danger when invading the enemy's headquarters next time. This, Zhonglei was momentarily embarrassed. Listening to Fang Heng's logic, luring out the blood puppets seemed like luring out the common zombies for killing. But those are blood puppets, 5th-tier life forms, top combat power in the zombie apocalypse, close to the ceiling. Zhonglei sighed. But Fang Heng, can we really hold off those blood puppets? It is indeed a bit challenging. Fang Heng nodded, acknowledging this point. The 5th-tier blood puppets are formidable, but charging at them all at once would also put a lot of pressure on the Scavenger Legion headquarters. Therefore, it depends on tactical arrangements and on-the-spot performance. Making use of the slow movement speed and impaired brain function of the blood puppets, along with the fast movement of the lickers and their ability to survive physical damage, they could defeat the blood puppets one by one. With a clear objective in mind, Fang Heng turned to Dong Chang in the back seat and asked, "When did the blood clan depart?" "It was about 40 minutes ago." Fang Heng glanced at the time, calculating they could arrive at the Scavenger Legion headquarters nearly half an hour ahead of the blood clan team. Theoretically, the Scavenger Legion headquarters would only have half an hour of preparation time. The risk was significant. After some thought, Fang Heng turned his head and said, "Time is tight. I'll find a way to delay them. You continue leading the team to deliver the truck supplies to the Scavenger Legion camp. Give everything to Osborne, you've met him. Delay them? Wait, you're going alone." Zhonglei was stunned. Before he could respond, he saw Fang Heng open the car door and reach out his hand outside. Creak, creak. Outside the truck, 2 crazy vines extended and tightly wrapped around Fang Heng's arm. "It's up to you now." "Huh? What?" Before Zhonglei could react, the next moment, Fang Heng was pulled away by the vines, directly landing on the front of the truck, moving forward with the raging tyrant body. Bang bang. The raging tyrant marched with heavy steps, taking Fang Heng in another direction and quickly disappearing into a forest. This new vehicle was excellent in this aspect. Unable to navigate by large trucks to terrain difficulty, they could maintain high-speed movement and even directly plow through some smaller obstacles without dodging. Plus, it didn't tire or consume fuel. The speed of travel increased again, with a clear goal in mind of delaying the Blood Clan's attack speed and possibly seizing the opportunity to kill the blood puppets and obtain high-energy evolution crystals. Under the cover of night, utilizing the Blood Clan's night vision ability, Fang Heng anticipated the approximate position of the Blood Clan, preparing to intercept in advance. An hour and a half later, in the forest, Monbo led a large group of Blood Clan towards the Scavenger Legion headquarters. Halfway through, Monbo looked up at the moon. It was urgent. Less than 4 hours until dawn. The slow movement speed of the blood puppets had slowed down the entire Blood Clan team. To save time, he chose to take a shortcut, crossing directly through a forest area. The faster they recovered the Blood Clan relic, the less likely they were to be detected. Monbo realized that bringing the blood puppets might not have been a good choice. Perhaps it was better to bring part of the Blood Clan first and then converge over there. As Monbo was considering, he raised his head and suddenly saw 4 huge shadows emerge in front. Raging tyrants. Seeing those figures clearly, Monbo's pupils dilated suddenly, tensing up immediately, entering a state of alert, and the person standing on the shoulder of the raging tyrant. It was Fang Heng. Monbo had already learned Fang Heng's name from Dingman. He was the one who took the Blood Clan wrist guard. Before Monbo could ignite his anger, he suddenly saw Fang Heng holding a very familiar sniper rifle and aiming it at him. In an instant, Monbo's pores contracted, his back covered in cold sweat. Bang! The next second, a gunshot rang out. Monbo evaded the sniper rifle's attack in advance. A mid-level blood clan unfortunate enough to get hit was grazed on the right arm by the fortified sniper bullet, exploding the whole arm. "It's you." Manbo gritted his teeth, staring fiercely at Feng Heng. "You're Feng Heng, oh? Finally know who I am." Feng Heng identified Manbo on the other side, somewhat surprised. Hadn't he already been killed once? How was he alive again? "Hand over the Blood Clan relic." Manbo's anger surged. This person not only killed him once, but also snatched his Blood Clan relic. Once the Elder Council found out about this, he would face severe punishment. "The relic. Are you talking about this?" Feng Heng flipped his wrist, took the wrist guard relic from his backpack, and held it up. He deliberately wore a provocative expression, then ostentatiously put it on his wrist in front of Manbo. "Sorry, it's mine now. You're dead." Manbo's anger escalated to the extreme, pointing at Feng Heng abruptly. The mid to high-ranking Blood Clan in bat form surrounding him rushed towards Feng Heng swiftly. Unlike the previous encounter, this time, he brought a large number of the Blood Clan with him. Among them were even some high-ranking Blood Clan. The abilities of the high-ranking Blood Clan were further enhanced, able to use simple blood spells, and even condense blood as weapons. Facing the approaching bat swarm, Feng Heng and the four raging tyrants standing side by side simultaneously raised their Gatling guns and aimed at the front. At that moment, Manbo suddenly felt an ominous sensation. Bang, bang, bang. Intense bullets shot out from the gun barrels, the roaring echoes reverberating throughout the forest. The mid-level Blood Clan charging forward barely had time to dodge, most of them directly blasted into pieces by the dense bullets. The high-ranking Blood Clan, having their body qualities strengthened 3 times, couldn't be instantly killed. After landing, they quickly entered defensive positions, dodging around frantically, looking for cover, but they couldn't find any. The bullets leveled a vast forest area. For a moment, the stench of blood filled the entire forest. Manbo didn't dare to confront such a strong firepower head-on, and had to leap aside to avoid the Gatling gun's range of attack. The 20-odd blood puppets in the rear team finally caught up. Only the blood puppets, with their powerful long-range physical defense, could withstand the intense firepower output of the raging tyrants, considered as shields by the Blood Clan, hiding behind them. But even the blood puppets couldn't endure the continuous onslaught of the powerful firepower from 4 Gatling guns. They could raise their hands to protect their core, preventing damage. Feng Heng, leader of the Scavenger Legion, possessing the ability to control the fused tyrant body. He hides behind the blood puppets, clenching his fists tightly. He is keenly aware that Feng Heng's strength has once again increased since their last encounter. Their entire team has been temporarily suppressed. Hiding on the side, Manbo felt a bit fortunate. Fortunately, he heeded Dingman's advice before launching the attack, adding a large number of blood puppets to the team, otherwise they would have been even more passive. The attack of the rotary machine gun lasted for nearly a minute before barely stopping. Without delay, Feng Heng sees the blood puppets approaching and runs away after accumulating enough hatred. The sound of gunfire gradually ceases. Manbo's expression is somewhat grim. The opponent's attack has temporarily stopped. This is normal. After all, the rotary machine gun consumes a huge amount of ammunition. It is also possible that the gun overheated, so the fused tyrant body cannot continue to use the rotary machine gun. Even without touching the Scavenger Legion camp, he had already lost part of the mid-level bloodline in advance. Chase. Feng Heng cannot be allowed to escape like this. Last time it was because of being too careless and lacking a large number of mid-high level bloodlines around that they were accidentally killed by Feng Heng. This time, he brought a large number of mid-high level bloodlines. He absolutely cannot let him escape again. Manbo's eyes were filled with anger, immediately commanding his underlings to chase after Feng Heng. Feng Heng stands on the shoulder of the fused tyrant body, seeing Manbo chasing from behind. He inwardly rejoices. Hey, that stupid NPC's intelligence is really low. Such a simple lure and he fell for it. The ammunition box carried by the fused tyrant body on its back is huge. Coupled with a small amount of ammunition in his backpack, he can actually sustain another 5 minutes of output. continuing to lure for a while. Soon, the fast-moving mid-high level bloodsuckers and the slower-moving blood puppets in the rear team will be completely disconnected. By then, his lickers can consume this wave of blood puppets and earn high-energy evolution crystals. The plan hastily made by Fang Heng, which he thought would be difficult to succeed, but unexpectedly Mengbo was so impatient, he directly chased after him, falling into the trap. Then he can experience the treacherousness of players. Fang Heng is delighted to encounter an opponent who is easily provoked. He orders the fused tyrant body to change direction and run towards the other side of the forest away from the headquarters of the Scavenger Legion. Mengbo's mind was clouded by anger. Fang Heng's anger is one thing, but the most important thing is the bloodline artifact Fang Heng holds, the wrist guard. Apart from revenge, his purpose for coming to the Scavenger Legion this time was to force Fang Heng out and take back the artifact wrist guard. As for the Scavenger Legion, he doesn't care at all. Even if he recaptures the headquarters of the Scavenger Legion, what's the point? Even if the people of the Scavenger Legion are slaughtered back and forth a dozen times, it's useless. Without the wrist guard, he will still be severely punished. Seeing Fang Heng trying to escape, Mengbo naturally chased after him desperately. In the dense forest, Fang Heng identified the direction and led Mengbo and his bloodline group towards the other side, gradually moving away from the headquarters of the Scavenger Legion. They chased for more than 5 minutes until the gap between them gradually narrowed. Mengbo's mood grew more exuberant. Suddenly, the fused tyrant body in front slowed down its pace. They stopped, turned slowly to face the bloodline group chasing from behind. Mengbo's heart skipped a beat. Having been killed by Fang Heng once already, he had some lingering fears. Seeing the 4 fused tyrant bodies that had been chased all of a sudden stop running, he instinctively felt that the other side might be setting up some trap, and didn't immediately order the bloodline to attack. Oh, quite clever. Fang Heng's mouth curled up in a mocking smile, and the fused tyrant bodies once again raised their rotary machine guns. Mengbo's pupils contracted. Quick, retreat. Boom boom boom. The rotary machine gun once again erupted with a torrent of bullets, pouring out densely and ferociously. The bloodlines once again scattered to evade. Many mid-level bloodlines couldn't escape in time and were directly blasted into pieces. The gunfire lasted only 20 seconds this time before Fang Heng ceased the attack using the fused tyrant bodies and ran away again. Damn it. Despicable human. Mengbo looked up. He felt completely toyed with. By understanding Fang Heng's tactics, Mengbo quickly came up with a plan. Next time, he won't be as lucky. Just good at running? Mengbo's eyelids twitched, once again ordering the bloodline group to chase. Fang Heng controlled his speed all the way, waiting for the bloodline group behind to catch up. After another 5 minutes, the gap between them was greatly reduced again. Fang Heng was about to repeat the same strategy, but he found that Mengbo was already prepared. Waving his hand forward, the frontmost high-level bloodline immediately opened his arms and made a gesture of drawing a bow and shooting arrows. The higher-level bloodlines possess a long-range attack ability similar to blood bows. Before the 4 fused tyrant bodies could stabilize and raise their rotary machine guns, the high-level bloodlines in front of them simultaneously stretched their blood bows. A wave of dense blood arrows shot out. The blood arrows landed on the fused tyrant bodies, causing intense explosions. The fused tyrant bodies had to protect their vital organs by crossing their hands in front of their eye orbs, but their blood levels still dropped significantly. However, with the powerful healing ability of the undead body skill, the blood levels of the fused tyrant bodies rapidly climbed back to full health. Clever now. Planning to fight back, Fang Heng realized that he underestimated the bloodlines. The fused tyrant body once again raised the rotary machine gun. This still won't work. Watching this scene, Mengbo gritted his teeth. The fused tyrant body is really difficult to deal with. Under the attack of more than a dozen high-level bloodlines, even he had to avoid their edge, while the fused tyrant body directly chose to confront them. Subsequently, he heard the clicking sounds. Boom 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 boom. The deafening noise of the rotary machine gun once again echoed through the entire forest. This time, The gunfire lasted for over a dozen seconds. When the gunfire ceased, Mengbo looked up and saw Feng Heng running far away once again. Hey, let's see how long you can run. Mengbo was furiously annoyed. He was very certain about one thing. The fused tyrant body's bullets were limited. Let's see who can have the last laugh. Mengbo led the bloodline group in hot pursuit. Meanwhile, Feng Heng was feeling good at the moment. Standing on the shoulders of the fused tyrant body, he drew out an improved sniper rifle and aimed it at the bloodline group behind. Running on the fused body was very bumpy, greatly reducing the accuracy of the sniper shots. Dealing with high-level bloodline counts like Mengbo, even on level ground, hitting directly would have a very low success rate. Even against high-level bloodlines, without hitting their vital spots, it would be difficult to kill them with a single shot. Take it slow. Feng Heng was not in a hurry, just casually practicing his spear technique. It wasn't about inflicting harm. The important thing was to draw out hatred. Feng Heng, is that all the tricks you have? I will tear you apart and make you wish you were dead. Seeing the rage in Manbo's eyes filling up his pupils, Feng Heng knew his hate was drawn out perfectly. Every time Manbo was about to catch up, the fusion tyrant would stop using the rotary machine gun and strike back for a short period. Manbo endured the reduction of his squad, relentlessly pursuing Feng Heng. Escaping for the fourth time in a row, Feng Heng sat on the shoulder of the fusion tyrant, temporarily putting away the upgraded sniper rifle, and distractedly observed the condition of the Lickers group on the game day. Good news. The Lickers had successfully intercepted the blood puppets detached from the rear and the main forces, and were attacking them. The blood puppets were 5th-tier creatures with extremely strong defensive abilities and could not be killed instantly. However, they were earning steadily from this wave. Manbo, who was chasing behind Feng Heng, did not realize that the blood puppets at the rear were already trapped. Even if he reacted now and tried to rush back to support, it would be too late. In a little while longer, the high-energy evolution crystal would be obtainable. Feng Heng pondered, closed the game log, and glanced back at the fiercely chasing Manbo. So, what comes next? How to deal with Manbo? After all, the entrapment plan was temporary and had many bugs. Feng Heng swiftly calculated, slowly wearing down with the sniper rifle at hand was not a viable option, as the hit rate was insufficient to deplete the enemy. After some thought, Feng Heng felt his intelligence wasn't enough. Start by gradually exhausting all the bullets on him to reduce the number of the Blood Clan group. Buy more time for the shelter. Perhaps by daybreak, they would retreat on their own. Thinking that the upgrade to the 4th-tier space tear device was one step closer brought a good mood to Feng Heng. Conversely, Manbo, chasing after Feng Heng, was in a terrible mood. Time and time again, he thought he was about to catch up, yet Feng Heng managed to escape repeatedly. He was infuriated. Regardless of the cost this time, he vowed to make Feng Heng pay with his life. The sky revealed a pale light. On the watchtower of the Scavenger Legion headquarters, Zhang Lei rubbed his sore and swollen eyes. Am I seeing things? Is it getting light outside? Beside him, Dong Cheng nodded. Lei, you're not mistaken. It's getting light. Zhang Lei rubbed his slightly sore temples in confusion. It was strange. They had been standing here all night waiting for the Blood Clan's attack, and now it was almost morning, but they were nowhere to be seen. The scout team that just went out came back and still didn't find any movements from the nearby Blood Clan. Led by Osborne, the Scavenger Legion had waited a whole night as well. He said in a deep voice, Mr. Zhang Lei, could there be an issue with the intelligence? Absolutely not. There couldn't be an issue. Behind them, Chen Yu looked grave. There shouldn't be a problem with the intelligence. Our Federation also has people constantly monitoring the exits in the Blood Clan barrier area for reconnaissance. Someone saw a large number of mid to high-level Blood Clan groups leaving the gathering site last night, and they confirmed the presence of at least 25th-tier blood puppets in the group. 25th-tier creatures. Upon hearing this, everyone felt a heavy heart. The pressure was overwhelming. Such a level of creature strength was a disaster for any shelter. Osborne was baffled. If the intelligence is accurate, why have the Blood Clan vanished? It's already dawn. A moment of silence fell upon everyone. No one could answer Osborne's question. They were all perplexed. Ahem. Zhonglei suddenly had an idea, clearing his throat to draw everyone's attention. Could it be possible that Fang Heng single-handedly wiped out their pursuers? Huh? Chen Yu and Osborne exchanged glances. Last night, Zhonglei hurriedly returned with a large amount of medicinal resources and the newly completed War God potion to the Scavenger Legion headquarters. He then rallied the Scavenger Legion NPCs to work tirelessly regardless of the cost. Until an hour ago, they had completed the modification and reconnection of the branch space tier device located at the Scavenger Legion headquarters, establishing a connection to a new main large-scale space tier device, fully opening the teleportation channel to the outside world. After learning that the Scavenger Legion was about to be attacked by a significant Blood Clan force, Chen Yu immediately brought a group of elite players from the Federation to support through the portal. Everything was ready. The energy beam weapons were fully charged, and the outer defenses of the shelter were once again urgently reinforced, waiting for the Blood Clan to charge in for a final battle. Now, they were told that the enemies had been wiped out by the harassing team sent out. Wasn't that too exaggerated? The group fell into a brief silence, but upon careful consideration, if it was Fang Heng, it might indeed be possible. Chen Yu scratched his head. Their entire 7th zone had been crushed by the Blood Clan. Could Fang Heng really single-handedly take down a key Blood Clan force? Isn't that a bit far-fetched? Zhonglei glanced at Chen Yu, thinking, can anyone really call out far-fetched from your mouth? If anything seemed far-fetched, it was the sudden cooperation between you from the Federation and the Scavenger Legion. Zhonglei was still a bit confused. How did Fang Heng and the Federation suddenly have such good relations? The Scavenger Legion rushing over for support was hard to believe. Chen Yu was overly enthusiastic, which made Zhonglei suspicious and cautious. Chen Yu also couldn't understand why the Blood Clan hadn't arrived yet. He said, "All right, let me try contacting Fang Heng again." Saying that, Chen Yu tried to send a message to his friend Fang Heng via the survival radio. Initially, Chen Yu didn't have much hope, thinking the message would likely be ignored as in the past. But to his surprise, just half a minute after he sent it, Fang Heng actually responded. "Fang Heng, everything is going well. I'm on my way back to headquarters. There are over 200 high-tier Blood Clan members and over 1,000 mid-tier Blood Clan members on the opponent's side. I expect to arrive in 15 minutes. Get ready for battle." Chen Yu was amazed. He replied, "He says there are 15 minutes left." Everyone was startled. "Quickly, inform everyone. The Blood Clan is invading in half an hour. Make all the necessary preparations. Don't let your guard down." Understood. Chen Yu immediately made the news of Fang Heng passing through the survival radio public, then sent another message. "Chen Yu, we have reinforced the shelter defenses, set up energy cannons and a large amount of explosives in advance. I also managed to acquire a small amount of antidote that can weaken the strength of the blood race from the end of the blood family apocalypse. Chen Yu, it's a bit troublesome with the blood puppets now. The amount of weakening antidote is very rare, and it also has no effect on the blood puppets. The quantity of explosives is limited. We only buried one wave. Estimated it won't be enough to cause sufficient damage to the blood puppets. How many 5th-level blood puppets does the enemy have?" "Fang Heng, there is still that kind of antidote. Brother, I always said you are the most reliable in the entire Federation. Don't worry about the blood puppets. I have resolved it. Next, we just need to figure out how to deal with those high-level blood races. When I come back, let's celebrate together." Upon seeing Fang Heng's reply, Chen Yu was stunned. What did he say? Resolved. Is it the literal meaning? Seeing Fang Heng's reply, he stopped and thought carefully. Hey, what did he say? Seeing Chen Yu standing still after seeing the message, Zhonglei couldn't help but touch his arm, looking serious. Is there a problem? No, it's not, this. Chen Yu also didn't know if this counted as a problem. He handed over the end of the world radio to Zhonglei. Take a look. Zhonglei and Dong Cheng gathered to look at it upon hearing this. Resolved. How did he resolve it? Nearly 25th level creatures just disappeared like that so easily? The two looked at each other, falling into a brief silence. On the shelter tower, players responsible for reconnaissance immediately sounded the alarm upon seeing four fusion tyrants running in the distance, followed closely by a group of Blood Race members. Numerous sniper rifles were already aimed at that group of Blood Races. Mengbo realized that the enemy was heading back towards the scavenger camp. However, after chasing Fang Heng for most of the night, he was not willing to give up at this point. Fang Heng watched Mengbo still clinging to him tightly, even chasing into the canyon where the Scavenger Legion headquarters was located. The hatred, solid as a rock, a sneer crept onto Fang Heng's lips. "Humph, young man, your anger is too much." With that, Fang Heng aimed his gun at Mengbo behind him and gestured with a middle finger. "Fang Heng." Mengbo evaded the sniper shot, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, itching to tear him apart right now. Fang Heng glanced at Mengbo, continued to load the sniper rifle, and sent a message to Chen Yu. "Fang Heng, I led them into the explosion zone. Don't worry about me. Just blast them. I have a way to survive." As he hadn't closed the survival radio yet, Chen Yu almost instantly replied. "Chen Yu, coordinates. These two locations are our reserved save points, with minimal impact from the explosion, but still be extremely careful." Fang Heng put away the survival radio, quickly opened the map to search for the corresponding coordinates. Truly an old partner, Chen Yu understood him well, even leaving save points behind. Fang Heng mentally praised Chen Yu and then controlled the fusion tyrants, luring the Blood Race members chasing from behind into the headquarters defense area. The four fusion tyrants quickly reached the safe coordinates, stopped in unison, and turned to face the Blood Race members behind them. "Aren't you going to keep running?" Mengbo, seeing Fang Heng finally stop, his face growing darker. He was too lazy to continue with harsh words, waving his hand signaling the high-level Blood Race members rushing to launch a blood arrow attack on Fang Heng. However, before the high-level Blood Races could draw their blood bows, Mengbo heard a loud rumble. Boom, boom. Almost instantly, a large amount of explosives buried in the ground were remotely detonated. Continuous intense explosions echoed throughout the area. Fang Heng's eardrums vibrated, his brain filled with ringing noises. He saw his health points decreasing rapidly. The fusion tyrants extended dense tendrils from their bodies, enveloping Fang Heng tightly within. Fang Heng really wanted to drag Chen Yu out from the shelter and make him stand here to experience what a save point truly meant. Seriously, Fang Heng had been gambling all along. He was gambling on the strength of his immortality recovery ability, betting on the explosive damage not being able to kill him during that stage. Even if luck was at its worst and the immortality effect didn't work, the damage from the explosion belonged to the fire attribute burning damage. At worst, he still had a free incubation chamber in the 8th area, providing a free resurrection. The negative effects of the immortality skill elimination effect cleared the ringing in an instant, followed by consecutive intense explosions ringing in his ears, tormenting him. After enduring 5 or 6 rounds of torment, he finally stopped completely. As the explosion ceased, amidst the smoke and dust, Fang Heng could barely see how the Blood Race group on Mengbo's side fared. Most of the mid-level Blood Races were likely killed by the explosion, but the high-level Blood Races were tenacious, possessing a special petrifying effect that could save their lives. Target. Focus fire on target A29. Energy cannon charging. Fire. As Fang Heng watched, he suddenly heard a familiar sound nearby. Then, two faint blue beams shot out from the shelter's direction. Zoom, zoom. The beams penetrated the smoke and dust, emitting two explosive sounds. Boom, boom. Followed by the continuous sound of sniper rifle shots. The sniper rifles were loaded with a special antidote to restrain the Blood Race. Subsequently, red blood arrows also shot out from the smoke and dust. Fang Heng squinted, seeing several figures piercing through the smoke and dust, attacking him. Not dead yet. The high-level Blood Races indeed posed a problem. Several high-level Blood Races were approaching rapidly towards Fang Heng and the fusion tyrants, their arms glowing red. using their arms as blades to make horizontal slashes. Sheeing, the sharp red glow easily cut through the fusion tyrants' bodies, leaving a huge tearing wound. Blood spurted out. Thud. One of the fusion tyrants tossed away the minigun in hand, switching to a chainsaw, ruthlessly sweeping towards the incoming blood races. However, the movements of the high-level blood races were extremely agile, most of them directly evading the chainsaw attacks and attacking the fusion tyrants viciously. It's a bit tricky. Seeing the situation, Fang Heng realized it was not good and quickly backed away. Fang Heng, hurry, come up. Following the direction of the voice, Fang Heng turned his head and saw a rope descending from the wall of the shelter nearby. Bang, bang, bang. The intense sound of gunfire continued to sound. Mingbo's face was streaked, with blood flowing down his cheeks. He supported himself with one hand on the ground, holding his lower abdomen, struggling to stand up. Just a moment ago, in the dizzying aftermath of the explosion, Manbo was hit head-on by two beams of light cannons, causing a blooded hole to explode from the left side of his abdomen. The blood royal lineage couldn't heal such a massive wound in a short time, so they could only manage to staunch the bleeding. As the smoke cleared, Manbo stared fiercely ahead, his pupils tinged with resentment. Chasing after Fang Heng, the once myriad mid-level blood vampires were mostly wiped out in the explosion, leaving less than 1,000 mid-level blood vampires dead in the aftermath. And now, like him, a large number of high-level blood vampires had also been severely wounded. They continued to attack the four fused tyrants in front of them, appearing to have temporarily suppressed the fused tyrants, but Manbo knew deep down that relying solely on these high-level vampires wouldn't be enough to completely destroy the fused tyrants. With the support attacks from above the sanctuary, as for the blood puppets that had long lost contact with the group, they had yet to respond, whether they were missing or something else. Should he leave, or should he stay and fight on? Manbo had to make this decision. Leaving would mean the loss of the blood vampire sacred wrist guard, which would be indefensible, but staying here. Few. Manbo's pupils suddenly contracted, a sense of imminent danger exploding in his heart as he swiftly dodged to the side in his original position. Looking in the direction the bullet had come from, he saw Fang Heng. Fang Heng hadn't fled. He was still holding a sniper rifle, half kneeling behind a wall, a disappointed expression on his face. He hadn't fled. He was launching another surprise attack on him. In an instant, Manbo's anger surged to the extreme, enduring the pain of his wounds as he fiercely darted towards Fang Heng's position. This was his last chance. Kill Fang Heng. Relying on his powerful perception ability, Manbo evaded most of the sniper rifle attacks from above the sanctuary, his figure splitting into two, then four, then 8 during the sprint. 8 shadows bent over to soar towards Fang Heng. Yet, Fang Heng remained standing in place, a hint of mocking on the corner of his mouth, switching bullets with extreme calmness. This disregard only further infuriated Manbo. The surrounding high-level blood vampires all turned towards Fang Heng's position, launching a final assault on him. Swoosh! Manbo raised his right hand. A dense blood aura enveloped a thin mist around his dagger. A red light streaked through the air. It hit. Manbo felt his dagger slice across Fang Heng's throat, distinctly seeing a trickle of blood escape from Fang Heng's neck. He wasn't dead yet. Manbo's pupils tightened slightly. Following that, he saw Fang Heng suddenly reach out his hand, tightly gripping his shoulder. In that moment, Manbo instinctively felt a strong sense of danger. He almost subconsciously tried to break free. However, Fang Heng's grip was even stronger than he had anticipated, rendering him unable to move. Then, Manbo's eyes were filled with the color of blood, the blood light on his dagger intensifying, slashing once again at Fang Heng's neck. Bang! Almost simultaneously, a gunshot rang out. Manbo's sense of danger soared to its peak. He tried to evade, but realized he was firmly held in place by Fang Heng, unable to significantly move his body. In the next moment, the bullet accurately hit Manbo's heart, plunging straight in. Manbo's final strike also viciously slashed across Fang Heng's neck before him. He watched as Fang Heng's figure exploded in front of him, bursting and splintering into a spray of blood. Blood Shadow Doppelganger. The phrase floated in Manbo's mind. Why? Boom. In the next instant, a special-made sniper bullet from Dingman exploded for the second time. Manbo felt like his heart was being rammed by a truck head-on, his entire body being fiercely thrown back by a surge of tremendous force. In the distance, atop the defense tower, Chen Yu and Zhang Lei almost simultaneously shouted, "Hit him! Quick! Energy cannon? Where's the energy cannon? Aim at him! Fire!" Beside the two of them, Fang Heng slowly lowered the sniper rifle in his hand. Tip. Your Blood Shadow Doppelganger has perished. Tip. Your sniper shot on Manbo has crit, causing 956 piercing damage, 1262 explosion damage, sending Manbo into a brief dazed state. Alright, take back what I said earlier. In certain special circumstances, the Blood Shadow Doppelganger skill is quite useful. Fang Heng murmured. Below, a large group of high-level blood vampires shot towards the airborne Manbo, attempting to shield him in their midst. Swoosh, swoosh. Two energy beams finished charging, radiating to blue lights. The blood vampires hit by the beams along the way were instantly obliterated, crashing heavily into Manbo. Boom. Another explosion. The successive massive damage caused Manbo to fall into unconsciousness, his body plummeting down from the air. This was the chance. Seeing this, Fang Heng's eyelids twitched, turning to shout at the group. Protect me. Huh? What are you doing? Zhang Lei was puzzled. Then he saw Fang Heng leaping directly down from the watchtower. Following closely, a fusion tyrant caught Fang Heng. Having worked with Chen Yu for a long time, he had already shouted at the first moment, "Quick, cover Fang Heng." Looking down, Fang Heng was standing on the fusion tyrant's shoulder. In his hand was a thick book with a silver rim. What's that? Zhang Lei looked perplexed. Reading at a time like this. At this moment, Fang Heng's eyes were coated in a layer of ashen gray. The world he saw suddenly turned black and white. Opening the book of the trapped souls in his hand, the three remaining fusion tyrants had already begun to advance towards Manbo's landing spot, swinging iron cables towards Manbo for a brutal assault. While numerous half-dead high-level blood vampires rushed towards Fang Heng, they were all preemptively blocked by the cannon and sniper bullets from the defense post. Fang Heng stayed absolutely focused, gazing at Manbo's location, directing the fused tyrant beneath him to slowly approach. A series of game prompts flashed in the bottom right corner of his retina. Tip. Your zombie doppelganger inflicts 207 damage on Manbo, leading him to a bone-crack state. Tip. Your zombie doppelganger inflicts 129 damage on Manbo. Tip. You have slain the unique character, Manbo, and gained survival points *221, obtained a high-energy evolution crystal *1, and your relationship with the various bloodline clans has drastically decreased. Here it comes. Seeing the prompt that Manbo had been defeated, Fang Heng clearly saw a dark soul emerge from the corpse. This soul did not float aimlessly like a normal soul or merge with the earth. Instead, it was being pulled by a strange force, swiftly racing away into the distance. What's going on? Upon closer inspection, a faint reddish glow surrounded the soul body. It stood out starkly in the black and white world. What is that? Fang Heng had never seen such a thing before. Or was he overthinking it? Just a unique attribute of intensely powerful souls. For a moment, Fang Heng didn't have time to think too much. He directly followed the original plan and controlled the Book of the Dead to perform soul trapping. The Book of the Dead emitted ripples outward. Influenced by the power of the Book of the Dead's ripples, the soul left by Manbo slowly approached the book, seemingly being pulled by two different forces at the same time. This pulling lasted for over 3 minutes. Obviously, the Book of the Dead was closer to the soul, and the tearing force was stronger. After struggling, the soul was finally pulled into the Book of the Dead and disappeared completely. Finally, Fang Heng snapped the Book of the Dead shut with a tired sigh. He felt like he had been studying for 3 days straight, from morning to night. No wonder high-level soul bodies could fetch a good price within the association of necromancers. Money wasn't easy to come by these days. As Fang Heng muttered to himself, A game prompt flashed before his eyes. Prompt: you have sealed a high-level special soul body. Prompt: you gain 0.001 talent points in Necromancy. High-level special soul body. Is this the game's description of an NPC soul body? Feng Heng pondered. Although it sounded advanced by name, absorbing one only yielded 0.001 talent points through the Book of the Dead. There wasn't much of a difference compared to ordinary soul bodies. It was still better to sell them for money. Just as he was about to put the Book of the Dead back in his backpack, another prompt appeared on his retina. Prompt: undergoing assessment. Prompt: your necromancy talent exceeds 300 points, meeting the highest level appraisal standard. Other appraisal levels will decrease to the lowest standard. Prompt: your attributes of spirit, will, and insight all reach 10 points, meeting the lowest assessment standard. Prompt: you have successfully sealed a high-level special soul body, meeting the lowest assessment standard. Prompt: you have unlocked the hidden advanced condition for beginner necromancy, triggering the mission, Necromancy, Soul Scholar. Originally, us trying to earn some pocket money. It seems there might be an unexpected surprise. Feng Heng immediately opened his character menu to check the mission, Necromancy, Soul Scholar. Mission type: Skill Advancement Mission. Mission difficulty: S. Mission description: during the process of using the Book of the Dead to consume and seal souls, you have gained some special insights into the power of necromancy. Mission requirements: upon obtaining a high-level soul body and absorbing it, you can gain additional mission completion percentage. Once the completion reaches 100%, you can unlock beginner necromancy. Mission reward: beginner necromancy. Current mission progress: 0%. Prompt: absorbing the current high-level special soul body is expected to increase mission progress by 2 to 3%. Hidden skill advancement condition. Seems interesting. Completing the mission 100% would automatically upgrade basic necromancy to beginner necromancy. Feng Heng calculated in his mind, averaging about 2.5 for each Mengbo soul body. He probably needed to absorb another 40 blood kin equivalent in strength to Mengbo. Rumor had it that there were many blood kin invaders in the 7th district this time, but 40 seems a bit difficult. Feng Heng pondered, rubbing his chin. It's not just about numbers. There should be stronger souls among the blood kin. Perhaps absorbing 10% of the mission progress was possible. If he could defeat them, that is. Let's set this matter aside for now. There's more than one way to complete the mission. Maybe he can ask the necromancer scholars for a quick way. If not, buying some soul absorption at the Hall of the Dead might work. Advancing to beginner necromancy was not a top priority at the moment, and it could be considered later. However, in the future, he should be careful not to waste these high-level souls. Hey, Feng Heng, are you alright? Just as he was lost in thought, Feng Heng heard someone calling his name. Looking up, he saw Chen Yu waving at him from afar on the shelter walls. Everything okay? I'm fine. After Mengbo's death, the remaining high-level blood kin lost command and control, launching a suicide attack on the shelter. It wasn't a good time to be distracted. Feng Heng put the Book of the Dead back into his backpack, continued to control the fused tyrant body to deal with the remaining high-level blood kin, and climbed the shelter tower once again. Seeing the situation under control, Zhang Lei finally relaxed. Even the team led by the Bloodkin Marquis could easily be wiped out here. Why fear the Bloodkin? He was quite curious about Feng Heng holding the book with a unique shape just now, so he asked, what book was that just now? The Book of the Dead. Feng Heng didn't see a need to hide it. The Book of the Dead. Chen Yu was surprised again. What is that? Do you know? Others looked at Chen Yu with puzzled expressions. It's something that can seal souls, a necessary item for practicing necromancy. Chen Yu, with his professional background, explained. Suddenly realizing something, he continued, wait, you mean you use the Book of the Dead too? Chen Yu looked at Feng Heng, contemplating. Was Feng Heng just using the Book of the Dead to trap the soul of the Bloodkin Marquis? Yeah, Feng Heng nodded lightly. Chen Yu felt a bit shocked. The Bloodkin Marquis was at the peak of Tier 5, on the verge of Tier 6. To trap the soul of a creature with such strength, When did Fang Heng raise his level in necromancy so high? Thinking back to the few days Fang Heng was absent, rumor said he went to the Necromancer Association. Chen Yu quickly speculated, cautiously swallowed his saliva, and looked at Fang Heng with a somewhat horrified expression. Did he learn all this in just these few days? As Zhang Lei's group wasn't familiar with necromancy, they all wore expressions of unknowing respect. Dong Cheng, however, thought it explained how Fang Heng could control zombies. Fang Heng must have a high-level talent in necromancy. Oh yeah, Fang Heng shifted the topic away from himself, looking at Chen Yu. Why are you here too? I was a bit worried, so I came to see if I could help. Plus, I just received some information from the 5th district, Chen Yu said, glancing at Zhang Lei's group. Let's find a meeting room to talk in detail. Alright. Inside the meeting room, Fang Heng poured a whole bottle of coffee into his mouth. So tired, he found that returning to the 7th district was like a hellish beginning, dealing continuously with the bloodkin until now, only now finding some stability to sit down and catch his breath, sharing the latest information with the Federation. Let me start. I visited the Bloodkin's division base before and obtained some information there. Fang Heng roughly described the scene he saw in the Blood Clan branch before. After listening to Fang Heng's account, Chen Yu and a few others finally realized it was because of the existence of the Blood Clan's god tree in Jidus that the Blood Clan's forces could continuously appear in the 7th district, causing the entire 7th district to fall so quickly, and the reason Angitis could be so easily transplanted into the 7th district. Ultimately, there was a problem within their federation. Chen Yu felt very guilty about the current situation. He cleared his throat and continued speaking following Fang Heng's words. Just obtained the latest information from District 5. A large number of shelters in District 5 have been occupied by the Blood Clan, and the Blood Clan has looted a large amount of resources from the shelters and transported them to the 7th district. Resources. Tiezhen felt strangely puzzled, asking, is it for looting? Do the Blood Clan need those things? We are not sure either, but the intelligence department believes that the Blood Clan's invasion of District 5 is not just about looting. Fang Heng listened and immediately remembered the Night Owl organization's attempt to transport the crystalline body of the zombie apocalypse during the last incident in District 5. Could they be trying to obtain the purple space crystal? Purple space crystal. Hearing this, Chen Yu also felt surprised, then furrowed his brows tightly. As you mentioned, large shelters containing small amounts of purple space crystals have all been thoroughly cleaned out by the Blood Clan. Fang Heng continued, what is the specific function of the purple space crystal? The purple space crystal is a very unique mineral, currently only appearing in District 1 and District 5 in the zombie apocalypse, Chen Yu roughly explained, shaking his head afterwards. His knowledge was limited to this, and he couldn't understand what the Blood Clan was up to. Mineral. Zhang Lei also murmured, what exactly are the Blood Clan up to? Suddenly, Dong Cheng, who had been silent all along, frowned. Let the red give us eyes. See the decay of time and space. Let the blue give us ears. Hear the passing of time and space. Let the purple give us nose and mouth. Breathe the disintegration of time and space. Everyone looked at Dong Cheng, all wearing confused expressions. It's part of the description in the Book of Enoch. You all say. Dong Cheng was also surprised by his sudden idea and cautiously looked at everyone. Could the Blood Clan be trying to open the Blood Clan realm? As soon as he finished speaking, Chen Yu's face instantly changed. He seemed to have heard something terrifying, his face becoming extremely pale. Fang Heng and the people from Left Path Gaming Guild were still in a state of confusion, exchanging glances. What is the Blood Clan realm? The above is an excerpt from the Book of Enoch, with 3 colors corresponding to the purple space stone in the zombie apocalypse, the blue space stone in the wasteland world, and the red space stone in the Blood Clan world. I heard some background information about a high-level mission before. In the Blood Clan world, by combining sacrifices to Angitis and 3 special space stones, a stable spatial channel can be opened inside the Blood Clan world. Dong Cheng was originally a player in the Blood Clan world, and he knew more about the Blood Clan than ordinary players. Zhang Lei was even more confused. So, you mean, Night Owl put in so much effort just to establish a passage in their own home? No, it's not like that. According to the Book of Enoch, after opening the channel, the Blood Clan can enter the ancestral land of the Blood Clan through the channel, which is a special world where the Blood Clan ancestors are buried. There, the Blood Clan can obtain the power to enhance the entire Blood Clan world. In addition, Dong Cheng swallowed. That channel can also lead to the real world. Upon hearing this, Fang Heng and Tiajen's expressions also changed slightly. What a prick! Could Night Owl's ultimate goal be to open a passage to the real world within the game? Is their target the real world? If this thing really succeeds, Fang Heng glanced at Chen Yu. What's the point of him saying his various actions are similar to the Anti-Federation organization? Compared to villains like Night Owl with lofty goals, his scavenger legion was just a little brother, just doing some things in the game. Look at others. They have already invaded the real world. Chen Yu couldn't sit still at this point. He stood up and said, "I'm sorry. Everyone, this is of great importance. I need to log off immediately to report the situation to my superiors and carry out intelligence assessments immediately." "Yes, contact us immediately with any updates." Fang Heng nodded in agreement. "All right." In a hurry, Chen Yu logged off again. Fang Heng then looked at the others in the room and asked a question that he was personally very curious about. "I can understand that the Blood Clan wants to open a passage to find the ancestors of the Blood Clan and enhance the overall strength of the Blood Clan world. But why do they want to invade the real world?" Zhang Lei hesitated and asked back. "Night Owl, an anti-Federation organization. Isn't it normal for them to invade the real world for destruction? Just for destruction? Your thinking is off, buddy. Villains don't just go around causing destruction for the sake of it. They must have some grand ideals, right?" Fang Heng felt there was still something wrong with this. Tezen tried to analyze. Night Owl has some power in the Blood Clan world, but it is far from being able to control the entire Blood Clan. This invasion behavior in District 7 seems more like a collective behavior of the entire Blood Clan. From my perspective, the Blood Clan and Night Owl have reached a cooperative agreement. After using the 3 minerals to open the Blood Clan channel, the Blood Clan gains access to the place where the Blood Clan ancestor resides, and Night Owl gains the ability to invade the real world. Fang Heng thought this line of thinking was quite plausible, but it still couldn't explain why Night Owl wanted to enter the real world, just for destruction. What benefits does it bring to them? As a way of restraining the Federation? Oh well, I can't figure it out. Let's just assume that Night Owl has gone crazy and is preparing to cause some chaos in the real world. If the Blood Clan really invades the real world, then the Federation will have a headache. Fang Heng had just finished speaking, hadn't even found a place to sit and think about the follow-up plans, when Chen Yu hurriedly logged back in, confirming it. "Fang Heng, the People's Game. From the zombie doomsday to the end of the plug-in." Chen Yu's face was serious. "We just confirmed with the owner of the Blood Clan holy object, the blood sacrifice ritual. There are 3 conditions to open the door of the Blood Clan. The first is the fruit of Engideth, the second is the Blood Clan seal, and the third is to integrate the unique spatial ores of the 3 basic game worlds of the zombie doomsday, Blood Clan Doomsday, and Wasteland Doomsday." "Phew, scared me. That means we were overthinking," Zhang Lei said, seeming relieved. "Even if they have obtained the purple spatial ore of the zombie doomsday, they still need to get the blue spatial stone of the Wasteland Doomsday and the Blood Clan ring and Angatath's fruit. The real world should still be safe." Dong Cheng was skeptical about this. He said, "Angatath's fruit requires a large amount of blood and flesh for irrigation. From Fang Heng's intelligence, it seems that Angatath's fruit has matured, and they have already obtained it. As for the Blood Clan ring, it's not difficult for the Blood Clan." Zhang Lei was taken aback, saying, "Is that so?" "He's right. One of the 13 Blood Clan holy objects scattered in different Blood Clan worlds, the Blood Clan ring, is only in the hands of players who are friendly with the Federation. We are trying to confirm the whereabouts of the rest of the Blood Clan rings. And also, Chen Yu's face turned pale as he continued, about 5 years ago, an accident occurred in the wasteland doomsday controlled by the Federation. Many personnel died in that incident, and during the inventory of warehouse supplies, it was discovered that a large amount of resources went missing, including a large quantity of blue spatial crystals. Subsequent investigations revealed traces of the Night Owl operation. After hearing Chen Yu's account, the room fell silent again. Well, there's no escape now. After all this fuss, the Blood Clan is only left with the purple spatial crystals to open the Blood Clan realm. No wonder they made such a big deal out of it this time. Almost everyone present felt that the Night Owl's goal this time was to open a passage to the real world and cause some trouble. However, no one had anticipated that the Night Owl's plan had been laid out 5 years ago. There is no substantial evidence to suggest that the Night Owl's ultimate goal is to invade the real world. Seeing the overly tense atmosphere in the hall, Tiazhen tried to reassure everyone, saying, "It's possible that we are scaring ourselves here. Just like Fang Heng said, they don't necessarily need to invade the real world." Everyone then looked towards Fang Heng. Taking a casual sip of his coffee, Fang Heng lowered his head and thought. With Chen Yu on the scene, the Federation's intelligence was unexpectedly efficient. The investigation was clear so quickly. He felt that the Night Owl organization's goal was probably not to invade the real world. But it wasn't just about causing destruction. That would be too cheap. That guy Black probably knows something, and confirming this with him face to face would likely validate this news. But he currently couldn't immediately contact Black. Digressing, that's not what should be considered right now. Fang Heng looked up and said, "Regardless of whether the Night Owl's ultimate goal to open a path to the real world, we must find a way to prevent them from getting the purple spatial crystals, right?" Chen Yu grimly nodded. "Yes, the Federation has raised the level of the 7th District Crisis event again. We need to accelerate our actions to impede the Night Owl's speed in acquiring purple spatial crystals. But it's been so long, they probably have already obtained some of the purple spatial crystals. Opening the Blood Clan realm requires a significant amount of energy. If it's just a small channel, it's still manageable. But if the Night Owl's ambition is substantial and involves transporting a large number of Blood World creatures into the real world, or even opening a permanent large one-way channel." Seeing Chen Yu's stiff expression, Dong Cheng didn't continue. Fang Heng silently shook his head. Looks like the Federation was once again outsmarted by the Night Owl. The permission for the opening of the spatial channels was firmly controlled by the Night Owl, putting a bomb in their hands. The size of this bomb would likely be the next issue. Fang Heng had started imagining that one morning he wakes up to find the world taken over by blood clans. The former owner of this body wasn't wrong. Hiding in the game might be safer. Chen Yu said, "Fang Heng is right. We must immediately stop the Blood Clan. It's no longer just a zombie doomsday problem. Forget about the 3 basic game worlds. Even the real world will face immense danger." Fang Heng's thoughts were brought back to reality by Chen Yu. No one wanted the real world to be in peril, and this was of no advantage to him either. But that was a bit far off. The safety of Dingman was the immediate concern now. Once the Blood Clan obtains enough purple spatial crystals, the remaining risk is also upon Dingman at the Blood Clan branch. Chen Yu received an urgent message from the survival radio station and checked the latest orders from his superiors. "Fang Heng, the intelligence department believes that there is at least a 20% probability that the Blood Clan's goal to open the Blood Clan realm. We have received authorization from superiors, and the Federation will launch a raid on the Blood Clan headquarters in the 5th District for hours from now, aiming to destroy the Blood Clan transmission channel in the 5th District at all costs." Fang Heng's eyes widened. It seemed like the Federation was in a hurry. In less than 10 minutes, they moved from assessing the opponent's potential intention to invade the real world to taking action, and it appeared that the likelihood of this operation failing was extremely high. "We need your help." Chen Yu looked at Fang Heng urgently, saying, "The plan is as follows. Similar to last time, we have assembled a special team, while dispatching numerous teams to attack head-on. We will arrange for a special team to infiltrate the Blood Clan headquarters in the 5th District and directly destroy the transmission channel. Listening to Chen Yu's words, Feng Heng did not respond and started thinking again, with his head down. Seeing Feng Heng hesitate, Chen Yu frowned. Feng Heng, is there any concern? Any requests can be made. I will coordinate, but we really don't have much time left. Well, I refuse to participate in this operation in the 5th District. Chen Yu exclaimed. He didn't expect Feng Heng to decisively refuse. First, the 5th District was already hit by a similar attack last time. I don't think they are that foolish. This time they must have taken precautions, making it very hard to succeed in a second surprise attack. Second, this time with Ingedith, the Blood Clan strength is higher than before, and the channel they use to enter the 5th District is from the 7th District, making it more stable. Once the 5th District is in danger, there will be a large number of Blood Clan entering the 5th District for support from the 7th District. Feng Heng thought there was a third reason. Last time it went smoothly was because he acted as a mole within the Blood Clan. This time, without a mole, executing the plan would be even more challenging. Feng Heng listened to the analysis and found himself speechless. The prepared words by Chen Yu couldn't be uttered at this time. No matter what, we still need to try. Being passive and doing nothing is too passive. We need to disrupt the opponent's plans and actions. Delay the collection of purple spatial crystals. Don't worry, Feng Heng said calmly. I'm just not participating in the operation in the 5th District. Not giving up directly. We have a better way of action. Chen Yu's eyes lit up. What way? 4 hours later, we will split up. The Federation will carry out a two-pronged assault against the Blood Clan headquarters in the 5th District according to the original plan, making it as grand as possible. Meanwhile, I will take the opportunity to attack the Blood Clan in the 7th District. We will act simultaneously in light and shadow. Once the 5th District encounters the Federation's attack, there's a chance the Blood Clan will mobilize forces from the 7th District to defend the 5th District, giving us a chance to infiltrate the 7th District. Since it's a two-way street, it doesn't matter whether we sabotage from the 7th District or the 5th District. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped to carefully consider Feng Heng's plan. It made sense. The overall strength of the Blood Clan was stronger than theirs. In a situation where direct confrontation was a disadvantage, it was more likely to achieve success by adopting a disperse hit-and-run approach rather than concentrating on attacking the 5th District. Chen Yu immediately saw the reasoning behind it. He thought Feng Heng must have gained allegiance from the 8th District within such a short time, not just by luck. Alright, let's do this then. 4 hours later, the Federation in the 5th District will be ready. It is estimated that 6 hours later, the Blood Clan headquarters in the 5th District will be under siege. That will be around noon, when the Blood Clan strength is not enhanced. Okay, Feng Heng nodded. Chen Yu asked again, Feng Heng, how many people do you need for this operation? I will organize the personnel for you now. People. Feng Heng waved his hand. No, I don't need too many people. To facilitate communication, bringing two people with me should be enough. Just two people. Feng Heng explained. We agreed on infiltration and ambush. If we have too many people, it would turn into a direct confrontation. What we need is stealth. Makes sense. Chen Yu thought carefully and agreed with the logic. Feng Heng, we are really counting on you this time. No problem. Good. I'll go offline now to communicate the battle plan with the 5th District. Feng Heng nodded, then remembered something and stopped Chen Yu, who was about to go offline, saying, Oh, right, there's one more thing. The perception tower must be completed as soon as possible. This is our way to completely deal with the Blood Clan. Chen Yu was startled. The perception tower can completely deal with the Blood Clan. Yes, this is our opportunity. Alright. Chen Yu's expression became extremely serious. He nodded firmly and said, I understand, Feng Heng. I will make sure they speed up the process. Before noon today, all the shelters controlled by the Federation in the 7th District will have the perception towers built. I will bring you the good news. Don't rush. Do you have anyone in the Necromancer Scholar Association? I may need some help. There is. Chen Yu immediately nodded. However, he hesitated. We have a deputy chairman permanently stationed in the association, but his rank within the Federation is very high, and he has a peculiar temper. It might be difficult to contact him for help immediately. For now, I can contact at most two association members to help you as much as possible. If things get really tricky, we can reassess and make other plans. Alright. Fang Heng shrugged. It was better than nothing. He mainly wanted to buy some high-level special soul bodies to see if the Federation could provide a cheaper option, maybe even for free. If possible, he could try to upgrade his necromancy skills to the next level, making reviving Hela more stable. Well, I'll go now. I'll have them go directly to the Necromancer Scholar Association in the real world to find you in about 10 minutes. As he spoke, a white light flashed, and Chen Yu went offline and disappeared. Zhang Lei and Tiazhen looked at each other. Tiazhen said, Fang Heng, isn't it unnecessary? Just now you made a commitment regarding the perception tower. Will there be trouble with the Federation afterward? Hawk trouble. Why trouble? I was just stating the truth. Huh? We need to speed up. Divide our efforts. I will deal with the Blood Clan. The Federation has the most shelters in the 7th district. Once we get the last 4 pieces of the Hela organization sample, you immediately go search for them. You can rely on the Federation's power, but don't reveal more information for now. Okay. Fang Heng's expression also became serious. After thinking for a while, he had a rough plan in mind. If the highest combat power in the Blood Clan world was Angelitas the Ancient Tree, then the highest combat power in the zombie doomsday should be Hela, right? After all, she destroyed the entire Meteorite Corporation and brought the world to doomsday. In an ideal situation, reviving Hela and using her power to fight against the Blood Clan. Of course, even if they couldn't control Hela, as long as she could be guided or provoked properly, directing her wrath towards the Blood Clan. In the real world, the Hall of the Dead, it's not possible. Sir, the customer service personnel wore a professional smile and patiently explained to the young man in front of them. According to the classification of soul strength, you need 300 primary deity points for acquisition. So expensive. 300 points for 1 soul. I probably need 40 souls to advance to the next level in necromancy. 12,000 primary deity points. It's like robbery. The price is 3 times higher. When buying average soul bodies, they would cost around 300 deity points, but when selling them externally, they could only exchange for 100 points and even subject to a game tax, leaving them with approximately 60 to 70 points. The Necromancer Scholar Research Association is truly profiting hugely. After clarifying the prices, Fang Heng turned back to look at Tan Luo and Li Shaoqiang behind him. The primary deity points they had received from completing the main mission in the 8th district had already been spent. They didn't have any spare money. Tan Luo and Li Shaoqiang met Fang Heng's gaze and then looked at each other again. Both of them were broke. More than 10 minutes ago, they received orders from the Federation superiors to assist Fang Heng in the Necromancer Scholar Association. Subsequently, they brought Fang Heng to the Hall of the Dead to purchase soul bodies. Fang Heng tried one more time, asking, Isn't the Federation invested here? Can't we get a discount? Ahem, Fang Heng, that's not called investment. Only some Federation personnel are members of the association, and it doesn't involve their daily affairs. Fang Heng thought to himself, if they can't even give a discount, then what's the point of their involvement? Fang Heng, why do you need high-level soul bodies? Let us think of other ways to help you. It's for an upgrade. Fang Heng felt that there was no need to hide this matter. As Fang Heng spoke, Tan Shuo stood in place. He wanted to say something. His lips moved slightly, but he held back and didn't say anything. Upgrade. Why upgrade to a higher level soul? Li Shaoqiang didn't react right away. He raised his head, looking at Fang Heng with a strange expression. Could it be that you've already reached the threshold? Yes. It's the task to upgrade from basic undead studies, requiring absorption of a large number of high-intensity souls. Didn't expect it to be so costly. Fang Heng sighed. Listening to Fang Heng's words, Li Shaoqiang was also rendered speechless. He sighed. Fang Heng, your tone makes me want to punch you. If only I could beat you. Why? In just a few days, he had already started to upgrade. Why is the gap between people so huge? Throughout the whole conversation, Tan Shuo stood by and didn't say a word. He had completely withdrawn into himself. Since he last saw ManhwaRecap, he had been receiving therapy from a psychologist at the federal hospital every day. Seeing Fang Heng today shattered the little stability he had achieved. Compared to Fang Heng, who had just started studying the undead for a few days, they had been studying for years, but hadn't even touched the threshold of basic level. Li Shaoqiang also heaved a heavy sigh in his heart, wondering why he had asked that stupid question again. Watching Tan Shuo fall into a self-imposed isolation, Li Shaoqiang empathized. He patted Tan Shuo's shoulder and softly comforted, "Don't compare yourself with him, he's just a freak." Fang Heng realized he had revealed too much but didn't explain. He just asked, "Are there no other options?" Li Shaoqiang thought again. "Fang Heng, technically we can help you apply for a sum of God points from the higher-ups, but it will take time, involving God points, and since you are not a Federation member, it's quite difficult and not guaranteed to pass." Forget it. Fang Heng understood the value of God points. It was one thing for regular resources, but once it involved God points, a highly versatile resource, the Federation claimed a large amount in game trade tax. Even if there was a major crisis in the real world now, and the Federation was willing to provide him with some God points, it would still need layers of applications and approvals. It was just as slow. Fang Heng was prepared to go ask ManhwaRecap. Although the mysterious manner was a bit eccentric, he seemed quite amiable. "Let's go. Let's find Mr. Dickey. He has been studying the undead for hundreds of years. Maybe he has other methods. Now, Fang Heng, I suggest we come back at a different time. ManhwaRecap does not meet guests on Wednesdays and Thursdays. These times are his fixed reading hours. We'd better not disturb him at this time. No time to waste. Let's go try." Seeing Fang Heng insist, Li Shaoqiang and Fang Heng could only silently lead Fang Heng to ManhwaRecap's private study. With Li Shaoqiang leading, Fang Heng arrived at the door of ManhwaRecap's study. Outside the door, two undead study attendants stopped them. The attendant said, "Sorry, Mr. ManhwaRecap is reading in his study and cannot meet you. Please come back in 2 days." "I told you," Li Shaoqiang shrugged, wearing "I knew this would happen" expression. "Fang Heng, let's come back another time." Before Fang Heng could respond, the attendant looked at him. "Are you Mr. Fang Heng? ManhwaRecap has mentioned you. If you have something to discuss with him, I can take you in." "Thank you so much. Please leave me in." "Thank you." Fang Heng's eyes lit up. He turned to Li Shaoqiang and said, "I told you, ManhwaRecap is very willing to mentor the young." Li Shaoqiang was speechless for a moment. He watched as Fang Heng was led into the room by the attendant. "Mon, this game is really boring. It's Fang Heng." In the study, Dickey saw Fang Heng actively coming to see him and felt very pleased. He set aside the book he was reading half of. "What's up? Have you sorted out the matters in the game?" Seeing Dickey's slightly displeased look, Fang Heng immediately realized and rephrased, "ManhwaRecap." Dickey's expression was gentle as he nodded in approval. Sit down. No need to be formal." Fang Heng sat down opposite Dickey. The living room was large. 3 walls were lined with tall bookshelves filled with books. "Master Dickey, I encountered a little trouble in the game and wanted to seek your advice." Learning is a long process. Undead studies are even longer compared to other disciplines. Along this journey, we often encounter troubles, but don't worry. As your teacher, I will guide you forward. As I mentioned before, feel free to come to me for any questions. "Thank you. It's about the soul body. I have some doubts." Fang Heng briefly recounted the issues he encountered in the game. When Dickey heard Fang Heng mention the sealing of Manbo's soul, his eyes, which had been half closed, suddenly opened wide. There was a hint of excitement in his eyes that was hard to conceal. completing the seal of a high-level soul with just basic knowledge of undead studies. He was definitely a genius in undead studies. The revival of undead studies could be possible. Throughout his long life, Dicky had seen many geniuses, but never encountered someone as talented as Feng Heng. He had waited too long to find a successor. Therefore, Dicky felt extra precious about it and quickly concealed the excitement in his eyes. He felt the need to restrain himself a bit. It had to be done gradually. Overexcitement might scare the kid. What if Feng Heng changed his mind about studying undead studies later on? A force melon won't be sweet. He had to find a way to guide him. Feng Heng didn't notice Dicky's peculiarity. He was still thinking about Monbo's revival. He asked, "Teacher, what was that tearing force on Monbo's soul that I saw?" Dicky smiled gently and responded, "If I'm not mistaken, that should be the power of the vampire god tree, Angitas." Feng Heng was taken aback. Angitas revived Monbo. Feng Heng, humans have souls, but apart from humans, most other races of life also have souls. I have heard a theory that the vampire race evolved from humans. Hence, vampires also have souls. The red power you saw through your undead study skills came from Angitas. This power pulled Monbo's soul into the Angitas god tree. Later, through the nutrients supplied by the tree, Monbo was nurtured and reborn. Rebirth. When Feng Heng heard this, his first reaction was not trouble, but that this wave could bring in a lot of gains. Angitas still possessed the power of resurrection and rebirth. In that case, if he successfully brought Angitas back to District 7, could he also gain the power of unlimited resurrection? This is too good to be true. Feng Heng's heart started beating faster with excitement, and he hurriedly asked, "As long as Angitas exists, can the vampires rely on him for unlimited resurrection?" Theoretically, yes, but there are many limitations in the actual process, he was told. Firstly, the distance. The further away the deceased is from Angitas, the harder it is to pull their soul. If it crosses boundary, Angitas cannot retrieve the soul. Secondly, the strength of the soul. After resurrection, the soul will experience temporary weakness. Forget about unlimited times. Even for scholars well versed in necromancy like us, it's hard to endure multiple soul pulls in a short time. Thirdly, it is related to the strength of Angitas. Rebirthing the physical body. Infusing the soul consumes a substantial amount of Angitas power. Lastly, we can rely on many special powers to disrupt Angitas' resurrection. Dicky pointed at Feng Heng. Just like what you did before. By collecting Monbo's soul using the Book of the Dead, Angitas cannot continue exerting his power to resurrect. Feng Heng understood and nodded. It was about resurrection. However, it was a pity that resurrection required fulfilling many conditions and couldn't be used limitlessly. Teacher Dicky, thank you for your answer. Do you have any more high-level special soul bodies here? Even living ones. I can find a way to capture them myself. It's a bit challenging. What do you need them for? I triggered a low-level necromancy mission, which requires absorbing high-level soul bodies. Feng Heng said sheepishly. I'm embarrassed. I just strolled through the Hall of the Dead and the soul bodies there are too expensive. Triggered a promotion mission. Great. Dicky felt even more pleased. He found Feng Heng very pleasing compared to the players from the Necromancer Association, always bringing him surprises. Dicky was well aware of the hidden promotion mission that Feng Heng triggered. The difficulty of the mission was high, and the threshold was also high. Only players with exceptional talent in necromancy could trigger it. Dicky believed that as long as Feng Heng successfully advanced in necromancy, once he grasped the beauty of necromancy, he would continue down the path of necromancy. With this in mind, Dicky made a decision. I can help you, but Feng Heng, this is not free. You owe me a favor. Just like that. When did NPCs become this generous? Isn't this a bit too easy? Feng Heng immediately nodded in thanks. Thank you, teacher. I will never forget your kindness. He already owed Dicky a favor. What difference would one more make? Don't mention it. The title of teacher made Dicky feel good as well. He picked up the bell on his desk and rang it. Outside, a waiter entered upon hearing the bell. Go, bring down the prayer books from the 6th floor. Yes, master. The waiter nodded respectfully and went to fetch a ladder. Feng Heng felt more secure. Elevating necromancy to a low level, resurrecting Hela would be foolproof. He could even consider controlling Hela. While the waiter moved the chair to reach for a book on the shelf, Feng Heng continued. Also, teacher, about the mainline mission I mentioned earlier, if I resurrect that dead person, can I try to control her? Only in theory. In practice, it's challenging to achieve this through soul summoning. Even if the body and soul perfectly integrate, her soul is still damaged. To fully control her, the practitioner needs strong mental abilities. Furthermore, relying solely on basic level necromancy is still too difficult. Dicky added, I think provoking her soul is a good choice. A damaged soul is easily manipulated by emotions. She will become an angry puppet, destroying everything in her path. Thank you, teacher. Feng Heng humbly thanked. He understood. Controlling Hela was out of the question. He decided to change tactics. After resurrecting Hela, he would seduce her to battle with the vampires. Well, you must be cautious. As you said, Hela's mental level is not low. Be careful not to be affected by her madness. I understand, teacher. I will be careful. He left the study. Li Shaoqiang and Tan Shuo were still waiting at the door. Seeing Feng Heng coming out first, Li Shaoqiang asked curiously, How did it go? Feng Heng nodded and gave him a thumbs up. All sorted. What? Really all resolved? Li Shaoqiang was surprised. Could Master Dicky really be this generous? Giving away something worth 1 to West Divine points for free. While they were hesitating, they saw a waiter wheeling a small cart out of the study room. The cart was stacked high with a thick pile of books, around 50 or 60 of them. Mr. Feng Heng, can these books be placed in your temporary guest room? Of course. Thank you. Li Shaoqiang pointed towards the beautifully wrapped books on the cart. Feng Heng, these, what are these? These are prayer books loaned to me by Master Dicky, inside sealed with some high-level special souls. Thank you all. You helped me a lot this time. I'll take it from here. Sorry. Things are really busy over in District 7. You know how it is. I'll take my leave first. With that, Feng Heng hurriedly caught up with the waiter's steps. This. Li Shaoqiang turned back and looked at Tan Shuo. Master. He just called Dicky Master. Right. Although no words were spoken, Li Shaoqiang had already conveyed everything through his eyes. Seeing his expression, Tan Shuo silently nodded. In that moment, Li Shaoqiang suddenly felt that everything that happened before now seemed reasonable. Heiress. Only an heiress could receive such treatment. Master Dicky had chosen Feng Heng as his heir. Li Shaoqiang didn't know what to say, and for a moment, he felt dazed. Grand Master Dicky? It was said he hadn't selected an heir for over 500 years. He actually chose Feng Heng, who had barely touched necromancy for a few days. Don't dwell on it. This time, it was Tan Shuo who patted Li Shaoqiang's shoulder. He had accepted this reality. Let's go. Now that things have come to this point, further contemplation is pointless. As Li Shaoqiang regained his senses, he asked, Do you think we should report to higher-ups? Yes. Tan Shuo nodded, still appearing dream-shattered. They probably have some inkling, but it's right to file a report. 5 hours later, beneath the bloodline, sacred tree of Angatathis, Athena held the seals in both hands. Layers upon layers of densely packed incantations covered the red fruits hanging from the branches of Angatathis. Athena lowered the seals, her brows furrowed. She was sure that Monbo was dead, completely dead. That fool. Athena had thought Monbo would fail, but she hadn't expected him to actually die, unable to be resurrected even by Angatathis. What kind of trouble had they encountered? And that man, Feng Heng, was it him? Athena realized that the enemy was more troublesome than she had anticipated. She must remind His Royal Highness about this next time they meet to resolve this hidden trouble as soon as possible. Athena didn't want to risk going to see for herself. Just as she was thinking, a voice sounded behind her. Athena, there you are. I've been looking for you for a while. What's the matter? Trouble in the 5th District. The Federation is launching a fierce attack on our base in the 5th District, and Mills has requested our support. Mills, another fool, Athena thought to herself. She looked up and said, "Can't hold on anymore. The situation is not clear. Mills has a written order from His Royal Highness requesting our support." Athena felt uneasy, but she didn't show it on her face. "Since we have the prince's order, let's take people over there." Game 7th District. Feng Heng and 4 others were hiding in a forest on a high slope, overlooking the Bloodline Sanctuary branch. Since it was an infiltration, bringing the zombie clones in would alert the Bloodline members, affecting the ambush plan. So before coming, Feng Heng had already instructed the Lick Eaters and Vine zombies to commit suicide, only bringing for fused tyrants who couldn't suicide within a short time to infiltrate the Bloodline barrier. After successfully invading the Bloodline barrier, the 4 fused tyrants did not follow him further, but found a place to hide randomly. This time, along with Feng Heng, were Zhang Lei and Cheng Ye, as well as the Bloodline expert Zhao Dongyang hired by the Federation. Zhang Lei and Cheng Ye had been old friends for some time, making it more convenient to cooperate. When encountering trouble during the operation, the 2 of them could immediately go offline and communicate with the Left Path Gaming Association and the Federation. Meeting Feng Heng again, Cheng Ye's heart was mixed with emotions. She had known Feng Heng for neither too long nor too short. Obviously, she and Feng Heng had both initially infiltrated the Scavenger Legion, but at that time she was working for the Federation while Feng Heng was working for the Dark Knights. Look at them now, with Feng Heng having completely taken control of the 8th District of the Zombie Apocalypse and risen to the position of leader of the Scavenger Legion. And her, just a while ago, she was still moving logs within the Scavenger Legion. Alright, let's briefly go over the operation plan. Feng Heng withdrew his gaze from the distance and lowered his voice, saying, "Our mission this time is not to completely deal with the Bloodline, but to delay the Bloodline's collection of purple space crystals, delaying their time as much as possible. I know of a more concealed passage that leads directly into the sanctuary. Wait for us to sneak past directly. If there are any issues, you can bring them up now." Zhao Dongyang, hired by the Federation through special channels, furrowed his brows and asked, "Feng Heng, your plan seems empty. Do you have any specific operational objectives?" Overall, the goal is to find ways to carry out destructive activities, temporarily targeting the destruction of the spatial teleportation channel between the 5th and 7th districts. Zhao Dongyang's frown deepened. "Forgive me for being blunt, but I think your plan has a very low chance of success. Do you have a safe retreat plan prepared?" Zhao Dongyang personally didn't hold much hope for their mission this time. Just a few people trying to infiltrate a Bloodline branch and cause chaos, wanting to destroy the spatial channel. Were the Bloodline members idiots? It was practically seeking death. Unfortunately, the Federation had paid too much. Get paid, get things done. He just hoped the mission would end as quickly as possible without risking his life. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongyang and shook his head. "There's no retreat plan. Alright, if the plan fails and leads to death, my compensation will be very high." Listening, Cheng Ye silently rolled her eyes in her heart. She regretted following the leader's arrangement to bring Zhao Dongyang here. Along the way, there was always someone in the team muttering about retreating on the side. Annoying. "Let's get ready to go," Feng Heng said, and then glanced once more in the direction of the sanctuary not far away before turning his gaze to Cheng Ye. "It's your turn to perform." "Okay." Cheng Ye nodded. The Federation had chosen to send her to execute this mission for special reasons. On the one hand, she had met Feng Heng a few times and was more familiar with him, and on the other hand, it was because of her special talent. Talent skill, visual distortion. Cheng Ye could create a distorted visual area, camouflaging the light within a small area of the environment to merge with the surroundings, achieving the effect of stealth, particularly suitable for actions similar to infiltration. Of course, the range of this effect was not large, accommodating 6 people at max, and couldn't be maintained for long, making it easily detectable at close range. Watching as the reflections on everyone gradually blended into the environment, Feng Heng immediately opened the survival radio and sent a message to Lin Hansheng, The mole. Fang Heng, how's the situation inside the sanctuary? We're in position and ready to begin the invasion plan. Lin Han's Heng. It's a go. A large number of bloodline members have entered the teleportation channel and are heading to the 5th district. Dr. Ding Minbo will temporarily cut off external monitoring in 30 seconds. We only have 5 minutes. Please hurry. Fang Heng closed the survival radio and looked up, confirmed that some bloodline members have gone to the 5th district. Let's move. With the barrier created by visual distortion as cover, the group maintained a steady pace, moving towards the sanctuary. Several senior bloodline guards were scanning the area from atop the high walls of the sanctuary. If they looked closely, they might notice slight distortions in the space, discerning something unusual. However, these bloodline members seemed a bit lazy, standing high up with their gazes casually scanning the surroundings. They did not notice Fang Heng's team approaching from start to finish. Soon, with the help of Cheng Yi's skill effect, the four sneaked through the underground passage of the abandoned building and hid behind a wall around the corner. Behind the wall was the special entrance of the sanctuary. Four mid-level bloodline guards remained at the door. Zhao Dongyang sneered and whispered, "What's next? There are bloodline guards at the entrance. If we make any noise by accident, we'll be discovered by the bloodline members. Just watch quietly." Fang Heng nodded to Cheng Yi and Zhang Lei, and sent a message to Lin Han's Heng, indicating their readiness. End of this excerpt. Click. 2 seconds later, the alloy gate behind the 4 vampire guards suddenly opened. Lin Han's Heng swaggered out of the shelter, seemingly casually walking up to a mid-level vampire. The guards were momentarily unable to confirm Lin Han's Heng's identity and mistakenly thought he was a vampire, looking at him oddly. "You are, Puff." A soft sound. The vampire, who was about to speak, couldn't help but lower his head, looking at the position of his shoulder. There was a syringe stuck there. A syringe. The vampire felt dizzy for a moment and then collapsed to the ground. What's happening? The other 3 vampires were immediately attracted and turned to the direction where the syringe attack originated. Before they could see where the syringe came from, Lin Han's Heng pulled out an injection dagger and fiercely stabbed one of the vampires in the neck. SSST. Another vampire fell. "It's you, Puff." Puff puff. Fang Heng and 2 others appeared behind the wall with injection guns, shooting wildly at the remaining 2 vampires. With ease, they quickly dealt with the 4 vampire guards. Zhao Dongyang then emerged from behind the wall and said, "We only have 20 shots of injection needles, which are used to deal with high-level vampires. Half of them are used now. What should we do next?" "No time for chit-chat," interrupted Zhang Lei, clearly displeased with Zhao Dongyang. He waved his hand and said, "Quick, help me move the bodies into the shelter." The 5 of them worked together to move the bodies of the 4 vampires into the shelter, and the metal alloy gate behind them closed suddenly. The bodies were left inside the passage. Lin Han's Heng led Fang Heng and the others back to the underground research lab and briefly explained the current situation to them. "Dr. Ding and I saw it on the monitor about 10 minutes ago. To count level vampires led a large group of vampires to support the 5th district. At the moment, 2/3 of our guards here in the shelter are already gone." "Very good. It seems the operation in the federal district is going well, exceeding our expectations in the first step," said Fang Heng. Back in the lab, Dingman was busy at the control panel. When she saw Fang Heng come in, she felt a slight sense of relief. "Fang Heng, it's not the right time for you to come. The research on Anguita still needs more time, and I can't leave here yet." "Well, there's another very important matter now," said Fang Heng, looking at Dingman. "This is something I need to tell you in person." "Oh. We have determined that the purpose of the vampire invasion of the world is related to a special purple spatial crystal. If the vampires get a large amount of purple spatial crystals, we will be in big trouble." Purple spatial crystal. Dingman frowned upon hearing this and turned to the control panel, typing a few keys. "I seem to have seen this special crystal structure before, but the vampires are very cautious about it and didn't let me touch them." The screen immediately displayed a photo of the purple crystal. Fang Heng recognized it at a glance and nodded. "Yes, that's it," Dingman said. "In that case, I have some good news to tell you. Feng Heng's eyes lit up. What is it? Some of the purple spatial crystals are still stored in the warehouse here, Dingman said. This news brought joy to the group, and Lin Hansheng exclaimed, so destroying the warehouse means all the vampires' activities of the past 2 days would have been in vain. Yes. Let's destroy the space rift first, then destroy the warehouse. That should buy us some time, agreed Chengya. However, Feng Heng, seeing their excitement, felt disdainful. Destroy it. Such precious purple spatial crystals wasted like this. Look at these spendthrifts. What a waste. Feng Heng remained silent, but started contemplating how to take all the ores from the warehouse. The Federal District and the Left Path Gaming Guild are big businesses. They wouldn't care about these ores. But he needs them. The 8th District is just getting started, and he wants everything. Besides, Night Owl has put so much effort into buying the purple spatial crystals, they must be willing to pay a lot for them. Later, he could sell them to Night Owl through black market. It might be troublesome if they actually want to invade the real world, but they can't let them wreak havoc in the real world. Feng Heng scratched his head, temporarily suppressing his chaotic thoughts. Anyway, regardless of whether the purple spatial crystals are useful for the 8th District, with such a good opportunity, he should take the ores back home first. Feng Heng looked up and asked, where are the things? In the know. One backup warehouse. It won't be easy to destroy it as the vampires guard the purple spatial crystals tightly. There are many vampire protectors there, Dingman explained, switching the screen to show a group of bat-form vampires hanging around the warehouse. Zhao Dongyang carefully observed the screen and said, a large part of them are high-level vampires, so it's difficult to deal with them completely. How is the situation with the main space rift guard? Dingman switched the monitor again. The screen showed the entire teleportation hall's ceiling covered with bat-form vampires. Dingman took a look and said, even worse. No matter. Boss Fang, we don't have much time left. Let's just go for it. Let's sneak into the warehouse, destroy the purple spatial crystals, and see if we can destroy the teleportation passage. If we can do it, then good. If not, then we run. Lin Hansheng suggested aggressively. Summon a wave of lickers to confront them face to face. Feng Heng silently looked back at Lin Hansheng. Ironically, that was the exact plan he had in mind when he first arrived. But now, the purple spatial crystals in the warehouse smell so good. Let's not rush, Hansheng. Let's plan some more and see if there is a better strategy, said Zhonglei. Looking at Dingman, he asked, Dr. Dingman, can you find a way to temporarily block the entrances and exits near the storage room? When attacking the storage room, we don't want to make too much noise and attract the vampire's attention. National Game. Zombie Apocalypse. Chapter 565. Special plan. Do you want to sneak into the storage room? Unless I can obtain the highest permission in the control room, your request is impossible, Dingman explained, shaking his head. My abilities are very limited. At most, I can modify the monitoring screen to prevent the bloodline from detecting your attack on the storage room. Hearing this, Zhonglei frowned and expressed concern. This is troublesome. Once the bloodline detects an intruder and triggers an alarm, an endless stream of bloodline reinforcements will come. We need to come up with a solution. Hey, I'm talking to you guys. Listening to Zhonglei and Lin Hansheng, Zhao Dongyang's face darkened. Let's not waste time. High-level bloodlines have enhanced perception of blood smell. Even without monitoring, once there are a large number of bloodline deaths, nearby high-level bloodlines will immediately sense it and come to support. Understand. What's with this pressure? Why is he always pessimistic? Lin Hansheng did not like Zhao Dongyang's attitude and thought to himself, who does he think he is? Do you understand the controlled feeders by Feng Heng? Just be firm. These feeders are not even match for high-level bloodlines. Lin Hansheng rolled his eyes and retorted, stop standing there talking nonsense. Do you have any suggestions? Of course. Zhao Dongyang had already come up with a plan and said, we should strike hard and retreat, directly destroying the purple crystal or before the bloodline reinforcements arrive, and then immediately evacuate from this place. The group fell into contemplation. Although the discussion was harsh, Zhao Dongyang's plan had some logic to it. Our goal is to delay the bloodline from obtaining the purple space crystal. Destroying the storage room is equivalent to delaying them by 2 days. This is the best plan for now. If lucky, we may even escape. Zhao Dongyang concluded, with a determined look, surveying the group. If there are no objections, let's proceed with this plan. Everyone simultaneously closed their mouths and looked at Fang Heng, who had remained silent. They had been discussing aimlessly for so long, mostly to provide Fang Heng with some ideas, except for Zhao Dongyang. Everyone had worked with Fang Heng several times before and knew he usually had unconventional strategies. Noticing everyone looking at Fang Heng, Zhao Dongyang realized that Fang Heng was the leader of the team. He turned to Fang Heng, who had been deep in thought, and asked, "Team leader, what do you think of my plan?" "Well, I think there's some merit to what you're saying." Fang Heng raised his head, looked at everyone, and continued, "All right, here's the plan. First, we need to disable the large rift device in the teleportation hall, rendering it paralyzed." "What?" Zhao Dongyang initially smiled at the beginning of Fang Heng's statement, but his smile froze when he heard the rest. "Theft." Lin Hansheng covered his mouth, almost bursting out laughing. Seeing Zhao Dongyang's expression, Lin Hansheng felt gratified. How could you understand Fang Heng's way of doing things? Zhao Dongyang looked about to go crazy. "Fang Heng, did you not understand what I said?" I get it." Fang Heng cut him off. "So, we won't directly attack the teleportation hall. Instead, we'll target this area to temporarily disable it." With that, Fang Heng pointed to a location on the shelter's map on the screen. Upon hearing this, the group leaned in to observe. Central control room. Zhao Dongyang frowned, understanding Fang Heng's approach, and displayed a scornful expression. "I thought you were going to say something else. Are you planning to destroy the control room?" "Fang Heng, I understand that you are a newcomer and may not comprehend the mechanics of repairing, but fixing the control room is much quicker than repairing the space rift device. Even if we destroy the entire control room, the bloodline can easily complete repairs." However, Zhao Dongyang was interrupted when Dingman approached him. Shut up. Everyone knows this. We don't have time to listen to your nonsense," Dingman said sternly, cutting him off. "All right, I'll continue," Fang Heng said, glancing around at everyone. "If there are no objections, we will proceed as planned." Everyone closed their mouths and looked at Fang Heng. They had been talking aimlessly for so long, mainly to give Fang Heng some ideas, except for Zhao Dongyang. Everyone had already worked with Fang Heng several times and knew he usually had unconventional strategies. Noticing everyone's gaze on Fang Heng, Zhao Dongyang realized that Fang Heng was the team leader. He turned to Fang Heng, who had remained silent, asking, "Team leader, what do you think? How's my plan?" "Well, I think there's some merit to what you're saying," Fang Heng responded after a pause. "All right, here's the plan. We'll find a way to disable the power supply to the entire control room, cutting off the shelter's power supply, temporarily halting the teleportation channel and cutting off the bloodline's subsequent support. Gradually, Fang Heng's gaze turned fierce. We will use the control room as a base and launch a counterattack until we've cleared the shelter and occupied the entire space." Fang Heng continued, "Occupying the entire shelter directly. Awesome." Upon hearing this, Lin Hansheng's eyes lit up. The antagonist leader is truly impressive. His momentum alone is hundreds of times stronger than Zhao Dongyang. Zhao Dongyang will undoubtedly be subdued. Fang Heng turned to Dingman, saying, "Dingman, this is the rough plan. Please add your input first." Dingman nodded and began to analyze the plan further. In theory, the plan is feasible. The backup power supply inside the shelter will start within 5 seconds of a power outage. However, I can pre-modify the backup power supply activation program to make it impossible for the bloodline to complete the activation. The power failure will result in the shutdown of the teleportation channel, rendering it inoperable. Good. Fang Heng immediately said, "Let's proceed with a simulation of the plan." Dingman returned to the control panel and enlarged a detailed map of the shelter on the screen. Everyone's faces were grave, except for Zhao Dongyang, who wore an incredulous expression. Is everyone crazy? He felt like these people had gone crazy. Feng Heng wanting to take over the entire shelter. Isn't that suicidal? Why isn't anyone stopping him? Zhao Dongyang wanted to say something but couldn't find objections from anyone else. He could see excitement and eager anticipation on everyone's faces. What's going on? Is everyone as mad as Feng Heng? Dingman set up the program and marked the bloodline guard density in the shelter on the map. At the same time, she analyzed further. There are few bloodline guards in certain areas of the shelter, with the majority concentrated in areas such as the control room, storage area, central control hall, and teleportation hall. Our primary target is the control room area, Feng Heng chimed in. To lessen the pressure during the counterattack, I suggest temporarily blocking the 2 passages leading to the control room. Zhang Lei examined the map in detail and made a suggestion. If possible, it's better to block this one too. Dingman shook her head. Even if there's a power outage, blocking that point is not feasible. In that case, let me handle it? I'll just destroy the passage with explosives. Alright, Dingman, you stay here, and Lin Han's Heng, you work with Dingman. If anything unexpected happens, contact us immediately through the survival radio. The rest of us will head to the control room. With the mission assignments set, everyone agreed. No problem. Feng Heng turned to Zhao Dongyang. At this location, set up a magic circle to weaken the bloodline. You have any issues with that? Zhao Dongyang was speechless, unable to comprehend the thought process of the group. This seemed like an impossible task, yet they were earnestly discussing it, even planning to execute it. Was the world crazy? Or was he the one who had lost his mind? Zhao Dongyang began to doubt himself and ultimately muttered, No, 7017K. Initially, when the Scavenger Legion occupied the sanctuary, Feng Heng carried out special modifications to the sanctuary. In addition to the main control room, there were also 2 backup power sources in the sanctuary. However, with Dingman's help now, directly changing the trigger mode of the backup power sources to prevent them from starting, even 100 backups wouldn't be enough. It's difficult to defend against an insider, no matter how strong the fortress is. After the plan was formulated, Feng Heng and his 3 companions made their way to the control power area. Upon turning the corner, they saw 2 high-ranking Blood Clan members guarding the door to the control room. In addition, there were a large number of hanging Blood Clan members on the ceiling as well. Zhang Lei peeked out to observe for a moment, then quickly retreated, nodding to Feng Heng in a low voice. There are many Blood Clan members. We need to figure out how to deal with them. If we make too much noise, nearby Blood Clan members will come to support. Zhao Dongyang also looked towards Feng Heng. Come on, let's see how you handle these Blood Clan members. Once a fight breaks out, all the Blood Clan members on the nearby ceiling will be attracted. They will rush in. And at that point, the squad won't be able to complete the task of setting up explosives and magic arrays. The subsequent plan to occupy the sanctuary would then be just a castle in the air. Wait here. I'll go and distract the Blood Clan members. You guys work on setting up the explosives and magic arrays. Then I'll meet up with you later. What? You're going to distract them by yourself? Are you sure about that? Don't be reckless. Zhao Dongyang couldn't help but doubt himself. He was about to finish his sentence when a hand was placed on his shoulder. Zhang Lei placed a hand on Zhao Dongyang's shoulder, shaking his head. No more chit-chat. Pay attention and learn. Feng Heng stretched his body, lingered in place for half a minute, then glanced at the game prompt. Only 20 seconds left before the zombie duplicates would respawn. Timing was crucial. Let's go. With that, Feng Heng walked out from behind the corner and swaggered towards the door of the main control room. Inside the passageway, the 2 Blood Clan guards at the door did not initially react to Feng Heng's approach. In a non-dormant state, high-ranking Blood Clan members possessed decent perception abilities. They sensed a faint Blood Clan scent on Feng Heng's body, assuming he was a regular Blood Clan member. Zhao Dongyang couldn't understand Why weren't the Blood Clan members attacking Fang Hang? It was so strange. Normally, in a non-combat state, humans and Blood Clan members had almost no visible differences, but at such close proximity, the Blood Clan would surely perceive that Fang Hang was a human. Zhao Dongyang couldn't help but glance at Chengya, whispering softly, "Why aren't the Blood Clan members?" "Shh, keep quiet." Chengya was not surprised at all. Anything could happen with Fang Hang involved. "Shut up." Zhang Lei also. He glared at Zhao Dongyang, quietly hushing him, telling him not to speak. Having spent time with Fang Hang, Zhang Lei's threshold for understanding various strange occurrences had been infinitely elevated. Even if someone came out and told him that Fang Hang was the leader of the Blood Clan, he wouldn't be too surprised. As Fang Hang slowly approached, reaching the doorway of the control room, the two high-ranking Blood Clan guards at the door stopped him. One of the Blood Clan members asked, "Who are you? Why have we never seen you before?" "Count Athena has issued a ban. No one is allowed to enter the control power area without authorization," Fang Hang replied. As he spoke, the hanging Blood Clan members on the ceiling were triggered, dropping down and reverting to their human forms, surrounding Fang Hang in the center. "Nice to meet you for the first time. It's normal not to recognize me," Fang Hang said with a smile, his gaze sweeping over the Blood Clan members gradually closing in on him. High-ranking Blood Clan members were strong, possessing the damaging effects of blood magic. Hence, theoretically, being surrounded by a large number of Blood Clan members would be dangerous. To prevent being overwhelmed, Fang Hang already had a plan. Using the silent ability of the Blood Clan spirit weapon, combined with the physical inability to kill effect of the undead body, silence plus physical immunity equals invincibility, he would lure this wave of Blood Clan members out, along with the lickers. "In fact, I came here too." Fang Hang was about to buy some time and release the silent domain directly, but then he saw the Blood Clan members around him kneeling one by one. The Blood Clan members in the passageway sensed Fang Hang's Blood Clan lineage and saw the Blood Clan artifact representing approval from the Elder Council in Fang Hang's hands. In the Blood Clan community, only counts and above could be granted a Blood Clan sacred artifact after passing the Elder Council's assessment. Naturally, the Blood Clan members mistook Fang Hang for a certain count. Seeing the Blood Clan members kneeling around him, Fang Hang was also taken aback. He felt like the plan had changed. Watching the Blood Clan members kneeling behind the wall, Zhao Dongyang was completely dumbfounded. What kind of trick was this now? He suddenly turned his head to look at Zhang Lei, wondering if Zhang Lei had known about Fang Hang's abilities all along. Zhang Lei was also at a loss. Despite being mentally prepared, he was still thrown off by the actions of the Blood Clan members. Could it be true that Fang Hang was a Blood Clan member? And it seemed like his rank was not low either. Zhang Lei swore that when he mentioned Fang Hang being the Blood Clan leader earlier, it was just a random thought, just a joke. He never expected to see this scene. Earlier, Fang Hang's ability to pass through the Blood Clan barrier was one thing, but now he was controlling this wave of Blood Clan members. Zhang Lei was thoroughly confused. Seeing the Blood Clan members kneeling around him, Fang Hang immediately realized that the Blood Clan spiritual weapon in his hand had played a role. They had misunderstood. A beautiful misunderstanding. In an instant, Fang Hang adjusted his plan. With less than 7 seconds left until the zombie group would revive, "I'll go inside to take a look. Something has changed in Sector 5. You guys go support Sector 5 immediately. Gather all the people along the way, and go for support." "Got it." "Yes, Count." Several high-ranking Blood Clan members immediately accepted Fang Hang's command, leading a group of Blood Clan members standing up from the ground, heading towards the teleportation hall. Fang Hang swiftly entered the control room, slammed the room door shut with a bang. The next moment, numerous red alchemy arrays spun around under Fang Hang's feet. Pale blue withered hands and sharp claws of lickers protruded from the alchemy arrays. Control the outside of the control room. Seeing the vampire group being easily dispersed by Fang Hang with just one sentence, Zhao Dongyang was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. He had thought of 10,000 ways Fang Hang might use to divert the vampire group, but he never expected this kind of tactic. He really wanted to ask the Federal Union if they were sure Fang Heng wasn't a spy sent by the vampires inside the Union. Zhang Lei had a higher resistance to these strange occurrences, so he quickly accepted this scenario and pushed Zhao Dongyang, saying, "Don't dawdle, take immediate action." Then Zhao Dongyang came to his senses. According to the original plan, after Fang Heng diverted the vampire group, he would enter the control room and install a magical array on the ceiling inside the control room to weaken the vampires. Zhang Lei and Cheng Ye would go separately to several special locations to plant bombs. After that, they would detonate the explosives to destroy some passages, obstructing the vampires from assisting the control room. Zhao Dongyang had thought driving away the vampire group outside the control room was the most unreasonable part of the plan, but he never thought it would be so easily achieved. His mind was still a bit chaotic, and under Zhang Lei's urging, he walked dazedly to the door of the control room. He reached out, pushing open the door of the control room. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Zhao Dongyang's pupils suddenly shrank, and his face instantly turned pale. A group of zombies. The entire control room was filled with a large number of zombies. Almost instantly, a group of lickers surrounded him in the center, and two lickers even stood upright, almost touching his face. Zhao Dongyang could even feel the breath from the lickers spraying on his face. His heart was pounding uncontrollably. He saw Fang Heng standing in the middle of the zombie group. Fang Heng ... Zhao Dongyang had heard people talk about Fang Heng's ability to control zombie groups, but witnessing this scene firsthand filled him with a deep sense of fear, and his voice was trembling. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The liquor group showed no interest in Zhao Dongyang and quickly dispersed. Don't stand there in a daze. Hurry up. Fang Heng was holding a tool wrench at this moment, and he waved at Zhao Dongyang. Close the door first. Oh, okay. Still feeling frightened from earlier, Zhao Dongyang's body was still somewhat stiff, but he managed to calm himself down, closing the door behind him. We don't have much time. Set up the magical array as soon as possible. Okay. After experiencing the previous two incidents, Zhao Dongyang now completely trusted Fang Heng. He looked up at the ceiling in the control room, ready to set up a magical array against the vampires. Fang Heng took out a wrench, preparing to disassemble the battery pack. Luckily, he managed to fool a group of low-intelligence vampires with the help of the vampire artifact, buying them a significant amount of time for their plan. However, it was highly likely that there wasn't just one vampire count in the shelter, and his fake identity would soon be exposed. Deceiving all the vampires in the shelter to go to the 5th district was probably not feasible. So, they had to stick to the original plan. Fang Heng thought to himself, deliberately waiting in place for more than 5 minutes, estimating that the vampires had run far enough away, before cutting off the power to the control room. Click. With a light click, the power supply stopped, plunging the entire shelter into darkness. Fang Heng glanced at Zhao Dongyang. Feeling the pressure, Zhao Dongyang nodded and said, I need a bit more time. I'll seal off multiple levels. The more layers I control, the better the effect. It takes 5 minutes for the first layer. Okay. Fang Heng nodded, leaving the lickers in the room, closing the door of the control room and leaving. Zhang Lei and Cheng Ye had already begun their actions as soon as the vampires left, planting explosives at the entrances, and then hastily returning. Fang Heng, the remote-controlled explosives are ready. You can detonate them at any time to intercept the vampires' reinforcements. Good. Fang Heng's eyes narrowed slightly. The real battle was about to begin. They were going to completely wipe out all the vampires in the shelter, killing them all here. The branch shelter contained a large space-stair device connecting to the 5th district. The vampires had maintained high-level protective measures on it since occupying the shelter. Initially, including Athena, there were a total of 5 vampire counts guarding it, with Athena taking the lead. However, with the death of Monbo and Athena leaving the shelter with another vampire count to support the 5th district, the branch shelter was left with only 2 remaining vampire counts in charge, Buni and Buck. The 2 brothers were never interested in power and had very explosive tempers. This time, They were reluctantly sent by the Elder Council to assist in the 7th District. Currently, they were resting suspended from the ceiling of the shelter's 5th underground floor. As the lights inside the shelter suddenly went out, the entire teleportation channel was instantly closed. The vampires inside the shelter sensed that something might be wrong. However, Buny and Buck remained in a dormant state. With no one overseeing the situation, the senior vampire almost had to arrange for the vampires to begin scouring the shelter, leading a team to the control area to find out the cause of the power outage. In the basement control area, Feng Heng had waited on one side of the corridor for a full 5 minutes. He was getting impatient waiting for the vampires to arrive. Finally, a group of vampires hurried toward the control room. Seeing Feng Heng standing at the corner, almost, the senior vampire looked wary and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that the other party was only a senior vampire, Feng Heng waved his wrist, showing the vampire artifact in his hand. "My Lord Count." Almost, upon seeing the artifact, immediately half-knelt along with the other vampires. Feng Heng felt even more uncertain. If the vampires were slow to react, that was one thing. But why was it only a senior vampire team checking things out? Wondering, Feng Heng momentarily ordered the zombies that had been lurking behind the corner to temporarily pull back, asking, "If you're so slow to arrive, what would you do if it was an enemy invasion?" Almost immediately lowered his head, apologizing, "I'm sorry, my lord." HMPH. Feng Heng sneered contemptuously, "Who is in charge of the shelter now?" "The person in charge is Count Athena. There were some troubles in District 5. So she just went with 2 teams to support District 5. Now the shelter is being overseen by Count Buny and Count Buck. Only 2 counts were in charge of the entire shelter." Feng Heng felt even more confident. "Where are they?" "The 2 lords are still in the 5th underground floor. They are still in hibernation." Hibernation. These guys were attacked, and they are still sleeping. Their arrogance was too much. Weren't they aware of the situation? Regretting a little, Feng Heng wished he had known the vampires were so weak. He could have just pretended to be a vampire count and tricked all the vampires in the shelter to go to District 5 right away. It wasn't too late to salvage the situation now that he knew this. Feng Heng squinted his eyes and quickly adjusted his plan. He immediately sent a message to Zhang Lei through the survival radio, instructing him to change the current plan and retreat to the main control room first. "There's a bit of trouble in the control room right now. Wait here and guard this place and the entrance to the underground 2nd floor control room. No one is allowed to approach." "Got it." Almost had no doubts and nodded, saying, "Yes, understood." "Wait." Feng Heng suddenly had an inspiration and stopped the vampires who were about to leave. You, and you." Feng Heng randomly pointed to 5 high-level vampires in the group. "The 5 of you come with me. The rest continue." The 5 vampires who were pointed out showed no suspicion and walked out of the group to follow Feng Heng. Feng Heng led the 5 high-level vampires around the corner and opened the door to the main control room, walking into the room. The 5 vampires also followed Feng Heng into the room. However, as soon as they entered the room, the door slammed shut with a bang. The 5 vampires suddenly felt a heavy weight on their shoulders. A bright red light filled the room. It was a magical array that suppressed the bloodlines of the vampires. Suddenly, the hidden feeders lurking in the darkness revealed themselves and rushed towards the 5 high-level vampires. In almost an instant, the 5 vampires were surrounded. Countless vines also gradually extended towards the 5 vampires. With the feeders' frenzied biting attacks, combined with the suppression effect of the magical array, the 5 high-level vampires were quickly overwhelmed by the feeders, torn to pieces. Hint: your zombie doppelganger inflicts 103 points of damage on the high-level vampires, causing torn wounds. Hint: your zombie doppelganger killed the high-level vampires, and you gain 22 survival points. Simple and easy. Feng Heng quickly glanced over the game hints. On the side, watching several high-level vampires being torn apart by the zombie doppelgangers, Zhang Lei and Cheng Ye exchanged a look, both shivering involuntarily. This was what Feng Heng called the encircle and support tactic. It seemed completely different from what they had envisioned. "Let's continue." Feng Heng closed the game log, walked out of the room again, closed the room door, and prepared to lure another wave of high-level vampires over. Things were progressing too smoothly. The number of high-level vampires inside the shelter was not large, and as long as the high-level vampires were lured into the control room in batches and eliminated, the remaining mid-level vampires posed no threat at all. In the end, he only needed to send in the feeder group to easily sweep through the entire shelter. Now, Feng Heng just hoped that District 5 could provide some assistance, delay the vampires a bit longer, and focus all their attention on District 5, and also the vampire headquarters. The branch here was lucky to encounter two dozing counts, but the headquarters might not be as fortunate. Once the headquarters realized that there was a problem with the transmission channel, they would definitely send someone to investigate, and the team was probably already on their way. Feng Heng licked his lips lightly. Time was of the essence. He could lure a few more high-level vampires over in the next wave and eliminate them together. As Feng Heng was busy luring high-level vampires into the control room for slaughter in waves, the vampires in District 5 also realized that something was amiss. The temporal transmission channel had been urgently closed. Athena looked pensive. She had a feeling that something wasn't quite right. Was there trouble in District 7? Beauty and Buck, who were left to guard the base in District 7, were usually lacking in motivation, but their strength was among the top ranks of all the vampire counts. Combined with a substantial number of mid-level vampires guarding the shelter and the peripheral vampire barriers, there was theoretically no risk of the base being destroyed. Perhaps the Federation had found a special method to breach the barrier, and the branch was under a large-scale attack from the Federation. Facing a crisis, the branch had chosen to temporarily close off the channel to District 5 and connect it to the channel leading to the headquarters in District 7 for assistance. After opening the headquarters channel, the vampire counts at the headquarters could immediately lead a large number of vampires through the channel to support the branch, including the large number of vampires controlled by the god tree Angus, who could also pour into the branch. Even the prince in charge of this mission would choose to intervene. Theoretically, the District 7 vampire branch was impossible to fall. After a brief thought, Athena came to this conclusion. It was most likely just a mechanical failure. A faint light flashed, and Sekong Mao came online. He looked at Athena and said, "Athena, I have contacted Count Raymond in District 7, and they have not received any news of an attack on the District 7 branch. It may just be a simple mechanical failure. Similar incidents have happened in recent days. Count Redmond has already taken two teams to the District 7 branch for investigation, and my people are also inside. I believe we will have news soon." Athena hummed lightly, feeling skeptical. Was it really just a simple mechanical failure? Fighting outside their native world posed significant challenges. If there were problems with the transmission channel, communication between vampires would become difficult, and they could only rely on these strangers as a means of communication. Athena had no trust in these strangers. Over half an hour later, Zombie Apocalypse District 7, underground 5th floor. The strong smell of kin's blood stimulated the two vampire counts hanging upside down on the ceiling. The two men opened their eyes, landed from the air, and returned to their human forms. Beauty and Buck, one tall and one short, glanced at each other. "Did you smell it too?" "Yes, a very strong smell of blood. The shelter alarm wasn't sounded, and no one woke us up." Beauty closed his eyes again and attempted to sense the presence of low-level vampires around. "There's a problem. Let's go check it out," Beauty said as he approached and pushed open the door to the underground hall. Leaving the hall, the two walked towards the end of the hallway. Just as they had walked halfway, several red shadows darted out from the right side at the end of the corridor. The two men stopped simultaneously. The red shadows swiftly pounced towards them. Flesh feeders. More and more feeders emerged from around the corners. Beauty and Buck stood side by side, faint red light emanating from them, and raised their arms, assuming combat stances. Blades of blood condensed on their arms. Sizzle, sizzle. Faced with the approaching group of feeders, the two men did not retreat but advanced, taking the initiative to attack. The blood blades solidified, and Buni and Buck used their arms as weapons, swinging at the feeders rushing towards them. Once the red blood blades touched the feeders, they left long gashes on their bodies, blood instantly spurting from the wounds. Even while attacking, they made great efforts to avoid the majority of the feeders' assaults. At the end of the aisle, Zhonglei put down the sniper rifle in his hand. Too fast. The two vampire counts are moving way too fast. They swiftly darted through the group of lickers, continuously wielding blood blades to launch attacks. Zhonglei could barely keep up with the movements of the two vampires. Not to mention shooting. He couldn't even aim properly. Zhonglei just tried to lift the sniper rifle for a moment before completely giving up and turned to look at Zhao Dongyang beside him. What ability is that? It's the armor, one of the 13 sacred artifacts of the vampire clan. Zhao Dongyang, as a consultant invited by the Federation, had a keen eyesight and immediately provided an analysis. The armor can condense extremely sharp blood blades that can easily cut through skin, causing wounds that are difficult to heal. For players, once they are attacked by the blood blade, they will suffer from a permanent bleeding state, which can only be ended through physical treatment, such as bandaging or magical healing skills. With the existence of this weapon, the owner of the vampire armor can rely on the continuously stacking bleeding damage to kill high-level life forms. It's a terrifying ability. We are quite unlucky to encounter two counts who are extremely skilled in combat. Zhao Dongyang's expression turned serious. As for the high-speed movement, it is the result of long-term training and the effect of special vampire skills. In the center of the corridor, lickers were being thrown out one by one, blood splattering. However, as they kept slashing, the brothers Buni and Buku noticed something unusual. How come after slashing for so long, it seemed like none of these lickers had died? Upon a closer look, the wounds caused by the blood blades on the lickers' bodies were astonishingly healing instantly. Why? Could it be that they were immune to the special effects of the armor blood blade? Buni and Buku felt a sense of amazement. Even after possessing the sacred armor for so long, they had never encountered such a phenomenon. The cuts caused by the blood blades could not heal under normal circumstances without urgent treatment. These lickers were clearly abnormal. Bang! While Buni was distracted, gunshots rang out. Hiss! Buni frowned. A syringe needle was embedded in his shoulder. Buku asked, "Are you okay?" Buni pulled the needle from his shoulder and looked to the end of the corridor. "It's the Holy See. My power is weakened. These lickers are strange this time. Let's deal with those few first." In the distance, at the end of the corridor, Feng Heng switched the sniper rifle and slowly loaded ammunition. Listening to Zhao Dongyang's explanation, Feng Heng's face remained expressionless, but he was inwardly pleased. Wasn't this a stroke of luck? The skill effect of the undead, clearing all physical negative effects every 0.5 seconds, and coincidentally, bleeding was one of those effects. The bleeding state would be cleared every 0.5 seconds by the skill, preventing effective damage accumulation. Coupled with the immunity to fatal physical attacks, the threat posed by Buni and Buku was greatly reduced. "Be careful, make way." Seeing Buku and Buni rushing towards him in the corridor, Feng Heng lightly scolded, raised the sniper rifle again and took aim ahead. Due to the influence of the vampire vaccine anti-serum, Buni's movement speed was noticeably slower than Buku's. Bang! Feng Heng aimed at Buku and fired. Unfortunately, vampires had high perception and agility, so dodging a prepared sniper attack was not difficult. Watching the two escape from the licker group, Feng Heng reached for the vampire relic from his backpack. As soon as Buku and Buni saw the relic, their faces changed abruptly. "Vampire relic, pa!" Feng Heng gently tapped the relic on the ground. Following that, a dark ripple spread out from the point of contact with the relic, quickly expanding to envelop Buku and Buni. The crimson light shrouding Buni and Buku quickly dissipated. Their speed suddenly slowed down. Then, Buni and Buku's eyelids twitched. Suddenly, from a corner behind Feng Heng, 4 giant figures appeared. The 4 figures simultaneously lifted huge black gun barrels and aimed at them. Bang bang bang. The next second, the 4 fused tyrant bodies unleashed the rotating machine guns, madly spraying at Buku and Buni in the corridor. The space in the corridor was already limited, and there were no hiding spots. The fused tyrant bodies didn't rely on accuracy when using the machine guns. They roughly aimed and sprayed. Without the swift vampire skill buff, Buku and Buni couldn't possibly evade such dense bullet spray. Massive wounds were torn open on their bodies, and they were sent flying. The liquor group behind quickly closed in. With immunity to fatal physical attacks, they weren't afraid of being hit by the fused tyrant body spray. They swiftly pounced on Buku and Buni, biting them fiercely and trapping them on the ground, unable to move. Bang, bang, bang. The 4 fused tyrant bodies held their improved rotary machine guns in one hand, advancing step by step until the 4 muzzles were less than 3 meters away from Buku and Buni in the corridor. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Dongyang felt his feet trembling. He saw the machine guns fiercely aimed at the trapped vampire duo and madly fired. At this moment, Zhao Dongyang finally realized the situation, a cold sweat breaking out on his forehead. It was the power of the vampire relic. No wonder the vampires mistook Fang Heng for a count. So, when their squad infiltrated the barrier earlier, they also relied on the relic. Before, Zhao Dongyang found it a bit strange. What kind of power could break through such a powerful barrier? At that time, he thought it was a special item bought by the Federation at a high price. Turns out, it was Fang Heng all along. But, Zhao Dongyang's doubts were not reduced. On the contrary, they increased. Why? How could Fang Heng control the vampire relic? Did Fang Heng possess vampire lineage? Zhao Dongyang couldn't help but turn his head to look at Fang Heng. In Fang Heng's retinas, rapid game prompts flashed one after another. Hint: your fused tyrant body deals 45 damage to the vampire count. Hint: your fused tyrant body deals 33 damage to the vampire count. It was about to be too late. Fang Heng closely monitored the status of the 2 vampire counts, his mind tense. Seeing that the 2 vampires were near their limit, he immediately put away the vampire relic in his hand and quickly switched to the Book of the Dead. Hint: your fused tyrant body deals 43 damage to the vampire count. Hint: you have killed the special character. Buku. You obtain survival points *221. You receive high energy evolution crystal *1, and your relationship with the various vampire lineages is greatly reduced. Hint: you have killed the special character. Buni. You gain survival points *199, and your relationship with the various vampire lineages is greatly reduced. Game hints flashed by. Fang Heng held the Book of the Dead, and a layer of grayish-brown tint appeared in his pupils. Fang Heng clearly saw 2 soul bodies rising from the body riddled with bullets, enveloped by 2 distinct red lights. Under the pool of the red light, the soul bodies floated towards the ceiling. Go. Amidst the roar of the rotating machine gun, Fang Heng lightly ordered. The Book of the Dead emitted a faint wave. The 2 soul bodies were being pulled by the wave released by the Book of the Dead, gradually beginning to retract. Zhao Dongyang saw the book Fang Heng was holding in his hand, and his eyes once again showed a shocked expression. What the hell was that? The Book of the Dead. Damn it. Is he studying the study of the undead? Isn't he the owner of the bloodline of the vampire clan? Zhao Dongyang's recently established logic chain was once again destroyed. He was thoroughly confused once again. The owner of the sacred tools of the blood clan studying the study of the undead. This doesn't make sense. Hint: you have sealed to high-level special soul bodies. Hint: you have gained 0.00 to necromancy talent points. Hint: verification in progress. Hint: absorption of the current high-level special soul body is expected to increase mission progress by 4 to 7%. Phew. Fang Heng sighed heavily as he forcibly sealed the souls of the 2 vampire counts into the Book of the Dead. The process of snatching souls with the Angus tree was still difficult. Fortunately, he was still the final winner. Previously, he had spent a lot of time bringing the prayer book from the real world gifted by the necromancer Dicky back to the game world, and then he let the zombie avatars stay in the refuge to absorb souls. However, absorbing high-level soul bodies took a very long time, so as of now, The level of his necromancy talent has not yet been upgraded. Fang Heng, is everything okay? Zhao Dongyang and the others watched Fang Heng posing and looking very strained, hesitating to disturb him. Yes, it's done. Fang Heng put away the Book of the Dead. Tell the Federation and the Left Road Gaming Guild that we temporarily control the subbase, and let them pay attention to the movements of the Blood Clan. Okay. Chengya and Zhang Lei nodded in agreement as they dropped a sleeping bag where they stood and went offline. Zhao Dongyang swallowed nervously, feeling like he was in a dream. He had thought that, with the strength of their group, they could sneak into the heart of the Blood Clan, destroy the storage room, and that would already be a miracle. Unexpectedly, they were actually able to completely take over the entire refuge, as Fang Heng said. And it seemed so effortless. Just like playing. Two bloodline counts died so easily in Fang Heng's hands. Fang Heng even used the power of the Book of the Dead to imprison their souls, preventing them from gaining power with the Angelus. It seemed like everything was part of Fang Heng's plan. It all felt surreal. If Zhao Dongyang hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never have believed it. He looked again at the eaters in the passage. The terrifying zombies. While Chengya and Zhang Lei were offline, Fang Heng again opened the game log to observe. Good news. After killing Byuk, he even dropped a high-energy evolution crystal. With this, along with the large number of blood puppets killed earlier, and the 2 high-energy crystals taken from the Federation, he had enough high-energy evolution crystals to upgrade the 4th-tier space rupture device. Fang Heng checked the in-game notebook, crossing out one of the items recorded. Next, the Blood Clan sacred tools held by these 2 bloodline counts. Will they also drop? Fang Heng muttered to himself, walking slowly forward. The eaters on the passage made way for him. Fang Heng bent down, picked up 2 arm guards from the disheveled body, and secured them in his backpack. Hint, bloodline confirmed. You obtained the Blood Clan sacred item. Arm guard, Blood Clan sacred item. Arm guard. Item, Blood arm guard. Description, special item, soulbound, occupies a special slot in the backpack, cannot be discarded, will drop upon death. Description, one of the 13 sacred tools of the Blood Clan, rumored to possess great power. Equipping immediately increases base agility +1, base strength +1, base vitality +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, Blood Blade. Skill description, attach the Blood Blade to your arm or weapon, significantly improving the weapon's toughness, sharpness, etc. Each attack can add a bleeding effect. The bleeding damage effect is related to the current Blood Clan bloodline level and player's basic stats, and this effect can be stacked indefinitely. Skill consumption, 5% of mental power per minute. Description, it is rumored that the 13 sacred tools hide a huge secret of the Blood Clan. Obtaining more Blood Clan sacred items can yield extra effects. Hint, you have obtained 3 pieces of the Blood Clan sacred item suit. Activating the special effect of the Blood Clan sacred item, Blood Protection, an additional increase of 2 points in all attributes. Collecting 6 Blood Clan sacred items can upgrade the suit effect. Nice skill. Fang Heng carefully examined the sacred item skill and then pulled out a large cleaver from his backpack. The Blood Blade skill was triggered, and a layer of blood-colored light covered the large cleaver. Impressive. The effect of the Blood Blade can be attached to the cleaver, and he estimated it'll offer a significant boost in close combat in the future. Fang Heng thought the arm guards were more practical. Just as he equipped the left and right arm guards, Zhang Lei and Chengya had just come back online. Chengya spoke first. Fang Heng, due to the Blood Clan barrier, we in the Federation also unclear about the situation at the Blood Clan headquarters, but we assume the Blood Clan has sensed the problem with the transmission channel and will likely send people soon. Fang Heng nodded lightly. Zhao Dongyang then suggested, Fang Heng, we can't stay here for long. The Blood Clan may swarm out, and this place can't be defended. Why don't we just blow it all up and run? Unlike before, Zhao Dongyang was now completely convinced by Fang Heng. He felt that the plan to infiltrate the Blood Clan branch was successful. They had already made enough profit. If they could completely destroy the large space rift device, then when the Blood Clan tried to rebuild, it would take at least 6 to 7 days, and then destroy all the supplies looted from the 5th area in the past 2 days, and even destroy the entire refuge branch. Fang Heng nodded again. From choosing to occupy the refuge, Fang Heng had already planned the whole strategy in his mind. He looked up and said, "It's not urgent to retreat so soon. We still have time, considering there are so many resources here. It would be a waste to destroy it directly, wouldn't it?" Zhao Dongyang was puzzled. What did he mean by it would be a waste? What did he want to do? Fang Heng, what do you want to do? Let's return to the transmission hall first. We can talk more later. Hello, Da Shen. Mo Joey answered the phone in a daze, having stayed up late last night and only just fallen asleep during the day. The coordinates for District 8's portal point. Not too sure. Let me check in the game for you. What? You want to establish a passage between District 8 and District 7. Do you have stabilizers ready? Prepare a warehouse. Okay. Right away. Mo Joey suddenly woke up, sitting up in bed. This Dashen always runs off to District 7 for supplies. Let's get moving. Got it. I'll go find Victor right away. Hanging up the phone, Mo Joey was extremely excited. After all, Dashen had made a raid in District 5 last time, and this time he's going to District 7 for more goods. Quickly back to District 8 to prepare the warehouse. Half an hour later, the scavengers had thoroughly cleaned out the entire branch shelter, ensuring all vampires were slaughtered. In the teleportation hall, the zombie clones were busy, moving crates of purple spatial crystals from the storage room to the corner of the hall. Ni Shangtao returned to the teleportation hall with a group of scavenger members. They were former prisoners of the vampires, just rescued by Ni Shangtao from the underground 5th floor. With a new lease on life, the Scavenger Legion members all saluted Feng Heng. Captain. Feng Heng waved his hand, walking over to Dingman, who was studying the stabilizer installation for the spatial tearing device. How's everything going? The damage to the spatial tearing device and stabilizer is within an acceptable range. There's also enough supply of raw materials here. Feng Heng squinted his eyes slightly, asking, "Can we proceed with the modifications?" Yes. Some minor adjustments are needed in the initial stage, changing the transmission location as the receiver for the world channel, estimating the completion of positioning to take 30 minutes, with District 8 as the main channel for transmission initiation, and us as the receivers to bear the channel's aftermath. No problem. Let's get started. With a definite answer from Dingman, Feng Heng felt excited. Next, he could move all the resources in the shelter back to District 8, to take away all the goods that the vampires had plundered from District 5. Zhao Dongyang and Zhang Leichengye were standing in the corner of the room, silent between them. Initially, how did they not anticipate that Feng Heng's goal was to open a world transport channel, to move all the resources back to District 8? But thinking about it now, it seemed to make sense. After all, Feng Heng was the ruler of District 8 now, with the authority and ability to open the link from District 8 into District 7. Moreover, within the branch, stabilizers and large spatial tearing devices were readily available, ready to be used with some adjustments. Even the blue crystal mineral energy needed to open the space was already prepared by the vampires. With these resources, it meant they could easily open the channel. Good buddy. Was this his initial purpose? No wonder he wanted to occupy the entire shelter directly. When they looked up and saw Feng Heng approaching them, briefly explained the operation plan. Chengya, next we will activate the transport channel to transport goods. For safety, I need you to set explosives on the spatial tearing device in advance, to completely destroy it when we leave. I will bring the bombs from District 8. Can you do it? Chengya nodded, her expression serious. No problem. Zhang Lei, you and Ni Shangtao will lead a team from the Scavenger Legion outside to scout and confirm if any vampires are nearing the shelter. Once we detect movement from the vampires, we need to respond in advance. Alright, leave it to me. Feng Heng then looked at Zhao Dongyang. Zhao Dongyang, I need you to set up a magic array designed to weaken the vampires, at the location between the teleportation hall and the shelter's entrances. Lin Han's Heng will accompany you to provide protection. Zhao Dongyang inwardly marveled at Feng Heng's ambition to empty the entire shelter, nodding and saying, "Okay, but I don't have enough materials to set up the magic array." No need to worry about materials. After opening the channel, I will immediately bring them over from District 8. Then it's settled. I can start preparing the setup now. When everything was done, Feng Heng rubbed his hands together, waiting for the supplies to be delivered. District 8. Teleportation Hall. Victor and a group of NPC researchers were in the final stages of connecting and debugging the transport channel. David Faction led a group of elite Dark Knights, weapons in hand, guarding the teleportation channel. Upon learning the news from Mo Jiawei, as the top combat force in District 8, the Dark Knight faction would naturally participate in this interworld defense battle. Q God, are you really going to join? Not far from the large spatial tearing device, Qiu Yaokong turned slowly, giving Mo Jiawei a glance. The excitement in his eyes was almost uncontrollable. What do you think? Vampires, an unknown race, a completely new life system. Not only do they have humanoid appearances, they also have a unique group tire system and enhancement system, with even Angitas, powerful unknown life forms. Can you give me a reason not to go? Mo Jiawei hesitated, trying to give a reason. It's very dangerous over there. Qiu Yaokong gave Mo Jiawei a disdainful look. Dangerous. As they were speaking, a blue light opened in front of everyone. The spatial fluctuations have reached the limit. Attempting to pierce the channel, Victor declared, "All data is normal," confirming successful connection of the spatial channel. Beginning formal channel testing. Everyone focused their gaze on the teleportation channel in the hall. The light screen of the spatial channel emitted a faint ripple, and a vine zombie swayed out from the other end of the light screen. The vine zombie had a wooden box entwined behind it. It emptied the purple spatial crystals from the box onto the ground, then turned and wobbled back into the channel, excitedly waving his fist at the sight. Mo Jiawei exclaimed, "It's done." Victor breathed a sigh of relief and announced, "Channel testing passed, and we can proceed with the transfer. The current transfer level is LV1, unable to conduct large-scale transfers. Overloading the transfer could lead to channel instability, even risking temporal turbulence. Please pay attention to the transfer time intervals." David nodded. Dark Knight Team 1 and 2. "Follow me. I'll go take a look too." Mo Jiawei also shouted, "You guys handle the collection and storage of the supplies." Among all the people there, Qiu Yaokong was the most excited. The vampire clan, they can finally go take a look. After 2 elite Dark Knights ensured the path was secure, Qiu Yaokong personally carried the sample collectors into the channel. Shelter. Inside the central control room, Lin Han's Heng stood by the coroner. He watched as the members of the Scavenger Legion, who had just been rescued, received the weapons and equipment distributed by the Dark Knight Legion from the 7th District. The Scavenger Legion and the Dark Knight Legion had achieved an epic cooperation. He had never seen such a scene before. Angitas. Qiu Yaokong quietly praised as he watched the surveillance video of the Blood Clan Ancient Tree Angitas and the research data of Dingman during this period, his eyes showing a very interested expression. Feng Heng, are you really trying to transplant it into our world? Yes. Feng Heng squinted his eyes, greedily examining the projection of Angitas on the screen. Qiu Yaokong, with your abilities, you should be able to do this, right? Haha, you're lucky. Besides me, it's hard to find anyone else in this world capable of doing this, of course, except Dr. Dingman. Qiu Yaokong chuckled lightly, his eyes shining with excitement. He felt that Feng Heng was just his cup of tea. Things like Angitas needed to be brought back for research to realize its full value. But Angitas is very special. It's not easy to bring it back. Qiu Yaokong quickly typed on the keyboard, his eyes swiftly scanning through Dingman's recent research data on Angitas. After a moment, he looked back at Dingman, his eyes showing rare admiration. Dr. Dingman, your research on Angitas is outstanding, but I found that the physical research part of Angitas is missing in it, which doesn't seem like a mistake. a meticulous scholar, would make. Dingman patted the mask on her cheek, walking to Fang Heng's side. Initially, when she saw Qiu Yao Kong and the Dark Knight Legion appear from the passage, Dingman was indeed startled. However, she quickly accepted the fact that Fang Heng was the deputy leader of the Dark Knight Legion from a parallel world, and even requested Mojue to immediately send her a pack of masks. After all, since life forms from unknown worlds like the Blood Clans could enter their world, it wasn't surprising that Fang Heng came from a parallel world. Dingman applied the mask, shaking her head. Yes, the physical research part can't be done for now. The Blood Clans guard Angitas very tightly, and humans other than the Blood Clans are not allowed near the underground 5 layers where Angitas is located. I have tried many times to get close, but all failed, so I haven't been able to get a sample of Angitas. That's right. Qiu Yao Kong showed of course expression, and it's precisely because of this that your research progress is so slow. You must have realized that, without a physical sample, our research on Angitas will soon reach a bottleneck. Dingman stood calmly in place, neither affirming nor denying. On the contrary, if we can obtain a large amount of Angitas samples for research, the research efficiency can be significantly improved. Qiu Yao Kong turned his head to Fang Heng. Fang Heng, I want to go and see it in person. Personally go. Fang Heng was taken aback. Are you insane again? Don't joke. A Super S-level research NPC. Fang Heng would never risk him on an adventure. The headquarters of the Blood Clans were not only filled with numerous high-ranking Blood Clans, but also many counts among them. Almost every count possessed a sacred artifact of the Blood Clans, extraordinary in strength. Fang Heng himself dared not easily go, let alone bringing along a combatant effective Qiu Yao Kong. No, it's not negotiable. This is absolutely not going to happen. Qiu Yao Kong re-examined Fang Heng. He had been in contact with Fang Heng for a long time and knew that Fang Heng would not easily compromise on certain matters. Okay, let's compromise then. I must obtain a living sample of Angitas. Fang Heng, transplanting Angitas is a step we must take. The sooner we act, the sooner we can develop a feasible plan to transplant Angitas. Fang Heng turned his gaze back to Dingman. Dingman patted the mask on her cheek again, making it fit better on her face. She nodded. Indeed, if we can't obtain the samples, our research will quickly stagnate. As they spoke, a line of game prompt appeared on Fang Heng's retinal display. Hint, player triggered special mission. Ancient Myth, Blood Clan God Tree Angitas. Mission name, Ancient Myth, Blood Clan God Tree Angitas. Mission objective, your research on the Blood Clan God Tree Angitas has reached a bottleneck. You need to obtain enough samples of the Blood Clan God Tree Angitas for research. Mission requirements, Angitas sample. Mission reward, extra progress in Angitas research. Current Angitas research progress, 7% additional explanation. When Angitas research progress reaches 30%, the method to transplant Angitas will be unlocked. Seeing the game prompt, Fang Heng calmed down and began to consider the feasibility of this mission. Initially, going into the headquarters of the Blood Clans was not part of his plan. Initially, the plan was to just move all the supplies from the warehouse back home. But now, if the mission couldn't be completed, the research on Angitas would gradually stagnate, and transplanting Angitas would become empty talk. Wasn't that a loss? Could he tolerate it? Fang Heng looked back at Dingman, asking, can the branch teleportation channel be restored to communicate with the headquarters of the Blood Clans? It can. Dingman nodded, but we need a little more time. Damn it. Fang Heng decided to take a gamble, sneak into the headquarters of the Blood Clans alone, and then find a way to obtain a sample of the Blood Clan God Tree Angitas. He had an advantage. His Blood Clan lineage was the best disguise. Thinking carefully, the Blood Clan couldn't recognize all companions, and if he could create some disturbance inside the Blood Clans and somehow cause a commotion, obtaining a sample of Angitas wasn't entirely impossible. However, if he sneaked in, the zombie avatars wouldn't be able to go to the headquarters of the Blood Clans. Perhaps. Tempted by the idea of transplanting Angitas, Feng Heng's brain raced. A rough plan gradually formed in his mind, and he roughly calculated it. This deal was extremely high risk. One misstep would mean death, but the rewards were equally great. For Angitas, since he was taking the gamble, some changes had to be made to the original plan. There was no need for Dingman to stay here any longer. It would be safer for her to return to the 8th district, and going back to the parallel world with Qiu Yaokong to research Angitas would also allow her to demonstrate her value more effectively. Dingman, wait for the completion of the supplies collection, then temporarily return to the parallel world with them. There, you can conduct research on Angitas with Qiu Yaokong. Under the white mask, Dingman's eyebrows slightly creased. What about you? I will stay and find a way to infiltrate the Blood Clan headquarters to capture Angitas. Dingman hesitated for a moment upon hearing this. She was worried about Feng Heng's safety and looked up again to meet Feng Heng's eyes. Okay, be careful, she said. I will, Feng Heng replied, turning to look at the zombies in the hall. All the remaining purple spatial crystalline ore that had been left in the shelter had already been transported back, and the zombie clones were working hard to move the remaining supplies. How much supplies are left in the storage area? Mojoe had been responsible for the transport and storage of supplies. He roughly estimated and said with a grimace, "Too many. What a happy trouble." In addition to the purple spatial crystals, the Blood Clan had also looted a large amount of ore resources from Zone 5. For the Blood Clan, the more resources, the better, so they brought back as much as possible and temporarily stored them in the branch's storage room. Mojoe was initially thrilled to see the warehouse filled with supplies, but then he realized he couldn't bring back all the ore. He was quite upset about it. Mojoe had chosen to transport the rare high-grade ore first, but time was still not enough. There are too many good things. Besides the purple spatial crystals, there are many high-grade ore resources lacking in Zone 8. Even if we abandon other ores and only transport the high-grade rare resources, with our current efficiency, we still need more than 3 hours. No, 3 hours is too slow. Feng Heng also felt a bit distressed. We have a maximum of 10 minutes. Get the staff ready to evacuate at any time. Once the Blood Clan attacks, we will retreat immediately. Okay, I'll arrange it immediately. Mojoe was somewhat disappointed that they couldn't move the entire shelter. As the two were talking, Lin Hansheng, who was leaning against the wall and dozing off, suddenly woke up in a hurry and walked briskly towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng. Lin Hansheng's face was anxious as he approached Feng Heng quickly. Feng Heng, trouble. The Blood Clan people outside have arrived. Just great. They didn't even give us 10 minutes. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes and asked, how many of them are there? It's unclear. Zhonglei doesn't have the detection skills, so he can't see the full picture. He estimates there are about 1,000 to 2,000 Blood Clan members led by a Blood Clan count. Okay. Let Zhonglei bring the team back and remove all the defenses outside the shelter. Feng Heng nodded and immediately raised his hand, saying, everyone, I need you to evacuate within 20 minutes. Retreat temporarily to the parallel timeline and execute immediately. What? They're not fighting now. Hearing Feng Heng's command, the Dark Knights who were preparing for battle were a bit confused. David was even more puzzled. They had been urgently summoned here to supposedly engage in battle with the Blood Clan in the parallel world. So why weren't they fighting now? Despite their doubts, they followed the orders during the mission, and David still waved his hand, saying, Dark Knights, everyone, retreat in batches. Yes, outside the shelter. After noticing abnormalities in the Blood Clan branch's transmission channel, Count Raymond led a large group of high-ranking Blood Clan members to investigate the branch. Initially, Count Raymond thought it might be an accident caused by a malfunction in the transmission channel. However, after the first group sent out to investigate completely disappeared, Raymond realized there was a problem. A large number of Blood Clan members were gathering not far outside the shelter. Raymond looked towards the seemingly silent shelter ahead with a pensive expression. It was eerie. Evelyn, have you found anything? Beside him, Countess Evelyn sniffed and licked her lips lightly. The smell of blood, the scent of our kind. Raymond's expression sank. Evelyn wore a cruel smile and said, they're all dead. Raymond said in a deep voice, a bunch of trash. Standing beside Evelyn and Raymond, Season Autumn North's expression changed several times. He was a member of the Night Owl organization and the overall leader of this operation. When he heard about the problems with the Blood Clan branch's space-time transmission channel, he had already realized that something was wrong. Initially, Season Autumn North thought the failure of the space channel was not an accident, but a counterattack from the Federation. Launching attacks simultaneously from Zone 5 and Zone 7 seemed like the Federation style. Now, hearing the conversation between the two, Season Autumn North became even more uncertain. All dead, apart from the large number of middle to high-ranking Blood Clan members guarding the affiliated branch. There were also two counts who controlled the Blood Clan sacred artifact stationed there. Even a Blood Clan prince would not be able to wipe them all out in such a short time. Who could it be? The Federation. Impossible. The Federation wasn't powerful enough to do this. It's Fang Heng. It must be him. After a brief thought, Season Autumn North immediately locked onto the name Fang Heng in his mind. Damn it. He came to Zone 7. Season Autumn North gritted his teeth. With Fang Heng joining the mix, the variables increased dramatically, and things were on the brink of getting out of control at any moment. Evelyn noticed Season Autumn North's changing facial expressions and looked at him, asking, "Any news from Angitas?" Countess Evelyn, just 5 minutes ago, I confirmed that there were no signs of life from the brothers Butch and Boney under Angitas's sacred tree. Season Redmond and Evelyn looked at each other. They didn't die. Or did they revive and were influenced by a special force? Regarding resurrection, Athena knows the most. She should know what happened. Unfortunately, she is currently supporting Zone 5. The two discussed, but were unable to reach a conclusion. They looked up again towards the shelter. Strangely, from the outside, the entire shelter seemed to have not been attacked at all. Even the shelter's gates were wide open, with no defenses at all. Ha, playing tricks. Raymond sneered disdainfully. Raymond, let me handle this, Evelyn said, placing her hands in front of her chest in a gesture to concentrate a curse. Under Evelyn's mental control, 5 high-ranking Blood Clan members entered the shelter first. After entering the shelter, the Blood Clan members proceeded towards the control room through the passage. Just when they had walked a short distance, the passage lit up with red light. The alchemical magic circle inscribed on the ceiling suddenly activated. The high-ranking Blood Clan members were enveloped in a powerful pressure, and all their attributes were greatly reduced. Following that, the vicious feeders emerged from all directions and pounced on the high-ranking Blood Clan members. The 5 reconnaissance high-ranking Blood Clan members were quickly surrounded by the feeders group before they could resist, and were soon devoured completely. In the passage of the shelter, there is an alchemy magic circle, which belongs to the demon hunters. Outside the shelter, Ivor linked her spirit with a small part of the Blood Clan through blood magic, allowing her to see the situation inside the shelter through the eyes of the Blood Clan. She frowned, loosening the spell in her hand. Through spiritual attachment, she realized that the strength of the feeders inside the shelter far exceeded their peers. In just less than half a minute, all 5 senior Blood Clan members sent for reconnaissance were killed. There are feeders, indigenous creatures of the doomsday world. Ha! What did I think they were? Turns out they are demon hunters. The lackeys of the Holy See are everywhere, Raymond said disdainfully. He felt it all made sense now. After all, being descendants of demon hunters for hundreds of years, possessing all sorts of bizarre secrets targeting Blood Clans, it wasn't surprising they could prevent Angitas from resurrecting the Blood Clan. Ivor reminded Raymond, those are not ordinary feeders. Their strength is extraordinary. Even if the senior Blood Clan members were suppressed by seals, they would not all be wiped out by feeders. The strength of the feeders was evident. Hearing Ivor's words, GQ Bay was already certain. There was no mistake. It must be Fang Heng. It was him single-handedly destroying their layout in the 8th district. Originally, The Night Owl's initial plan was to use the 8th District as a forward base to invade other world areas of the zombie apocalypse. However, the Night Owl never expected to encounter the unstable bomb Fang Heng. They had spent years planning and scheming for the layout of the 8th District, but failed thoroughly. The Night Owl had already listed Fang Heng as a dangerous person internally, trying to avoid conflicts with him, but GQ Bay's teeth gnashed. How could they not resist when the other party came knocking on their door? Marquis Raymond, I believe the manipulator behind the feeders is an alien named Fang Heng, who has the ability to control hordes of zombies, including high-ranked fusion tyrants. Oh? Raymond raised an eyebrow. He had heard about the fusion tyrants before. When the Blood Clan initially attacked the Scavenger Legion shelter, several fusion tyrants caused a lot of trouble for the Blood Clan due to their strong self-healing abilities. Marquis Raymond, that alien is very peculiar. You must be careful. HMPH. Careful. He's just an alien. The Blood Clans were always arrogant towards humans. Not to mention the other party was just an alien. To the Blood Clans, humans were just their food. The only difference was the taste of the food. Do they think these simple alchemy magic circles can stop us? Ignore them. Let's go. Raymond sneered disdainfully. Ridiculous. With that, Raymond waved his hand and led the Blood Clan into the shelter. Idiots. Watching the Blood Clans brazenly enter the shelter, GQ Bay silently cursed in his heart. He had long seen the arrogance of the Blood Clans. There were indeed many who rushed towards death. GQ Bay and Fang Heng could be considered old rivals, having fought many times, and he had never gained any advantage over Fang Heng. This time, Fang Heng must have set a trap. In his heart, GQ Bay cursed his unhelpful teammate, but had no choice but to follow the Blood Clan into the shelter. Inside the shelter, in the control room, Fang Heng, the Blood Clans have launched a total attack on the shelter, breaking through a lair. All the preset alchemy magic circles have been activated and are expected to last a maximum of 20 minutes. Fang Heng stood in front of the shelter screen, making a soft sound. Seeing the scene in the passage through the internal monitor, Zhao Dongyang's face changed slightly. Trouble. Fang Heng. This time the Blood Clans are led by Raymond, the owner of the Blood Clan artifact, the Blood Cross. The Blood Cross. Fang Heng stared at the screen showing Marquis Raymond, puzzled. Is it very strong? Extremely strong. In terms of personal strength, Raymond's strength among the Blood Clan owners ranks in the top 3. Apart from his considerable close combat ability, he is also well versed in controlling Blood Clan curses. The Blood Cross Blood Clan artifact has an enhanced curse effect, which can strengthen the practitioner's curse abilities, including imprisonment, weakness, aging, etc., complementing Marquis Raymond very well. Zhao Dongyang tried to give the clearest explanation to enable Fang Heng to assess the opponent's strength accurately. In any case, Raymond is a very formidable opponent. Originally, Zhao Dongyang deemed Raymond as an opponent he couldn't defeat at this stage. However, considering Fang Heng, Zhao Dongyang's assessment of Raymond lowered considerably. After all, there were many precedents, and Zhao Dongyang was not sure if Fang Heng could deal with Raymond. As they were talking, Zhang Lei returned with a joint reconnaissance team consisting of the Dark Knight Order and the Scavenger Legion. Fang Heng, why did you suddenly call us back? Zhang Lei had been on an external reconnaissance mission all this time, and being suddenly called back by Fang Heng felt strange. The plan has changed. You guys return to the 8th District first. To the 8th District. Zhang Lei was surprised for a moment, glancing at the spatial teleportation passage in the hall. He had indeed considered escaping through this method. However, the problem was that fleeing like this would mean leaving the spatial tearing device behind. What about the teleportation passage? I will handle it, leaving it for a single person to deal with. What special plan did he have in mind? Zhang Lei carefully glanced at Fang Heng. This is too dangerous. Are you preparing to face those Blood Clans alone? Not exactly, Fang Heng said, looking down at the time, urging, I have a plan. Anyway, hurry up, return to the 8th District before the Blood Clans break in here. Okay, understood. Since Fang Heng already had a plan, Zhang Lei nodded and stopped questioning. joining the queue to prepare for evacuation back to the 8th district. Feng Heng then shifted his gaze to Victor and Changya behind him. You're lucky. The explosives have been set up. Victor wiped the sweat from his forehead and nodded. Following your instructions, the explosives are installed inside the large-scale spatial opening device. Without opening the device for careful inspection, the explosives won't be detected. The amount of explosives installed is enough to completely destroy the opening device. Saying so, Victor handed over a palm-sized controller to Feng Heng. This is the activator. Pressing the activator will automatically explode in 20 seconds. The activator's sensing range is only 100 meters, so be careful. Good. Now both of you go back. If everything goes smoothly, I will come find you soon. Feng Heng, be careful. Watching Victor and Zhang Lei being teleported away along with a group of Dark Knight Order members, Feng Heng immediately closed the spatial passage. Let's begin, Feng Heng said in a low voice, boosting his spirits. From his backpack, he took out a large machete, took a few steps forward, and slashed the high-level components on the spatial stabilizer a few times. Pang, kakaka, puff. The spatial stabilizer was attacked, and after a few sparks, a cloud of black smoke rose up and quickly ceased functioning. That's about it. It's a bit of a shame, Feng Heng muttered to himself, turning his head to look at the surveillance screen set up in the hall. Next, it should be time to execute the plan. During the time fighting the Blood Clans in the 7th District, Feng Heng realized that the overall strength of the Blood Clans invading the 7th District was strong, but the Blood Clans' count leaders seemed particularly arrogant and foolish. They actually chose such a foolish way to attack directly into the Sanctuary headquarters. If it wasn't for the purpose of transplanting the entire Angytasi, Feng Heng even wanted to directly swallow this wave of Blood Clans, annihilate them, and profit from a batch of Blood Clan sacred artifacts. Oh well, Feng Heng shook his head. For the sake of a greater goal, he must give up some things. Finally, confirming the time, he and Mo Jiawei had agreed that 2 hours and 8 minutes later, the 8th District would call him back. At that time, he would disappear instantly from the 7th District. This was an excellent opportunity to escape after seizing the Angytasi research samples. So he must obtain the Angytasi research sample within 2 hours and 8 minutes. Through the surveillance monitor, Feng Heng watched Raymond's every move. In a short moment, Raymond led the Blood Clan straight into the Sanctuary headquarters. Around the corner, a wave of Lick Eaters suddenly rushed out, madly attacking Raymond. Two high-ranking Blood Clans simultaneously shouted, "Lord, be careful." Raymond disdainfully snorted and raised his hand forward. Chi. The Lick Eaters rushing towards Raymond were instantly surrounded by blood-colored chains. Pang, pang, pang. The group of Lick Eaters lost control and fell from midair. After landing, the Lick Eaters struggled frantically on the ground, trying to break free from the blood-colored chains. However, they couldn't. The Lick Eaters had completely lost their combat abilities. Rubbish. Seeing the Lick Eaters so weak, Raymond's mouth curled in disdain. Let's go. Yes. Seeing this, the Blood Clans were greatly excited and followed Count Raymond forward. Wherever they went, all Lick Eaters were under Raymond's control through his confinement skill. With just a gentle lift of his hand, large groups of Lick Eaters were immobilized, losing their combat capabilities. GQ Bay followed Raymond all the way until they burst into the internal passage. His heart was incomparably shocked. The strength of the Lick Eaters controlled by Feng Heng was already amazing, but compared to Feng Heng, Raymond's strength was even more terrifying. Hey, I thought as much. It turns out he's only this capable. Everything was going too smoothly, and a smirk appeared on Raymond's lips. GQ Bay, however, felt increasingly uneasy. He was sure that these Lick Eaters were controlled by Feng Heng. Was Raymond too strong? Or were these Lick Eaters weakened? GQ Bay suddenly had a sense of unreality. No, it's a trap. Upon careful thought, this was likely a trap set by Feng Heng. GQ Bay was about to say something when he saw Raymond leading the Blood Clan into the final passage of the underground 3 levels. The end of the passage led to the teleportation hall. Right, the teleportation hall. Suddenly, GQ Bay had a flash of insight and two words popped into his mind. Explosives. They must have set explosives. Fang Hang. He must have found a way to lure the Blood Clan into the teleportation hall and then attempt to blow up the Blood Clan and the large space-tearing device together. How malicious. Thinking of this, GQ Bay quickly walked to the front of the team and loudly advised Raymond, Count Raymond, based on what I know about Fang Hang, they are likely to have set an ambush in the teleportation hall. Please be careful. Hearing this, Raymond paused. Indeed, what GQ Bay said was somewhat plausible. Hey, despicable humans. After a moment of thought, Raymond raised his hand forward. In the team, over a dozen middle-rank Blood Clan members quickly advanced, walking straight to the front of the passage and pushing open the door to the teleportation hall. Before they could step inside to inspect the hall, dong 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 ... The sound of machine guns roared. Fused tyrants stood inside the teleportation hall. They aimed the barrels of their spinning guns at the entrance. Frenzied shooting. The middle-rank Blood Clans at the front, who were scouting, were instantly turned into pieces of flying meat by the large-caliber bullets. Quick! Take cover! It's the fused tyrants! GQ Bay shouted, dodging towards the back of the Blood Clan. But it was already too late. He was grazed by a bullet, losing a third of his health, and quickly gulped down a potion. The Blood Clan group fell into chaos. Even Raymond couldn't resist the high-density gunfire, transforming into bat form to dodge backwards. The shooting continued for nearly 30 seconds. Ka, chi chi chi. The spinning machine guns made a sound of spinning emptily. The bullets were exhausted. The fused tyrants discarded the spinning machine guns in their hands and took out the hidden iron handcuffs behind them. Finally, GQ Bay breathed heavily and cautiously peered out from behind cover. Feeling fortunate, hit by shrapnel twice, his health had dropped drastically, nearly dying there. Luckily, the fused tyrants couldn't carry too much ammunition. They were out of bullets. Raymond was also hit by shrapnel, sustaining slight injuries. After reverting to human form, red blood dripped from his forehead, obscuring the sight of his left eye. He did not expect to be so embarrassed by a few fused tyrants here. Full of anger, Raymond stepped forward. Attack! A dense mass of Blood Clans rushed madly towards the four fused tyrants at the center. In an instant, they surrounded the four fused tyrants. The Blood Clan group relentlessly poured their attacks on the fused tyrants, but there didn't seem to be a trend of the fused tyrants gradually succumbing to death. GQ Bay, watching the surrounded fused tyrants, reminded, Count Raymond, the fused tyrants have strong life recovery abilities. I'm afraid. Shut up. Raymond approached step by step, extending his hand and aiming his palm at one of the fused tyrants. Ka ka ka. Blood-colored chains appeared on the fused tyrant's body. GQ Bay was startled. More and more blood-colored chains emerged, growing denser and more solid. Under the control of the chains, the fused tyrant gradually lost its ability to resist. It knelt on one knee, half kneeling in front of Raymond, completely losing control. Raymond's expression grew serious, once again aiming his palm at the remaining three fused tyrants. Without exception, all the fused tyrants were affected by the confinement, with dense red chains twining around them. GQ couldn't believe his eyes when he looked north towards Raymond. His eyes were full of shock. The Marquis Raymond. Has he really become so powerful? Is the difference between Marquises really that great? When they were attacking the Scavenger Legion initially, the four fused tyrants caused a lot of trouble for the Vampire Clan, and now, they were easily controlled by Marquis Raymond. HMPH. It wasn't until all four fused tyrants were shackled in place, kneeling and unable to move, that Raymond finally withdrew his hand and snorted disdainfully from his nostrils. Check the hall. The vampires, who followed into the teleportation hall, immediately began searching the hall. They inspected the entire interior of the teleportation channel, but found nothing unusual. The senior vampires knelt before Raymond once again. Reporting to Marquis, we have checked the hall thoroughly and found no traces of alchemical arrays or explosives. Raymond turned to look back at GQ. GQ furrowed his brow, feeling somewhat tongue-tied. Suddenly, he thought of something and loudly inquired, what about the spatial rift device? What happened to it? Raymond motioned with his chin towards the two vampires behind him. The two senior vampires accepted the instruction and immediately went to the center of the hall, starting to inspect the large spatial rift device. Marquis, the teleportation array itself is secure, but the stabilizers have suffered varying degrees of damage and will require some time for repairs, estimated to take some time. After a moment, a vampire reported to Raymond after a simple inspection of the spatial rift device. During the repair period, we will temporarily be unable to restore the connection to the 5th District and will only be able to connect to the 7th District headquarters. The spatial rift device was intact. Hearing this, GQ was once again stunned. He began to doubt if he had misheard. This didn't make sense. GQ stood blankly in place, feeling that his worldview had undergone a significant shock. This lack of coherence was too strong. Everything that happened within the sanctuary was not in line with Feng Heng's usual style of action. Since their last encounter with Feng Heng ended in failure, GQ had spent several sleepless nights studying various information about Feng Heng. Someone like Feng Heng, if he had taken over the sanctuary, would have likely tried to take everything with him by any means necessary. Not just the spatial rift device, even tables and chairs would have been taken away. Anything left behind would have been immediately destroyed. How could the situation be like today, leaving the large spatial rift device intact here? It simply wasn't logical. Raymond was not aware of the issue. He nodded and said, "Yes, repair the stabilizers as soon as possible. Temporarily connect to the headquarters." Understood. Several vampires responded and immediately activated the teleportation channel leading to the 5th District. What does Feng Heng want to achieve? Jikaiu's mind was filled with doubt and suspicion. Who is Feng Heng? Will he stop once he's gained what he wants? Even if he's taken everything, he might not necessarily stop. So, why did he leave like this? He could have completely destroyed the spatial rift device before leaving and even taken the zombies with him. There was no need to leave them to die. What was his plan? Perhaps. GQ was beginning to sense it clearly. There was only one reason. Feng Heng had dug an even bigger pit for them to fall into, and they were already on the path towards that pit. Though GQ couldn't quite grasp where the pit was, as Raymond ordered part of the vampires to search the entire branch sanctuary, Feng Heng, hidden in the shadows, also disguised as a vampire, quietly infiltrated the vampire search team. After searching through some corridors, Feng Heng found an opportunity to return to the 5th District Control Hall. Marquis Raymond, we just checked the warehouse and found that the purple spatial crystals and some resources inside were missing, suspected to have been taken by the enemy. These despicable humans. If I catch them, I will ensure they suffer. Raymond felt a surge of anger. Their vampire clan had been played by a group of humans. For the vampire clan, this was a disgrace. Unforgivable. Marquis, there are still a large number of resources remaining in the storage area. Additionally, how should we handle the restrained liquors and fused tyrants? Please give instructions. After some thought, Raymond waved his hand and said, "The stabilizers will require some time for repairs. The resources in the storage area should be transported back to the headquarters first. As for those zombie life forms, they can provide a small amount of energy for Angitis. Use the vampire coffins to seal them and send them back, all to be used as nourishment for Angitis." Several senior vampires immediately nodded in response, saying, "Yes, Marquis." With that, Raymond turned and looked at GQ, who appeared conflicted. "What are you still doing here? Go contact the vampire headquarters and have them prepare to link the branch channels." GQ felt there was definitely a trap involved, and a deep one at that. He furrowed his brow and said, "Marquis, the sudden fall of the branch sanctuary is not simple. Besides, Marquis Buck and Marquis Booney are still missing. Why did the enemy give up so easily? They didn't even destroy the spatial rift device. There must be a problem, I suggest. There's no need to say more. Stupid outsider, I've had enough of your ramblings." Raymond, with a disdainful expression at his lips, interrupted, "I suspect those two lazy wastes of space were killed in their sleep by demon hunters. I'm sorry." GQ suppressed his displeasure. He knew well that the vampire clan had always been arrogant. Vampires, at their core, looked down on humans. For the sake of future cooperation, GQ could only nod, leave a simple sleeping bag behind, and exit the game to contact the vampire headquarters and open the teleportation channels. As GQ left, Raymond's contempt for humans became even more evident. Just using them to open the space-time portal, and they still dare to give me advice. Who do they think they are? Raymond, don't waste time dealing with these disposable tools. Everlay reminded. A large amount of purple crystal ore has been destroyed in the sanctuary. 3 marquises and the holy relic are missing simultaneously, and the prince will be very angry. Those 2 wastes can't even handle such a trivial matter. Raymond shook his head and continued. The prince is resting now. When he wakes up, I will personally report to him. I hope the prince can guide us to find the missing vampire relics. A few minutes later, GQ Bay logged back online. Lord Marquis, headquarters is ready to connect with the designated channel. Evro told the 2 senior blood clansmen behind him. The 2 senior blood clansmen quickly entered commands on the console. Soon, the large spatial tearing device was activated once again. A blue light screen condensed in the center of the teleportation hall. The channel connecting to the Blood Clan headquarters was opened. Faint ripples gradually appeared in the center of the light screen. The blood slaves lined up in a long queue, continuously entering the hall from the other side of the light screen. In a corner of the hall, amidst the many Blood Clan members, Feng Heng carefully watched Raymond. Everything was going smoothly according to plan. Prior to the Blood Clan invading the shelter, he had preemptively destroyed the stabilizers in the hall but preserved the spatial tearing device intact. This prevented the channel to the 5th district from activating for a short period of time. After Raymond occupied the teleportation hall, activating the command to the passage leading to the 7th district became the optimal solution. It was also the only solution. Feng Heng had foreseen all of Raymond's movements. However, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to GQ Bay next to Raymond. He did not expect to see GQ Bay here. A night owl's person. Feng Heng quickly scanned through the game log and continued to control the lickers to keep them imprisoned. Since the Blood Clan led by Raymond invaded the shelter, everything had been within Feng Heng's design. Feng Heng predicted that Raymond would use Blood Clan imprisonment skills to deal with the zombie clones, so he intentionally controlled the zombie horde to appear as if they were under control and unable to fight back. Raymond's imprisonment curse had some effect, but it was not easy for all lickers and fused tyrants to lose their resistance capability so easily. All of this was a result of Feng Heng's manipulation in the shadows. If Feng Heng wished, with just a thought now, all lickers and fused tyrants could instantly break free from their restraints and show these blood clans a thing or two. As Feng Heng anticipated, Raymond chose to use the imprisoned zombie clones as food for Angitas. Feng Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. He watched as the liquor clones were loaded one by one into blood-red coffins by the blood slaves. Later, the blood slaves lifted the blood coffins one by one, carried them through the teleportation channel, and brought them into the 7th district headquarters. These blood slaves would guide him to find Angitas' location. A perfect plan, Feng Heng thought to himself. The only thing he did not account for was GQ Bay. Feng Heng's gaze shifted to GQ Bay. The perception of the 2 marquises was sharp, and the risk of being seen through their disguise was too great. Not to mention that GQ Bay also recognized his appearance. It was too dangerous to run away now. Feng Heng patiently concealed himself among the Blood Clan members, contemplating how to lead them away. Just as he pondered, Feng Heng heard GQ Bay say in a deep voice, "Lord Marquis, the previous incident of the shelter invasion seems a bit suspicious. We can go and check the monitoring videos in the control room to see if we can find Feng Heng's traces and how the 2 marquises, Book and Bonnie, disappeared." Raymond frowned. He felt annoyed by GQ Bay. He impatiently waved his hand, about to dismiss this annoying fly in front of him, but Evro intervened first, saying, "Perfect. I'm also interested in the control room. I'll go take a look." "Thank you, Countess Evro." "Go ahead then." Raymond furrowed his brow, morphed into a bat form, flew up and hung upside down on the ceiling of the teleportation hall. When GQ Bei and Ever left the teleportation hall, Feng Heng realized his opportunity had come. He activated his stealth skill and, joining the queue, followed the blood slaves closely and approached the teleportation channel carefully. Feng Heng kept a close eye on Raymond, hanging upside down on the ceiling from the corner of his eye. He seemed to be asleep, but Feng Heng was certain that Raymond's senses were still active. Just as he neared the teleportation channel, Feng Heng suddenly took out Victor's time detonation device from his backpack, gently pressed the button, and stepped into the teleportation channel. Only a few seconds after Feng Heng entered the teleportation channel, boom, the violent explosion reverberated throughout the teleportation hall. The Blood Clan headquarters. Feng Heng emerged from the teleportation door, blending in among the blood slaves as much as possible, while carefully observing his surroundings. The Blood Clan headquarters had originally been a large shelter built by the Federation. On the ceiling of the teleportation hall, a dense layer of Blood Clan members crowded together, looking quite formidable. A few moments later, the violent fluctuations appeared on the light screen in the teleportation hall, then disappeared. The channel stopped. Several high-ranking Blood Clansmen noticed the issue and came up to inspect the teleportation channel. Taking advantage of this minor chaos, Feng Heng maintained his stealth skill and followed the blood slaves carrying coffins, leaving the teleportation hall. Along the way, Feng Heng remained cautious. The number of Blood Clansmen in the Blood Clan headquarters had significantly increased compared to the branch. Almost every ceiling was more or less occupied by bat-shaped Blood Clan members. Soon, Feng Heng followed the blood slaves down to the 5th underground floor. The 5th underground floor was newly developed after the Blood Clans occupied the shelter. It was rather rudimentary. Following the winding passage, Feng Heng slowly moved forward. Soon, an entrance appeared at the end of the passage. Behind the entrance, a wide cavern spread out. Angitis. Feng Heng's pupils slightly constricted. Through the opening, he could clearly see the giant Blood Clan sacred tree. Seeing it in person, Feng Heng was even more impressed. Feng Heng distinctly felt his heartbeat accelerate. The blood flowing within him also sped up. Did the Blood Clan Angitis sacred tree have an influence on his body? Hey! Feng Heng's mind stirred as he looked towards the entrance of the cave. A newcomer, to high-ranking Blood Clansmen, stood at the entrance of the cave. One of them had a sharp gaze, scanning Feng Heng up and down. I haven't seen you before. State your intentions. Feng Heng took 2 steps forward and gestured with his eyes towards the blood slaves transporting blood coffins into the cave, saying in a deep voice, I am here on the orders of Lord Raymond to assist in transporting feed for Angitis. Lord Raymond. The questioning Blood Clan member became wary, staring at Feng Heng, with a red light flashing in his eyes. Feng Heng felt a surge of blood flow within him. Unconsciously, a faint red light also enveloped his eyes. A lowly blood descendant. As if confirming Feng Heng's Blood Clan identity, Baron retracted his gaze and said, Here's a word of advice. Next time, don't come up with such a lousy excuse. Today, I'm in a good mood. Consider this as if I have never seen you. Disappear immediately before me. He saw through me. Feng Heng's brow furrowed slightly. The plan had deviated. Where was the problem? Where had he exposed his flaws? That didn't matter. The problem was how to handle it now. If he couldn't get close to Angitis, the mission would not be completed. In the current state, forcing his way in, Feng Heng surveyed the situation inside the cave, quickly conducting a risk assessment in his mind. It was too dangerous. Executing the plan in advance, the probability of success was probably only 20% to 30%. But there was no other choice. Take a chance. Feng Heng was about to control the zombie avatars to make a move when suddenly another voice sounded. Hey, don't be so serious, Belen. Another blood guard standing at the entrance of the cave patted Belen's shoulder playfully. After all, paying homage to the sacred tree Angitis is the lifelong dream of every lower race. Right. Don't be too harsh on the juniors. I am quite willing to help the new blood race members, Ling said, looking at Feng Heng and raising an eyebrow. I am Ling, and this is Belen. We are in charge of guarding the entrance to the ancient tree in Jidus. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes slightly. Ling gestured for Fang Heng to come closer to talk. You can be honest with me. Did you sneak over this time to enhance your bloodline with the power of Jidus? Am I right? Enhance bloodline. Fang Heng's heart stirred at the words. He knew that the blood race member must have misunderstood. But when it came to refining the bloodline, did the NPC's mention of refining the bloodline mean he could upgrade his blood race lineage? His blood race lineage was a reward for being the first to kill a 5th grade creature when he entered the game world. It was just a basic blood race lineage. Fang Heng had already maxed it out, and the game prompt indicated that he needed to use specific methods to upgrade further. Now it seemed that Jidus was likely the way to upgrade the bloodline. What a pleasant surprise. You're lucky to have found me, Ling said, satisfied with Fang Heng's expression. Nodding approvingly, he extended his right hand towards Fang Heng, repeatedly rubbing his thumb and index finger together. Young blood race, I am willing to give you a chance. Sneak in to visit for a while. You understand what I mean? Of course, Fang Heng understood. The hint was too obvious. Money, or goods. Fang Heng quickly rummaged through his backpack. What was a valuable item for a blood race? Would the guard not dare to take the blood race artifact if he handed it over as a bribe? Maybe this item could work. Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind as he quickly pulled out a piece of purple spatial crystal from his backpack. He turned his wrist and spread out his palm in front. Is this enough? I secretly hid it while assisting in collecting supplies in District 7. And it's all mine now. Belen felt a hint of surprise as he looked at the palm-sized pale purple crystal in Fang Heng's hand. The blood race member seemed quite bold to have stolen such a large piece of a purple spatial crystal. Well, it's a good thing, and you seem sensible, Ling said, aware of the value of the purple spatial crystal. His eyes showed greed, and he suddenly reached out, taking the purple spatial crystal from Fang Heng's hand. I appreciate you, Junior. With a slight squeeze, *snap*, the crystal split in two in his hand. Ling tossed one half to Belen. After taking it, Belen looked closely before confirming it was indeed a purple spatial crystal and put it away. I don't like taking advantage of others. Did you see the blood pool over there? Belen pointed to several blood pools under the Jidus tree not far away. Fang Heng shifted his gaze to where Belen was pointing. Yes, from left to right, the energy in the blood pools increases gradually, and the refining effect is also better. They are much better than the forged blood pools in the Elder's Hall. But be careful. Your ability is too low. Absolutely do not try to absorb the power of the blood pool. You will burst. Fang Heng nodded. Belen's words brought back memories from the past. Fang Heng's body had once studied the Blood Race Apocalypse game world. In the Blood Race Apocalypse, very few players could truly become blood races. Rare as a phoenix's feather, anyone who successfully transformed into a blood race was a high-ranking player who had done well in the game, sought after by various game guilds and factions. There was once a player who revealed some secrets related to the blood race bloodline advancement on the forum. The bloodline of the junior blood race could be refined through special Elder's Hall blood pools. After soaking for a period of time, players could upgrade their bloodline to intermediate. However, according to the record holder, it wasn't easy to enter the Elder's Hall blood pool. Each time required a substantial contribution to be allowed entry. It took him more than 5 years and 77 visits to the blood pool to complete the initial refinement of the bloodline and become an intermediate blood race. Too difficult. After his success, the record holder lamented the bitness of those years and released the record on the forum to boast a bit. Now Fang Heng's eyes showed a hint of greed. As the blood race tree, Jidus should produce blood pools that had better effects on players' bloodline refinement. Seeing Fang Heng still standing there dumbfounded, Ling frowned. He thought that the young blood race member was not only greedy, but also not very bright. But there were also good points about him. Generous and sensible. Ling couldn't help urging, "You can go in now. There are 3 hours left while the Duke is still asleep." Fang Heng snapped back to reality. "Got it." Belen reminded him again. "Don't make a fuss." If you attract the attention of the Duke, we will kill you first. I understand. Feng Heng nodded, turned around, and followed the group of blood slaves towards the gentry of Angitus. Feng Heng was calm. The temptation to upgrade the blood race bloodline was indeed great, but the most important thing at the moment was to obtain a sample of Angitus. First, figure out a way to break even, and then greedily go for it as much as possible. Feng Heng secretly planned in his mind. This time, besides needing to obtain a sample of Angitus, he also needed to plan for transplanting Angitus when he came back next time. Therefore, he needed to observe the terrain as much as possible and think about the operational plan for invading the blood race headquarters next time. Feng Heng pondered, releasing his perception to the maximum, aware of everything happening around him. The entire empty underground level had just been excavated and developed not long ago. The surrounding walls were all black rock. Bats in blood race form hung all around. Only high-ranking blood races had the qualification to hang upside down under the ancient tree of Angitus. Feng Heng glanced around, finding that all the vampires in sight were in a dormant state. Any slight disturbance would awaken the large group of vampires lurking in the cave. Passing by several blood pools along the way, Feng Heng finally approached Angitus. He slowed his pace, step by step moving forward. Suddenly, a very strange premonition arose in Feng Heng's heart. He clearly sensed that if he continued to approach Angitus, all the vampires nesting under the ancient tree would be instantly awakened. Was it a special perception? Feng Heng didn't dare to take a risk. Luckily, the roots of the Angitus sacred tree were very developed. Feng Heng had already seen raised tree roots under his feet. He squatted down, pretending to pray and worship, extending his hand to touch the exposed roots of Angitus. As soon as his fingers touched the tree roots, a game prompt popped up. Tip: you discovered Angitus, an ancient myth. Life form, Angitus. Explanation: legend has it that vampires were born under Angitus. Explanation: you know very little about this legend. This hint is so useless. Feng Heng quickly swept over the game prompt. In the distance, at the cave entrance, watching Feng Heng's actions, Belen furrowed his brow. What is he doing? I don't know. Ling also felt curious, jokingly said, instead of going to the blood pool, he ran to Angitus. Could it be that he really came to worship Angitus? He's as foolish as the old fogies in the Elder's Court. Feng Heng scanned the surroundings again, realizing that the two high-ranking vampires behind him might be watching him. He simply knelt on one knee, showing a respectful pose, while secretly taking out a live sample collector from his backpack. He aimed the collector at the raised tree root on the ground. Hiss! The collector needle pierced the tree root. Tip: you have collected one live sample of Angitus. He's got it. Easier than he expected. Following the principle of not wasting, Feng Heng switched the collector to continue gathering. Tip: you have collected 23 live samples of Angitus. With a full box of samples, Feng Heng stood up, lightly dusting off the dirt on his pants. This trip was secured. The next step is to be a bit greedy. Just collecting samples is not enough. According to Qiao Kang's emphasis earlier, to accelerate the overall research progress of Angitus, it would be best to directly obtain some live samples to take back for study, like cutting a branch from Angitus's ancient tree. However, this would be quite difficult. Once he took action, all the vampires in the cave would be alerted. There's no rush for now. Feng Heng already had a plan. He pondered, turned around, and walked towards the blood pool not far from the Angitus sacred tree. The blood pool nurtured by Angitus. It could condense the lineage within the vampires, allowing for advancement. Let's go check that out. Heh, it's starting. At the cave entrance, Ling watched Feng Heng's actions with interest. Guarding the cave was boring, and Feng Heng's arrival brought him some entertainment. Belen, care to bet? What do you guess he will choose to enter? The first blood pool. His lineage is very diluted, so that's the most suitable for him. No, he'll go for the second one. Belen frowned. No, the second blood pool is not suitable for him. A blood pool that's too powerful will burden his body. Ha ha ha, you don't understand this. Ling laughed triumphantly, as if showing off. This kid dares to steal even the purplish spatial crystal that the prince is watching. With such great courage, he will definitely choose a more aggressive approach. Resisting a bit of blood poisoning won't be a problem for him. Ling was very confident in his judgment. After all, both he and I climbed up from lowly lineages. We have very few advancement opportunities. So, when we do have a chance, we'll give it our all. Belen remained silent. Under the gaze of the two, Feng Heng reached the edge of the blood pool. He eyed the blood pool, which looked like a quiet lake water. The surface was extremely calm, without a ripple. Several blood puppets were soaking in the blood pool nurturing. Feng Heng stood at the edge of the blood pool, squatting down, extending two fingers to gently touch the blood pool's surface. The water surface rippled around, chilling to the bone. Here it is. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow, carefully observing the game prompts that appeared. Tip. Discovered the blood pool. Tip. Detecting that the player possesses vampire lineage. Tip. Analyzing. Tip. Player triggered quest. Lineage advancement. Quest name. Vampire. Lineage advancement. Quest description. Among vampires, there is a legend that soaking in the blood pool nourished by Angus can quickly condense and enhance the vampire lineage. Quest requirement. Enter the vampire blood pool and withstand the baptism of the blood pool. Quest reward. Vampire lineage advancement skill. Player's current initial lineage condensation level, 0%. Danger warning. The difficulty of lineage condensation is related to the player's physical attributes and blood affinity strength. Engaging in lineage condensation may have a probability of causing player death. Please be cautious. It's really happening. The passive vampire lineage skill can finally be upgraded. Feng Heng's face revealed joy. Although the enhanced effect of the passive body recovery ability provided by the vampire lineage was far inferior to that of the immortal body, it added to his basic attributes. There's also night vision, and the possible bad transformation after advancement. These were abilities that Feng Heng was very envious of. Not greedy, but longing. Feng Heng quickly opened his backpack, taking out a second set of sample collectors. With great patience, he sequentially drew a tube of blood pool sample from each of the 7 blood pools ahead. Finally, putting the samples back in the backpack, he glanced at the game prompts. There was less than half an hour left before the agreed time to teleport back to the 8th area with Moji away. It was enough time for him to try out the blood pool's effects. Let's try it out. With such a great opportunity for an advancement skill right in front of him, if he gave up now, he would definitely have trouble sleeping at night. Feng Heng took a deep breath, stepped into the first blood pool. As soon as he stepped in, an extremely cold chill spread from his feet to his whole body. Tip. You have entered the blood pool. Tip. You are damaged by the blood pool -21. Tip. You are damaged by the blood pool -21. Due to blood affinity effect, this damage is reduced. Tip. You are damaged by the blood pool -21. Tip. You are affected by the negative effect, blood poison. Tip. Your initial lineage condensation level has reached 0.01. Tip. You are damaged by the blood pool -21. The game prompts on the retina kept popping up continuously. Feng Heng's heart fluttered. Opening the character attributes, there was an additional description of blood poison in his abnormal status. Abnormal status, blood poison. Description: your body has absorbed a trace amount of blood poison. Please promptly eliminate the blood poison. As the blood poison content increases, your attributes will continuously decrease. Description: blood poison can be eliminated through various methods and will continue to be excreted from the body over time. Current blood poison effect: player's overall attributes decreased by 0.54%. So that's it. Blood poison. Combining what he remembered from player tutorial posts, Feng Heng felt like he had gained some enlightenment. Upon entering the blood pool, the player's life points were continuously deducted every second and overlaid with the negative effects of blood poison. The longer he soaked in the blood pool, the greater the benefits he could gain. The blood affinity attribute affected the damage caused by the blood pool to the body, and even had the probability to mitigate the damage. Now, he already had a set of 4 bloodline sanctuaries. each with +3 blood affinity. His blood affinity attribute was definitely stronger than an ordinary player's. Theoretically, he could endure a higher degree of immersion in the blood pool compared to an ordinary bloodline. Combined with the undead body skill effect, his healing ability was equally astonishing. Undead body? Right. There's also the undead body. Feng Heng's eyes widened. The game prompt refreshed. Hint: due to the effect of the undead body skill, the blood poison in your body has been eliminated. Amazing. Feng Heng was greatly excited. The undead body skill could cleanse the blood poison negative buff every 0.5 seconds. This way, he could completely ignore the effects of blood poison. Maybe even ... Feng Heng felt excited, took a step forward, and continued towards the depths of the blood pool. Hint: you receive -51 damage from the blood pool. The blood gradually soaked up to his waist, and the damage from the blood pool started to increase. Feng Heng watched his fluctuating health points. The healing effect of the undead body and the damage effect of the blood pool engaged in a tug-of-war. Only when Feng Heng's entire body was fully immersed in the blood pool did his total health points start to decrease bit by bit. For now, Feng Heng couldn't distinguish whether the damage from the blood pool was physical or magical. If it was physical damage ... then he could completely ignore all the negative effects brought by the bloodline's tempering. As long as he wished, he could easily brush his bloodline to advance. Feng Heng felt a bit thrilled. Well, that's no fun. Seeing Feng Heng entering the primary blood pool, Ling let out a sigh. He realized that he had guessed wrong in this gamble. Baron, on the other hand, silently watched Feng Heng until he was completely submerged in the blood pool. A look of astonishment appeared in his eyes. This young bloodline was quite strange. He seemed exceptionally enduring. Ordinary low-level descendants couldn't even stay in a low-level blood pool for a minute, let alone immerse their whole bodies in the blood. Why did he make it look so easy? Does he have some special items supporting him? Baron spoke solemnly. He has lasted for 2 minutes already. Initially uninterested in Feng Heng, Ling turned to look at Feng Heng's direction. Upon hearing Baron's words, he felt even more displeased. This kid, such a disappointment. He can stay in the blood pool for 2 minutes, showing that his blood affinity ability can withstand a higher level of blood pool and better tempering. What a waste. Baron glanced at Ling and asked, "How long do you think he can last in the blood pool?" When did you become curious about this? Ling glanced at the blood pool and responded, "What do you think? You suggest a time." After a brief thought, Baron said, 5 minutes or more. Oh? You're quite confident in him. Ling licked his lips. All right. I bet he won't last 5 minutes. The two fell silent, standing quietly in place, waiting. Time passed second by second. 3 minutes went by. Ling unconsciously frowned. 5 minutes passed. Ling's expression darkened. 10 minutes passed. The blood pool remained calm. How could this be? Even for high-level bloodline members, enduring over 10 minutes in a primary blood pool would be uncomfortable. How come? Ling couldn't help but glance at Baron. Why is there still no movement? Did he die? Baron, expressionless, remained silent. Some bloodlines, in order to advance, endure the tempering of their bloodline forcefully, sometimes resulting in death in the blood pool. Such occurrences were rare but not unheard of. TCH, what a fool. Ling was displeased, shaking his head. I praised him before, and now he has died in this manner. Truly embarrassing. Baron seemed to agree with Ling's view. He also shook his head and said, Pity, but this round, I won. Ling got excited upon hearing this. You won. That's not certain. How can you guarantee that he died after 5 minutes? So, you didn't win? No, I won. Bring out some evidence to prove it. The two were arguing while Feng Heng, entirely immersed in the blood pool, kept still, staring intently at his health bar. After waiting for nearly 20 minutes, his health had only decreased to 8%. Feng Heng had been waiting for this moment. If the blood pool caused magical damage, it would be troublesome. He needed to repeatedly enter and exit the blood pool, waiting for his health to recover before re-entering to temper his bloodline. If not ... hint, you received blood pool damage. immune to the undead body skill effect. Immediately, several immunity words floated above Fang Heng's head. It happened. It was physical damage. The damage type from the blood pool was determined to be physical attack damage. Fang Heng was ecstatic. This meant he could stay in the blood pool, waiting for his bloodline to temper until it reached full level and advanced. The reward for the hidden mainline task in the world was truly powerful. Fang Heng opened his character log and checked. After soaking in the primary blood pool for over 20 minutes, his bloodline tempering reached 12.4%. A bit slow. With the undead body skill existing, he could ignore the negative effects of the blood pool and simply run to the highest level blood pool to speed up his advancement. Thinking that, completely immersed in the blood pool, Fang Heng slowly opened his eyes, turned around, and walked towards the back. Gudong gudong. A series of bubbles rose to the surface of the blood pool. Ling, who was trying to argue with Baron, was stunned. Both of them turned back to look at the blood pool where Fang Heng was. He didn't die. They watched as Fang Heng stepped out of the blood pool step by step. Hey, Baron, that kid seems to have something? Ling's eyes were full of doubt. He can endure in the blood pool for so long. Is there some special item? Baron nodded, reiterating, I won. I'm not talking about this. Don't you think he's strange? Look, he doesn't appear weak at all. Ling furrowed his brows, staring at Fang Heng. What is he doing? After leaving the initial blood pool, Fang Heng paused for a moment in place, then took steps directly towards the highest level blood pool. Under the amazed gazes of Ling and Belen, Fang Heng, without hesitation, stepped into the high-level blood pool until his whole body submerged in it. This is impossible. Ling was shocked by Fang Heng's actions. Even I can't stay in a high-level blood pool for so long. There must be something wrong with him. Belen furrowed his brows. Hint, current blood pool level. Leave to 9. Hint, you receive 12 points of damage from the blood pool. Hint, you receive 12 points of damage from the blood pool. Hint, you enter a blood poisoning state, and all your attributes decrease. Hint, due to the skill undead body effect, your negative effect, poison blood is cleared. Fang Heng looked at the game tips. A thought crossed his mind. The damage in the high-level blood pool is tens of times higher than in the initial one. His health was rapidly decreasing chunk by chunk until it dropped to 8%. Hint, you receive 12 points of damage, but the damage is immune due to the undead body skill. Hint, your lineage condensation reaches 30%. Hint, your lineage condensation reaches 40%. Similarly, the progress bar of lineage condensation was rapidly increasing. Hint, your lineage condensation reaches 100%. Hint, your skill low-level bloodline advances to mid-level bloodline. Hint, your former skill, low-level bloodline is deleted. Hint, your mid-level bloodline current level, LV, 1. Suddenly, Fang Heng opened his eyes in the blood pool. A hint of blood red covered his pupils. Skill, mid-level bloodline. Skill level, S-level limit. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum of LV, 18. Derived Skill 1. Bloodline Inheritance. Skill Explanation. After learning this skill, immediately gain an additional 150% maximum health, plus to strength, plus 7 agility, plus to constitution, plus to perception. Additionally gain strength asterisk 0.5 of skill level, agility asterisk 1.5 of skill level, constitution asterisk 0.5 of skill level, perception asterisk 0.2 of skill level. Derived Skill 2. Blood Absorption. Skill Explanation. Vampires can gain strength by absorbing blood. Absorbing blood increases health restoration speed by 250 points per second and boosts skill experience gain. Derived Skill 3. Self-Healing. Skill Explanation. Vampires have powerful self-healing abilities. In a non-sunlight environment, players gain 10 points of health restoration speed per second. In a non-combat state, an additional 20 points of health restoration speed per second. Derived Skill 4. Night Walker. Skill Explanation. Players gain advanced night vision ability. They feel drowsy during the day and receive an additional 12% damage when attacked by light attributes. Except for the heart, players are immune to all critical effects. Derive Skill 5, Bat Form. Skill Explanation. With the power of Bloodline, players can transform into a bat form, allowing short-distance low-altitude flight, exiting this state immediately if damaged in bat form. In the blood pool, continuously clenching and releasing his fists, feeling the changes in body strength. Damn, it's a bit of a pitfall. Even after the lineage upgrade, he still needs to start leveling up from level 1. He seems to have become weaker for a short time now. No wonder the players who used to learn the bloodline skills were cursing there. Of course, after a while, once he raises the skill level of the mid-level lineage, the basic attributes of the body will definitely improve. Moreover, the bat form is also a very good skill. With it, he can deal with more complex situations in the future. Truly, it's a gain. Feng Heng carefully reviewed the skill description again. His brows slightly furrowed. He felt like he had discovered something again. Just like the low-level lineage, the mid-level lineage also upgrades by absorbing blood. The more energy contained in the blood, the higher the skill experience gained. In that case, isn't the blood in the blood pool perfect blood? The blood pool harbors a part of Angitas's essence, even giving birth to blood puppets within it. It definitely contains extremely powerful energy, but it is also blood. Theoretically, it should be absorbable too, right? Let's try it. Feng Heng opened his mouth in the blood pool. The next moment, a very strong smell of blood rushed into his mouth. Hint, you absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill, mid-level bloodline experience plus 1833, and you are affected by blood poisoning. Hint, your mid-level lineage skill is upgraded to LV 3. Hint, you absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill, mid-level bloodline experience plus 1459, and your blood poisoning state is greatly intensified. Your attributes decrease significantly. Please be careful. Hint, your mid-level lineage skill is upgraded to LV 5. Hint, through the skill Undead Body, you successfully reduce the effect of blood poisoning. At the cave entrance, Belen and Ling had been watching Feng Heng, just leaping into the blood pool. Their expressions were very serious. It's been 10 minutes already. Belen lightly hummed. He must be dead, right? Ling's tone sounded somewhat uncertain. Not to mention a lower-class descendant. Even they couldn't stay in a high-level blood pool for so long. He must have died. Belen and Ling glanced at each other. Well, gulping sounds *. Hearing the sound, they both had a slight change in color, looking towards the direction of the high-level blood pool. Surprisingly, red bubbles emerged in the center of the blood pool. Accompanied by the continuously rising bubbles in the blood pool, the dark red blood flowing on the ancient tree of Angitas alternated between bright and dark. Ling's pupils flickered with astonishment, finding it hard to believe what he saw. Then he looked at Belen. Is he absorbing the energy of the blood pool? The blood in Angitas's pool possesses extremely powerful energy, a great supplement for vampires. But the contained blood poisoning are also very violent, acting as a deadly toxin to the vampires too. It would take months for their high-level vampires to completely clear the blood poisoning even with a small sip of blood, leading to a loss. National game. Starting with the zombie apocalypse. Hang up volume 582 chapter 1 piece stick. But everything in front of them told them that someone was absorbing the blood energy essence in the blood pool. The blood pool is supplied by the Angitas divine tree. If the essence of the blood pool is heavily extracted in a short period of time, Angitas will also be affected. Baron frowned and rushed towards the blood pool. Quick, stop him. Ling reacted and also rushed over. No matter what method Feng Heng used to absorb the energy essence in the blood pool, as long as there was a problem with the blood pool, the two of them would definitely be blamed. Ling walked in front of the blood pool, still not daring to make a move, and could only shout lightly at the blood pool. Hey, kid, come out quickly. In the blood pool, Feng Heng was swiftly absorbing the power from the Angitas blood pool. He felt himself getting stronger gradually. This leveling up sensation was satisfying. Noticing the approaching to high-ranking blood hosts outside, he closed his mouth and suddenly opened his eyes. It was only at this moment that Feng Heng realized the abnormality happening outside. This was bad. The energy extraction was too fast, and the commotion was too loud. He had only taken a few sips, and his intermediate bloodline skill had already reached level 12. Fortunately, the blood clan under the Angitas tree had not been disturbed. Feng Heng thought and slowly walked out of the blood pool. By the side of the blood pool, Baron and Ling stared at Feng Heng intently. Baron saw Feng Heng and immediately sensed the changes in him. His face once again showed a look of astonishment, and a faint red light burst from his pupils again. In less than half an hour after entering the blood pool, he had actually advanced to the intermediate blood clan. After advancing, the blood clan would enter a period of weakness. Why did the blood clan in front of him not show any signs of weakness? Baron was uncertain. Ling did not see as much. He directly questioned, "Who are you exactly? Which clan do you belong to? Which count are you following? Why were you able to stay in the blood pool for so long?" Feng Heng looked at the two high-ranking blood clans and started to check the game log quickly, while also trying to buy time. "Sorry, you asked so many questions all at once. Which one should I answer first?" There were still 15 minutes left until the agreed time to be teleported away with Mo Joe. It was almost time to execute the plan. These two blood clans recognized him, and keeping them alive might cause trouble. For safety, it was best to just take care of them. Feng Heng's eyes contained a hint of killing intent. Ling would not let Feng Heng off easily. He stared at him firmly and said, "Don't play dumb with me. Your little actions can't fool my eyes. Tell me, what did you do to the blood pool just now?" Feng Heng put on an innocent look. "I didn't do anything special. I think it might be related to my unique physique." Unique physique. Baron and Ling glanced at each other. They were about to continue questioning. Suddenly, there were several explosions of wooden boxes all around. Baron and the others immediately turned to look in the direction of the explosions. The blood slaves who were transporting boxes to the Angitas ancient tree suddenly exploded one after another. The feeders sealed in the coffins crawled out from the exploding boxes. After breaking free from their restraints, they crazily rushed towards Baron and Ling. In addition, there were perfused tyrant bodies also breaking free from the exploding coffins. They swung their fists to clear the blood slaves around them, then rushed towards the Angitas ancient tree. The first fused tyrant body raised its fist and struck heavily on the Angitas ancient tree trunk. A dull loud sound. The ancient tree suffered a heavy blow, and its dense branches shook violently. The massive impact caused chaos in the cave. The blood clan on the surrounding walls and on the Angitas ancient tree woke up from their sleep. Swarms of blood clans rushed towards the several fused tyrant bodies and feeders. Among them were even to count level blood clans. Baron and Ling saw a large number of blood clans rushing towards them. Their faces changed dramatically. They had no time to deal with Feng Heng, and immediately condensed blood blades to counterattack. However, the feeders had already targeted the two of them. Taking advantage of the chaos in the hall, Feng Heng quickly retreated and turned into a bat form, flying towards the Angitas ancient tree. In the confusion, the attention of the blood clans was drawn by the fused tyrant bodies and feeders. No one noticed Feng Heng amidst the blood clans. This form doesn't feel very useful. In bat form, Feng Heng flapped his wings towards the Angitas ancient tree, muttering quietly. He knew why the blood clans no longer used the bat form in battle. Flying in bat form was very exhausting and difficult to control in the air for evasion. He didn't know if he could improve after advancing his bloodline. At least for now, this move could only be used to overcome special terrain. Soon, Feng Heng landed on a thick branch behind the Angitas ancient tree and transformed into human form. Peeking out from behind the tree, Feng Heng observed again. The fused tyrant bodies had already been restrained by the blood clans, and the last two were still resisting. Baron and Ling had already been targeted and killed by the feeders. No blood clan noticed him hiding behind the Angitas tree. Feng Heng raised his right hand. Blood clan artifact, armor. Blood blade skill activated. A blood light emanated from Feng Heng's wrist. Using the Angitas ancient tree as cover, Feng Heng raised his arm and chopped downward. A very weak sound, like cutting tofu. A large piece of branch was cut off from the ancient tree, and red blood burst from the wound. For the huge Angitas ancient tree, this piece of branch was just a drop in the bucket. Hint: you have obtained the Broken Angitas branch item. Broken Angitas branch. Description: branch of the Blood Clan Divine Tree Angitas. When placed in the backpack, it will be effective and can enhance the player's blood affinity by 2 points. Description: primary ancient legendary item, can be used as a high-level spell-casting material. It is rapidly withering. You need to use it before it loses all its power. After putting the branch into his backpack, Feng Heng scanned the surroundings again. The blood clans were still mixed in battle with the fused tyrant bodies and feeders. They were gradually gaining control of the situation, but had not realized that a piece of the Angitas tree had been cut off. Feng Heng leapt down from the Angitas ancient tree once again. The next step was to find a place to hide. Waiting to be sent back to the 8th district, Feng Heng had already prepared a sufficient plan in his mind. He moved stealthily towards the blood pool, silently hiding inside, closing his eyes, and activating his concealment skill. This was the safest place within the entire cave. No one would think he would be hiding in the blood pool the whole time. 7017K. Online game. Chapter 583. The Third Power. Immune to physical damage. Lethal eaters and fusion tyrants bring troubles to the Blood Clan. It took more than 10 minutes for the Blood Clan to suppress or eliminate the zombie avatars completely. And the Blood Clan paid the price of more than 10 senior Blood Clan members' lives. Duke Neat. Inside the cave, the Blood Clan members saw the Duke flying in from outside and kneeled down one by one. Angitas has been injured. Let me take a look. Neat's gaze swept through the underground cave and finally stopped at the ancient tree of Angitas. What happened? Count Aura, in charge of the cave's safety, kneeled and reported. Duke Neat. There was just a group of imprisoned zombies that rioted collectively. The problem has been solved, and it might have affected the sacred tree during the riot. Duke Neat expressionlessly murmured. He scanned the cave again and didn't perceive anything abnormal. Aura, I have a very uncomfortable feeling. Thoroughly check the cave. I want to ensure Angitas's absolute safety. Such incidents cannot be allowed to happen again. Aura shivered and respectfully nodded. Yes, Neat nodded. Instead of leaving, he transformed into a bat form and hung upside down on the ceiling of the cave wall. Aura and other Blood Clan counts personally led the team to conduct a thorough inspection of all Blood Clan members in the cave. All clan leaders come here for inspection. The rest of you go there. Line up in batches by clan. Meanwhile, Feng Heng had already sneaked into the bottom of the blood pool. Through the blood pool, he could vaguely see the outside shadows and hear what was happening outside. Thankfully, he hid fast. Otherwise, it would be troublesome. With the help of the undead skill, he could stay in the blood pool. Unfortunately, there were too many people outside, and for now, he couldn't absorb the power of the blood pool. Otherwise, it might cause some movement. Better wait. Feng Heng transferred the Angitas branch he had obtained moments ago from his basic backpack to his leap backpack. A few minutes later, game prompts began to appear on the retina. Prompt: you are being led by special space power. Undergoing spatial teleportation. Expected to complete within 1 minute. Prompt: ensure safety during the transmission process. If interrupted, there is a probability of death. Zone 7. Federal Branch. After receiving the message from the superiors, Chen Yu frowned. Commander, it's an order from the higher-ups. Vice Commander Z. Junhao will assist us in dealing with the Blood Clan. However, based on our private investigation, the East Zone had already started establishing the stability enhancer devices for the space-time passage a few days ago. The higher-ups seem to have a lot of confidence in Z Junhao. It's possible he's coming for our East Zone. Not only that, I heard Z Junhao has already assured the higher-ups that he will resolve the issue with the Blood Clan in Zone 7 within 3 days. Only then will they allow him. Commander, what should we do? Listening to everyone's discussions, Chen Yu's head was a bit swollen, and he clenched his fist. Alright, these are all baseless rumors. Don't speak rashly. We just need to follow the superior's orders, assist Zi Junhao in entering Zone 7, and be prepared for any contingencies. Members of the Federal Exchange looked at each other. Baseless rumors. They somewhat doubted if Chen Yu had been brainwashed. They understood not questioning the Federal Alliance was alright for the ordinary players, but weren't they aware of it? Allowing Zi Junhao so easily into Zone 7, certain they wouldn't regret it in the future. Chen Yu suppressed his annoyance and urged, "Why aren't you preparing yet?" Understood. Alright. You all can leave. I need some time alone to calm down and think carefully. Got it. The members of the Federal Branch left the hall one after another. Chen Yu took a deep breath, exhaling the pent-up frustration. He felt troubled. Dealing with one Blood Clan member was already challenging enough. With Fang Heng's help, they had slightly gained control of the situation by destroying the purple space crystals within the Blood Clan branch. Yet now, they had an added unstable factor. Players from the world of Wasteland Apocalypse. Chen Yu was getting anxious. This surprise attack operation was under his direct responsibility, his first action as the interim commander of Zone 7. The situation in Zone 5 had already been declared a complete failure. Despite paying a heavy price, their current achievements were only the destruction of some purple space crystals in the branch. Not enough. The success of this operation depended entirely on Fang Heng. They urgently needed to confirm if Fang Heng had indeed destroyed the teleport channel of the branch to adjust the next phase of the operation. If Fang Heng failed, his influence and say in matters would diminish. If it's Fang Heng, he should be fine. Zone 8. Prison Transport Hall. People gathered by the entrance of the passage awaiting entry. After entering Zone 8 through the passage, players like Zhang Lei soon received game prompts. Being players from Zone 7, they had the option to return to the main god space within 240 hours and, after paying a fee, use immediate teleportation back to Zone 7. If they exceeded 240 hours in Zone 8, their identity would change to Zone 8 players. Cheng Yi's primary concern now was the teleport channel in Zone 7's branch. She had received information that the federal strike on Zone 5 had ended in failure half an hour ago. The infiltrated strike team suffered heavy casualties, with half the team dead and the rest limping back, at least temporarily unable to continue the operation. It was said that during the infiltration operation, they were exposed by a Blood Clan count, Athena. Zhang Lei was also waiting for news from Fang Heng. Fang Heng's success or failure would determine the future of their underground gaming guild. Zhao Dongyang was relatively carefree, observing curiously. He wondered why Fang Heng chose to stay behind alone. Was he planning to confront the Blood Clan alone or gather more sacred artifacts? Thinking carefully, didn't Fang Heng already possess 3 Blood Clan sacred artifacts? A player having 3 Blood Clan sacred artifacts simultaneously. That seemed. Among them, Qiu Yao Kong was the most excited and anxious. Unknown parallel worlds, Blood Clan, and Jida samples. Everyone now wanted to obtain and research those things urgently. Suddenly, a white light flashed across the central massive space-tearing device in the hall. Fang Heng walked out from the light screen. Qiu Yao Kong stepped forward first and asked in a deep voice, "How did it go?" "Well, it's taken care of," Fang Heng said, taking out the Angitis branch he had just cut from his temporal leap backpack. "Good." Qiu Yao Kong carefully put on a pair of double-layered gloves, holding the branch in his hand to observe closely. The blood on the cross-section of the branch had stopped flowing, and some parts of it had turned yellow. Angus. Qiu Yao Kong couldn't hide his excitement in his eyes. "With this, our research will soon have a major breakthrough." Zhang Lei curiously leaned over to look at the cut branch. He couldn't understand. Fang Heng, what is this? Did you leave everyone just for this thing?" This is Angus." Zhao Dongyang stared intently at the large piece of the cut branch in Qiu Yao Kang's hand. He was shocked. It was from the Angus sacred tree. This was 2. Zhao Dongyang felt it was a bit unbelievable, but everything his eyes saw was telling him that the branch Qiu Yao Kong was holding definitely belonged to a part of the Angus sacred tree. and it was freshly cut not long ago from the Injicious sacred tree. Fresh indeed. But Zhao Dongyang turned his head back to Feng Heng, his eyes showing disbelief. What did Feng Heng intend to do by bringing this thing back? Just simple research. Zhao Dongyang felt like things weren't so simple. What? A branch of the bloodline sacred tree? Are you sure? Hearing this, Zhang Lei was also surprised. Everyone turned to look at Feng Heng. So, Feng Heng just went to the bloodline headquarters and cut off a large piece of the sacred tree from Injicious in front of so many bloodline members. How did he manage to do that? Please do not question my professionalism. Zhao Dongyang withdrew his gaze from Feng Heng. He took a deep breath, steadied himself, and continued, if you want to do research, I suggest you do it quickly. Without the nourishment of blood, the branches of Injicious will wither quickly. Oh? You seem to know a lot about Injicious. Qi Yaokong glanced at Zhao Dongyang, then turned back to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, I'll take this person. His help with the upcoming research will be valuable. Have him come to the laboratory to find me later. After saying this, Qi Yaokong turned and walked straight to the central underground laboratory with the branch of Injicious in hand. Huh? Zhao Dongyang was stunned. How did he get involved in this situation? Then I'll leave it to you, Zhao Dongyang. Feng Heng looked at Zhao Dongyang. The payment for your services will be settled with the Federation after the matter is resolved. All right. Zhao Dongyang didn't hesitate much. Money is money. Besides, it was just cooperating for research. No life-threatening danger. It's much simpler than intruding into a bloodline branch. After agreeing, Zhao Dongyang immediately left with Qi Yaokong. Chengya had no objection to paying the Federation, and her focus was not on money or Injicious. So, Feng Heng, what about the teleportation channel of the branch? Was it destroyed? Well, I activated the detonator, and the entire spatial rupture device will be blasted into pieces. Phew. With Feng Heng's definite reply, Chengya breathed a sigh of relief. By ending the teleportation channel, a large amount of resources was lost, disrupting the Night Owl organization's plan to collect purple spatial crystals. The Federation finally got a breather. They could strive for some time to stabilize the situation, which also gave them something to report to their superiors. Alright, Feng Heng, I will immediately return to the Federation to report the situation, and we will make further deployments promptly. Feng Heng nodded and instructed, keep in touch and remember to inform Chen Yu that the box we are looking for is very important, and he should find a way to get it as soon as possible. Okay, I understand. Once Chen Yu logged off, Feng Heng turned to Zhang Lei. How is the sample collection going with the Hela organization? Oh, Zhang Lei finally snapped out of the shock from Injicious, the bloodline's sacred tree. The remaining 4 samples of the Hela organization have all been located. We have already collaborated with the Federation to locate the samples. If all goes well, the samples can be transported directly by tomorrow afternoon, and at the latest by tomorrow evening, we will have collected them all. However, Feng Heng, we still have a portion of the Hela organization samples left inside the previous bloodline branch. I am a little worried about potential issues with these samples. Feng Heng stroked his chin, pondering as well. The remaining Hela organization samples in the bloodline branch were special mission items that could not be taken away through the spatial rupture device. At the time of evacuation, for safety reasons, Feng Heng did not move these samples. So before completing the main mission, he needed to return to the bloodline branch once again to retrieve the remaining Hela organization samples. Alright, I'll handle the samples in the branch. After collecting all the Hela organization samples, contact me immediately. If you encounter any trouble during the process, seek help from the Federation together. Zhang Lei was puzzled. Aren't you going to help us collect the Hela organization samples? I have more important things to take care of. Feng Heng roughly outlined his plan in his mind. He needed to wait. On one hand, he needed to wait for the Federation to collect the remaining Hela organization samples to complete the main storyline mission. And on the other hand, he needed to figure out how Qi Yaokong was going to transplant the Injicious sacred tree. During this time, he needed to stay under the Injicious tree, upgrade his bloodline skills, and figure out a way to escape from the bloodline headquarters. Oh, and one more thing. Feng Heng suddenly remembered something, turned to Victor, who was in charge of overseeing repairs, and called out, "Victor, could you come over for a moment? I have something good to give you." "Sure, I'll be right there," Victor replied, raising his head and climbing out from the device, tool in hand, walking up to Feng Heng. Feng Heng's palm flashed, and a blue crystalline substance appeared in his hand. "Take a look at this, the Super Evolution Crystal. I've gathered all the components already." Victor was a bit surprised, but nodded immediately, saying, "All right, once the teleportation channel is repaired, I'll arrange for personnel to expand the spatial rift device. It should take about a week." "No problem." Feng Heng patted Victor on the shoulder. "I'll leave it to you. I trust you to get it done." As he spoke, a wave of drowsiness washed over him. Feng Heng yawned and instinctively reached into his backpack for some coffee, only to come up empty. Before he knew it, he had already finished all the coffee in his bag. It seemed like it was time to log off and catch up on some sleep. For now, even if he returned to the 7th zone, he wouldn't immediately find a way to leave the vampire headquarters. It would be best to wait until Qiu Yao Kong finalized the transplant plan for Angus before making any further decisions. Thinking this, Feng Heng left his backpack behind and logged off temporarily. Back at the Necromancer Scholars Association, Feng Heng exited his room, hanging a "Do Not Disturb" sign on the door. He shut the door and went straight to sleep. This sleep was deep, and Feng Heng didn't know how long he had rested. He was still groggy when he heard a gentle knock on the door from outside. "Who is it?" came the voice of a servant from the Undead Research Association outside the door. "Mr. Feng Heng, sorry to disturb your rest. There is a guest waiting outside for you for a long time." Feng Heng rubbed his face, stretched lazily, and sat up from the bed. After staying up for several nights in the game, this sleep was truly refreshing. Coming, Feng Heng got out of bed, put on a coat, walked to the door, and opened it. The servant stood at the door. Behind him, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo were eager with anticipation. "Feng Heng, you finally woke up. We've been waiting for you for a long time." Li Shaoqiang finally relaxed when Feng Heng appeared. "We are about to encounter a big problem again." Feng Heng frowned. "So soon? Is the vampire clan making a move again?" "It's not the vampire clan. It's the Northern Federation." Feng Heng was momentarily puzzled at the mention of the Northern Federation. In his past life, Feng Heng's body mostly operated in the Eastern Federation region, and his understanding of the whole world was limited to form discussions. With vague memories of his body, Feng Heng roughly knew that the 4 regions of the Global Federation were not always harmonious. Despite the facade of peace and unity, power struggles among the 4 major regions were always simmering. After years of conflict, in the early stages of the game, the Northern and Southern Federations had control over most of the Waste Apocalypse. The Eastern Federation had control over some of the Zombie Apocalypse, and the Western Federation was miserable in the early game with no significant accomplishments. Feng Heng turned and led the 2 into the room. "Don't worry. What exactly is the situation? Take your time to explain." It's Si Junhao, the owner of the 7th District of the Waste Apocalypse Gaming World, and also the Deputy Commander of the Waste Apocalypse World. Li Shaoqiang's face looked grim as he followed Feng Heng into the guest room. He explained, "The Waste Apocalypse opened a temporal channel, bringing people from the Waste Apocalypse world over to support the 7th District of the Zombie Apocalypse." Feng Heng raised his eyebrows. "Help from the Waste world? That sounds great. The problem is significant." Li Shaoqiang could see Feng Heng's confusion and sighed, continuing to explain, "On the surface, they are here to help, but in reality, they came to fight for resources in the 7th District. They also aim to compete for the authority and control in the 7th District." Feng Heng stroked his chin. "For resources and benefits. Isn't that what I am after as well?" Li Shaoqiang continued. "Chen Yuming is the nominal commander of the 7th District, but their actual strength is limited. This time, Si Junhao brought special integrated beasts from the Waste world. By leveraging his power and the trust of the Federal High Command, he has been pressuring Chen Yuming to seize actual control of the 7th District. Due to the intrusion of the vampire clan, this event may involve the real world this time. The Central Federation is already dissatisfied with us in the East District. Chen Yuming is under a lot of pressure now, and he is struggling to handle it. Besides, the 7th District has suffered greatly from the vampire clan during this time. If Si Junhao comes and defeats the vampire clan immediately, it will be embarrassing for us too. Not only in terms of face. Tan Shuo, who had been silent, added, I heard from a friend that Si Junhao may be here for the main storyline of the 7th District. They want to completely dominate the 7th District, the main storyline. Hearing this, Fang Heng suddenly became serious. After coming to the 7th District for so long, all the resources, goods, upgrading the vampire lineage, seizing vampire relics, seizing Anzitas, were just add-ons. The main storyline quest of the 7th District was his foundation. There must be no mistake. Fang Heng became serious instantly and looked at the two. By the way, how is the collection of the special boxes I need going? Well, all the boxes were collected by 4 in the morning today and are being transported to the frontline shelter through various channels. They should be on the way. However, the boxes cannot be transported through the time-space rift channels, so there might be some trouble in the transmission process that requires time. Fang Heng breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. Great. At least for now, all the samples from the Hela organization have been obtained. The people from the Northern Federation just arrived from the Waste Apocalypse world, and they have no understanding of the zombie apocalypse like Chen Yuming and the others. With the need to deal with the vampire clan and the urgency of the situation, he must act quickly. I understand. I will return to the game immediately to plan the next steps. Keep in touch at all times. The 8th District. Zombie Apocalypse. What a great discovery. Standing in front of the reinforced glass, looking at the broken branch of the Anzitas divine tree, soaking in blood behind the glass, Qiu Yaokong couldn't help but praise. Once the branches were cut from the divine tree, they would quickly wither, and only by soaking them in blood could their withering be delayed. Qiu Yaokong was extremely amazed by the blood-absorbing characteristics of the Anzitas. Such a pity. Qiu Yaokong sighed with regret. The branch's activity is too low after being separated from the main body, and we cannot conduct deeper research. Just as Fang Heng logged in, he went to find Qiu Yaokong immediately. Upon hearing Qiu Yaokong's lament, he shook his head. Enough with the regrets. How is the transplant plan coming along? Once we transplant the entire Anzitas divine tree, you can study it as you wish. Thud. A loud noise. Everyone turned their heads suddenly and looked at Zhao Dongyang, who had just fallen from his chair in the corner of the lab. Zhao Dongyang awkwardly got up from the ground, holding onto the chair. Last night, he had provided theoretical data and support to Qiu Yaokong's research team on the Anzitas tree branches until he couldn't resist reclining on the chair half an hour ago. In a daze, he heard Fang Heng mentioning the transplant plan for Anzitas. Transplanting Anzitas. Excited, Zhao Dongyang accidentally fell off the chair. Transplanting Anzitas. Excited, Zhao Dongyang suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He felt that his high school vocabulary was no longer enough to describe Fang Heng's madness. Although he had known Fang Heng to be quite crazy, he had no idea it would be this extreme. Awake, Fang Heng shrugged casually and instructed, Zhao Dongyang, the transplant of avatars is our secret. If you heard about it, just forget it, and I hope you keep it confidential. Don't worry, we will pay you a confidentiality fee. Just ask the Federation for money when the time comes. Money is the issue. It seems to be somewhat relevant. Zhao Dongyang felt his throat was a bit dry, and he nodded, saying, All right, I understand. There's another thing I'm very curious about. Avatars was not originally from our world. How did the Blood Clan transplant it into the 7th District of the zombie apocalypse? Talking about this, Qiu Yaokong was also very curious. He turned to Zhao Dongyang and said, This question has been bothering me as well. The passage created by the spatial stabilizer of the Blood Clan is too small to accommodate the passage of avatars. Zhao Dongyang actually knew a bit about this. Well, I saw some related information about the transfer of avatars in some books of the Blood Clan. In short, it's very complicated. Oh? Fang Heng was curious and asked, "Tell me more." "Alright. First of all, the Blood Clan needs the approval of the prince, passes a vote in the Elder Council, and, confirming the transplantation, it is carried out by the Duke of the Blood Clan guarding avatars, with the help of the Blood Clan relic, the headpiece, holding a ceremony under the avatar's tree." Zhao Dongyang recalled carefully. The ceremony is fully managed by the Elder Council. Besides sacrificing hundreds of Blood Clan members as offerings, it also requires the cooperation of 99 elders from the council to complete. After success, avatars can be temporarily sealed and stored in the Book of Enoch. Finally, the Blood Clan brings the Book of Enoch into the 7th district. The Blood Clan prince will once again use the power of the relic, the headpiece, to release avatars from the Book of Enoch. Fang Heng nodded quietly. He pondered that it seemed like a method of soul binding. If he wanted to replicate this method, he would first need to obtain the Blood Clan headpiece and the Book of Enoch. The Book of Enoch has always been tightly controlled by the Elder Council. It's not even in the 7th district now. So, we can't get our hands on it. Zhao Dongyang saw the look Fang Heng gave him and guessed what Fang Heng was thinking. So he quickly explained. He felt that it was simply impossible to do something like that, and the Blood Clan relic, the headpiece, is controlled by the Duke of the Blood Clan. To acquire the headpiece, we need to find a way to deal with the Blood Clan Duke, who is rated as a 6th-tier life form. It's too difficult. Just thinking about it gives Zhao Dongyang the feeling that it's hopeless. Even if you manage to get these 2 items, you still need Blood Clan members to perform the sacrifice. It seems impossible to complete no matter how you think about it. Fang Heng stroked his chin. Is it really that difficult? Indeed. The main issue is the matter of time. If there's enough time, maybe he could find a way to use the Blood Clan's passage, sneak into the Blood Clan apocalypse, figure out how to get the Book of Enoch. The Blood Clan headpiece ain't that hard to obtain either. After all, a 6th-tier being ain't necessarily invincible. With some time and effort, it might be possible to defeat them. But unfortunately, time is running out. Since magical transplantation is not an option, they can only resort to the second plan, physical transplantation. Fang Heng nodded. I understand. It seems like a bit challenging, and I won't force it. Phew. Zhao Dongyang sighed with relief upon hearing this. Even though he knew that this task was impossible, hearing Fang Heng say the word give up wasn't easy. So, we will pursue another approach. Huh. Zhao Dongyang was puzzled. Fang Heng looked at Qiu Yaokong and asked, "How about it? Can you share your research findings now?" "Alright. Last night, Dr. Dingman and I conducted research and analysis on Angatar's samples, studied the feasibility of transplantation, and devised a final plan." Qiu Yaokong hesitated for a moment. But what? Let me explain, Dingman said. Fang Heng. Angatars is different from ordinary trees. You can think of it as a special semi-biological entity with a basic consciousness. Angatars has an incredibly strong vitality. Once its core is threatened, it will immediately fight back. So ideally, we need to find a way to weaken it. If Angatars expends too much energy, it will enter a special semi-hibernation state, which we believe is more suitable for the overall transplantation of the entire Angatars. So, the first step is to induce its semi-hibernation state. The second step is the transfer, which is the difficult part we face now. Qiu Yaokong added, I just communicated with Victor. Currently, the size of the spatial rift device within our legion is not enough to accommodate the entire Angatars for transplantation. It's just too massive. So, you need to figure out a way to shrink Angatars to a size that can fit into the spatial channel. Fang Heng vaguely recalled the teleportation channels he had seen in the Blood Clan headquarters in the 7th district. Then he considered the size of Angatars as a whole. Squeezing Angatars into a teleportation channel forcefully. Hey, Qiu Yaokong, isn't that too small? Him? Qiu Yaokong looked serious. This is our current concern. Angatars is massive, and under current conditions, we can only retain the essential parts of Angatars by removing all non-essential parts, leaving only the most critical parts, and forcibly sending it through the transportation channel. Doesn't that pose a significant risk? Fang Heng was somewhat troubled. In his mind, he could already envision dismantling the massive Angatars tree. Indeed, the risk is extremely high even if everything goes smoothly. Even if we manage to bring Angatars back here, we can't guarantee its survival after the transplantation. Qiu Yaokong exchanged a glance with Dingman. We previously conducted an assessment, and according to the current situation, the success rate of transplanting Angatars is less than 20%. Only 20%. Fang Heng furrowed his brows. It was too much of a gamble. Anyway, the remaining time will be used by Dr. Dingman and me to research and develop a potion that can preserve Angatars as much as possible, hopefully increasing the survival rate. Qiu Yaokong nodded. Of course, Fang Heng, if you can open a supersized channel to pack more parts of Angatars into it, it may also improve the success rate of the overall transplantation. Fang Heng's eyes lit up when he heard the words, yes. Since Angitis couldn't cut to small, he could change his mindset and directly expand the size of the passage. The size of the space-time passage is related to stabilizers and energy consumption. In theory, as long as they have an unlimited amount of stabilizers and energy, the size of the transmission passage can expand infinitely. This is limited to theory, as the larger the space-time passage, the exponentially higher the energy consumption. In general, the level of the space-time passage is not the bigger the better, but the smaller the better. Fang Heng didn't have the time and resources to create so many stabilizers, but the Federation did. Making a few hundred space stabilizers should be enough. I understand. I will try to find a solution for the transmission passage. As for the final step of transplanting and planting, I have already talked to Mojoey about it. We have selected the planting location for Angitis, and will do our best to ensure its survival and growth. From start to finish, Zhao Dongyang silently watched the few people. These guys, they really dare to think and dare to challenge, using physical methods to forcibly transplant Angitis. Is that really something carbon-based life forms can do? Listening to them speak, it seems like they really can accomplish it. Zhao Dongyang, as an onlooker, felt a strange itch in his heart and even a bit of excitement and anticipation. He really wanted to see what would happen next. See if Fang Heng and the others could complete something that ordinary people wouldn't even dare to think about. 2 days later, in the 7th district, outside the Blood Clan barrier, the elite players of the Federation gathered early and lurked in a corner. Leading them was a young man with short white hair. A young elite player approached him and reported to Zi Junhao. Commander, the energy beam penetrating aggregator has been deployed. The expert team evaluated the strength of the Blood Clan barrier. With the aggregator frequency adjusted to the maximum, continuous 1 hour of focused attack is enough to completely shatter the barrier. Well, begin the arrangements, Z. Junhao's eyes narrowed slightly as he assessed the gem barrier in front of him. The Blood Clan still had some skills to be able to build such a large barrier. Wait, Z. Junhao stopped his men and asked, any new moves from Chen Yu? Commander Chen Yu has delivered all the resources we requested yesterday, and now he is deploying several Federation's units on the right side, ready to provide flank support for our operations. What about Fang Heng? Didn't they leave closely together? The player shook his head. These past 2 days, there has been no news about Fang Heng. Currently, Chen Yu has mobilized most of his combat power, with the rest mainly handling logistics. Hearing this, Zi Junhao coldly chuckled. Well, Chen Yu is quite sensible. In that case, I'll help them deal with the invading Blood Clan. I just didn't expect the 7th district to be so weak, suppressed by the Blood Clan like this, and even seeking help from ordinary players. On the surface, Zi Junhao's visit this time was to assist the 7th district in dealing with the trouble of the Blood Clan invasion. In fact, they weren't that kind-hearted. Before setting out, Zi Junhao received a special mission from the upper echelons of the Northern Federation. The mission objective was the purple spatial crystal in the hands of the Blood Clan, as well as the Blood Clan's holy relic. The ambitions of the Northern Federation have never been small. They have always been trying to meddle in the zombie apocalypse and Blood Clan end of days. The Blood Clan holy relic is extremely useful in the Blood Clan world, not to mention the crystal that can open a special channel to enter the real world, which the Federation also very much wants to get their hands on. Of course, if possible, Zi Junhao wouldn't mind having the entire 7th district fall into his pocket as well. At the moment, Chen Yu seemed like a decent person. Very considerate? Zi Junhao's mood was quite good. After eliminating the invading Blood Clan, he would lead his people to establish their own order in the 7th district end of days. By then, it's hard to say that the East Union Federation would oppose. Commander, the aggregation weapon has been deployed. Zi Junhao stopped his thoughts and nodded. Spread the word. The total attack will begin in 5 minutes, so that Chen Yu can coordinate with us when the time comes. Commander Chen Yu, we need your support from the sidelines. Also, Commander Zi asks me to tell you, the strength of the Blood Clan is very strong, something you cannot handle right now, so please be careful. Chen Yu's face darkened as he listened to the player's message. What do they mean? They are not fit to confront directly. Several other Federation commanders were also quite unhappy in these past few days. Upon hearing this, they exploded in anger, criticizing Zi Junhao one after another. What kind of thing is Zi Junhao? How dare he order us around? HMPH. I remember we are the overall commanders, right? Zi Junhao really has the audacity to command us and even ask for our flank support. Why doesn't he dare to come and tell us personally? Who does he look down upon? Who provided them with a large amount of resources to build the space passages? If it weren't for our lack of resources, we would also. As they spoke, the crowd almost surrounded the messenger of Zi Junhao, with a posture ready to act at any moment. The messenger broke out in a cold sweat on his forehead. All right, enough talking. Chen Yu pressed his hand down and said in a deep voice, the overall situation is most important. After speaking, Chen Yu looked back at Zi Junhao's soldiers and said, we will support from the side. The front line battle is up to you. Of course, we will do our best, the soldiers replied. Chen Yu watched the soldiers leave. Many commanders of the federal teams were not happy and started whispering again. Damn, still thinking of facing the Blood Clan head-on. Where does his confidence come from? How will he explain to his superiors when they lose? Sigh, they even took away the command this time. Are we just going to be logistics now? I kind of want to see them get wiped out by the Blood Clan. Retreating step by step. Watching others take advantage? Chen Yu, do you want to keep enduring this? In my opinion, we should just withdraw. Gu Dongyan was an elder of the Eastern District Federation, and his words carried weight. Watching the team bicker, Chen Yu couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Gu Dongyan stepped forward and looked at Chen Yu, saying, Chen Yu, the superiors sent you to lead because they believe in your abilities. We also want to trust you, but everyone is uneasy now. Can you tell us your plan so we can have some peace of mind? Upon hearing this, everyone quieted down and looked at Chen Yu, waiting for his response. Chen Yu remained silent and looked around at everyone. He felt bitter inside. A plan. Forget about these people. He himself didn't have a solid plan. The only reason he had come this far was due to the trust he had built over time. Don't worry. Let's wait a little longer. It will be decided soon. Chen Yu's expression was solemn as he nodded. I can assure you that today is the day of reckoning. Whether it's the Blood Clan or the Wasteland world, the ultimate winner will be our Eastern Federation. I have already arranged everything during last night's tactical planning. I'll repeat it again. The priority in battling the Blood Clan this time is to preserve our strength, support from the sidelines, and be ready for sudden orders. The team commanders looked at each other again. Indeed, Chen Yu had already planned everything. To remain calm in the face of such a crisis, I believe I have not misjudged him. Gu Dongyan nodded upon hearing this, and then turned to the many federal commanders. Everyone heard what Director Chen said. Stay calm, we have endured till now. A little more time won't hurt. The more crucial it gets, the more careful we need to be. Let's not create chaos among ourselves. Seeing the anger gradually subside, Chen Yu also felt a bit relieved. Calm. Chen Yu thought to himself, I really don't want to be calm. I have no idea what Fang Heng is planning right now. Thankfully, today is the day agreed upon to confront Fang Heng. If he delays any longer, he might be the one facing a rebellion led by some of the Eastern Federation's commanders. Chen Yu could only hope that everything goes smoothly on Fang Heng's end. Director Chen, there's trouble. As Chen Yu was praying silently, a federal elite hurriedly approached. He whispered to Chen Yu, Director Chen, the batch of supplies we just sent to the replenishment point was intercepted by the Northern Federation. They said it was an emergency situation during wartime, and everything is prioritized for combat, so they took over the supplies. Chen Yu frowned slightly, feeling even more displeased. People under Z. Junhao's command were getting more and more outrageous. Despite everyone facing difficulties, they had previously requested supplies from them, and Z. Junhao had tried to fulfill them as much as possible. Now they were not satisfied and even resorted to outright seizing supplies. Even at this critical moment of the first decisive battle with the Blood Clan, the Federation was still testing their limits, trying to gain advantages by any means. The other shelter commanders were busy making post-battle arrangements and had not heard about this, or else they would have ranted and raved. Chen Yu's head was starting to ache. Oh well, after enduring so many times, might as well endure this wave. Endure once more. Chen Yu waved his hand, about to dismiss the player, when he suddenly felt something was off. Supplies. Wait a minute. I remember, we had already prepared all the necessary supplies last night. Which batch of supplies are you talking about? It's the supplies stored at Emergency Gathering Point No. 3, which were supposed to arrive this morning. Due to transportation issues on the road, the delivery was delayed and just arrived at the Battle Preparation Gathering Point. Emergency Gathering Point No. 3? Chen Yu's mind raced. Oh no, he remembered now. These supplies were requested by Fang Heng. There were a few strange metal boxes in there. The Federation had put in a lot of effort to find them. These black boxes were very peculiar, a highly specialized item that couldn't be transported through teleportation channels, so they had to be manually transported from a long distance. Chen Yu thought things were going south. He wasn't sure about Fang Heng's specific plan, but timing-wise, Fang Heng should have already retrieved the supplies by now. Even if he rushed to demand the supplies back from Zijunhao, it would be too late. Would there be any problem? Those items must be very important to Fang Heng. Chen Yu felt anxious and unconsciously scratched his head. 7th District, Blood Clan Headquarters. Inside the blood pool, Fang Heng, who was meditating with his eyes closed, suddenly opened his eyes. In front of him, rows of game prompts quickly flashed by. Prompts: your zombie clone has completed the absorption of 37 special high-level soul bodies. Your mission: Undead Studies. Soul Scholar task progress reached 100%. Translator's note: the text is an excerpt from a fictional story involving strategic planning, conflicts between factions, and in-game elements. Soon, after a few minutes, there was commotion inside the Angitas cave. The blood vampires that were originally hanging upside down on the cave ceiling began to get restless. Even the half-finished blood puppets soaking in the blood pool showed changes, as they gradually took shape and stepped out of the blood pool. SSS. The sound of wings rubbing together. A large number of bats hanging upside down on the ceiling flapped their wings and flew out of the cave one after another. It seems that the federal operation has begun. The blood vampires were also preparing to fight back. Fang Heng felt a stirring in his heart. Taking advantage of the chaos in the blood pool, he immediately transformed into his bat form and flew out of the cave along with a large group of blood vampires. Blending in with the bat swarm, no blood vampire noticed any difference in Fang Heng. The final wave, the game has officially begun. Fang Heng felt invigorated. His current goal was very clear. First, he needed to collect all the samples of the Hela organization, then summon Hela to complete the main mission of Zone 7. The collection of Hela organization samples would be divided into 3 parts. The first part involved retrieving the remaining parts of the Hela organization samples left in the Blood Vampire branch. Since the current Blood Vampires were attracted by the Northern Federation's people, it should be easier for him to obtain the organization samples by going to the branch. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Heng left the Blood Vampire headquarters among a group of Blood Vampire bats. Then, he slowly left the group and flew quickly towards the direction of the Blood Vampire Sanctuary. After transforming into a bat, his short-term flying ability was quite effective for rushing. When encountering special terrain, Feng Heng could directly traverse it in his bat form. It took him nearly half an hour to reach near the Blood Vampire branch. Feng Heng was curious. Where are the guards? The guards of the Blood Vampire branch were extremely thin, with no sentries outside the entire branch except for 2 mid-level Blood Vampire guards at the main entrance of the sanctuary. Feng Heng was certain that he had completely destroyed the space-time transmission channel when he last left. It would take about a week for the Blood Vampires to rebuild it if they wanted. Strange, were they not planning to continue building the channel? He would have to find out. Feng Heng transformed back into his human form and slowly walked towards the entrance of the sanctuary. The 2 mid-level Blood Vampires guarding the entrance stepped forward and stopped Feng Heng. Who are you? Explain your purpose, they demanded. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, displaying the Blood Vampire token in front of the 2 Blood Vampires. Their expressions changed slightly, and both of them knelt down. Greetings, Count, Feng Heng asked. Where are the others? Why are there only 2 of you? The 2 Blood Vampires were a bit puzzled, but responded. Count, Prince has decided to abandon the branch sanctuary and rebuild the channel in the main sanctuary area. Don't you know about this? Feng Heng thought it made sense. Since this place no longer had a large space-tearing device, rebuilding a more convenient channel in the main headquarters directly would be better. Humph, of course, I know. Feng Heng raised the Blood Vampire token in his hand, questioning, if that's the case, why are you here? The 2 Blood Vampires immediately bowed their heads. Duke Bellamy sent us. Mr. Gikubo found a special unknown life form in the Research Institute when inspecting the branch. Duke Bellamy is very interested in this special life form and came specially from the Blood Vampires to inspect it. We are temporarily responsible for the outer guard. Disaster? The Hela organization samples had been discovered. One bad news after another made Feng Heng's heart sink. Gikubo. He had once again messed up his own affairs. This time, he had even attracted a Blood Vampire Duke. Feng Heng was very clear that among the Blood Vampires, most dukes had already reached the standard of the 6th rank. The 6th rank was recognized as the basic level combat power ceiling. Feng Heng quickly checked his mission panel. With less than 10 minutes left, his zombie avatar was about to complete its resurrection. Should he make a move? In fact, the quantity and quality of the upcoming zombie avatar resurrection in less than 9 minutes were not enough. Most of his zombie avatars had already been sealed under the Angitus ancient tree, becoming nutrients for the tree. Currently, only 32 lickers and 22 vine zombies could be revived. There was no time. Even if the other was a Blood Vampire Duke, he had to try. Feng Heng quickly made a decision. Duke Bellamy was very interested in the Hela organization samples, so she was likely to be a Duke skilled in research. Perhaps her actual combat capabilities were not that strong. I see. Where is Duke Bellamy now? I need to see her. Lead me to her. Yes, Count. Please follow me. The 2 Blood Vampires immediately opened the sanctuary gate. Feng Heng followed them into the sanctuary, heading quickly towards the underground laboratory where the Hela organization samples were. Inside the laboratory hall, Bellamy had been studying the organism sample for a full day and night. She was still deeply engrossed. A very powerful life form, full of vitality, and mixed with some strange will. In the hall, more than 10 high-level blood vampires formed a circle. In the center, a blood puppet knelt down. Its body was about a third taller than ordinary blood puppets. Upon closer inspection, its body was covered with a layer of wriggling flesh and blood. The flesh glowed with a red light. A Hela organization sample. Under the control of the attached red light, the mutated Hela organization sample kept molding into various shapes, trying to integrate into the blood puppet's body. After 5 minutes, all the flesh samples were finally assimilated into the blood puppet's body. The blood puppet gradually calmed down, ceasing its struggles. "Oh, is it successful?" Bellamy muttered to herself and released her suppression control of the Hela organization. The red light enveloping the blood puppet gradually dimmed. The blood puppet accepted Bellamy's command and slowly straightened its body. Hiss, hiss, hiss. At the next moment, countless fleshy buds extended from the blood puppet's body. The buds grew rapidly, and in an instant, they completely enveloped the blood puppet, swallowing it whole like a mass of flesh and blood. In a moment, there was only a melting pool of blood and a small chunk of tissue left on the ground. Another failure? Where did it go wrong? Seems like it can grow indefinitely, eternal and indestructible. Bellamy's eyes revealed a hint of fascination. She showed no signs of frustration, just murmuring, "If only I could find a way to bring it back to our world, authorized by the Council of Elders for research. I could use it to create even more powerful magical creatures." Jikubo watched from the side. He had been here for a whole day's time. From the initial shock to the current numbness. Research, research, and more research. In the autumn season, Jikubo has come to the realization that Bellamy, the progenitor of the so-called Blood Clan, has no interest in the world. He regrets handing over the unknown samples to the Blood Clan. Initially, Jikubo was investigating how Fang Heng initiated the attack on the shelter, which led him to inspect the entire division after the Blood Clan withdrew. He unexpectedly discovered these sample organisms in the underground laboratory. At first, Jikubo couldn't figure out what these samples were. However, touching one triggered the main mission. So Jikubo believed that they were crucial to the main mission. Therefore, he handed the samples over to the Blood Clan in hopes that they would gain some information. Unexpectedly, the Duke of the Blood Clan, Bellamy, was very interested in the specimens and personally came to study the unknown organic samples. Jikubo couldn't help but persuade. "Your Grace, the latest development is that the Human Federation has attacked the Blood Clan barrier. It's just mere humans. Not worth mentioning. The Blood Clan barrier is enough to stop them," Bellamy said casually, not even glancing at Jikubo. "If you're worried, you can go see for yourself. I don't need you here anyway." "Listen, is this how you talk to people?" Jikubo clenched his teeth, resenting in his heart. What kind of teammates are these? The Blood Clan are fools too. All right, I will go to the barrier area for reconnaissance, and I will report back to you as soon as there is information. Bellamy made a light sound of agreement, showing no concern whether Jikubo stayed or not. She was completely uninterested in the war, and she wouldn't have come here if it weren't for the samples from the Helen organization. Bellamy ordered, "Formation." Several Blood Clan members stepped forward, forming a circle, and began to reconstitute the magic circle. Jikubo left the laboratory. He regretted wasting a lot of time with Bellamy. He was preparing to go to the main battlefield near the Blood Clan barrier. The Northern Federation was also involved in the 7th District, which made Jikubo feel uneasy. As he contemplated, Jikubo suddenly noticed two Blood Clan members approaching from the end of the corridor. Seeing the person following behind the 2 Blood Clan members, Jikubo's face changed drastically. Fang Heng. How could it be him? Why is he here? And so boldly, coming in openly with the Blood Clan. He is Fang Heng. Take him down. Fang Heng, the leader of the Scavenger Legion. The 2 Blood Clan members leading Fang Heng also hesitated, smelling both turning to look back. No way. Isn't he a Blood Clan count? His Blood Clan aura is very obvious, and he even has a Blood Clan relic. Jikubo's hair stood on end as if facing a great enemy. Without much thought, almost instinctively, Jikubo shouted and raised his gun, aiming and firing at Fang Heng continuously. Bang, bang bang, bang 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 bang. A clip of bullets quickly emptied. Most of the bullets missed. The remaining few bullets entered Fang Heng's body, splattering a few drops of blood. Jikubo stared at Fang Heng, frowning. Tap tap, tap tap. The bullets that entered Feng Ying's body were squeezed out by the moving muscles. The wounds almost instantly healed. No injury? GQ Bei was dumbfounded. He was not a combat-oriented player, with subpar physical attributes, unable to equip advanced weapons, so he could only use this most basic light firearm. Indeed, its power was insufficient, but not to the extent of no injury. As GQ Bei tried to switch the magazine, he found Feng Heng had already stepped swiftly in front of him, pressing down on his gun. Feng Heng saw the fear reflected in GQ Bei's eyes, smiling slightly and softly saying, "Can we chat?" Fear rose in GQ Bei's heart. Feng Heng, click ... GQ Bei's gun emitted a groan, and he saw its durability plummet rapidly. Bang! Feng Heng crushed the gun with one hand. Such powerful strength. GQ Bei was once again shocked by Feng Heng's demonstrated abilities. He had always thought Feng Heng relied on summoning life forms for combat, not strong himself. However, everything that happened today completely overturned his perception of Feng Heng. This person was too terrifying. Given a few more days to develop, his overall strength would undergo a qualitative change. GQ Bei was gripped by Feng Heng's hand, in intense pain. Feng Heng approached, whispering, "Hey, GQ Bei, I heard you are one of the spokespersons of the Night Owl, right? Coincidentally, I have a batch of purple spatial crystal bodies on hand. If you're interested, I can sell them to you at a favorable price." GQ Bei was stunned again. Trading? Was he serious? The excruciating pain made it impossible for GQ Bei to speak. "Don't be too happy too soon. I have additional conditions. You can deal with the Federation however you want, but you can't interfere with the real world. Well, consider my proposal." Due to the severe pain, cold sweat formed on GQ Bei's forehead. His brain was still rapidly processing, analyzing the situation at hand. Was Feng Heng telling the truth? Cooperation? Trading? Did he need to deceive himself? Or was he trying to gather intelligence? Was he genuine? Feng Heng seemed to have a fluctuating relationship with the Federation. Why not give it a try? If negotiating could solve the problem. After just a few seconds of analysis, GQ Bei came to a conclusion that cooperation was possible, largely relying on intuition. He raised his head to attempt to speak when he saw a dark gun barrel pointed at his head. "When you've made your decision, you can come find me anytime. My price is fair," Feng Heng said, pulling the trigger of the modified shotgun. Boom! Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. He didn't see the expected scene of blood splattering. Before the bullet could hit GQ Bei's head, a white light emanated from his body, and he disappeared completely from the spot. TSK. Feng Heng was somewhat displeased, retracting the shotgun. GQ Bei's attributes were not high, and his combat abilities were very low. Feng Heng had already analyzed these factors from the basic handgun GQ Bei had used earlier. He had considered killing him to vent his anger, but he didn't have time to chase after him now. He turned back to the two Blood Clan members. "Continue. Lead the way." The two Blood Clan members glanced at each other. They still preferred to believe that the person in front of them was a Blood Clan count. Even if he wasn't someone the two of them could handle. Sometimes, it's better to be confused. The Blood Clan respectfully said, "Your Grace, Duke Bellamy is in the laboratory ahead of you, and we are not allowed to enter." You two can go back." Feng Heng waved his hand, signaling the two Blood Clan members to leave. Feng Heng turned around and walked to the metal gate. He took one last look at the resurrection time of the zombie clone. He reached out his hand and lightly pressed it against the metal gate of the laboratory. Click. The door wasn't locked, so Feng Heng gently pushed it, and the gate opened easily. Feng Heng frowned. Inside the room, there was a large lobby. Over a dozen high-ranking vampires were gathered in a large circle. A female vampire with long red hair was facing away from him. In front of her, a high-ranking vampire was kneeling on the ground. A mass of flesh was writhing on the vampire's shoulder, gradually merging into his body, greedily absorbing his life force. The high-ranking vampire couldn't help but let out a painful howl. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Suddenly, countless tender flesh sprouts grew from the vampire's flesh, almost instantly enveloping the high-ranking vampire entirely, forming a ball of flesh. Blood oozed out of the ball, and its size gradually decreased. In just a few seconds, the meter-high ball of flesh turned into a football-sized one. Eventually, the flesh sprouts dissipated, and the Hela tissue sample returned to its original state. Another pool of blood appeared on the ground. Unfortunately, it failed again. Count Bellamy muttered to himself, slowly turning around to look at Fang Heng standing at the entrance. "You've disturbed me." Fang Heng raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything. He stared at the young girl who appeared to be only 17 or 18. The Vampire Duke, Bellamy, estimated strength at the ceiling of Tier 6. She seemed to be conducting some sort of special human body experiment using the Hela tissue sample and vampires. "Not going to talk? How cold? Won't you introduce yourself? Your bloodline is peculiar, and the holy armor on your hand. Did you obtain them from those two brothers? I heard they recently died, killed by an outsider. So it was you. I have to say, you're quite impressive." Bellamy looked curiously at Fang Heng, who had intruded into the laboratory. She didn't seem to mind the failed experiment, rather becoming more curious about Fang Heng. "I'm very curious. What method did you use to kill them completely?" Bellamy said, and then suddenly noticed something, squinting her eyes. "Oh? Is it your special ability?" Red magic circles appeared around Fang Heng's feet. More feeders rushed out from behind Fang Heng through the entrance, heading straight for Bellamy and the surrounding high-ranking vampires. "Interesting ability." Bellamy's eyes showed a curious expression. Inside the main hall, over a dozen high-ranking vampires immediately released blood blades and attacked the feeders. In the chaos, Bellamy stood calmly. She had no intention of attacking, just excitedly watching the battling feeders, praising them continuously. "Interesting. This is so interesting. You are Fang Heng, right? I remember you. I suppose this is the life form you created by fusing feeders. Their life force is very strong, designed based on this special organizational sample. Truly intriguing. I can't bear to kill you." Ignoring Bellamy's rambling, Fang Heng took a step back and picked up a customized sniper rifle by Dingman. He aimed at Bellamy's forehead. Bellamy eagerly looked at Fang Heng, with a touch of excitement in her eyes. "I'm getting more and more interested in you. Come, be my research subject." End of sentence. Fang Heng remained silent and carefully pulled the trigger. Bang! The bullet shot out from the barrel and hit Bellamy's forehead accurately. Boom! Bellamy's entire head exploded. Could it be? So easy. The strength of the Vampire Duke was effortlessly blown off. Fang Heng was taken aback. Hiss! Almost immediately, a new head grew out of Bellamy's neck. "Hey, quite temperamental, aren't you?" Bellamy's eyes sparkled with excitement. "So cute. As my research subject, you should behave." Bellamy laughed and pointed her hand towards Fang Heng's location. Grind, grind, grind. Accompanied by a strange crystallization sound, several sharp red crystals formed around Fang Heng's body. The crystals extended rapidly, forming sharp blood spikes. Fang Heng felt a great threat from the blood spikes. He was shocked and immediately began to retreat. But the blood spikes were quickly and constantly following his movements. "It's useless. You can't escape." "Be good, okay," Bellamy said as she clenched her fist. Hiss, hiss. Almost instantly, all the formed blood spikes struck towards the center of Fang Heng's position. Puff. A dull sound. Thud. The huge blood spikes penetrated Fang Heng's body, fiercely striking into the ground half a meter deep. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The dull sounds of continuous impacts resounded as dozens of blood spikes pierced through Fang Heng completely. He looked terrifying, trapped in place by the blood spikes, unable to move, but not dead. The undead effect was triggered, and Fang Heng still stood in place. Huh? Bellamy's expression turned surprised as she curiously inspected Fang Heng, who was pinned to the ground by the blood spikes. "You're not affected by this? It seems you've already integrated some unknown cell's powerful regenerative ability. Right. How did you do it?" Suddenly, Bellamy realized something. She finally saw through the life form in front of her. It was just a clone. Bellamy realized. Oh, I see. It was a blood shadow clone. No wonder you're silent. So Monbo also died by your hand. Saying that, Bellamy suddenly turned her head. Two feeders pounced towards her. Bellamy raised her hand. Hiss. Several small blood spikes instantly condensed in the air, piercing the two feeders fiercely. Blood burst. Boom. In the next moment, the two feeders in midair exploded. Blood and flesh splattered. Bellamy evidently did not expect the feeders to have this ability, and it caught her off guard. Next, a figure darted out from behind the gate, heading straight for the Hela tissue sample on the ground. Got it. Fang Heng collected the sample from the ground into his backpack. 4 sample bodies, 2 missing. Did Bellamy take them? Suddenly, Fang Heng felt an extremely strong sense of crisis rising from within. Crackle, crackle. Fang Heng realized that the blood-colored crystals were rapidly condensing around him, gradually forming crimson blood thorns. A feeling of being targeted by something intense, like a weight pressing down on his shoulders, made him instantly feel heavy. Here they come again. Fang Heng cursed inwardly at the trouble. The fighting power of the beginner game's ceiling, the Duke-level Blood Clan, was simply not something a human could contend with. Drawing from previous experience, Fang Heng immediately moved to the right. He maintained quick movements, accelerating forward as the blood thorns burst open and pierced into him, then suddenly leaping forward. SS's. Thump, thump, thump. The blood thorns stabbed across Fang Heng's body, leaving huge gashes until finally creating a crater on the ground. But at least Fang Heng wasn't pinned down like the blood shadow before. Phew. Evaded. Fang Heng kept his distance from Bellamy, watching her from afar as he exhaled a breath of relief. In the blink of an eye, the wounds cut by the blood thorns on Fang Heng's body quickly began to heal. Hey, it's a very interesting ability. Is that why you came? Bellamy said, lightly moving her shoulders. The flesh on her shoulders was enveloped by a red light, writhing and struggling visibly. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow. The 2 pieces of flesh clearly didn't belong to her. They were samples of the Hela organization. Fang Heng stared at Bellamy, realizing the trouble he was in. A 6th-tier Blood Clan Duke. Initial assessment indicated Bellamy possessed long-range blood magic attack capabilities and enhanced regeneration through an unknown weakness. The good news was, the blood thorns condensed by blood magic in the last stage were physical attacks. Relying on his undead body skill could make him immune to fatal injuries. But now, he had to get all the Hela organization samples. Forcefully seizing them had low success rates. Maybe deception could work. Fang Heng wasn't confident in his bluffing skills, but he had to try. He gazed at Bellamy. Indeed, my target is the samples in your hands. Can we talk? Collaborate. What do you think? Oh, collaboration. Are you suggesting a collaboration with a hostile outsider? Bellamy looked at Fang Heng, her eyes showing more interest. Interesting. But the basis of collaboration lies in strength. Do you think you're strong enough? As she spoke, Bellamy raised her right hand, aiming it at Fang Heng, lightly closing her fist. Fang Heng's pupils shrank. He felt a tingling sensation from the previously pierced skin, followed by the muscles under the skin wounds peculiarly twitching. Was that Bellamy's special ability? When a game tip flashed before Fang Heng's eyes, everything returned to normal. Fang Heng regained control of his body. Huh? Bellamy was surprised once again by Fang Heng's special ability. In just a few encounters, it seemed like Fang Heng's power could restrain her abilities. Bellamy withdrew her hand, licked her lips, and looked at Fang Heng as if at a delicacy. All right. I admit you have the capital for negotiation. Let's discuss. How do you propose to collaborate? I need the remaining unknown samples in your possession. As an exchange condition, I can try to help you with something. Hey, all right. You can become my subject first, and then I'll fulfill 100 wishes for you. How about that? Fang Heng frowned, asking. No room for negotiation. Oh? Bellamy shook her head, saying helplessly, it's hard for me to fulfill your request. Then, how about this? Borrow the unknown samples from you for 24 hours, and return them to you afterward to dispose of. How does that sound? Oh, that generous. So, what do you plan to do with the organizational sample bodies? I'm curious. You'll find out shortly. I can only tell you that, after gathering all the sample organizations, with my special control, I can create a powerful life form using them. I believe you'll be very interested. Oh, more unknown sample bodies and a powerful creature. Bellamy muttered to herself, nodding in contemplation. She suddenly looked up, gazing directly into Fang Heng's eyes. Are you attempting to use their power against our blood clan? Even if I deny it now, you wouldn't believe me. Fang Heng nodded. Indeed, there is no need for hiding. That's my plan. Ha ha ha, you are too cute. Just with these things, you want to go against the blood clan. Fang Heng remained noncommittal. Bellamy, seemingly hearing something interesting, laughed heartily, saying, all right, I can lend you to sample bodies. However, after 24 hours, you'll need to give me all the unknown sample bodies. How does this cooperation sound to you? A greedy blood clan. At the thought, Fang Heng nodded. Deal. As Hela resurrects, who knows what might happen next? First, secure the samples, then proceed. You're very lucky to have met me and to have no sympathy for the elders of the blood clan. Bellamy smiled and tossed a silver ring to Fang Heng. Wear it. It's our proof of cooperation. Fang Heng took the ring. Note, common decoration. Ancient style, without any attributes. No attributes. Fang Heng frowned, wearing it on his ring finger in front of Bellamy. Well, good luck. If you can give those elders of the clan a hard time, that would be for the best. I'm watching you, Bellamy said as her body gradually dissolved in front of Fang Heng's eyes, melting into a pool of blood. Thud. Two pieces of Hela sample organizations fell to the ground. She's gone. Fang Heng cautiously looked around. He quickly approached, picking up the Hela sample organizations on the ground and storing them in the metal box he brought along. The sample bodies weren't detected by the game system. Did Bellamy easily hand over the Hela sample organizations to him? Even she didn't specify the time and place for returning the Hela sample organizations. Instead of feeling trusted, Fang Heng felt unsettled and puzzled. There must be a problem, and the problem lay. Fang Heng immediately understood. He raised his hand, looking at the ring he had just put on. SS's. Under Fang Heng's gaze, strange flesh buds grew on the ring. Enveloping it swiftly, the ring jammed on his finger, unable to be removed. The newly grown flesh began to move, forming a familiar and eerie face. Bellamy. Fang Heng was shocked when the face that transformed into Bellamy's suddenly spoke. Ha ha, I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. You truly are the experimental subject that caught my eye, the transformed face said. Fang Heng stared at the face. Bellamy, I will be watching you. Fang Heng. Don't make any moves that make me uncomfortable, or I will stop our cooperation at any time. You don't want that to happen, right? Fang Heng furrowed his brows. Understood. The eerie face gradually disappeared. Then wear this ring properly and behave, Bellamy said. Fang Heng lowered his right hand, deep in thought. Bellamy was cunning, and he didn't have time to completely deal with this trouble at the moment. Whatever. Let her watch if she wants to. First, he needed to gather all samples from the Hela organization, summon Hela directly, complete the main mission, acquire ownership of the 7th district, and receive the hidden rewards. As for what might happen between Bellamy and the resurrected Hela later, he couldn't control that. It would be best if the two of them fought, giving him a chance to go mess with Angus. Anyway, he decided to proceed according to the original plan and get a hold of all organization samples first. With a clear direction in mind, Fang Heng quickly headed towards the rendezvous point with Hela organization that he had agreed upon with Chen Yu beforehand. Shortly after, about half an hour later, Fang Heng arrived with a group of lickers near the coordinates where he was to meet with Chen Yu's group. The coordinates were located outside the Blood Clan barrier. Looking around, a fierce battle was raging between the Federation and the Blood Clan, and just outside the Blood Clan barrier. The Blood Clan was engaged in combat with a group of mutants from the Wasteland world. High-energy beam weapons and high-level mutants were specialties of the Wasteland Doomsday. Due to special radiation effects from the Doomsday, most surviving beasts had undergone significant mutations, many growing in size with powerful destructive capabilities, undergoing mutations constantly. Additionally, various human factions existed in the Wasteland Doomsday background, with many survivors. These survivors had higher technological levels and were equipped with high-intensity beam weapons. Utilizing the latest technology from the Doomsday, they could now control some of the mutants. Feng Heng approached the Blood Clan barrier. After advancing to the middle-level bloodline, he could bypass the barrier and easily pass through it. However, the liquor group behind him could not. Initially, Feng Heng planned to temporarily open a gap in the barrier than the Blood Clan spirit weapon's power. But now, he had a new plan. Feng Heng raised his hand and looked at the ring on his finger. "Hey, Bellamy, could you help? Are you calling me?" "Feng Heng, shouldn't you speak more nicely? I'm in a hurry. Straight guys are boring." Humming, ripples spread from the ring. In front of them, a gap gradually appeared in the Blood Clan barrier. Watching Bellamy effortlessly break the Blood Clan barrier, Feng Heng squinted his eyes and quickly had several thoughts flicker through his mind. It seemed the plan could be changed. "Thank you," Feng Heng said calmly, nodding in gratitude. Just as he left the barrier with the liquor group, Feng Heng noticed several players emerging from a few concealed corners. Feng Heng, Zhang Lei and Zhao Dongyang noticed Feng Heng and waved to him, leading a group of people to join him. Feng Heng raised his hand and walked towards Zhao Dongyang's group. Zhang Lei spoke first. "Boss Feng, the boxes we need to collect have been delivered. They're on the big truck behind us." A truck swayed from a distance and stopped in front of Feng Heng and his group. Tests conducted by Dingman had shown that gathering a large number of Hela organization samples would accelerate mutation and almost inevitably lead to unstable transformations. For safety, Feng Heng had to use Dingman's newly developed special reinforced metal boxes for deep isolation during transport. Since the new metal boxes couldn't fit in backpacks, transportation had become more complicated. Feng Heng approached the vehicle, roughly inspected the metal boxes, confirmed they were in good condition, and then jumped off the truck. Under orders from Commander Chen Yu, Captain Su Hongtao of the 3rd Battalion reports to you. Walking beside Zhao Dongyang, a young Federation player, Su Hongtao saluted Feng Heng. "Hello, Mr. Feng Heng. Are the items I need ready?" "Yes, Mr. Feng Heng. The supplies were ready about an hour ago and are currently stored in a temporary resource point about 2 kilometers away from here. We will escort you there." "Good. Let's go." Feng Heng glanced at Zhang Lei and the players from the Left Road Gaming Union. "You guys stay here. Protect the iron boxes. I'll be back soon." The 2 kilometers journey was not far. After about 10 minutes, the vehicle stopped outside a temporary resource point. "Stop." 2 armed Federation soldiers emerged from the resource point entry post and blocked the truck. "Captain," a soldier hurried to the truck. Su Hongtao rolled down the window. "We are in a hurry. Prepare to load the supplies." The soldier's expression was grim as he said, "Captain, the supplies were just taken by the Northern Federation people." "Huh?" Feng Heng, listening to this news from the passenger seat, was taken aback. The supplies were intercepted. Taken by the Northern Federation people. Did they already know the secret of the Hela organization samples? For a moment, several thoughts raced through Feng Heng's mind. Su Hongtao was also stunned. He knew very well how essential these supplies were. As Commander Chen, you had emphasized the importance of these supplies in the wee hours of last night. Just how could it be that, within a little over an hour of his departure, the supplies were taken? Su Hongtao was anxious and hurriedly inquired, "What exactly happened? Explain in detail." The soldier roughly recounted what had happened. Some delays occurred while transporting the special metal boxes, causing a slight delay in the arrival time. Originally, this wasn't an issue, as the goods were to be sent directly to the warehouse upon arrival. Unfortunately, the Northern Federation people happened to come by to take over the supply cargo. The squad leader didn't know the importance of these goods and, following Chen Yu's earlier instructions to avoid escalating conflicts with the Northern Federation, didn't forcefully intervene. The supplies should now be taken to the temporary warehouse occupied by the Northern Federation. Judging by the timing, they should have just arrived. Today was not going well. Listening to the soldier's explanation, Feng Heng felt a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the Northern Federation seemed to have just happened upon the supplies. They didn't know that the boxes were special items for completing the world's ultimate hidden mainline mission. I understand. This is not your fault. Su Hongtao clarified his thoughts, nodded, then looked at Fang Heng. I will immediately contact Chief Chen and ask them to return this batch of supplies. No need to bother Chief Chen. These supplies originally belonged to us. We can just go and get them ourselves. Fang Heng interrupted Su Hongtao, making a quick decision. Spending more time to communicate with Chief Chen to retrieve these supplies would be too slow. This would directly affect his subsequent plans. Working with the Northern Federation before was only to exploit them. Now, it was no longer necessary. Going directly to retrieve the samples from the Hela organization would be the fastest solution. Go to get them? Upon hearing Fang Heng's response, the federal players in the surrounding resource points suddenly became excited. Hearing Fang Heng's words, were they going to go there to cause trouble? During this period, the actions of the Northern Federation players had already angered many. Although Chief Chen had been repeatedly asking his subordinates to restrain themselves and be patient, the players' anger had been suppressed to a certain limit. They really needed an outlet for their emotions. Fang Heng's arrival gave them hope. Su Hongtao's expression turned serious. After a simple consideration, he immediately nodded and shouted to the federal players behind him, "Team up. Everyone gather. Let's go together." Yes. The important supplies of the Northern Federation. It took less than a day from establishment to being put into use. Most of the supplies here were provided by Chief Chen, and a small amount of high-level weapon supplies were directly transported through spatial transmission channels from the wasteland end of days. The temporary command of the shelter was held by Qiao Hu. He was originally the person in charge of a medium-sized shelter in the 7th district of the zombie apocalypse in the northern region. In the past, the zombie apocalypse had been firmly controlled by Cao Huai in the eastern region, and players from the other 3 major Federation regions had little authority. Zi Junhao's arrival changed this situation. As Zi Junhao gradually gained control of the 7th district, Qiao Hu was promoted and temporarily in charge of the security of the logistics supply point. Just finishing the inventory of today's supplies, Qiao Hu was in a good mood. Currently, both the supply point and Zi Junhao's side were doing well. Under Zi Junhao's leadership, the 7th district had already withstood several waves of attacks by the Blood Clan. When Zi Junhao completely annihilated the Blood Clan and truly controlled the 7th district, he could further advance and become the commander of a large shelter. Feeling pleased with his thoughts, a sentry guard hastily reported, "Commander Qiao, a group of people is heading towards our shelter." A group of players. It's the players from the temporary resource point in the eastern region. They should be Chief Chen's people, and there are many of them. The player hesitated for a moment, adding, "They are all fully armed, and it looks like they are here to cause trouble." Qiao Hu frowned. What's going on? Now was the first time Zi Junhao led the team to confront the Blood Clan, and they came here to cause trouble. Let's go see together. On the watchtower, seeing the group approaching in full force, Qiao Hu immediately felt that something wasn't right. There's a problem. Qiao Hu immediately ordered the players in the shelter to gather, then personally led the team out of the resource point to the outside to meet them. 20 or more large trucks were parked outside the resource point. Leading the group, a young man got out of the car. Following closely behind him, the players from the Eastern Federation also gathered and lined up. Seeing the young man lead the group, Qiao Hu was suddenly surprised, and his uneasiness grew stronger. It was actually Fang Heng. Trouble. Wasn't Cao Wai powerful enough before? He single-handedly controlled the entire 7th district. The Northern Federation and the other 3 major Federation regions were suppressed and couldn't lift their heads. The mention of Cao Wai's name made Qiao Hu dare not even make a peep. However, since encountering Fang Heng, Cao Wai had been restrained in every move, each operation ending in failure, and finally dying in mysterious circumstances, even being exposed to collaborating with the Night Owls, not leaving a clean reputation even after death. In Qiao Hu's view, all of this was caused by Fang Heng. Fang Heng was a more terrifying existence than Qiao Hu. Damn it. Why did it have to be him? Qiaohu cursed inwardly, but maintained a calm demeanor and looked at the newcomers. He represented the face of the Northern Federation, even if he was scared inside. How could he show fear as soon as he saw Feng Heng? This is the North District Shelter. I am Qiaohu, the temporary logistics supply point commander. Please state your intentions. Feng Heng stopped walking, his gaze also focused on Qiaohu. You just took a batch of supplies that belong to me from here. I need you to exchange them immediately, and I can pretend nothing happened. Supplies. Qiaohu was taken aback. When did they take Feng Heng's supplies? A player hurriedly approached and muttered something in Qiaohu's ear. Qiaohu's expression changed slightly as he listened. They had done similar acts of demanding supplies before. These actions were all done under Z. Junhao's instructions. Why did it suddenly provoke Feng Heng? Was Feng Heng deliberately looking for trouble and making an excuse? Qiaohu pondered. He actually wanted to just return the supplies to Feng Heng right away, but had some face to save, so he said, "Are these your supplies?" Feng Heng, I need time to check. Unless there is a special emergency, the Federation won't confiscate. No need to check. I don't have time. Qiaohu frowned. He was about to yield, but suddenly, a voice sounded from the side. Who do you think you are? Deputy Commander Lin Yuexin was from the Wasteland Apocalypse. He didn't know Feng Heng, nor would he give him any face. Staring firmly at Feng Heng, I don't care who you are. Trespassing into a critical Federation area will be considered an invasion. Take one more step and try it. Boom, boom. Just as he was speaking, a fusion aberration beast about 4 meters long and huge in size leapt down from the high wall and approached Feng Heng. Feng Heng, be careful. They are aberrant beasts, Su Hongtao shouted to warn. Feng Heng stared at the aberrant beasts, squinting. He had seen fusion aberrant beasts online. In the wasteland world, only aberrant wild beasts that formed after radiation mutations were generally large in size, with a few that could be tamed by humans. Their rank was around level 3. Qiaohu began to curse inwardly, quickly signaling to Lin Yuexin. Was he an idiot? Wanting to escalate the conflict in this situation. Qiaohu, don't waste time with him. Intruding into the Federation military base will be dealt with. Lin Yuexin was used to being overbearing. Since arriving in the zombie apocalypse, even Commander Chen Yu from the 7th District would be polite to them. Before him, Feng Heng was nothing. Go. Lin Yuexin waved his hand, commanding the aberrant beasts to attack. Roar. The fusion beasts roared and charged towards Feng Heng. Feng Heng, watch out. With a flick of his wrist, Feng Heng had the large cleaver raised in his palm. With the Blood Clan's Sacred Wrist Guard enhancement, a layer of blood energy attached to the blade of the cleaver. Facing the fused and deformed beasts attacking from both left and right, Feng Heng instantly entered bullet time mode. The flow of time appeared to slow down in Feng Heng's eyes. He sidestepped to the left to evade the charge of the deformed beast and struck forward with the cleaver. Chi. The large cleaver easily sliced open the skin of the fused deformed beast, cutting through flesh and blood. The deformed beast let out a pained howl. Fetid light green pus sprayed out from within the deformed beast. Upon closer inspection, a wound approximately half a meter long had been slashed on the deformed beast's body. The scene before everyone present was beyond their expectations. In the Federal Intelligence, Feng Heng was known as a player skilled in summoning enhanced zombies for close combat. His melee strength was unexpectedly formidable. Players from the Wasteland District were astonished. Could he really take on 2 third-tier fused deformed beasts just with a large cleaver? Among the 3 major basic tier games, the Blood Clan Apocalypse significantly enhanced the players' physical bodies, while the zombie apocalypse could be somewhat achieved through potions. However, in the Wasteland Apocalypse, apart from some basic skills, there were hardly any attribute bonuses. The advantage of the Wasteland Apocalypse was technology and controlling deformed beasts. In a brief moment, the bodies of the 2 deformed beasts had been slashed with 7 or 8 long gashes, blood flowing freely. Peng. Feng Heng's shoulder was hit hard by another fused deformed beast, causing him to retreat several steps before regaining his stance. Feng Heng, stop! Qiaohu stared at Feng Heng, cursing his stupid teammate mentally. This is a misunderstanding. The supplies are ... Ping. Xiao Hu was taken aback. Gunshots came from the right side. This is bad. Those idiot teammates shot first. The two North Federal players from the Wasteland Apocalypse looked at Fang Heng with eyes filled with disbelief. They were certain their bullets had hit Fang Heng. However, as the bullets hit him, Fang Heng's muscles squirmed, squeezing out the bullets, which dropped to the ground. The injured wound almost instantly began to heal itself. Fang Heng blinked slightly, then turned to Xiao Hu. Indeed, it might be a misunderstanding, but it's not the time for that now. As he spoke, over 20 lickers who were following the team promptly rushed towards the North Federal players. A chaotic scene erupted, with gunfire sounding everywhere. Charge. Seeing both sides engaging in combat head-on, Su Hongtao could no longer hesitate and stood firmly by Fang Heng's side. Help him out. Players from the East Federal immediately raised their guns to retaliate. Amidst the chaos, the North Federal players were shocked to find that their firearms were almost ineffective against these lickers. What kind of creatures were these? Their firearms could hardly stop them. Even the Blood Clan struggled to deal with these physically immune lickers. The North Federal players were at a loss facing the lickers controlled by Fang Heng. Unable to understand their physical immunity characteristics, they dumbly continued firing their normal guns. The lickers bore the damage from the firearms and swiftly infiltrated the group of players, slaughtering almost unopposed. In less than 5 minutes, East Federal players surrendered one after another, and Su Hongtao easily took control of the entire temporary supply point. Xiao Hu had no idea how things escalated to this point. Feeling dazed for a moment, he found himself firmly held by two East Federal players and brought before Su Hongtao. Xiao Hu questioned, Su Hongtao, do you know what you are doing? Are you planning a rebellion? Shut up. Su Hongtao pointed the gun at Xiao Hu's forehead. I'll ask you once. Where is the truck stolen from us now? Xiao Hu's heart pounded rapidly. He didn't want to gamble his life, so he quickly responded, it's in the parking lot behind Warehouse 2. Let's go to Warehouse 2. Rushing back to the supply area to inspect the goods, the players who previously transported the goods immediately recognized the large truck stolen by the North Federal. Let's check it out. As they opened the truck, the goods were found intact in the back compartment. Fang Heng swiftly jumped into the back and lifted a huge metal box hidden in the deepest part. Inside the large metal box was a smaller metal box. Fang Heng opened each box to confirm. Tip. You obtained 4 samples of the Hela organization. Tip. Players discovered the 4 unknown boxes hidden by the Meteor Company for the first time, earning 4,000 points of main mission contribution. Great. You can only earn the 1,000 points of main contribution reward for the Hela organization sample box when it's opened for the first time. It seems Chen Yu is indeed very trustworthy, having never opened these boxes before. Fang Heng stored the Hela organization samples back in the metal box and turned to Su Hongtao. All set. Let's go. Retreat. Let's go. Su Hongtao waved his hand, leaving behind the messy temporary supply point as he led the players to leave. Captain, what do we do now? A North Federal player asked, watching Chen Yu's subordinates arrogantly depart with the stolen goods. Xiao Hu felt a mix of shame and anger. What else could they do? It was all because this group of idiots instigated this stupid mess. They were a bunch of reckless idiots who couldn't even win a fight. They were truly foolish. Immediately report to Director Z. Let him handle it, Xiao Hu said firmly. Rest assured, Director Z will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Yes. Driving the truck, Su Hongtao headed towards the meeting point outside the Blood Clan barricade with Fang Heng. Through the window, Fang Heng observed the battle between the Federal and Blood Clan groups in the distance. The North Federal possessed high-level beam weapons and controllable radiation body anomalies. They were continuously causing damage to the Blood Clan barricade using some high-intensity beam weapons. It seemed like they were having a good time fighting with the Blood Clan. However, Fang Heng knew better. The Blood Clan had not launched a real attack yet. This wave was just the forefront of the Blood Clan forces. There wasn't even half of a high-level Blood Clan member within the group. At best, It was just a sea of people in the early stages of the Blood Clan tactics, used to deplete the Federal's bullet resources. Currently, all the Hela organization samples had been collected. It was time to move on to the next step, summon Hela. However, for the follow-up plan, the summoning location needed to be carefully chosen. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the meeting point and slowly stopped outside the huge blood-red barrier. Zhonglei immediately led nearby players over. He was somewhat excited and nervous. Fang Heng, how did it go? Everything went smoothly. It's all done. Very smoothly. A burden was lifted off Zhonglei's heart. What's our next step? Don't worry. Let's wait a bit longer. I still have some things to take care of. It will be quick. Fang Heng said as he got out of the car and walked alone towards the gem blood-red barrier. Upon reaching the blood-colored barrier, Fang Heng raised his fist and punched the barrier. Boom. Hint. You inflicted 233 points of damage on the unknown barrier. Fang Heng saw the health bar of the Blood Clan barrier appearing on his retina. The Northern Federation's output for an hour only managed to reduce the durability of the blood-red barrier by close to 1/5. It was too slow. Zi Junhao's efficiency is too slow. I need to find a way to help them. Fang Heng muttered to himself, extending his hand and gently pressing it against the blood barrier. Hey, Bellamy? The flesh bud on the ring finger wriggled again, gradually forming the face of Bellamy. Hey, Fang Heng, I've always been watching you. What's up? I have fulfilled our agreement and gathered all the samples of the unknown organization for you. Now it's your turn to help me. Help me break this barrier. You should have the ability to do so. Oh, how interesting. I do know a weakness of the barrier. But why should I help you? This seems to be beyond our cooperation, because I can assure you that you will see some very interesting things. TSK, you really are pushing it. Fang Heng. Bellamy's smile on the ring looked somewhat eerie. But why are you so likable? Your luck is good. My curiosity is strong. Let's get started. Really, I remind you, if the barrier is destroyed, the prince may be awakened from his slumber. The Blood Clan Prince. Fang Heng raised an eyebrow and nodded. I'm sure. Let's do it. Fine. I'll help you one last time. A faint red light radiated from Fang Heng's wrist ring. Click. A very slight sound came from the barrier. Click, click, click. Around Fang Heng's palm, tiny cracks appeared on the Blood Clan barrier, spreading rapidly. Boom. With a thunderous sound, the Blood Clan barrier shattered before all the players' eyes. The barrier that troubled the players in Zone 7 for so long was easily broken with just one punch by Fang Heng. Su Hongtao and the Federal players looked at Fang Heng with awe. Let's go, find Chen Yuhui. Fang Heng turned around, reboarded the truck, as if what he did just now was an effortless task. Okay, alright. Su Hongtao immediately started the truck and sped off in the opposite direction. The front battlefield of the battle between Zi Junhao and the Blood Clan. Blood Clan groups were madly pouring out from the blood barrier. The fusion mutant beasts originating from the Wasteland Apocalypse were in the front row, forming a reinforced defensive line to block a large number of mid-level and low-level Blood Clan members. In the rear, players from the Northern Federation used energy weapons brought from the Wasteland Apocalypse world for auxiliary output. The Northern Federation players steadily harvested the lives of the Blood Clan group. General Z, the number of Blood Clan teams is increasing. Z. Junhao stared at the ceaseless pouring out of Blood Clan groups from the barrier with disdain. More. So what? Quantity without quality. Z. Junhao had been leading the Federal players in defense using the shelters these days. Today was the first time they took the initiative to attack the blood barrier. Now it seemed that the overall strength of the Blood Clan group was not strong. The goal Z. Junhao set for himself this time was to destroy the Blood Clan barrier. Of course, if it turns out the Blood Clan was a bunch of weaklings, Junhao wouldn't mind launching a direct frontal battle and wiping out the entire Blood Clan. Just then, a player hurried over to report, General Z, our resource supply point is under attack. Junhao was surprised. The Blood Clan would launch an attack by circling around to our resource point. Is it a Blood Clan team? Led by whom? The Blood Clan Count? No, It's not the Blood Clan. It's Fang Hang. People from the Eastern Federation came with Fang Hang to our supply point, demanded supplies from us, clashed with us, and forcibly looted the supplies stored at our supply point. See? Junhao first furrowed his brows, then sneered. Shen Yu couldn't resist it? Huh? He had always pretended to be cooperative. Perfect. He had been looking for a reason to act against the Federation. After this is over, he would find a way to deal with Chen Yu. Completely controls Zone 7 of the zombie apocalypse, and that Fang Hang, he was told to beware of Fang Hang before coming here. Zi Junhao was secretly planning in his mind when he suddenly heard excited shouts from the player team. Look at that. The barrier. There are cracks on the barrier. See. Junhao looked up. Not far away. Cracks had begun to proliferate on the Blood Clan barrier being attacked by the aggregate weapon. Boom. The Gen barrier, still with 3/4 of its blood volume, shattered in front of all players. Success. The barrier has been broken. Long live the Federation. The morale of the Northern Federation players soared. The seemingly strong and invincible Blood Clan barrier was easily broken just by the arrival of the Northern Federation players. Only a few players controlling the aggregate weapons looked at each other, feeling puzzled. The healing speed of the Blood Clan barrier exceeded their original estimates. Theoretically, it would take at least 4 or 5 more hours to defeat it. But how did it suddenly collapse with 3/4 of its blood volume left so quickly? It's strange, isn't it? Z. Junhao, seeing the Blood Clan barrier shattered, sneered even more. The Blood Clan barrier. Nothing special. It was an opportunity to wipe out the entire Blood Clan. With the loss of the enhancement effect in the Blood Clan barrier area, the overall strength of the Blood Clan was weakened again by a small margin. Everyone launched the attack as E. Junhao's ambition expanded, immediately issuing the order to continue the attack. The federal players started pushing back the Blood Clan group's attack and advancing towards the Blood Clan headquarters. Meanwhile, inside the Blood Clan headquarters, several Blood Clan counts gathered around the Blood Coffin. Upon realizing that the Blood Clan barrier had been destroyed, the Blood Clan members understood the severity of the situation. Duke Net, the enemy's strength exceeds our expectations. To be able to destroy the gem barrier in such a short time, the opponent's strength level has surpassed level 6. A Blood Clan count suggested, Duke Net, the enemy is powerful. Should we awaken the prince? Nate hesitated at this moment. Restricted by a certain special limitation, most of the time, the vampire prince was in a dormant state. Especially after entering this world, the prince's power was more greatly affected. There was only less than 3 hours of waking time each month. Once awakened and entering combat mode, the prince's strength and lifespan would be permanently reduced. Moreover, the awakening process required the sacrifice of the lives of high-ranking vampires. Nate needed to assess the current situation and make the decision whether to awaken the vampire prince. Fang Hang. At this moment, GQ Bei on the side couldn't help but say in a deep voice, "It must be Fang Hang." GQ Bei was very certain. Besides Fang Hang, no one else could have done it. After escaping from the vampire branch not long ago, GQ Bei immediately rushed back to headquarters to inform the vampire count, recounting the entire process of Fang Hang's attack on him at the branch. After hearing GQ Bei's account, the vampires already silently acknowledged that Fang Hang was as good as dead. Solo against the Duke of Vampires? Isn't that seeking death? It can't be him. Nate shook his head. Those outsiders couldn't possibly have that kind of strength, and I also understand Bellamy's power. Fang Hang couldn't have escaped from her. GQ Bei was speechless. These vampires were either foolish, impulsive, stubborn, or had something wrong with their heads. GQ Bei gritted his teeth, forced to take a step back, and once again advised, Duke Nate, even if it's not Fang Hang, it's the vandalizing of the vampire barrier by the federal players. We can't give them time to catch their breath. With the federal players gathered together now, we need to awaken the prince and crush the main force of the Federation. Nate remained silent, deep in thought with his eyes closed. Duke Nate, we have been preparing for this for years. We can't afford any mistakes now. After much hesitation, Nate opened his eyes and made a decision. You're right, we don't need to take risks. Start the ritual. Yes. Or, you will be in charge of this ritual. I will bring people over to personally deal with those outsiders from the wasteland world. If their strength doesn't require the intervention of the prince, we can interrupt the ritual then. With a respectful bow, Or knelt down and said, I understand, Your Grace. Nate then raised his hand forward. Several crimson magic circles appeared out of thin air. Nate led the way into the magic circle, and suddenly disappeared in the hall. The magic circle remained in place. 3 vampire counts nodded to each other and followed Nate into the magic circle, disappearing. Subsequently, blood puppets, along with a large number of high-ranking vampires, also entered the magic circle. After Nate left, Or slowly stood up. He looked around at a few high-ranking vampires and waved his hand. Let's begin, start the ritual. Over a dozen vampires followed Or's instructions, forming a circle in front of the altar. Following Or's guidance, they raised their right hands and cut their wrists. The crimson blood trickled down their wrists, dripping onto the floor. Drip, drip. The blood gradually congealed into a blood-red magic circle on the ground. The ground slightly sank, and a dark red coffin gradually floated up from the floor. At some point, the battlefield above was shrouded in a red cloud. Faint blood scent permeated the air. After destroying the vampire barrier, Feng Heng did not immediately infiltrate the vampire's interior. Instead, he returned with a sample of the hero organization and coordinated with Chen Yu's branch team. They were positioned at the rear right side of the Northern Federation's main force, slowly advancing towards the vampire headquarters. In the co-driver's seat, Feng Heng leaned out of the window and looked towards the distant sky. At the end of his line of sight, in the direction of the vampire headquarters, he could faintly see a red pillar rising into the sky. In front of the team, due to the destruction of the barrier, the vampires were greatly stimulated, swarming towards the position of the federal players. Hey, what's wrong with this weather? Seeing the anomaly in the sky, Zhang Lei felt a sense of unease. Damn it, Feng Heng. This phenomenon is the vampire prince. Inside the compartment, Zhao Dongyang's face was somewhat pale. The vampires are trying to awaken the prince. The prince, a life form higher in rank than a vampire duke. Everyone turned to look at Zhao Dongyang. I didn't expect you to be able to persuade the vampire prince to enter the 7th district. Zhao Dongyang continued to explain. In the setting of the vampire world, vampires are a cursed group. And without exception, vampires with royal bloodlines are all accompanied by inherent curses. From birth, as the power controlled by the prince gradually increases, the power of the curse becomes stronger. Most of the time, adult vampire princes have always been in a state to resist the erosion of the curse, with only a few days each year to move around. Chen Yu listened to Zhao Dongyang's explanation and frowned. He couldn't help but ask, Zhao Dongyang, how strong is the fighting power of a vampire at the prince level? Very strong. I can't give a specific assessment. Even in the vampire apocalypse, where the prince-level vampires have never truly entered the battle, their presence is more of a deterrent, balancing the conflicts between the major vampire clans. Zhao Dongyang thought for a moment and added, the vampire apocalypse is the pinnacle of the top-tier combat power among the 3 major preliminary games. The fighting power of a Duke-level vampire, already equivalent to a 6th-level mutated zombie, so I think the prince should have 7th-level fighting power. 7th level. Chen Yu's face darkened? That's too outrageous. He really wanted to curse. If it's already at level 7, what's the point of playing? Just expose the trump card directly. Unfair. Why does the vampire apocalypse have such a big killer as a 7th-level creature? Chen Yu's expression was also a bit unsightly. The fighting power they currently possessed in the 7th District Federation could only deal with 5th-level creatures at best, but now, even before the 6th level had come out, they had jumped straight to the 7th level. This is really unreasonable. The revival of the Vampire Prince will take some time, right? Yes. As recorded in the Book of No-No, the awakening of the prince requires a certain ritual that will last for some time. Chen Yu asked in a deep voice, if we can find a way to interrupt the ongoing ritual, Can we stop the prince's revival? It's useless. While doing so may affect the prince's partial strength and ultimate lifespan, he will still be awakened by external stimuli and become even more enraged. There's really no way to stop it. Zhao Dongyang shook his head. The top-level combat power of the vampire world is just that unreasonable. How much time do we have left? Zhao Dongyang estimated for a moment and said, can't be certain, but at most we have 1 more hour. Chen Yu's heart sank almost to the bottom of the valley. He felt that this question was too impossible to solve and looked at Fang Heng with a pleading look. Fang Heng, can necromancy stop all of this? Fang Heng listened to the conversation between the two, pondering with his head down. Suddenly, he was asked by Chen Yu and couldn't help but raise his head. Stop. What needs to be stopped? Chen Yu was startled. Huh? Fang Heng couldn't help but look at the iron ring on his finger. Bloodline Prince. A life form stronger than a duke. That's really interesting. For a low-tier game, being at level 6 is already the ceiling in terms of combat power. So, does the combat power of the Bloodline Prince belong to the Lightning Rod combat power of the low-tier game? Is this the ultimate ace of the Bloodline on this journey? Compared to unleashing an apocalypse with immortal and cursed powers enveloping the entire world like Hela, is the prince's power enough to measure up? If one can kill a 7th level being with the power of Hela, will something good come out from him? A tinge of greed flashed in Fang Heng's eyes. Seeing the change in Fang Heng's expression, for some reason, Chen Yu felt that familiar sense of absurdity creeping in again. Hey, look, there are changes on the front battlefield. Zhao Dongyang suddenly sensed something and called out to everyone, pointing his hand towards the distant front battlefield. Look, they're here. It's the Bloodline Duke. Bloodline Duke. A 6th level life form like Bellamy. Fang Heng once again looked towards the front battlefield. Hope Si Junhao and the people from the Northern Union can hold on. Let them test the abilities of the Bloodline Duke first. Fang Heng decided to immediately change the plan and resurrect and summon Hela, to prevent the other party's Bloodline Prince from awakening first, so that he wouldn't even have a chance to be resurrected. Chen Yu, we change our route. While the Bloodline, in paying attention, will detour from the right side and head directly to the Bloodline headquarters. Huh, will the Bloodline really not notice? Chen Yu forced a smile. With things at this stage, he naturally had complete faith in Fang Heng and immediately issued instructions to the Eastern Union elite team through the vehicle command radio, by passing directly from the rear of the front battlefield and heading towards the Bloodline's inner core. Front battlefield, Z. Junhao leading the team of players from the Northern Union also noticed the anomaly at the Bloodline headquarters. More and more Bloodline creatures were rushing towards them. Even higher-level ones from the Bloodline began to mix in. The resistance faced by the team as they advanced became stronger and stronger. At the rear of the Bloodline group, a magic circle condensed in midair, emitting a faint light. Necro stepped out from the blood-red magic circle. He slowly floated upwards, hovering in midair, scanning the battlefield. All strangers, Necro wondered, as he didn't feel any strong power fluctuations nearby. Who broke the blood-colored barrier? Under Necro's feet, a crimson magic circle turned slowly. The magic circle emitted ripples of blood red, slowly spreading out in all directions. Halo effect. On the battlefield, after being enveloped by the blood-red ripples, the Bloodline group's attributes were slightly enhanced. Necro raised his hand again. Multiple teleportation magic circles materialized behind him. 3 Bloodline Marquises stepped out one after the other from the magic circles, kneeling halfway on the ground. Duke Necro, go. Deal with them. Yes. Following that, towering blood puppets also emerged from the magic circle, entering the front line battlefield. The formidable strength brought by the 5th level blood puppets and the 3 Bloodline Marquises directly compensated for the lack of high-level creatures in the Bloodline team. Combined with the aura effect of the Bloodline Duke, the overall strength of the Bloodline instantly surged. The front-line troops of the Northern Union, mainly consisting of fused beasts, were rapidly being diminished. Tens of thousands of Bloodline creatures swarmed in, and the players felt immense pressure. Two experts hired by the Northern Union saw the aura released by Necro, and their faces changed drastically. They hurriedly said, "Commander Z, it's the Bloodline Duke." The opponent is a combat-oriented Bloodline Duke, possessing strong command and combat capabilities that can boost the overall fighting strength of the Bloodline. Z Junhao frowned. He didn't expect the Bloodline to have such high-tier creatures. The two experts felt the situation had taken a serious turn. Bloodline Duke, a 6th-level creature. It's unbeatable. The pinnacle of combat power during the zombie apocalypse was only at level 5. Having a level 6 come out of nowhere would be crushing. The experts earnestly advised, the enemy's strength is approximately between level 6 and the peak of level 6. With the power of the Bloodline's sacred vessel, they might even be able to reach the threshold of level 7, which is something we can't currently resist. Commander, the frontal fused beast unit is facing a massive frontal attack by the Bloodline. The unit has suffered severe damage. The enemy has breached the outermost defense line. Commander, the beasts have joined the battle. The battlefield situation changed rapidly as the Bloodline Duke utilized teleportation arrays to send numerous high-level blood puppets into the battlefield, instantly reversing the positions of offense and defense. Commander, shall we retreat? The experts had already considered retreating for self-preservation and hurriedly suggested, Commander, the Bloodline Duke is powerful. I suggest we temporarily choose to retreat, avoiding its edge. Retreat, Z. Junhao felt nothing but disdain. He sneered repeatedly. Just fleeing now would be the most foolish choice in the current situation. The Bloodline had already broken through the front. Forcibly retreating would mean sacrificing part of their front-line forces. This was his first time commanding a battle on such a large scale. He couldn't afford for things to end in retreat at this critical moment. Moreover, the 6th-level Bloodline Duke was indeed powerful, but it wasn't invincible. The Bloodline had its own trump card, didn't he? Danger also represented opportunity, a once-in-a-lifetime chance. The Bloodline Duke had given up the advantage of the terrain and rushed out from the main camp to command the battle. As long as they could deal with the Bloodline Duke. As Z Junhao was contemplating, a player hurriedly approached to report, Commander, Chen Yu, leading the flank forces from the Eastern District, did not follow orders to defend against the Bloodline from the flank and has acted on their own. Leaving the designated area, some saw them heading towards the Bloodline's heartland. What did you say, LZ? Junhao doubted if he had misheard. Chen Yu was acting too unusually today. First, he let his subordinates attack their logistics base, and then he led the federal forces from the Eastern District to act independently. Was this something the submissive Chen Yu could do? Remembering since they arrived in the 7th District, they had made almost all requests, whether reasonable or unreasonable, and Chen Yu would try his best to fulfill them. So, all this time it was just his disguise. Connect me to Chen Yu's communication tower. Got it. Using the radio, Z Junhao immediately connected to Chen Yu's communication channel. Chen Yu, where are you? Oh? Engaged in a special operation. Of course, no problem. Chen Yu, you are the commander of District 7. Z. Junhao smirked as he ended the communication, a sneer on his face. He turned to the players and said in a serious tone, issue the order to inject the gamma active cells and let the fusion beast troops enter the battlefield. The players nodded solemnly. Understood. Gamma active cells? A secret research project in the Eastern Federation in recent years. It originated from a powerful biological genome fragment in an advanced game. The genome could easily fuse with mutant beasts, greatly enhancing their strength, allowing them to level up. After over a decade of research, the project had produced a preliminary experimental product, gamma active cells. Injecting gamma-active cells into fusion-mutated beasts could significantly boost their strength in a short period. Highly potential alien beasts could even directly escalate to level 5 strength. Of course, there was a significant chance of negative effects such as rage, loss of control, or sudden death in mutated beasts, with less than 1% of them surviving 48 hours after cell injection. But that was sufficient. Mutated beasts. Battlefield items for one-time use only. After injecting gamma-active cells, The mutated beasts entered a frenzied state, charging into the vampire ranks like unleashed wild animals, attacking relentlessly without feeling pain, engaging in a slaughter. Duke Nyath stood behind the vampire ranks, maintaining the operation of the teleportation array, calmly observing the battlefield akin to a meat grinder. As a vampire duke, unless facing an opponent of equal status or a true threat of extinction, he disdained taking action against these inferior mutants, and he had something else to be concerned about. He remained vigilant against a dangerous figure who had forcibly breached the vampire barrier earlier. Wild beasts, watching the mutated beasts below. Nyath muttered, a disdainful expression on his face, the crude and inferior use of power. Nyath remained puzzled. The displayed power of the mutants was insufficient to threaten the vampire barrier. While pondering, a vampire count transformed into a bat form and flew to his side. Kneeling before him, Duke Nyath, we have spotted an enemy team heading towards the headquarters. If left unchecked, it could affect the awakening ritual of Lord Duke at the headquarters. Nyath turned, looking in the direction indicated by the vampire count, just a small squad. Initially, he had not been concerned about these intruding mutants in the realm. Foolhardy. These individuals would never reach the headquarters. They would be consumed by the vampire ranks rushing to their aid halfway. However, that brief glance made Nyath suddenly sense a familiar feeling emanating from that location. Meraki, personally lead a team there and make sure to capture them all. Vampire Count Meraki nodded? Yes. Chen Yu's squad was driving towards the center of the vampire territory at this moment. Despite Z. Junhao's frenzy mutated beasts holding back the primary vampire forces, they faced significant obstacles during their breakthrough towards the headquarters. Besides the oncoming vampire support, numerous vampires continued to chase them. Feng Heng controlled his group of lickers for a counterattack, while Federal elite players used the train-mounted automatic cannons and heavy weapons to clear a path ahead. At present, Feng Heng was standing on the roof of the vehicle, using an enhanced sniper rifle to pick off advancing high-level vampires. The wart-like growth on Feng Heng's ring wriggled once more, gradually forming a face. Hey, Feng Heng, are you starting to run? That won't work, you know. After all, Duke Nyath and I are different. He is quite skilled in combat, and your companions are probably unable to withstand it. Those people aren't really considered companions. Feng Heng replied, gently squeezing the trigger. Bang! The bullet rang out, blowing off the head of a high-level vampire in bat form in the distance, causing them to plummet from the air. Feng Heng calmly switched bullet clips and continued. Moreover, we are not running away. Our plan is still in progress. Is that so? Well, good luck then. But just a reminder, your time is running out. Someone is catching up. Feng Heng's pupils constricted as he looked into the distance through the sniper scope. Behind them, a dense swarm of vampires was rapidly approaching the Federal team. Do you know who that is? Meraki, the vampire count. Decent strength, of course no match for me. Can you help me stop them? Too greedy. Feng Heng, I've helped you many times already. Intervening this time would be difficult to explain to the Elder Council. Feng Heng frowned. Glancing at his coordinates, he quickly stowed his weapons, flipping into the vehicle through the window. Feng Heng, Z. Junhao just checked in to express condolences, and I told him to leave. Chen Yu also had a temper. His previous tolerances were to avoid disrupting Feng Heng's plan. Now, there was no need for pretense. Chen Yu looked at Feng Heng and continued. The situation at the main battlefield seems stable for now. The Vampire Prince hasn't directly intervened, and the Northern Federation also has their trump cards. At least they won't be defeated quickly. All right, Feng Heng responded, sweeping through the in-game map he carried, saying, there's bad news. A group of vampire counts is chasing us from behind. Predicted to number in the thousands. If left unchecked, they will soon catch up. What? Chen Yu was instantly shocked. Vampire counts. Peak-level creatures of Tier 5, and with a group of high-level vampires. Trouble. Don't worry. They're just counts. A drop in the bucket. Zhao Dongyang, calm on one side, remarked. There had been quite a few counts who died at Fang Heng's hands, but under the current circumstances, if they were caught by the vampires, the continuous influx of vampire hordes would surely engulf them. Zhao Dongyang remained relaxed. He trusted that Fang Heng definitely had a way to handle this situation. Zhao Dongyang decided to continue watching calmly. Chen Yu, have the team carrying supplies stop with me, and the rest of you continue forward. I'll come find you immediately after resolving this trouble. Fang Heng felt they couldn't delay any longer and made a quick decision. Zhao Dongyang, you'll stay with me too. Zhao Dongyang was taken aback. What? I'm going too. I'm just an advisor. It's too dangerous. I need extra payment. Alright. Chen Yu directly brushed past Zhao Dongyang's words, picking up the radio on the vehicle, issuing instructions to the entire team in the East District. Second Squad, stay. Follow Fang Heng and Zhang Lei's orders. The rest of you, continue following me. National Game. Starting from the Zombie Doomsday, hang up Volume 6 Chapter 7 of the main text. Belonging to the start of We Are Leaving, Fang Heng said as he opened the car window, pulling Zhao Dongyang's clothes next to him with one hand, and leaping down from the truck together. Pat. They landed. Large trucks flew past Fang Heng and Zhao Dongyang, continuing deeper into the Blood Clan territory. Among the long line of trucks, one large truck separated from the rest and stopped at the side of the road. Zhang Lei jumped down from the rear compartment. He signaled several federal players inside the compartment, holding firearms, to get off the truck, cooperating with the Lick Eater group to roughly clean up the remaining blood clans in the area. Boss Fang, is it time? Yes, it's time. Zhang Lei felt exhilarated. He had been waiting too long for Fang Heng to say those words. Finally, the final attribution of Zone 7. He signaled several Left Path Game Guild players in the rear compartment. Start. Move the cargo. The Left Path Game Guild players in the compartment immediately cooperated to unload several boxes from the rear and stack them in the middle of the path, forming a circle. Samples of the Hela organization, a total of 12. All of them were now collected. Watching Zhang Lei and others complete the transport, Zhao Dongyang's eyes were full of curiosity. He and several other federal players stood together, guarding against the blood clans around them, quietly observing Fang Heng's actions. The iron ring on Fang Heng's hand gradually transformed into a humanoid shape, closely watching Fang Heng's every move. Click. Fang Heng stepped forward and successfully opened the custom metal boxes, taking out the samples of the Hela organization from inside and placing them on the ground. Rapid movements. As the fifth piece of the Hela organization sample box was opened, they immediately began to restlessly gather towards a certain spot. Fang Heng frowned. It was too dangerous to consolidate all 12 Hela organization samples together. Bella, help. Don't let them gather together. Interesting little toy. Fang Heng, what do you plan to do? Bella said, releasing her power. The Hela organization samples were instantly shrouded in a blood-colored light. The samples that had gathered and merged together forcibly separated, once again forming 5 distinct organization samples. Just a little trick. Fang Heng, you will soon see. Fang Heng responded indifferently, continuing to open boxes. As the remaining large metal boxes were continuously opened, Bella felt the tearing force emanating from the sample bodies growing stronger. This force made her feel slightly anxious. Yet, it also brought excitement. Initially, when she first saw the Hela organization samples, she could sense a powerful cell activity force within them. Bella was very interested in this power, which was why she had come to this world at great cost to investigate. The power from the blood lineage of the blood clans was both a blessing and a curse. Powerful abilities also brought about significant side effects. Bella had advanced to the rank of a duke, and the next step would be a prince. However, she did not want to end up like the other vampire princes, sleeping 24 hours a day to combat the curse. She had always been trying to explore a new path of strengthening. The unknown samples showed her hope. The greater the power intensity from the samples, the better. 11 Hela organization samples were successively taken out by Fang Heng from the boxes. They had broken free from Bella's control, slowly congregating towards the center. Bella could no longer control them and could only try to delay their gathering speed, urging, Heng, Act quickly. I'm losing control. Yes, right away. Feng Heng responded, opening the last giant metal box containing a sample body of the Hela organization. Whoosh! As the metal box opened, all the Hela organization samples went crazy. They instantly broke free from Bella's control, rapidly coming together. The concentrated samples writhed and twisted frenziedly on the ground. Bella's pupils revealed a hint of amazement. What on earth was that thing? The strength of the unknown samples exceeded her expectations by far, breaking free from her control in an instant. They even absorbed the energy she released. Feng Heng gazed at the writhing mass on the ground. It had begun. According to the original plan, he was prepared to delve deeper into the Blood Clan headquarters and ideally complete the resurrection of Hela directly there. Unexpectedly, the plan encountered multiple accidents during execution, forcing him to prematurely complete the hidden main plot ending. Feng Heng took a deep breath, calm and focused, and extended his right hand. Hiss! A very faint light blue flame flickered in his palm, as if it could be extinguished at any moment. Oh, what's this? Bella licked her lips, observing Feng Heng's subtle movements with curiosity and mumbled, "Soulfire. Seems like a special power, but a bit weak." Without saying a word, Feng Heng took out a photo from his backpack. The photo was ignited by the soulfire. The gray flame gradually consumed the photo. Feng Heng released the burning album, which was enveloped in a special power, hovering in front of him. With a flick of his wrist, a thick book appeared in his palm. The pages of the book flipped open. Tip: you are using Soul Summons technique. Feng Heng's eyes were clouded with a layer of dead gray. Numerous tiny gray-brown spherical bodies rose from the ground and floated into the air in front of him. Fragments of Hela's soul. The gray-brown soul bodies gradually ascended from the ground, coming together and forming a vague human figure. Hela's physical body had a strong attraction to her soul. The soul body floated towards the mutating flesh, gradually merging into it. When complete fusion was achieved, a series of game prompts flashed rapidly in Feng Heng's retina. Tip: you have successfully used Soul Summon technique. Tip: your Soul Summon technique judgment is successful. Tip: you have successfully resurrected Hela Ruichi. Tip: estimated duration of your Soul Summon technique. Tip: current ending, Eternal Moon completed. Tip: you have completed the hidden main plot ending, Eternal Moon. Tip: entering statistical settlement status, currently calculating. Tip: you have completed the main plot ending, Eternal Moon. You have obtained the corresponding final purification ending exclusive reward. Unique skill, Eternal Moon's persistence. Tip: considering the comprehensive contribution of players in Zone 7's main missions, players receive 5,377 main god points. Tip: you are ranked first in comprehensive contribution in Zone 7. You have the permission for the final attribution of Zone 7 in the Zombie Doomsday. Tip: special channel detected in the current world. Tip: high-intensity organisms not belonging to the original world exist in the current world. Tip: legendary class life forms not belonging to the original world exist in the current world. Tip: the current world is in a state of invasion. Tip: you cannot take control of Zone 7 of the Zombie Doomsday world until the current invasion status is resolved. Tip: acquisition of final permission interrupted. Tip: after the Zombie Doomsday Zone 7 exits the invasion state, players will continue the permission acquisition process. Done. The soul summoning technique is completed, and the main storyline is also successfully finished. After absorbing the souls, the previously constantly mutating samples of the Hela organization began to quiet down. Excited, Feng Heng quickly scanned the game prompts. Due to the current invasion situation in the 7th area, complete control permission cannot be obtained temporarily. This situation was within Feng Heng's expectations. He had some simple exchanges with Wei Dao, the Lord of the First Zone before. It didn't matter. As long as this plan is successfully completed, the collapse of the Blood Clan and seizing the 7th area will only be a matter of time. What Feng Heng is more concerned about now is the skill. The exclusive skill he obtained from completing the final purification mission. The undead body effect is exploding with goodness. greatly enhancing all his abilities. So, what about the reward quest of the Eternal Moon? Eternal Moon. He immediately opened the skill panel to check. Skill, Eternal Moon. Skill description 1. Consume spiritual power to summon the Cursed Moon. The intensity, illumination range, number of resurrected creatures, duration are related to the sum of the player's basic attributes. Skill description 2. While the Cursed Moon is present, powerful life forms will resurrect from the ground. Resurrected creatures will gain rebirth within 5 seconds after death. When the Cursed Moon disappears, the resurrected creatures will immediately die. Skill description 3. While the Cursed Moon is present, after the player or a player's summoned creatures or teammates die, they will enter the cycle of rebirth state. This effect does not affect deceased creatures. Skill description 4. While the Cursed Moon is present, all enemy creatures affected by the Cursed Moon will gradually fall into negative states such as curse, decay, bleeding, parasitic insects, etc. Skill cooldown, 7 days. This skill. Feng Heng's heart raced faster. Unlike the undead body from last time, this time it is an active skill. It looks like a wide-range support skill. Feng Heng carefully read the skill description several times. He could be sure that this is definitely an incredible skill. Setting aside everything else, the cycle of rebirth is truly a godly skill. The cycle of rebirth state is like a weakened version of immunity to death. You die, but then come back to life immediately. In a player team, this is definitely a powerful healing skill. As long as the player has a breath, Feng Heng can use the Eternal Moon to bring them back to life. If one day, his mental attribute can reach unlimited use as the skill's name implies, achieving the effects of the Eternal Moon, wouldn't that be equivalent to having a permanent mini-invincibility? Such a good thing, and causing enemies to enter multiple negative states and summoning resurrected creatures. Feng Heng felt a tingling in his heart. He really wanted to try out the effect of this skill right now, to see how the cycle of rebirth actually works. The specific number and strength of the resurrected creatures currently summoned by the Eternal Moon, as well as the duration, need to be tested to know the effect. Especially in the second part of the skill description, the phrase player's current main world strength also puzzled Feng Heng. It's quite confusing. Unfortunately, it's not the time right now. Feng Heng suppressed the impulse to try out the skill, slowly withdrew his gaze from the skill description, and looked ahead at the gradually merging humanoid form of the Hela organization. Meanwhile, Zhao Dongyang, who was watching from the sidelines, was astonished. He was somewhat dazed. What's going on? He just saw Feng Heng holding a book, and then he received a game prompt. Feng Heng. He became the Lord of the 7th area. When did this happen? Just while reading the book. Becoming the Lord of both the 7th and 8th areas at the same time. Dual Lordship. Is this even possible? Wasn't the plan to plunder Angitis? How did he suddenly snatch the entire 7th area? The other players on guard on the sidelines were also puzzled. Qualifying as a lord in just a few minutes, completing the hidden level main quest was that simple. Apart from the excited Bell, all the players were a bit at a loss, watching Feng Heng and the creepy organism before him that started wriggling again. Bell was too excited. He wanted to log off immediately and inform the guild leader of this good news. Feng Heng got the 7th area. Their Left Path Game Guild will be the biggest beneficiary. This investment will earn them blood, as long as they drive away the Blood Clan next. After a period of distortion and writhing, the Hela sample organization condensed into a human body soaked in blood. Her face gradually restored. Hela Ricci. Feng Heng looked at the woman in front of him. Bang, bang, bang. Terrifying tumors continuously swelled on Hela's body, followed by bursts and instant healing. Bellamy's face on Feng Heng's ring turned serious. The creature in front of him made her feel extremely uneasy. Her host left in the sample organization is completely destroyed by the enemy. Feng Heng opened his mouth and whispered, Hela Ricci. The naked woman raised her head, a trace of doubt flashing in her eyes. A very familiar name. For the person who summoned her soul back, Hela had a familiar feeling towards Feng Heng. She looked at him, her eyes filled with puzzlement and confusion. Feng Heng took out a piece of clothing prepared from his backpack and threw it to Hela. She stared at Feng Heng in a daze, took the clothing. Feng Heng carefully observed Hela. Unlike what was expected, her aggressiveness wasn't strong. I am Hela. Yes, I remembered. That's my name, Hela. Who are you again? You've died once. I'm the one who brought you back to life. Revived. Hela muttered to herself, looking at Feng Heng, even more puzzled. Why do I feel so much pain? Strange. According to what Teacher Dicky said, the souls brought back by the soul summoning technique should be full of resentment and anger. Why does the Hela in front of her look a bit dull? Or was he just lucky? It happened that the soul summoned back this time was more kind and did not possess strong offensive abilities. That won't do. You were brought back to fight. Several thoughts flashed through Feng Heng's mind. Then he looked at Hela. Because you have hatred, and the root of that hatred lies with the Blood Clan. They killed your lover, destroyed your home. Go. In your limited life. Go kill. Go take revenge. Hela's eyes revealed a deeper sense of confusion. Bloodline? Yes, they killed your loved ones. They killed your daughter. Have you forgotten? Feng Heng continued to provoke, handing her a photo. Seeing the image in the photo, anger instantly consumed Hela. I want them all dead. I want them to suffer forever. That's it. Feng Heng silently approved in his heart. Bang, bang, bang. Behind Feng Heng, several gunshots rang out. A federal elite player shouted, Commander Feng Heng, watch out. The Bloodline group is catching up. Feng Heng's pupils slightly contracted as he quickly turned to look behind him. In the distance, a dense crowd of Bloodline members were quickly approaching, heading towards Feng Heng and his group. Leading the chase, the Bloodline Count Malaki did not recognize Feng Heng. Seeing around 20 unfamiliar beings standing there, he maintained his speed and rushed towards them. Malaki didn't even consider these few individuals as a threat. In his expectations, they would be instantly swallowed up by the Bloodline group, leaving nothing behind. Feng Heng stood his ground, remaining calm as he looked towards Hela. Hela, the Bloodline members have arrived. Release your power. Hela turned her head, looking at the approaching Bloodline group behind her. She didn't know where her inner anger came from, but it was filled with a desire to kill. Bloodline. Her pupils gradually changed, forming to red crescent moons. In the air, Malaki, who was rushing towards Feng Heng's group, suddenly paused. He felt his body becoming somewhat heavy, as if influenced by a strange force. What's going on? Malaki had not identified the source of the force yet, as the bats around him began to lose control, plummeting from the sky. The low-level Bloodline bodies on the ground started to quickly disintegrate. What's happening? Malaki was greatly shocked. Who is that woman? Malaki stared at Hela not far away. Suddenly, he felt a numbness on his shoulder. Upon closer inspection, he saw that his skin was strangely decaying. What's going on? The onlookers were also in great shock. They witnessed a large group of Bloodline members flying towards them, thinking it was an inevitable death sentence, only to find them falling down in masses. Who is that woman beside Feng Heng? What kind of terrifying ability does she possess? Malaki was also deeply shocked, feeling his body being consumed by unknown force. The decaying area on his skin gradually spread, incredibly itchy. Upon closer inspection, tiny worm-like creatures were gradually emerging from beneath his decaying skin. Bugs. What on earth is it? That woman. The source must be dealt with. In just a few seconds, Malaki quickly made a decision and charged towards Hela, attempting to eliminate her first. Hela calmly watched as Malaki descended towards her from the sky. Under her gaze, Malaki's body rapidly decayed at a visible speed. By the time he reached Hela, Malaki had almost turned into a blooded figure. Malaki raised his blood blade in his right hand, prepared to strike forward. Suddenly, Malaki's pupils shrank. Hiss, hiss. In the next instant, countless red creatures emerged from various corners of Malaki's body, causing it to burst apart. Bang! Losing control of his body, Malaki fell to the ground. The red creatures consumed his body completely, and then quickly scurried around. The surrounding players instinctively took several steps back, looking at Hela with fear. What kind of ability was that? It was too terrifying. Plap. Hela suddenly knelt. She looked pained, uttering in pain, "I hate. I loathe." Why? Why? Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Realizing the situation was dire, he shouted to Zhao Dongyang and others, "Quick! Retreat! Go find Chen Yu and regroup. Zhonglei, tell Chen Yu to execute backup plan No. 7. Understood." Zhonglei waved his hand. "Follow me. Let's go." Zhao Dongyang immediately stopped watching and joined Zhonglei, rushing towards Chen Yu's direction. Hela, in agony, held her head, continuously emitting painful cries. The tissues on her body were gradually mutating, showing signs of uncontrollable changes. Feng Heng sensed a terrifying power radiating from Hela. Dame notifications popped up. Notification: you are affected by unknown force. Your life points minus 34. Notification: you have entered an unknown parasitic state. Notification: your skill, Undead passive, is in effect. Your unknown parasitic state is cleared. Notification: you are influenced by a powerful unknown force. You can spend 3,000 points to resist the effect for 30 seconds. Crackle. Feng Heng's finger on the ring once again took a physical form. A fascinating experiment. Her power is quite surprising, but it seems to be getting out of control. Her soul is incomplete, unable to effectively control the power. She will only become more and more insane. Bellamy looked at Feng Heng. So, Feng Heng, what's next? Indeed, Bellamy, you're right about that. As for what's next, our deal is complete. You can now go and collect what you were promised. The rest is up to you. What? A resolute gleam flashed in Feng Heng's eyes as he swiftly swung his right hand forward, simultaneously manifesting a large crimson blood blade shrouded in red blood aura on his left palm. He fiercely slashed down his right index finger. Good luck. Hiss. Blood gushed out of the wound. The severed finger and ring flew towards Hela. Bang. As the decaying Hela raised her hand, she firmly grasped the ring. On the ring, Bellamy's cell tissues continuously amalgamated and disintegrated into death. With a slight force from Hela, the ring instantly exploded. By then, Feng Heng had swiftly moved to the right, picking up the red pendant that Count Malaki left behind after his death. A faint red glow flashed. Notification: Bloodline. Judgment successful. Notification: you obtained the Bloodline artifact. Pendant. Heh. The 5th Bloodline artifact. Acquired. When it comes to looting, Feng Heng believed he was quite the professional. There is no time to carefully observe the attributes of the item pendant. Feng Heng directly throws it into his backpack and quickly leaves. Controlling Hela was never part of Feng Heng's preconceived plan. The effect of resurrection in the soul summoning technique cannot revive Hela for too long. He only needs to use Hela to hold off the main force of the Blood Clan. With the addition of a Blood Clan prince, the plan becomes somewhat unstable. In fact, in Feng Heng's plan, the identity of the Lord of the 7th District was just an addition. His goal from beginning to end was Anagetus and the hidden skill acquired after completing the 7th District branch line. The hidden skill Eternal Moon did not disappoint him. Now that the skill has been acquired, the next step is to obtain Anagetus. Leaving Hela, who was resurrected behind, Feng Heng quickly rushes towards the direction of the Blood Clan headquarters. Bang bang. The cells in Hela's body continued to expand and mutate, constantly bursting, repairing, bursting again, repairing again. Around her, the Blood Clan group affected by the mental shock all died clean. Even the bodies had already been gnawed clean by red insects. In a short moment, Hela had completely lost her original appearance. The decaying tissues on her body accumulated, gradually condensing into a very tall humanoid body, as if it was a mass of flesh made up of countless human tissues. Blood Clan ... pain ... mumbled the huge mass of flesh, taking steps towards the center of the battlefield. At the same time, Feng Heng drove the car, trying to catch up with Zhonglei and the others ahead. Feng Heng. Zhonglei saw Feng Heng approaching from behind through the rearview mirror and slowed down. Feng Heng caught up and waved at the front. Zhao Dongyang, come with me to the Blood Clan headquarters. Headquarters. Zhao Dongyang cocked his ears, leaned out of the window, and said, "That's another matter. No problem." Feng Heng then looked at Zhang Lei and Lin Hansheng. "Inform him to meet us at Point C as soon as possible." Understood. On the front battlefield, Zi Junhao led the Northern Alliance players in a bloody battle with the Blood Clan group. The game log was updating rapidly. Among countless combat messages, the game prompt suddenly appeared. Prompt: player Feng Heng completes the final hidden ending of the 7th District, Eternal Moon. Prompt: comprehensive assessment of the main mission contributions. Player Feng Heng gains the final ownership of the 7th District. What? Zi Junhao faintly saw something strange flashing in the game prompts and was slightly stunned. He reopened the game log and scrolled up. Finding that special information, Zi Junhao was completely dumbfounded. Someone had warned him before entering the 7th District. Feng Heng from the 8th District is a big trouble. Need to be careful and pay more attention to him. Zi Junhao had kept Feng Heng in mind at that time. However, after entering the 7th District, it's not that Zi Junhao didn't pay attention, but he couldn't. The people he sent to investigate Feng Heng couldn't even find his shadow. He had no idea what Feng Heng was up to. Subsequently, as his control over the 7th District deepened, Zi Junhao's ambition swelled. Forgetting about the player Feng Heng, Zi Junhao never imagined that he would witness Feng Heng's actions for the first time in a game announcement. How did he do it? As Zi Junhao thought of all the abnormalities on Chen Yu's body. After thinking it over carefully, Zi Junhao finally understood. He fell into a trap. Feng Heng and Chen Yu had set a trap for him from the beginning. No wonder Chen Yu handed over the command authority of the 7th District. His goal was to feign weakness and paralyze himself. And seizing this opportunity, Feng Heng took another route, trying to secretly complete the main mission. All the previous oddities now had a reasonable explanation. After figuring everything out, Zi Junhao felt increasingly angry. He brought people from the Wasteland world all the way here, even risked exposing the trump card of the Wasteland world to resist the Blood Clan, using up a lot of strength. What was all this for? The result: leaving the main force of their Northern Alliance here to fight the Blood Clan while they went happily to grab the lordship. In the end, they were still working for Feng Heng. As Zi Junhao's face turned frighteningly dark, his fists clenched tightly. He knew he had been tricked. He hated Feng Heng and Chen Yu, and even more so, he despised his own foolishness. Just half an hour ago, he thought he had everything under control. In fact, he was the dumbest one. Bastard! Zi Junhao spat out a word. How could people from the Federal East be so cunning? He now felt like turning the table and not playing anymore. He had never felt so frustrated despite playing games for so long. But flipping the table was just a thought. The die had been cast. As an excellent commander, it was meaningless to dwell on past mistakes. How could he turn the situation around? If he couldn't, he had to find a way to minimize the losses. The battle had intensified, and the Blood Clan prince had not yet appeared. If they retreated now, the losses would be immense. Hey, look. What's that? Zi Junhao was quickly calculating in his mind when suddenly a commotion arose among the federal team. He couldn't help but look up and gaze into the distance. Far away, a giant creature like a small mountain was slowly approaching behind the Blood Clan. What was that? Since Feng Heng obtained the lordship qualification in the 8th District, within a few months of the server opening last time, the official form of zombie apocalypse exploded once again. Quite coincidentally, it was because of Feng Heng. During this time, the focus in the zombie apocalypse forum had been on the Blood Clan invasion in the 7th District. The most exciting content mostly revolved around the current strengths of the Blood Clan apocalypse, zombie apocalypse, and wasteland apocalypse regions, the recent actions and deployments of the Federation, and the current status of the involvement of the wasteland world. After all, the convergence of the three major lower-level gaming worlds in one place was very intriguing. Not to mention the dangerous conspiracy of the anti-federal organization, the power struggle between the Eastern Federation and the Northern Federation, the secret weapons of the wasteland world, and various conspiracy theories speculated by players. It was more exciting than a movie. Players from other regions, not involved in the matter, were excitedly following the developments. Who would have thought that a person would suddenly emerge and directly seize the lordship qualification in the chaotic situation of the 7th District? This sudden turn of events was too abrupt. Feng Heng's popularity has once again been stirred up. Then, the whole forum discussion topic turned into, where did Feng Heng purchase his hanging decorations? How much longer can the Blood Clan retreat? Is the Eastern Union's move a loss of blood? Are the Northern Union folks acting foolish? Is the Night Owl numb? Is it appropriate to bottom fish in the 7th District now? The impact brought to the world by the Dual Realm Masters, rationally analyzing whether Feng Heng is truly a disaster. This time, the inheritance of the 7th District's Realm Master even had a bigger impact than when Feng Heng obtained the status of the 8th District's Realm Master. In the 1st District, Wei Dao also received news of Feng Heng becoming the Realm Master of the 7th District for the first time, showing a look of surprise in his eyes. He actually did it. He had briefly interacted with Feng Heng before and roughly guessed that Feng Heng was interested in the 7th District. But Wei Dao never expected that Feng Heng would actually have the ability to secure the Realm Master qualification in such a short time. Respectable. Truly enviable. Wei Dao sighed. According to the game's setup, only in the later newly established game areas can you enter the previous game areas to trigger mainline missions, such as the 8th District being able to enter Districts 1 to 7, but unable to enter the subsequently open 9th District. Wei Dao was both envious and relaxed. He hadn't received such good news in a long time. The various abilities displayed by Feng Heng put his mind at ease. If it were Feng Heng, he should have already fulfilled their agreement. The day the Night Owl is driven out of the zombie doomsday is imminent. He could also free up his hands to focus on preparing for the next stage of the zombie doomsday upgrade. Only by completing the upgrade could one truly join higher ranks of the war. Wei Dao had long been looking forward to joining the game. The Realm Master of the 7th District, Feng Heng, Blood Clan Headquarters. Ji Kyubei received a game prompt, his face ashen. He couldn't even remember how many times he had clashed with Feng Heng. Clearly, he had failed once again. Ji Kyubei stared fiercely at the Blood Clansmen performing the awakening ritual. Arrogant and foolish Blood Clansmen. Just now, that group of self-righteous Blood Clansmen with chests puffed out had assured him that Feng Heng could never survive against the Duke of Bellamy. And now, isn't this a slap in the face? Not only is Feng Heng alive and well, but he also obtained the qualifications of a Realm Master. Outrageous. The qualifications as Realm Masters of the 7th and 8th Districts were supposed to belong to their Night Owls. As long as Feng Heng remained, his heart would never be at peace. Yet, he had encountered a useless teammate. Ji Kyubei took a deep breath, barely restraining the anger rising within him, trying to retain his composure. Oro continued to focus on conducting the ritual. It was not the right time yet. Ji Kyubei had to stand there and wait. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, the sacrifice entered the final countdown. Squeak, squeak. The blood-colored coffin emitted a faint sound. The coffin lid was lifted. A repressed and obscure power emanated from the coffin. Inside the room, all the Blood Clansmen knelt down, respectfully facing the coffin. Oro bowed his head and respectfully reported, "My lord, I'm sorry to inform you that we encountered some trouble and needed to awaken you early." The Blood Clan Lord, Matthews, raised his hand. He looked up and gazed into the distance. Matthews's gaze seemed able to penetrate through layers of rock walls and see the distant scenery. "I have sensed that power. One you are not currently capable of handling. You've done well, but now, you are not suitable to continue fighting. Stay here to protect the sanctuary's safety." "Yes, my lord." Ji Kyubei clenched his teeth, took a step forward, and said, "My lord." Lord Matthews slowly turned his head and looked at Ji Kyubei. Under Matthews's direct gaze, Ji Kyubei felt as if a powerful entity was staring at him, causing his body to involuntarily tremble and freeze in place. It felt like there was a thick layer of sticky rice stuck in his throat, making it difficult to breathe. Ji Kyubei bit his tongue and forcefully gathered his spirits. He said in a deep voice, "My lord, Please be extra cautious of a player named Fang Heng. He is the source of all trouble. If you encounter him, make sure to eliminate him." Lord Matthews did not respond. His figure gradually transformed into a swarm of black bats and flew towards the outside world. In just a few words, Jikayu Bei's back was already soaked in sweat. The pressure on Jikayu Bei dissipated, and he let out a heavy sigh. In the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies and tricks seemed foolish. Blood Clan Lord Matthews, a 7th-tier life form. The combat effectiveness ceiling of the Blood Clan's Doomsday. One can take on 10 opponents. This time, Fang Heng must be completely eliminated. Jikayu Bei pondered. But why? Why did he still feel a sense of unease deep down inside? At this moment, Fang Heng and Zhao Dongyang had just arrived at the previously planned location C with Chen Yu and others. Lin Han's Heng had not yet arrived. Fang Heng finally had time to open his game equipment screen and check the attribute description of the Blood Clan's sacred artifact he had just obtained. Prompt: Player Bloodline Identification Success. Player Equipment: Blood Clan Sacred Artifact. Necklace Attribute activated. Item: Blood Clan Sacred Artifact. Necklace. Description: Special item, soulbound, occupies a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will definitely drop upon death. Description: One of the 13 sacred artifacts of the Blood Clan, rumored to possess powerful power. When placed inside the backpack, it immediately takes effect by increasing base agility +1, base strength +1, base endurance +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill: Blood Strike. Skill description: Manipulate the blood within a radius of 5 meters around the player to form a blood palm for restraining attacks. The strength of the blood palm and the restraint intensity are related to the player's current blood energy control, player bloodline level, and player's basic attributes. Skill consumption: Blood, mental power. Description: It is rumored that the 13 sacred artifacts hide huge secrets of the Blood Clan. By obtaining more Blood Clan sacred artifacts, additional effects can be obtained. Prompt: You have obtained 3 pieces of the Blood Clan sacred artifact set. Activating the special effect, Blood Blessing. Additional +2 all attributes. Collect 6 pieces of Blood Clan sacred artifacts to upgrade the set effect. Restrain Attack. A skill that requires blood to trigger. Fang Heng pondered to himself while muttering. He took out a small knife from his backpack and made a cut on his wrist. Hiss. Blood flowed from the wound. Zhao Dongyang, standing beside Fang Heng, saw Fang Heng's actions and was momentarily stunned. What's going on? What is Fang Heng planning to do now? Zhao Dongyang was about to ask when suddenly, hiss. Blood gushed out from Fang Heng's wound and condensed into a blood-colored palm that fiercely grabbed towards him. Oh my god. Zhao Dongyang was taken aback and quickly took 2 steps back. The pale blood palm shattered with a bang. Fang Heng furrowed his brow slightly. The blood aura was faint, the attack range was close, and the power didn't seem strong. Perhaps it was due to the scarcity of blood. After all, the effects of the immortal body were sometimes too strong and not always advantageous. With a tiny wound made by the small knife, it almost instantly healed, hardly releasing any blood. Fang Heng looked towards Zhao Dongyang. Zhao Dongyang quickly realized. He understood the malicious intent in Fang Heng's gaze and promptly took 2 steps back. Is this a holy artifact pendant of the Blood Clan? Yes. Fang Heng nodded. His look towards Zhao Dongyang turned disdainful. Forget it. Zhao Dongyang was just a weakling, with low blood strength. Possibly getting seriously injured by accident would be troublesome. It would be better to find another opportunity to test him. With that thought, Fang Heng put the pendant into his backpack. Zhao Dongyang felt relief, then blinked twice in succession. Great. So another Blood Clan count had fallen into Fang Heng's hands. How many holy artifacts did he have now? Did he almost have a complete set? This Blood Clan wave was truly bloody, coming from afar to give away holy artifacts. Fang Heng lifted his head and observed the direction of the Blood Clan headquarters not far ahead. The towering red pillar had gradually vanished. Hey, Fang Heng, it's not that I don't trust you, but do we really have to barge in like this? Zhao Dongyang looked at Fang Heng, asking quietly. He knew Fang Heng's capability. Very strong. Super strong. But wasn't storming the Blood Clan headquarters a bit too much? Don't worry, I have a plan, Fang Heng said, shifting his gaze to the right. They're coming. Nearby in the dense forest, Lin Hansheng led the players from the Left Path Gaming Guild riding 3 mountain bikes, sweating profusely as they hurried towards Fang Heng and Zhao Dongyang. Boss Fang. Seeing Fang Heng, Lin Hansheng waved energetically from afar. He was extremely excited now, feeling as if he had won millions. He was a player from the Left Path Gaming Guild. With Fang Heng gaining the position of a boundary lord, the Left Path Guild instantly soared, becoming rich overnight. Just the year-end bonuses alone were enough for him to buy several houses in major cities. Lin Hansheng rode over and casually tossed his bike to the side. I've brought everything. Let's see if anything is missing. Lin Hansheng gestured towards the other 2 players who had arrived with him. The 3 of them took out the materials from their backpacks and spread them out on the ground for inspection. Okay, Fang Heng nodded, picking up a bottle of pale purple potion from the pile and handing it to Zhao Dongyang. Huh? What is this? It's an item that temporarily conceals human scent. Developed for the Blood Clan. It'll make them think you're one of them. Of course, it only works on low to mid-level ones. Lin Hansheng explained concisely to Zhao Dongyang. The materials to make this thing are expensive. We only have 5 bottles for this mission. There is such high-tech stuff. Is it really effective? As a Blood Clan expert, Zhao Dongyang felt his knowledge expanding. But since it was made by Fang Heng, it should be effective. Truly worthy of a master. Impressive, Zhao Dongyang praised, unscrewing the bottle cap, sniffing it, then drinking it. Fang Heng went through the items again that might be needed for the transplantation plan at the Blood Clan headquarters. Small explosives, remote devices, oilcloth, breathable canvas, a shovel, herbicides, a small amount of wood, nails. Common questions and solutions in tree transplantation? Gardener's Handbook. Meteor Company's 2918 Greening Transplantation Plan. Fang Heng stuffed several books into his backpack. Due to limited capacity, especially with wood taking up a lot of weight, he had to let Lin Hansheng and the 2 players continue carrying them for now. In total, the team consisted of 5 people, with Zhao Dongyang being the weak link, and Lin Hansheng and the other 2 players serving as mobile backpacks. After confirming the preparations were complete, Fang Heng waved his hand. Ready. After the final checks, we will set off immediately. We will soon reach the outskirts of the sanctuary after passing through the woods. Fang Heng briefly went over the infiltration precautions. To avoid unnecessary trouble, do not use any means of transportation during the next phase, and do not speak if questioned by the Blood Clan. Leave everything to me. Understood. The group nodded in unison. Lin Hansheng and his 2 companions repacked their backpacks and followed Fang Heng towards the Blood Clan headquarters. They continued along the forest path. Just as they had walked a few minutes, not completely out of the woods, Fang Heng frowned. He sensed something and abruptly stopped. Stop. Take cover. The group, startled, quickly sought cover. Fang Heng hid behind a large tree and peered into the distance on the right. Far away, a group of black bats flew towards the end of the main battlefield of the Federation's Blood Clan. Blood Clan Prince. No mistake. It had to be him. Fang Heng squinted his eyes. Different from the wild and chaotic power on Hela's body, the power of the Blood Clan Prince was subtle and oppressive. If it weren't for the sense of suppression caused by the bloodline power, Fang Heng wouldn't even be able to identify the Blood Clan Prince. Fang Heng's heart sank. The power displayed by the Blood Clan Prince was no less than Hela's. If the 2 were to engage in a battle, with Hela in a less stable mental state, she might be at a disadvantage. Forget it. Winning or losing didn't matter. The worst-case scenario would be if Hela and the Blood Clan Prince started a ruthless fight, destroying the 7th district directly. He didn't want the 7th district anymore. In any case, the prince was now lured away from the headquarters by Hela's power. This was his best chance to seize Angus. Let's continue, Fang Heng said, coming out from cover and leading the way forward. With the Blood Clan's barrier being forcibly destroyed by external forces earlier, there was some confusion within the Blood Clan. Apart from the massive influx of Blood Clan members from the Blood Clan apocalypse into the zombie apocalypse through the newly opened world channels, a large number of Blood Clan groups, created by Angus, were also constantly breeding and rushing towards the main battlefield. At present, guarding the ancient tree of Angus were only the Blood Clan Count Aura and a large number of high-level blood puppets. Having completed the special ritual to awaken the Blood Clan Prince, Aura was feeling somewhat weak. Count Aura, Jikaibe logged off temporarily and managed to make contact with the mole planted by Night Owl within the Northern Federation's ranks. The mole had just infiltrated the perimeter personnel, so the information received was scarce. Jikaibe only knew that, about half an hour ago, Chinyu suddenly changed the plan and led elite players from the Eastern Federation to intrude into the heart of the Blood Clan. What was crucial was, Fang Heng was among them. Someone like Chen Yu would certainly not make Jikaibe feel so uneasy. But with Fang Heng involved, Jikaibe didn't want to admit it, but he was genuinely worried now. Ever since their encounter with Fang Heng, Jikaibe felt like he had been afflicted with a comprehensive unease syndrome. This time, Chen Yu's actions were definitely not ordinary. There must be schemes and ploys waiting for him. Could it be that they wanted to repeat the old trick, once again destroying the teleportation array to the Blood Clan world? That's it. It must be so. In autumn, Check-Yu couldn't help but remind Earl Aura the third time, Earl Aura, we must strengthen our defenses. The teleportation channel connected to the Blood Realm is crucial for us. I just received news. No need to say more. I know what you're worried about. You can rest assured, we have a steady stream of reinforcements from our clan. The deeper they go into the outskirts of the sanctuary, the more they will fall into our siege. Or waved his hand nonchalantly, full of confidence. Even if they launch a surprise attack and penetrate into our territory, there are plenty of Blood Clan restrictions on the outskirts of the sanctuary. Ordinary people cannot even approach. Or completely disregarded the outsiders. He felt that this wave was already stable. There was no chance of losing. The power of the Blood Prince was immeasurable. Once the Blood Prince, Matthews, took action, the attacking force composed of outsiders would quickly collapse. In addition, they were continuously joining Blood Clans on the front lines, and there were also Blood Clan restrictions set up on the outskirts of the sanctuary, with plenty of high-level blood puppets guarding the inside. The outsider players dreaming of targeting the teleportation channel was simply wishful thinking. Nevertheless, for safety reasons, Aura still controlled some blood puppets originally guarding the Anjutasi Divine Tree to be stationed in the teleportation hall. He even stayed here personally to guard. After all, they had already made a similar mistake during the last Blood Clan branch incident. This time, the sanctuary was as solid as a rock. Check-Yu closed his mouth upon hearing this. He also felt that the defense of the Blood Clan headquarters sanctuary had reached such a level that theoretically, the safety of the teleportation channel should be flawless. But, would Fang Heng really be so foolish as to come over with determination? Or did they have other intentions? What did Fang Heng and Chen Yu put so much effort into infiltrating the Blood Clan territory for? What was their plan really about? While Check-Yu was anxiously contemplating, led by Lin Han's Heng, Fang Heng, and a group of 5 had already donned masks and infiltrated the sewer, entering the outskirts of the Blood Clan headquarters sanctuary. This sanctuary was originally established by the Federation and was initially transformed from an abandoned steel plant. Chinyu took some time, but quickly found the facility construction drawings of the sanctuary and finally formulated the sewer infiltration plan developed by Fang Heng. After all, Fang Heng claimed to be very familiar with sewers. The group walked through the sewer, and Fang Heng sighed in his heart. The effect of the special potion was quite good. Along the way, they encountered many blood clans but remained undetected. However, as they approached the headquarters, the number of blood clans increased significantly, making it suspicious to enter the sanctuary directly. Therefore, Entering the Blood Clan's interior through the sewer was the best choice. Everything went smoothly. Just as they were about to pass through the sewer into the interior of the Blood Clan sanctuary, Zhao Dongyang suddenly shouted and grabbed Lin Han's shoulder in front. Wait, stop. Lin Han's stiffened and immediately stopped, not moving. The group turned back suddenly, looking at Zhao Dongyang in confusion. It's a prohibition left by the Blood Clan. Zhao Dongyang looked serious as he cautiously took a few steps forward, leaning against the sewer wall, carefully inspecting it. Passing through this prohibition will trigger an alarm. Lin Han's and the others were puzzled, looking at Fang Heng who had already passed through the prohibition ahead. Zhao Dongyang coughed lightly, noticing their gazes. He's different. Oh, Lin Han's suddenly realized he was not human. Another player asked, "What should we do? Is there a way to solve it? It's a bit troublesome. I need to try it out. It may take some time." No need for trouble. I'll try. Fang Heng took out the Blood Clan sacred staff and walked up to the Blood Clan prohibition. The anti-magic effect of the Blood Clan staff could work against Blood Clan barriers and was particularly effective against prohibitions. He raised the staff and lightly tapped it on the ground. Hum. A ripple passed, and the prohibition on the wall instantly failed. It's disabled. Zhao Dongyang's eyes lit up, waving his hand. Quick. Let's go. Passing through the prohibition left by the Blood Clan, the group continued to advance through the interior underground sewer, and soon, they emerged from a kitchen sewer entrance inside the sanctuary. Successful infiltration of the sanctuary's interior. That place. Let's go. Fang Heng roughly determined the direction and continued to lead the group towards the direction of the underground Anjutasi ancient tree in the sanctuary below. There were still a large number of Blood Clans wandering inside the sanctuary. Most of them had transformed into bat forms and flew towards the outskirts of the sanctuary. In contrast, Fang Heng and his group walking in the opposite direction seemed somewhat strange to the Blood Clans. But it was only strange. There were no Blood Clans approaching Fang Heng or raising any questions. All was peaceful along the way until they arrived at the entrance of the cave on the 5th underground floor where the Blood Clan Anjutasi resided. Previously, the 2 high-level Blood Clan guards had already been killed by Fang Heng. At this moment, 2 new high-level Blood Clan guards were stationed at the entrance. Fang Heng and Zhao Dongyang exchanged a glance with the others and then walked up. Halt. The 2 high-level Blood Clan guards intercepted Fang Heng. Explain your intentions. Fang Heng was well prepared. Last time, the lie he told was discovered by the 2 guards. This time, before coming, he had already communicated with Zhao Dongyang to come up with a more reasonable excuse. I am under the Duke Bellamy, here to use the blood pool to advance my bloodline. Fang Heng took out 2 low-quality blood marrow pieces from his backpack and threw them to the 2 high-level Blood Clans, 1 to each. Blood marrow was a hard currency within the Blood Clan. It was a crystalline substance with highly concentrated energy that had been purified from blood. Non-toxic and harmless, it was easy to carry and absorb. Blood Clans could cultivate and recover quickly by absorbing the power of the blood marrow. When Fang Heng learned about the blood marrow from Zhao Dongyang, he immediately realized his loss. After killing the Blood Clan Earl, there could be produced many high-quality blood marrow from the residual blood inside the bodies. High-quality blood marrow was worth a lot in the Blood Clan world. He regretted it. Fang Heng felt that the Blood Clan Earl was a treasure trove. After killing them, they could also obtain high-energy evolutionary crystals and survival points that wouldn't even be mentioned. In addition, they could explode Blood Clan sacred objects. The blood from the bodies could be made into blood marrow to be sold in the Blood Clan world, and the souls collected by the Book of the Dead could be sold to the Undead Scholars Association. Now, the 2 high-level Blood Clan guards took the blood marrow, looked at each other, somewhat puzzled. They were somewhat aware of the trouble encountered at the Blood Clan barrier outside. Anjutasi was currently stimulating the creation of Blood Clans. Even the Blood Prince had been awakened. At this point, someone still came to purify and upgrade their bloodline. Fang Heng looked calmly at the 2. Any more questions? Popular game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse, Hang Up Volume 607, Chapter 607, Advanced Again. The two high-ranking vampires hesitated for a moment and almost simultaneously stepped to the side, making way. No problem. From a procedural perspective, Feng Heng's request was completely reasonable and legal. Thank you. They are accompanying me. Feng Heng lightly thanked them, and with Zhao Dongyang and the other four, continued forward, slowly walking towards the Anjatak tree. Anjatak, Feng Heng muttered to himself. Seeing the Blood Clan God tree Anjatak up close for the first time, Zhao Dongyang and the others felt an unprecedented shock. It was too enormous, and even standing nearby, you could feel the powerful pressure, and there were giant blood puppets standing inside the cave. Overhead, there were still large numbers of suspended Blood Clan members on the top of the cave. A large number of newborn Blood Clan groups continued to be born from the fruits of Anjatak, flying towards the cave exit, heading to the front lines. Feng Heng felt inspired. Don't worry, I will bring you home soon. Everything was ready. Start executing the second plan. Deceive Anjatak back home? The first step, needs to weaken the power of Anjatak. In other words, find a way to nearly kill Anjatak. Feng Heng quickly scanned the surroundings. If he attacked Anjatak, it would alert the nearby Blood Clan groups. It would cause trouble. In theory, it should be manageable. However, he needed to wait a bit more. His own bloodline skills had not yet reached the mid-level full level. There was still time. Before that, he needed to make use of some waste, quickly improve his strength by using blood pools, fill up the bloodline skills of the Blood Clan, and then consider. Feng Heng and the four people behind Zhao Dongyang walked to the blood pool on the far right. Wait for me here, it'll be soon. With that, Feng Heng slowly stepped forward, gradually immersing his whole body in the blood pool. A cold sensation once again spread throughout his body. Watching Feng Heng walk into the blood pool, Zhao Dongyang and the others furrowed their brows. They quickly exchanged glances. What is Feng Heng doing? Taking a bath in the blood pool? This doesn't seem to be part of the plan. Huh? At the entrance of the cave, the two high-ranking vampires looked at each other, feeling even more puzzled. Who is this Blood Clan? Immersing directly into the highest level blood pool to temper the bloodline. Is his brain okay? Start. Inside the blood pool, Feng Heng closed his mouth. The stinky blood continuously poured into his mouth, directly into his abdomen. Swallow, swallow, swallow. Storm inhalation. Tip. You have absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill mid-level Blood Clan bloodline experience plus 2033. You have suffered the effects of blood poisoning. Tip. Your mid-level bloodline skill has increased to level 13. Tip. You have absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill mid-level Blood Clan bloodline experience plus 1728. You have greatly increased the effects of blood poisoning. Your overall attributes have greatly decreased. Please be careful. Tip. Through the skill Undead Body, you have successfully reduced the effects of blood poisoning. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the corner of his retina, where the game prompt flashed by. Unlimited refills. The power of the blood pool was rapidly absorbed, converted into massive skill experience points, and the blood poison contained within was removed by his intrinsic undead effect. Leveraging the bug effect of the Undead Body skill, Feng Heng frenziedly absorbed the blood's power in the pool. Gulp, gulp. Zhao Dongyang and others by the blood pool were trying to communicate with their eyes when suddenly they saw small whirlpools appearing from the blood pool. It was a bit bewildering. What the heck is going on now? Had the plan changed? Lin Hansheng opened his mouth, turned his head to Zhao Dongyang beside him, and said, "This." Before he could ask, Zhao Dongyang reached out his hand and pulled him to steps to the side. "Idiot! Help us block it. Don't let the Blood Clan notice. Both of you too." "Huh? Block it so they won't see. Are you sure this is going to work?" Despite their quibbling, Lin Hansheng slowly moved forward and leaned towards Zhao Dongyang. The other two players immediately responded and hurried over. The four of them formed a human wall, trying to block the view of the Blood Clans at the door and prevent them from noticing the strangeness of the blood pool. "Of course, it will work. I am an expert," My advice is definitely worth the price. As soon as he said this, the entire Anjatak tree began to restlessly move. The branches shook. Blood-red light alternately blossomed on the trunk. The two blood clans guarding at the cave entrance noticed the change in Anjatak and were uncertain. They didn't understand. What is happening now? Corey stared at the direction of the blood pool and asked, "Is it him?" The other vampire frowned, not giving an answer. He was not sure. Due to the influence of external attacks, Anjatak was continuously giving birth to blood clans, and he couldn't be sure if Anjatak's abnormality was due to the influence of the strange blood clan from earlier. Not sure. Corey raised his hand, signaling a middle-ranking blood clan to come over. Informed Duke Oro. Anjatak has shown signs of abnormality, suspected to be related to a strange lineage claimed to be under Duke Bellamy's command. Understood. The middle-ranking blood clan nodded, transformed into a bat, and flew towards the upper hall. "Let's go. Let's also take a look," Corey said and swiftly leapt towards the blood pool on the side. Lin Hansang noticed that two blood clans were approaching from behind and panicked. "Hey, they're coming. What do we do?" "How would I know? Aren't you a pro?" "Nonsense. The title pro is just a way to scam money from the Federation." The two were talking non-nutritive words, trying to ease the tension, when the two blood clans reached the blood pool. Just then, the whirlpool on the blood pool suddenly stopped. Almost simultaneously, Anjatak also calmed down. Everything returned to normal. Lin Hansang's heart almost reached his throat, but he heaved a sigh of relief. Crisis averted? What's going on? Corey was even more puzzled. He looked at the blood pool, then turned to his companion beside him. "It seems there is no problem." Well, he was recommended by Duke Bellamy himself. The other high-ranking vampire was also hesitating, saying, "If everything has calmed down, it might be better to wait until he comes out and then proceed with the routine questioning." "Indeed. Let's wait and see." The two high-ranking vampires were skeptical of Fang Heng, but also dared not interrupt his bloodline tempering process. They just stood beside the blood pool. At this time, inside the blood pool, Fang Heng could quickly see the two people outside the blood pool. The translation has been shortened due to character limitations. The entire nation's game, hanging up from the zombie apocalypse, can actually continue to refine and level up. No need to gulp down blood like just now. Just need to soak your whole body in the blood pool. Feng Heng's retina kept refreshing with game prompts. Prompt: you receive 3,516 damage from the blood pool. Prompt: you receive 3,516 damage from the blood pool. Due to the blood affinity effect, this damage was reduced. Prompt: you receive 3,517 damage from the blood pool. Prompt: you received a negative effect. Blood poison. Prompt: your mid-tier bloodline refinement degree reached 0.01%. Prompt: you received damage from the blood pool. Feng Heng hesitated. Is this kind of deal still happening? Should I be greedy or not? If I'm greedy, isn't time a bit tight? Who cares? Anyway, refining the blood lineage of the vampire can multitask. Greed first and think later. Feng Heng opened his eyes, looking through the blood pool at the two shadows of high-level bloodline vampires outside the pool. These two vampires are a bit troublesome. I have to figure out a way to deal with them, preferably without causing too much commotion. By the blood pool, if you look carefully, the two vampires can roughly see Feng Heng's figure inside the blood pool. They stared for a while and didn't find any problems with Feng Heng, so they shifted their gaze to the side where Zhao Dongyang and others were. Which vampire clan are you from? Lin Hansang, who was asked, immediately froze. This question was difficult to answer as there are many vampire clans. Who knows which clan the Duke Bellamy belongs to? Zhao Dongyang had done his homework and quickly said, "We are from the Volteni clan." It took so long to answer such a simple question. This delay made the high-level vampire Corey frown, realizing something was amiss. He stared at Lin Hansang, and his pupils reflected a blood glow. Seeing the other's eyes, Lin Hansang instantly lost focus. "You are not a vampire? Oh no, I'm about to be found out." Lin Hansang's heart raced frantically. What should I do? Hiss, hiss. In the next moment, two huge blood-colored palms stretched out from the blood pool. Skill, Blood Raid. Seizing the opportunity while the two high-level vampires were distracted, Feng Hang at the bottom of the blood pool released the skill. The giant hands shot out from the blood pool and firmly grabbed the ankles of the two vampires. Huh? The two vampires immediately noticed something gripping their feet tightly. The blood hand made from the blood in the high-level blood pool was explosively strong. A great force struck. The two high-level vampires were pulled into the blood pool before they could speak a word. Thud, thud. Ripples appeared on the calm surface of the blood pool, gurgling. Then, a series of bubbles rose to the surface of the blood pool. The two vampires were dragged to the bottom of the blood pool, pinned down firmly. Under the double impact of the blood pool's damage and blood poison effect, the blood levels of the high-level vampires rapidly decreased. As time passed, their struggling weakened, gradually losing resistance and melting completely in the blood pool, becoming the new nourishment for the pool. Prompt: you killed the high-level vampires and gained 201 survival points. Prompt: you received 3,516 damage from the blood pool. Prompt: your mid-tier bloodline refinement degree reached 5.71%. Blood Raid skill is really powerful. After dealing with the two vampires, Feng Hang muttered quietly in his heart. He closed his eyes and focused on refining his bloodline. Beside the blood pool, Lin Han's Hang swallowed nervously. He exchanged a glance with Zhao Dongyang. No need to say, it was definitely Feng Hang's doing. In the blink of an eye, two people vanished just like that. It's a terrifying ability. Vampire Headquarters, Teleportation Hall. The space-time rift device emitted a blue light curtain. Blood slaves struggled to fill the energy area with boxes of blue crystal ores. Through the light curtain, mid to high-level vampires continued to enter the 7th zone. Count Olo personally guarded this place. A mid-level vampire flew in, took human form, and knelt down. Count Olo, the Anjita sacred tree has shown strange fluctuations. The guards suspect it is related to a common vampire who entered the blood pool for bloodline refining before. He claimed to be under Duke Bellamy. Do you need to go check it out? Olo furrowed his brow, closed his eyes to sense Anjita's condition. No anomalies were found. Your Excellency. Ji Kyubei on the side heard this news and immediately shivered. He's here. It's Feng Hang. Be careful. Your Excellency. This is very likely a trap set by the other party. Ensure the safety of the teleportation channel. Olo originally intended to personally go to the 5th underground level to take a look, but after hearing Ji Kyubei's words, he contemplated for a moment. Indeed, what Ji Kyubei said was possible. Since Anjitas is fine, there's no need to check at the moment. Go back. Bring him after he completes the bloodline tempering. Yes. Swish. Inside the blood pool, Feng Hang's eyes suddenly opened wide. Prompt: your bloodline refinement degree reached 100%. Prompt: your mid-tier vampire bloodline skill has advanced to high-tier vampire bloodline. Prompt: your previous skill, mid-tier vampire bloodline, has been deleted. Prompt: your high-tier vampire bloodline current level, LV 1. Feng Hang's eyes were covered with a deeper shade of blood red. Rows of game prompts were reflected in his pupils. Skill: high-tier vampire bloodline. Skill grade S. Grade limitation. This skill can be upgraded to a maximum level of LV 20. Derivative skill 1. Vampire bloodline. Skill description: after learning the skill, immediately gain an additional 250% maximum health, strength +3, agility +9, constitution +4, perception +5. Additionally gain 0.8 times the strength of the skill level, 2 times the agility of the skill level, 0.8 times the constitution of the skill level, and 0.4 times the Derivative skill 2. Blood drain. Derivative skill 3. Self-healing. Derivative skill 4. Nocturnal. Derivative skill 5. High-tier bad form. Skill description: relying on the power of the bloodline, players can enter a bat form, granting faster flight speed in this form. Feng Hang quickly reviewed the skill descriptions. Skills 1 to 4 were similar to before, but with slight attribute enhancements. Skill 5. The bat form can now be maintained longer, has a faster flight speed, and is less likely to exit this form after an attack. This upgrade mostly brought changes in attributes. Feng Heng noticed another detail. After advancing to the high-tier vampire bloodline, skills can still be upgraded. Feng Heng hesitated for a moment. He opened his mouth and tried to swallow the blood. Hint: you have absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill, Advanced Bloodline Experience plus 2033. You are affected by the blood poison ... The experience points have increased. After just gulping down to mouthfuls of blood, Feng Heng realized the trouble. This won't work. After the skill was upgraded to advanced level, the experience points required to absorb blood were too high. Almost 100 times more than before. At this efficiency, he would need to spend half a day here swallowing blood. Time was dragging on too long. Besides, he had already filled his stomach with blood before, and now he felt uncomfortable and couldn't continue gulping. Should he give up? Feng Heng thought quickly. There it is. Zombie doppelganger. When he first came into contact with the bloodline of the Blood Clan, the zombie doppelganger could obtain basic Blood Clan bloodline skill experience points by absorbing the blood of animals. However, later on, the blood of ordinary creatures could no longer provide enough blood energy to increase experience points. By inference, could the zombie doppelganger also obtain skill experience points using the blood pool? That's right. Just like when he used to grind for skill experience points before. Quickly grind experience with the power of the zombie doppelganger. Though an old trick, it's effective. Understanding the key, Feng Heng crawled out of the blood pool. As for where the zombie doppelgangers came from, Feng Heng lifted his head and looked towards the nearby Blood Clan sacred tree. Angathas. They weren't readily available, were they? Previously, many zombie doppelgangers were captured by blood curses used by the blood clans and then used as nutrients for Angathas. Influenced by the undead skill effects, the zombie doppelgangers became nourishment that could be permanently used. Although the nutrients they provided were very small, now, the zombie doppelgangers were still trapped under the ancient tree of Angathas. Seeing Feng Heng emerge from the blood pool, Lin Han's Heng quickly glanced at Zhao Dongyang. Feng Heng's aura had changed. Previously, the two of them couldn't feel the Blood Clan aura coming from Feng Heng. But now, they could faintly sense it. Both of them were more familiar with the Blood Clan, so naturally, they were aware that the blood pool had the effect of condensing bloodlines for the Blood Clan. They also knew that Feng Heng had some bloodline of the Blood Clan, and could even control Blood Clan relics. So, could it be that Feng Heng was just condensing his bloodline? No way. The blood pool of Angathas was accompanied by a strong blood poison and was not suitable for condensing bloodlines. But, he seems to have already completed it. The two of them were unsure and puzzled. Zhao Dongyang hesitated for a moment and tentatively asked, "Boss Feng Heng, how is it going?" "Well, not bad." Feng Heng nodded slightly and surveyed the inside of the cave again. Inside the entire cave, almost all the newly born blood clans nurtured by Angathas immediately rushed to the front line. In addition, there were bats hanging upside down in the air, still in a dormant state. Most of them were mid-level blood clans, with only a few high-level blood clans. As for the most notable combat power, Feng Heng's gaze shifted to the giant blood puppets standing on the sides of the cave. There were about 20 of them. "Wait here. Be careful. I need to do some testing." Saying this, Feng Heng walked towards the sacred tree of Angathas. He approached the zombie horde entwined in layers of vines. On the outermost layer, the ordinary vine zombie doppelgangers were tightly entwined by Angathas with vines. The thorns on the vines penetrated the bodies of the zombie doppelgangers, continuously absorbing their blood. In the inner layer, the liquors and fusion tyrants had already been fused into one with the giant tree trunks of the ancient tree. The zombie doppelgangers had been absorbed by Angathas into meat jerky. Due to the undead skill's effect, they did not die. Once there was blood recovery, the blood would be immediately absorbed by the sacred tree of Angathas again. Perpetual motion device, Feng Heng muttered to himself. He approached the vines extending from Angathas and raised his hand gently. Blood Clan Relic. Arm Guard. A blood blade appeared on his hand knife. Chi. With a single slash, the vines of Angus were easily cut open by the blood blade. It seemed to feel pain, as part of the vines quickly retracted. The zombie doppelganger immediately broke free from the entanglement of the vines, staggered forward a few steps, and stood unsteadily in place. Done. Feng Heng surveyed the surroundings again. Many high-level blood clans had been alerted and were scrutinizing him. They seemed to be questioning his strange actions. Most of these high-level blood clans were low-intelligence beings created by Angus. They could be fooled for a short time. Feng Heng had a plan. He lifted his hand and raised his own blood clan relic, the spiritual staff. Seeing the sacred staff, the high-level blood clans all lowered their heads in submission. Success in deceiving. Continuing, Feng Heng accelerated his hand blade swings, continuously assisting the trapped zombie doppelgangers to break free from Angus. The zombie doppelgangers kept entering the blood pool, starting to absorb the pool's power. After a moment, more than 70 zombie clones were all soaking in the blood pool. The zombie clones were greedily absorbing the blood. The blood in the pool was visibly decreasing. Zhao Dongyang stared blankly at the scene for a moment. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. That's right. He understood. Feng Heng had a special ability. He could consume the power of the blood pool by controlling the zombies. And the source of power for the blood pool was Angitis. This meant that Angitis' power was also constantly being consumed. Feng Heng's goal was to indirectly weaken the Angitis tree. He was preparing to transplant Angitis. So, this was his plan. Zhao Dongyang looked at Feng Heng with a bit more admiration in his eyes. As a member of the Brick family, Zhao Dongyang felt he had to do something. He quickly opened the survival radio and sent a message to Feng Heng. Zhao Dongyang. Feng Heng. Angitis is set to prioritize using energy to give birth to the blood vampire population. We can change it to fully provide energy to the blood pool. Zhao Dongyang. This can stop the birth of new blood vampires and further exhaust Angitis' power, weakening it faster. Huh? Feng Heng was cutting the vines and was shocked when he saw the message from Zhao Dongyang on the communicator. This guy, there's still such a good thing. It was worth bringing an expert here after all. Earlier, he was preparing to use external force to directly destroy most of Angitis, making it weak. Now, since there was a better way to weaken Angitis, there was no reason not to. Feng Heng casually chopped off the Angitis vines, hurried back to Zhao Dongyang, and asked in a low voice, "What should I do?" This. Zhao Dongyang rubbed his temples with his fingers, trying to remember, saying, "There are corresponding spells in the Blood Family's ethereal book that only the Blood Family can use. Let me check offline. Give me 2 minutes." "No need to check. Isn't it just the ethereal book?" Lin Han's Heng looked at Zhao Dongyang. "I memorized that thing." "What?" Zhao Dongyang was also surprised. "Why did you memorize that thing?" Lin Han's Heng sighed, his eyes revealing a touch of resentment. "I wanted to take the Hunter of Demons license during the Blood Family's doomsday before." Unfortunately, with that, Lin Han's Heng took out a pen and paper, quickly wrote the spell down, and handed it to Feng Heng. Feng Heng took the paper. The spell was only 3 short sentences, very concise. "You guys stay here. Be careful." With that, Feng Heng turned and went to the Angitis tree again. Standing in front of the Angitis tree, Feng Heng reached out with one hand and touched the tree. The bark of the ancient tree was very rough, but his palm felt a warm sensation coming from the tree. Feng Heng realized that his blood inside was connecting with the ancient tree at some level. Similar origin. Feng Heng slowly closed his eyes, feeling the response from Angitis' power. He felt a sense of being embraced by a powerful force of the same origin. Not now. Feng Heng suddenly opened his eyes and silently recited the spell in his mind. Hint: you are trying to use an unknown spell. Hint: unknown spells will cause unknown effects. Please be careful. Hint: the spell is extremely dangerous and only effective on some special objects. Releasing the spell will consume a large amount of mental power. Please use it with caution. Feng Heng raised his eyebrows, ignored the game prompts, and continued to recite the spell in his mind. Just 3 short sentences. As he finished the last word of the spell, his mental power in the attributes column was instantly depleted, and his brain was hit by a severe dizziness. Hint: you have completed an unknown spell. Hint: you are in a state of mild mana depletion. Hint: in the next 240 minutes, the speed of your mental power recovery is reduced by 500%, and before using any skill that consumes mental power, your health will be deducted by mental power *10. Hint: your spell has changed the current state of Angitis. Hint: your affinity with Angitis plus 0.01. Feng Heng didn't have time to look at the game prompts, he just felt dizzy, subconsciously placing one hand on the trunk of the Angitis. The dizziness lasted for 2 minutes. When Feng Heng came to, Angitis had stopped supplying nutrients to the new blood vampires. Luckily, using the spell actually caused such a strong negative effect. Feng Heng was relieved that he wasn't attacked by the blood vampire group during this time, otherwise the plan might have failed. He looked up again. The fruits incubating blood vampires on the Angitis trunk were gradually withering and wilting. No new blood vampires were being born, and the number of blood vampires in the cave began to decrease significantly. Similarly, the Angitis tree's trunk once again bloomed with a bright red color. The blood in the blood pool was replenished again. The experience bar for high-level blood skills was rapidly increasing. Feng Heng licked his lips. Good, but he needed more. A hint of greed flashed in Feng Heng's eyes. He continued to walk towards the right side of the Angitis tree, drew out a large machete, wielded the blood blade, and tried to release the remaining zombie clones from their bondages. Suck them to death. ... Headquarters. Teleportation hall. Oro suddenly sensed something, furrowing his brows. What's going on? Why did the speed of Angitis birthing blood vampires suddenly stop? What's wrong with Angitis power? A blood vampire hurried over and gently said something to Oro. Oro's eyelids twitched slightly. Jikyu-Bei saw Oro's strange expression and asked, Lord Oro, what's going on? There is a problem with Angitis over there, replied Jikyu-Bei, instinctively blocking. Be careful of the opponent's diversion tactics. Oro turned back, staring at Jikyu-Bei. Angitis is the foundation of our world's blood vampires. Without Angitis, even if we get this broken world, it means nothing. Do you understand? After that, ignoring Jikyu-Bei, Oro left the teleportation hall with the blood vampires. Jikyu-Bei gritted his teeth. Understand my ass? What do I understand? I don't give a damn whether the blood family lives or dies. He just needs to get the purple spatial crystal. Watching Oro's group leave, Jikyu-Bei gritted his teeth. He had no combat abilities himself, nor could he command the blood vampires, so staying here was meaningless, so he decided to follow along. Among the many blood vampires following Oro to the underground 5th floor, one of them had a red glow in his eyes. In the hall, including zombie doppelgangers, there were over 200 zombie doppelgangers soaking in a blood pool, crazily absorbing the power of the blood in the pool. Hint: your zombie doppelganger body absorbed blood with extremely high energy. Your skill: high-level vampire bloodline experience plus 2033. Hint: your skill: high-level vampire bloodline has been upgraded to LV 18. Reaching the current maximum, please try to increase your player character level. Feng Heng's retina game prompts were rapidly refreshing line by line. Already full so quickly? Feng Heng was somewhat surprised. Doppelgangers are still useful. From the beginning of the game until now, the doppelganger skill was his foundation. Unfortunately, the current player level is only at level 18, needing a large amount of first-order evolution crystals to continue leveling up. In general, first-order evolution crystals require killing third-tier or higher mutated zombies to have a chance of dropping. In fact, after killing high-level vampires, there was also a small probability of dropping first- and second-tier evolution crystals, but the quantity was still too small, far from enough, and the high-level vampire bloodline requires the player level to reach level 20 to be fully replenished. It's hard to achieve in a short time. For now, Feng Heng could not continue to upgrade the high-level vampire bloodline. What if the experience points are maxed out? If it's going to waste, it's a waste. Continue to absorb for me. Crunch, crunch, crunch. Under the frantic extraction of over 200 zombie doppelgangers, the branches of Angus began to show yellowing and decay, as if crying out in agony. By the way, the best app for current audiobook reading. Install the latest version. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng exchanged glances and could see a hidden excitement in each other's eyes. It's really going to happen. The plan to transplant Angus is not a joke. Feng Heng is really about to suck Angus dry now. The power of Angus is being continuously absorbed by the blood pool. The vines that were originally bound and absorbing the tyrant's body and the liquors began to gradually lose their strength. The tyrant body and liquors began to struggle frantically, breaking free from the tree trunk. Feng Heng was well prepared, equipping the previously placed iron coils in his backpack onto the tyrant's body. Unfortunately, the weight of the rotary machine gun and ammunition was too heavy, so Feng Heng didn't carry them when he came. Otherwise, the strength of the tyrant's body could have been further enhanced, making such a big disturbance. The Blood Clan should be close to noticing. It's time to prepare for the next step. Feng Heng muttered to himself, then controlled a few zombies to walk out of the blood pool. He threw a few books that Chen Yu helped collect, Gardener Handbook, Meteor Company 2918 Greening Transplant Plan, to the zombie doppelgangers, prompting them to enter a highly efficient reading state. Hint, you have learned the skill, tree planting. Hint, your zombie doppelganger is reading. Through reading the Meteor Company 2918 Greening Transplant Plan, your skill, tree planting experience plus 21. With over 200 zombie doppelgangers fully absorbing the power of the blood pool, the sacred tree Angus began to show signs of fatigue, the entire tree emitting a faint red glow. Feng Heng turned to Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng on the side. How much longer? Not that soon. Zhao Dongyang looked at Angus. Judging its condition, Angus is already consuming its own original power. Its vitality is gradually declining. Look over there. Feng Heng followed Zhao Dongyang's direction. A branch extended by Angus quickly withered and rotted in just a few seconds, like a dead tree deprived of nutrients, falling from the big tree. The dried branch turned to dust upon landing, dispersing in the air. Years ago, Angus relied on absorbing energy to grow to such a large extent, it will probably take some time to consume it all. Zhao Dongyang found it truly wasteful. The pure energy accumulated by the Blood Clan for thousands of years was directly exhausted by Feng Heng. If the Blood Clan finds out, they would want to kill Feng Heng alive. Just then, Feng Heng suddenly turned to look at the entrance of the cave. Someone is coming. You guys hide first. After advancing to the high-level vampire bloodline, Feng Heng's perception of vampires became more acute. It's a vampire count. As the voice fell, the sound of flapping wings approaching rapidly from outside the cave entrance. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng's eyelids twitched, immediately finding cover to hide behind. Feng Heng then turned around, taking out the sniper rifle modified by Dingman from his backpack, aiming it towards the entrance. A group of vampire bat forms flew into the cave from the entrance. The leading vampire count, or transformed from bat form to human form, looking at Feng Heng. Who are you? Bella's lackey? Or raised his head. Seeing the now gradually withering state of the vampire sacred tree, Angus, his eyes revealed shock. Since Ora was born, Angus has been flourishing with branches. How could it now look lifeless, like a terminally ill person? What have you done to Angus? Before Feng Heng could answer, another voice full of anger and astonishment sounded. Feng Heng. Jikayube rushed to the 5th underground floor with the vampires to check. As soon as he saw Feng Heng, he felt like he was going crazy. The persistent guy. Why is he here? What qualification does he have to appear in such a place? It was supposed to be the Blood Clan's headquarters, where ordinary people couldn't enter. Jikayube had thought of many possibilities of Feng Heng using conspiracies and tricks, but he never thought Feng Heng would directly appear in the most important place of the Blood Clan in such a grand manner. Even the vampire sacred tree Angus was influenced by Feng Heng. Jikayube stared at Feng Heng and asked, "How did you get here?" Fang Heng looked at the season behind the vampire group. Jikayube. Why does he show up everywhere? Troublesome players. They are just difficult to kill. Fang Heng's gaze quickly passed over Jikayube and focused on the vampire count beside him. Just one vampire count. Does this mean he's here to deliver equipment? 5 pieces of the vampire relics have been collected. Add 1 more to have 6 pieces, triggering the next set effect. Not bad. Several thoughts flashed through Fang Heng's mind as he gently pulled the trigger. Bang! Aura's eyelids twitched as he instantly disappeared from his original spot, then reappeared on the right side of his body. The bullet missed, hitting the rocks behind. A teleportation. Fang Heng frowned and began to reload the sniper rifle's magazine. He was sure that before the bullet hit Aura, his body moved about half a meter to the right. So you are Fang Heng. Vampire Count Aura's eyes shimmered with curiosity. Being able to escape from Duke Bellamy's hands. What kind of ability does he possess? In any case, he had already caused great harm to Angus. The punishment for death awaits. Title: National Game. Starting from the zombie apocalypse. Hanging up the main text, volume 612. Chapter 6. Setting a trap, not going to speak. Then stay here forever. Become food for Angus. Oloro said as he condensed a mark with his hands. The blood puppets hidden in the cave were influenced by the mark and were awakened by Oloro. They took heavy steps towards Fang Heng's position. Is that all? Fang Heng sneered. The fused violent body behind him also lifted its iron chain mace and charged towards the blood puppets. The blood puppets collided with the fused violent body. Boom, boom, boom. The iron chain mace heavily struck the blood puppets, while the blood puppets continuously used burning fists to strike the fused violent body. The sound of heavy impacts resounded in the cave. Both sides were large creatures with thick health and strong recovery abilities, making it difficult to overcome each other. Watching Angus' sacred tree wither continuously, Oloro felt anxious. He wasn't sure if the other side was stalling for time, but he definitely couldn't afford to delay any longer. Let's see how long you can hold on. Oloro changed the mark in his hand again. The bats hanging above the cave were completely awakened and flew towards Fang Heng's position. The vampire group inside the shelter was also summoned by Oloro and hurried to the cave to support. Haha, longer than you think, Fang Heng said, waving his hand. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The large group of lickers crawling on the cave walls also rushed towards the vampire group. The lickers met the vampire group and the two forces clashed again, leading to more slaughter. Oloro gritted his teeth. Trouble, it's them again. The enhanced licker group. The lickers had extremely strong vitality, making it difficult for the vampires to handle them in this environment. Seeing Angus' situation worsening, Oloro's eyes turned red, and he could only resort to verbal threats. Fang Heng, how long can you last? The Duke is on his way here. Don't struggle in vain. Surrender, and I can give you a quick death. Otherwise, when the Duke arrives, you will die a miserable death. The blood vampire Duke with strength comparable to Bellamy. Has he returned as well? Fang Heng frowned at the words. It was indeed troublesome. So, he must speed up. Take Angus away before the Duke arrives. First, find a way to deal with this count before him. In the melee, Fang Heng had been observing Oloro's actions. He was silently evaluating Oloro in his mind, a vampire adept at controlling forms and possessing teleportation abilities. If the opponent desired to escape, it would be challenging to kill him with his current abilities. So, Fang Heng looked at Oloro, a touch of disdainful mockery appearing at the corner of his mouth. True, but guess what? When your Duke returns, will Angus still be alive? Pointing to the withering Angus sacred tree nearby. Do you dare? Oloro's eyes widened, wishing he could tear Fang Heng apart right now, but couldn't reach him. Fang Heng aimed the gun at Oloro. Do you think I dare? GQ gritted his teeth. Despicable. Hey, despicable. Fang Heng smirked disdainfully, looking at GQ shamelessly. Thank you for the compliment, though I prefer it when you call me greedy. Looking at each other, Zhao Dongyang and Lin Han's hang at the back. What? Why does Fang Heng now seem more like a villain? Fang Heng's brain was working quickly. He stared at Oloro and threw out a challenge. I'll give you a chance, Oloro. Just the two of us, a one-on-one battle. What do you say? GQ almost instantly reacted. Don't agree. He must be scheming. Shrugging, Fang Heng said indifferently, whatever. Let's continue then. I don't really care about Ongideth's fate. Using my life to exchange for Ongideth doesn't seem like much of a loss. With that, Fang Heng pulled the trigger again. Bang. The bullet burst from the gun barrel once more. Oloro used his teleportation ability to dodge again. The third shot missed consecutively. Fang Heng expressionlessly began reloading the bullet, preparing for the next shot. The fused violent body and blood puppets fought fiercely. The liquor group and the vampire group were equally entangled in battle. High-level vampires had the ability to kill liquors, but in this chaotic environment, killing them was extremely difficult. With each passing minute, Ongideth became weaker, facing Fang Heng's threat. Oloro couldn't help it. One-on-one. I accept your challenge. GQ immediately whispered. Count Oloro. Don't fall for his trap. Shut up. Do you have a better way? GQ bit his tongue, momentarily at a loss for words. He was sure that the one-on-one battle proposed by Fang Heng was a trap. Yet the vampires still jumped right into it. He couldn't stop them, but he couldn't figure out how deep Fang Heng's trap was or how to bypass it. After a pause, GQ could only add, be careful, he's skilled in close combat. Useless talk. Oloro glared fiercely at GQ resenting his uselessness. He should have come to investigate Ongideth's situation earlier. If GQ hadn't kept mentioning to be cautious of the teleportation channel, making them be on high alert, he would have found out about the intrusion at Ongideth's much earlier. Things wouldn't have spiraled into this mess. One-on-one. Fang Heng, let's do it. Count Oloro waved his hand, signaling the vampire group battling the liquors to retreat. Fang Heng also instructed the zombie puppets to move back. Within a few seconds, an area in the cave cleared out for the two to fight. Count Oloro stepped into the circle, staring at Fang Heng, who put away his sniper rifle and approached slowly. Interesting. How should I say this? I admire your courage and am willing to accept your challenge, Fang Heng said as he drew a large machete from his backpack and made the first move towards Count Oloro. Count Oloro had a faint blood-colored aura surrounding him as he wielded a silver longsword to counter. Bang! The large machete struck hard against the silver longsword, causing Oloro to be slightly surprised and take a step back. However, after several probing attacks, Oloro had a rough assessment of Fang Heng's strength. Fang Heng's speed, strength, and other attributes far surpassed ordinary humans, almost evenly matched with him. But his combat skills were somewhat lacking, and his timing was very basic. It seemed more like a child swinging a large weapon, intimidating but lacking strategy. Leveraging his teleportation ability and refined combat techniques, Oloro steadily gained the upper hand. Continuing to probe several times, the silver longsword left several long, narrow wounds on Fang Heng's body, confirming that Fang Heng was indeed not proficient in close combat. Victory was possible. Oloro quickly evaluated in his mind. He had to finish him off as soon as possible. Title: National Game. From the Zombie Doomsday to the Hanging Text Volume 613 Chapter Solving Aura's Heart-Anchored Angitis. Anxious, eager to quickly kill Fang Heng. It's here. Aura caught a flaw in Fang Heng and suddenly disappeared in place. He directly used teleportation to appear next to Fang Heng, swiftly leaping forward, the longsword stabbing out sharply. Shy. Victory. Aura is very familiar with this feeling. The silver longsword pierced through Fang Heng's heart directly. Aura could even sense Fang Heng's heartbeat coming from the sword. Red blood overflowed from the wound, staining Fang Heng's clothes in front of his chest with crimson. What's this? Aura suddenly felt a strong sense of unease in his heart, raising his eyebrows. What's going on? Looking up, Aura saw Fang Heng's slightly fierce face. Fang Heng stared at Aura tightly, several game prompts flashing rapidly in the lower right corner of his retina. Prompt: you have been attacked by the blood count Earl Aura, hitting a vital point, receiving 6,445 critical damage. You enter a bleeding, severe injury, piercing, stiff state. Prompt, you are paralyzed. Prompt, under the effect of the undead skill, you're bleeding. Severe injury, piercing, stiff, and paralyzed states are cleared. Prompt, under the effect of the undead skill, you have restored 930 to HP. The silver long sword also had a paralysis effect. Feng Heng gritted his teeth against the intense pain, suddenly reaching out both hands, firmly grasping Aura's shoulders, rendering him immobile. Aura also instantly felt a sense of crisis. Why does Feng Heng have strength to resist after being hit in a vital point by the sword? Aura's sense of unease reached its peak, his face turning slightly pale as he suddenly pulled out the silver long sword from Feng Heng's body. He wanted to retreat, but teleportation was still cooling down, and his shoulder was firmly held by Feng Heng. Feng Heng stared at Aura. Want to run. Too late. Blood attack, shy. The next moment, a bloody palm extended from the wound pierced through Feng Heng's chest. The palm rushed forward and grabbed Aura. This is Blood Hand, the special ability of the Blood Clan artifact, necklace pendant. How did the necklace end up in his hands? Aura's heart was pounding madly. In just a moment, he couldn't think too much. His body instinctively sensed the danger, trying desperately to dodge, but couldn't avoid it. Oh no. Aura's own strength was not strong. Coupled with the previous forced summoning of the Blood Clan Prince, his strength had been greatly reduced, unable to break free from Feng Heng's restraint for a while. Shy. The blood-colored palm firmly grabbed Aura's throat. Seals emerged gradually on the skin where the palm held, spreading rapidly along the skin. If he had a chance to escape being caught by Feng Heng's shoulder grip earlier. Now, combined with the blood attack skill's paralyzing effect, Aura had no chance to break free in the short term, firmly trapped in place. It's my turn. Feng Heng's face revealed a cruel smile. The blood attack skill is too useful. Feng Heng, you! Aura was about to say something, but then a large group of lickers suddenly rushed towards the center of the cave where the two of them were. Feng Heng, you're tricky. Even though Jun Qubei had predicted that Feng Heng would play dirty, he still shouted out when he saw this scene. Almost simultaneously, a group of blood clans behind Orm also surged forward. Heh, play dirty? Surprised. Isn't that common sense? Feng Heng's smile widened. In the next moment, numerous lickers surrounded Feng Heng and Aura in the center, attacking frantically. Shortly after, a large group of the Blood Clan also rushed in. In the middle were Feng Heng and Aura. After that, the lickers. The outermost layer was the Blood Clan group. It was almost as tangled together as a fried dough twist. On the sly, Feng Heng's previously created Blood Shadow clones were aimed at the mass and triggered. Bang, boom, skill, blood burst, 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 boom, 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 boom. Feng Heng didn't fully understand the specific mechanics of the blood burst skill, but he had tested it many times when making the zombie clones commit suicide. The final damage of the skill was physical damage. Feng Heng was very sure of this. Prompt, your zombie clones use the blood burst skill, causing indiscriminate damage to nearby creatures. Prompt, you receive 455 points of blood burst damage. Prompt, you slew middle-ranked Blood Clan members *3, gaining survival points. Prompt, your undead skill is in effect, immune to this damage. Feng Heng's retinal game prompts were flashing frenetically, one after another. The lickers continuously launched the blood burst skill, directly slaughtering all the Blood Clan members surrounded in the central area of the cave. Watching this scene, Jun Qubei's pupils were filled with astonishment. Are they crazy? What is Feng Heng trying to achieve by sacrificing himself along with the Blood Count Earl? What is his bigger conspiracy? Prompt, you have killed the Blood Count Earl, Aura, decreasing your relationship with all major Blood Clan families. In the center of the explosion, Feng Heng had been observing the game prompts all along, finally halting the lickers from continuing to use the blood burst skill after seeing the death prompt of Aura. After several minutes of continuous explosions, everything in the cave returned to calm. TSS. Originally, there were 60 or 70 lickers, but now only 18 remained, quickly dispersing around, continuing to hunt down the remaining blood clans. This, Junkyubei was astonished. After such a violent explosion, there were still lickers alive. How resilient their life force is. Suddenly, Junkyubei seemed to see something horrifying, his face instantly turning white. In the very center of the explosion, Feng Heng slowly stood up. His clothes had been shattered by the previous explosion, looking like a blood-soaked man. Feng Heng stood up, slowly turned his head, and looked in the direction where Junkyubei was standing. Junkyubei's pupils shrank suddenly. He's not dead either. Oh no. Junkyubei's mind froze for a moment, not even thinking about the escape. With the last blood count Earl guarding the main blood clan base dead, the remaining blood puppets and high-ranking blood clans couldn't stop Feng Heng. The blood clan headquarters fell. The teleportation channels were destroyed. The plan of the Night Owl that they had been plotting for half a century would be completely destroyed. All of this was because of this young man in front of them. Hey. Feng Heng looked at Junkyubei, who seemed lost, trying to call out to him. Junkyubei stared at Feng Heng, eyes filled with deep unwillingness. Feng Heng, it's me. No need to be so excited. Feng Heng shrugged, looking very relaxed, taking out a new set of clothes from his backpack and putting them on. Remember when I told you, I have a batch of goods for sale. Feel free to come find me. Junkyubei was stunned at his words. With that, Feng Heng switched to his sniper rifle, aiming at Junkyubei's forehead. Well then, goodbye. 7017K. Seasonal Autumn blinked, then crushed the round ball in his hand again. Shoo! A white light flashed, and Seasonal Autumn disappeared instantly in the original place. Feng Heng retrieved his sniper rifle. Humph, he still has a set of life-saving skills. Originally, Feng Heng didn't think it would be so easy to kill Seasonal Autumn in one life. Use so many purple spatial crystals, need to find a beer, and Seasonal Autumn, at least, is a potential customer? Feng Heng muttered to himself, bending down and searching on the ground. Unfortunately, the explosion now was too intense, and there was no time to absorb the soul of Oro. Oro's body was completely destroyed by the intense explosion. As a result, advanced blood marrow couldn't be produced. This wave is really a huge loss. Found it. Blood Clan Holy Artifact. Feng Heng picked up the Blood Clan Holy Artifact, Boots, which emerged from Oro's body after death. Hint, player's lineage identification is successful. Player obtains item, Blood Clan Holy Artifact, Boots. Item, Blood Clan Holy Artifact, Boots. Description, special item, Soul Binding, occupies a special backpack slot, cannot be discarded, will definitely drop upon death. Description, one of the Blood Clan's 13 holy artifacts, rumored to possess powerful abilities. Placing it in the backpack activates it immediately, increasing basic agility +1, basic strength +1, basic stamina +1, blood affinity +3. Additional skill, Blink. Skill description, players can use the skill to instantly teleport to any location within a 5-meter radius. Skill cost, Spiritual Power. Skill cooldown, 5 minutes. Description, it is rumored that the 13 holy artifacts hide a great secret of the Blood Clan. Acquiring more Blood Clan holy artifacts combinations will result in additional effects. Hint, you have acquired 6 pieces of the Blood Clan holy artifact set. Activating the special effect, Blood Protection, additional attribute increase by 5 points. Collect 9 pieces of the Blood Clan holy artifact to upgrade the set effect. Blink. At first, it sounds like a very useful ability, but the skill's restrictions are too frustrating. Blink distance is only 5 meters, and it cannot cross through objects, with a cooldown of 5 minutes. In simple terms, a wall can easily block the effect of the blink. The good news is that this is already the 6th Blood Clan holy artifact acquired. All attributes increased by 5 points. A very reliable ability. Feng Heng lightly clenched his fist, sensing the overflowing power within his body. Leveling up the advanced Blood Clan lineage to 18 provided a significant attribute boost, coupled with each Blood Clan holy artifact having enhanced basic attributes, and the amplification effect of the 6B set. Feng Heng felt a noticeable increase in his own attributes. Looking around again, inside the cave, the blood puppets were still entangled with the fused tyrants. The remaining blood clans had died in the previous explosion. It just needed to deal with the blood puppets. Feng Heng. Impressive. Zhao Dongyang, acting as the atmosphere group, saw the trouble resolved and emerged from his hiding spot, complimenting Feng Heng, single-handedly defeating the Blood Clan Earl. You're amazing. Luck is not bad. Lin Hansheng also walked out from behind the cover, glancing at Feng Heng anxiously, saying, Feng Heng, I got in touch with the Federation while offline. What did they say? Chen Yu has reached the scheduled point E and can provide support to us at any time. Also, as you expected, the Blood Clan Prince and Hela have clashed. Feng Heng raised an eyebrow. Who won? Hela was at a disadvantage. Disappointed? Feng Heng thought. It seems like Hela, who lost his mind, was not strong enough compared to the Blood Clan Prince. The zombie apocalypse is not getting any better. Ideally, if Hela could kill the Blood Clan Prince, the next plan would proceed more smoothly. Feng Heng dismissed the unrealistic fantasy, nodding. Well, let Chen Yu prepare to execute Plan 18. We need to hurry. Okay. Lin Heng nodded, about to go offline, when a female voice suddenly sounded abruptly in everyone's ears. Coco. So that's the case. You want to act against Angitis. Everyone was shocked at the same time, turning to locate the source of the voice. On the ground, a Blood Clan's body twisted and wriggled, slowly standing up to form a distorted human figure. The face of the figure twisted and mutated into a familiar face. Bellamy. Trouble. Feng Heng flipped his wrist. A large cleaver appeared in his hand, quickly assessing the situation before him. Men are all the same, unreliable. Bellamy stood in place, lightly snapped his fingers. All the blood puppets in the hall instantly quieted down, entering a dormant state where they stood. So, you want to act against Angitis. I appreciate your ambition. Feng Heng. Bellamy looked at Feng Heng with enthusiasm, saying, Actually, I really hope to see Angitis destroyed. I've even temporarily shielded the Blood Clan's perception of Angitis for you. But once Angitis's life is greatly threatened, or I cannot support it for too long either. You have a maximum of 20 minutes. After 20 minutes, once the prince and others sense a peculiar activity around Angitis, they will immediately come to investigate. Heh. Isn't 20 minutes too short? Bellamy's expression turned slightly serious. My main body is near the prince and the resurrected sample. Come find me. With a bang, without waiting for Feng Heng's response, the twisted mass burst in front of everyone's eyes. Feng Heng frowned. Trouble. Ultimately, Hela was not strong enough to completely detain the Blood Clan Prince. He also underestimated the mental connection between the Blood Clan and Angitis. Lifting his head, Feng Heng looked at Angitis again. Absorbed frantically by hundreds of zombie clones, the leaves on Angitis's branches had started to wither in large patches, and dry branches kept falling from above. Zhao Dongyang swallowed nervously, cautiously turning back to Feng Heng. Feng Heng, what do we do next? Feng Heng quickly calculated in his mind. 20 minutes. Not enough. Transporting Angitis back in just 20 minutes was far from enough. It seemed they had to go to the main battlefield, use Bellamy's power to delay the Blood Clan, and buy more time to transport Angitis. At this stage, they couldn't afford to give up easily. Let's hurry. Lin Hansheng, bring out the stuff. Feng Heng said, instructing over 30 zombie clones to temporarily stop blood absorption from the blood pool and step out of it. Understood. Lin Hansheng replied, waving to the two players behind him. The three of them began to throw tools like wooden boards and nails from their backpacks onto the ground. Under Zhao Dongyang's puzzled gaze, the zombie clones picked up the tools from the ground, starting to work on the wooden boards. It looked like they were making some kind of tool rack. I will try to regain control of the transmission hall, cut off their subsequent supplies. You guys stay here. If the Blood Clan makes a move, immediately notify me through the survival radio. Zhao Dongyang hesitated. Okay. The title National Game, hanging on from the Zombie Apocalypse, Volume 615, Chapter 6. Obtaining the fusion of the tyrant body and liquor to continue handling the remaining Blood Clan in the cavern, Fang Heng transformed into bat form and headed straight for the central control room. Along the way, many Blood Clan members still brushed past Fang Heng, rushing towards the 5th underground level. Fang Heng couldn't be bothered to deal with them. It wasn't until he hastened back to the central control room that Fang Heng transformed back into human form, surveying the surroundings. The large spatial tearing device was still operational. The Blood Clan members remaining in the teleportation hall, following Aura's previous instructions, were responsible for guarding and remaining there. Numerous Blood Clan members from the Blood Clan Doomsday world continued to walk out from the light screen, heading towards the 5th level below. The Blood Clan members were unaware that Fang Heng had already gained control of the 5th level underground, mindlessly operating the spatial tearing device. When Fang Heng stepped into the teleportation hall, several high-ranking Blood Clan members immediately cast questioning glances at him. Fang Heng raised his hand, displaying the Blood Clan scepter in his hand. "My Lord Count." The Blood Clan members in the hall recognized the scepter, all kneeling in unison, with Fang Heng's bloodline once again ascending. In the eyes of many Blood Clan members, Fang Heng's bloodline revealed appeared even purer, emitting an aura similar to that of a Blood Count, leaving them with no doubts about Fang Heng. Did he just obtain permission to control the teleportation hall so easily? Looking at the central teleportation channel in the hall, Fang Heng had a new idea. Was it a waste to destroy the teleportation channel like this? Should he use it to go to the Blood Clan world? Practically speaking, the 7th area belongs to him. The Blood Clan members had taken a lot of resources back to the Blood Clan Doomsday from his 7th area, so this loss should be on the Blood Clan. Then, could he go to the Blood Clan world and retrieve the resources by force? It's just a game. Today you steal from me. Tomorrow I steal from you. Fair enough. Oh well. One should not be too greedy. After all, going alone to the Blood Clan world is still quite dangerous. Step by step, he would first secure Angatars. If there was enough time later, he could consider it. Suppressing his greed, Fang Heng dismissed the plan to destroy the teleportation channel directly. Under the orders of His Royal Highness, immediately cease the operation of the spacetime tearing device and cool it down. Understood. Several high-ranking Blood Clan members began manipulating the control panel, temporarily stopping the operation of the spacetime tearing device. Fang Heng walked to the right side of the teleportation hall, to a large spatial tearing device that was under construction, and exclaimed, "What is this?" High-ranking Blood Clan member Carolyn approached respectfully. "Lord Count, this is a passage we just built these past 2 days. It will connect to the 5th area and is expected to be completed in 2 days." A passage to the 5th area. Since the last passage to the 5th area was destroyed, the Blood Clan had not chosen to rebuild it in their branches, but directly at the headquarters. Fang Heng looked up at the nearly completed large spatial tearing device and had an idea. The valley to the 5th area. If he remembered correctly, the 5th area was still under invasion by the Blood Clan. Last time, a wave of Blood Clan reinforcements from the 7th area were deceived to go to the 5th area, and after the teleportation channel was destroyed, they were stranded there. Also, with the teleportation array destroyed these past 2 days, there should still be a lot of looted resources in the 5th area. Could he go to the 5th area and retrieve the resources? In any case, his 7th area couldn't afford losses. Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. He recalled from a previous strategy meeting with Chen Yu that there were 3 Blood Clan counts guarding the Blood Clan headquarters in the 5th area. If he found a way to kill those 3 Blood Clan counts together. Blood Clan counts. They were all treasures. Currently, he already had 6 pieces of Blood Clan sacred artifacts. If he could gather 3 more. Fang Heng's eyes lit up suddenly. This wave must be greedily attempted. Making a decision, Fang Heng remained composed, turning to the nearby Blood Clan and said, "Now, do your best to repair the passage to the 5th area. Additionally, with the shelter under external invasion, seal and guard the 2nd underground floor. No one is allowed to approach or leave the second underground floor. Understood. Carolyn nodded respectfully. Lord Count, but if the teleportation channel is closed, we are lacking many precise components to complete the renovation of the large spatial tearing device. I'll figure out the components. Just go do it. As you wish, my lord. Feng Heng waved his hand to dismiss the Blood Clan members, then proceeded alone to the large stabilizer leading to the Blood Clan. National game. It started with hanging up after the zombie doomsdays Chen Yu. That seemingly honest single dog. Z. Junhao harbored resentment towards Chen Yu in his heart. The most high-end hunters often appear disguised as prey. He now understands. He has been manipulated by Chen Yu again. Chen Yu probably knew about the existence of the vampire prince long ago, so he used them to confront them directly to consume them. There is also that mysterious Gent 7th level life form. Despite Chen Yu's denials, how can Zi Junhao believe him? Is a 7th level creature like a cabbage in a vegetable garden that can be randomly picked? That strange life form and Chen Yu, along with Feng Heng, are definitely inseparable. Zi Junhao regretted deeply this action in the 7th district. At this moment, a federal player handed over the walkie-talkie. Chief, it's a communication from Chen Yu. He still has the nerve. Zi Junhao suppressed the anger in his heart and took the communication phone from the player. Hello, I am. What did you say? The teleportation point in Area G. Do you need urgent conscription? Zi Junhao frowned. We had an agreement. Area G is assigned to us. It belongs to our North Federation Sanctuary Group. Our supplies, resources, and a large amount of confidential information all there. What if I disagree? Okay, I understand. Zi Junhao turned around and looked at the soldier, asking, is something happening in Area G? Yes, Chief. The soldier from the North Federation said softly, I reported to you 10 minutes ago that the teleportation point in Area G just received an order from Chen Yu to temporarily halt the use of the teleportation point. In addition, a few teams just entered the teleportation point in Area G and forced our people out from inside. It seems like they want to make modifications to the stabilizer of the teleportation point. As Zi Junhao listened to the soldier from the Federation, he felt suspicious. The teleportation point in Area G. Why now at this moment? What does that guy Chen Yu want to do? Zi Junhao turned to another deputy commander and asked, is there any other movement from Chen Yu's side? No news. Zi Junhao promptly said, take people over. Make sure to find out what they exactly want to do. Report to me at any time. Understood. 5 floors underground of the Blood Clan headquarters. Angitus's power was crazily extracted by nearly 200 zombie doppelgangers in the blood pool for almost 10 minutes. Finally, it couldn't hold on any longer. As a self-preservation mechanism, Angitus stopped supplying energy to the blood pool 2 minutes ago. At this moment, Lin Han's Heng and to other left-hand game guild players kept spraying Angitus with weakening potions made specifically by Q Yao Kong. From the outside, Angitus was already in tatters, with the outer layer of the main trunk constantly peeling off like a withered tree. Compared to before, Angitus's size was less than 1/10 of the original. Feng Heng, it's about time. Zhao Dongyang felt uneasy with the situation and said softly next to Feng Heng, Angitus has been hurt to its core. If it continues like this, if it can't be saved after being sent back to the 8th district, it will be a disaster. Well, stop. Feng Heng also felt it was almost enough. He waved his hand as a signal, indicating Lin Han's Heng and the other 3 to stop spraying the weakening potion. Then, he slowly walked up to Angitus, reaching out his hand and gently pressed it on the ancient tree trunk of Angitus. Click. His palm directly pressed a palm print on the dry outer bark of Angitus. Click, 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 like dominoes. Triggered by Feng Heng's touch, the already withered thick tree bark peeled off layer by layer in an instant. The heavy tree trunk shrank by more than 10 circles in a blink of an eye. In the end, only a tree with a diameter of no more than 3 meters and a height of about 8 meters remained. Compared to the previous Angitus, it was incomparable. Hey, could it really be drawn to death? Feng Heng quickly opened the mission log to check. There was a special skill called tree planting in the skills section. Through efficient reading, the skill level of tree planting had been upgraded to LVL 7 after several zombie doppelgangers had been continuously attacking it before. There was no time to continue leveling up, so they went into action directly. The zombie doppelgangers walked out of the blood pool and picked up shovels from the ground. They carefully cleared the rotten roots around Angitis, trying to dig the entire Angitis ancient tree out of the ground along with the remaining roots. Click, click, click. As the roots were being dug up, the huge Angitis ancient tree emitted a weak cry and gradually tilted and fell to one side. Below the fallen position was a large wooden frame. The frame was made on site by the zombie doppelgangers using wooden boards, large wooden sticks, and nails. 8 fused tyrants stood under the frame, lifting the protruding wooden poles under the wooden frame on their shoulders, supporting the entire frame. Controlled by Fang Heng, they walked slowly and steadily, responding to the falling Angitis divine tree. Bam! The heavy Angitis ancient tree fell on the wooden frame. The 8 fused tyrants sank slightly, then steadily lifted the wooden frame into the air. Afterwards, the zombie doppelgangers took out oilcloth and wrapped the Angitis with 3 layers of outer coverings. Fang Heng let the fused tyrants carry the frame with Angitis and moved it around to test. It was stable. The fused tyrants could even run a bit. Zhao Dongyang and Lin Han's Heng looked at each other. Earlier, they were wondering why Fang Heng had gone to such lengths to bring so much wood over. Now they understood. It was for transporting Angitis. Everything was planned. Let's go. Fang Heng tried to command, manipulating the fused tyrants to lift Angitis wrapped in black oilcloth and headed quickly towards the designated gathering point. At this moment, the entire Blood Clan headquarters was under Fang Heng's control. The 8 fused tyrants carried the tightly bound Angitis divine tree out of the Blood Clan sanctuary without any hindrance, heading straight to the assembly point. The great game, starting from the zombie doomsday, accumulating E-points at the gathering point. Before the zombie disaster, this was an emergency wartime underground shelter manufactured by the government department. After the disaster, it was occupied by a group of NPC survivors. Later, players cleared this area, looted the survival supplies of the NPCs. Due to the lack of survival supplies near this area and unsuitability for establishing a shelter early on, players chose to abandon it. The shelter is accessed through an ancient well as the entrance. According to the original plan, Chenyu will lead a group of federal players in the underground shelter to assist Fang Heng. However, Fang Heng did not expect the latter part of the plan to seize Angitis's plan to go so smoothly. They took control of the entire vampire shelter without much cost and easily obtained the half-dead Angitis. At this time, the East District federal players hiding in the area shelter also recently received a game hint that Fang Heng obtained the status of the 7th District Boundary Lord. Everyone's mood was very good, including Chenyu. Although he was still unclear about how Fang Heng did it, it didn't matter. Since Fang Heng had already obtained the qualification of the 7th District Boundary Lord, it meant that Fang Heng's pre-planned plan must have succeeded. At least it is currently successful. Destroying the Night Owl's plan and driving the vampires out of the 7th District is only a matter of time. Captain, they are coming. A player saw the situation in the distance through a telescope. Hurriedly came down to report, no pursuers are following. Zhao Dongyang, the expert, sent a message saying that everything is normal. Let's go over to meet them immediately. Alright, let's go meet them. Chenyu trusted him and immediately took the federal players back to the surface to meet Fang Heng. From afar, Chenyu saw Fang Heng and a few others hurrying towards here. Behind them, several assimilated tyrant bodies were carrying a heavy wooden frame, running all the way. Chenyu was anxious and couldn't help but ask, Fang Heng, how is the plan going? Fang Heng's mood was still okay. He gave Chenyu a thumbs up. It's going smoothly. The things are already in hand. Chenyu raised his eyebrows and then looked at the huge object being carried by the 8 assimilated tyrant bodies behind Fang Heng. He was secretly shocked. Is that what you got from the vampire headquarters? Haha. Yes, it is definitely something that can make the vampires bleed their hearts out. Fang Heng patted the wooden frame and continued. He is important. Help escort him back to the teleportation point in the G area. Contact me immediately after you arrive. Be careful. There can be no problems along the way. With Feng Heng's positive reply, Chen Yu carefully inspected the large object wrapped in layers of oilcloth again. This buddy managed to move such a large object out of the vampire headquarters. When did the vampires become so weak? How come the vampire headquarters is as easy to infiltrate as Feng Heng's backyard? Chen Yu was a bit puzzled for a moment. And what exactly is that thing? Chen Yu knew that if Feng Heng didn't explain, there must be a reason. Since Feng Heng trusts him enough to hand over the thing, he decided not to ask any more questions and just do the job. Well, alright. I will personally escort him back. Chen Yu nodded solemnly and waved to the players behind him. Let's go. Hold on. Feng Heng raised his hand to stop Chen Yu. There's been a change in the plan, and I need another batch of emergency materials to be brought here. Find a way to have them all delivered here. With that, Feng Heng handed over a building material list to Chen Yu that he had obtained a while ago. Chen Yu took the list from Feng Heng's hand and checked it one by one, his brow furrowing. These materials are, what? Materials needed for the construction of the Guti Mechanical Maintenance Building. Chen Yu was even more confused. He looked up at Feng Heng and scratched his head consecutively. Is this big shot ... starting some fancy new stuff again? How long do you estimate it will take to collect these materials? Oh, Chen Yu regained focus. He thought for a moment and then said, these are relatively common materials, and nearby resource points should have them in stock. I will immediately have people gather the resources. Chen Yu then turned to Su Hongtao. Su Hongtao, you are responsible for transporting materials. Once the collection is complete, bring them all together here? Yes. Su Hongtao immediately directed a group of federal players. Team 3. Team 4. Follow me. The two teams of players immediately took action, driving for large trucks towards the distance. Feng Heng, what about you guys? Aren't you coming back with us? No, I'm going to the main battlefield to take a look. Help block the pursuers for you. Anyway, if I fail, or if the pursuers... Feng Heng paused, then carefully thought, let's forget it and just run. Run. Chen Yu was taken aback, feeling a bit underestimated, but then he nodded solemnly. Feng Heng, rest assured. Leave it to us, we will do our best to protect this big guy. Alright. Be careful too. Keep in touch at all times. Feng Heng then looked at Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng. You guys follow Chen Yu first. We'll meet at the teleportation point in the G area. Listening to the conversation between Chen Yu and Feng Heng, Zhao Dongyang and Lin Hansheng exchanged a glance. How should they explain to Chen Yu the so-called pursuers mentioned by Feng Heng likely to be the 7th level vampire Prince Hela being suppressed? Do we even stand a chance? Time with Bellamy has almost run out. Currently, the teleportation channel to the vampire world has been temporarily closed, and the vampires' reinforcements have been cut off. As long as they bypass the main battleground, the way should be relatively safe. It's not very meaningful to continue escorting Angitis for transfer now. They must go to the main battlefield immediately to cooperate with Bellamy in holding off the vampire prince. Time is of the essence. After roughly analyzing the current situation, Feng Heng transformed into a bat form directly in front of everyone and flew swiftly towards the main battlefield. Most of the federal players saw Feng Heng's bat form for the first time. Seeing Feng Heng take off directly from the ground, they were all a bit envious. Bat form, the unique flying ability of the vampires. In the early stages of the game, flying ability is extremely rare and only a few lucky players have similar talent skills. Stop staring. Get to work. Chen Yu pursed his lips, urging the federal players to start escorting Angitis back to the teleportation point. He was already accustomed to Feng Heng occasionally pulling out new skills. After all, he was Feng Heng. He had swaggered into someone else's headquarters and had looted the vampire skills, so it was quite normal. Among the crowd, Zhao Dongyang watched Feng Heng fly off with admiration, his eyes a bit stunned. Bat form, and that speed, he has definitely reached the strength of a high-level vampire. The national game, starting from the zombie doomsday hanging battlefield. Falling into madness, Hela and the Blood Prince face to face. Countless bloodsuckers swarm towards Hela, almost surrounding her. Junhao, realizing that he had fallen into Chen Yu's plan, took advantage of the entanglement between Hela and the Blood Prince. He continuously pulled the players' team back, trying his best to ensure the combat effectiveness of the players from the Northern Alliance. The 7-tier pinnacle creature, Blood Prince, Matthews, Junhao clenched his fist. Regrettably, compared to them, the top combat power in the wasteland at the end of the world is very weak, with the highest being only a 6th-tier mutant beast, and it is also an uncontrollable dangerous creature. In the retreat, Junhao still used a telescope to observe the distant battle. At this moment, Hela had mutated into a terrifying life form, covered with eyes of varying sizes all over her body, looking fierce and terrifying. In addition, she was bound by several large red chains, weakening the power of the curse. Countless bloodsuckers carried the curse effect of Hela, constantly attacking her. Blood Prince Matthews also personally joined the attack of the bloodsuckers. With each attack, Matthews left a seal spell on Hela, sealing her eyes one by one. White energy beams continued to burst from the eyes scattered all over Hela's body, counterattacking the surrounding bloodsuckers. Bloodsuckers were continuously falling from the sky due to the attacks. The number of bloodsuckers was constantly decreasing. Nevertheless, Matthews's eyes still showed excitement. You could feel that this powerful creature in front of you was filled with immense life force. If you could completely seal it and then hand it over to the Andratash tree for complete absorption, Andratash would definitely experience a considerable enhancement. Perhaps he could also further advance with the help of Andratash's power, gaining a longer life. Matthews was patient. He tried to seal Hela's power bit by bit, wanting to seal her into the coffin of the bloodsuckers. Nearby the battlefield, a bat flapped its wings and flew into the forest. Feng Heng transformed back into human form in midair and landed on a branch of a large tree. Taking a telescope out of his backpack, Feng Heng observed the front line war from a distance. Hela seems to be completely suppressed now. This was trouble. Hela, in a state of madness, had greatly diminished strength. Her indiscriminate range attacks were indeed powerful, and the special mental energy beams emitted by her yellow eyes posed a threat to the bloodsuckers. Even her attacks with the mutated tentacles were effective in instantly killing high-tier bloodsuckers. But all of her skills seemed insufficient when dealing with the Blood Prince. The tentacles' swing speed was too slow, making it easy to dodge, and the remaining eye attacks could not inflict lethal damage on the Blood Prince. What to do? Feng Heng pondered. How about trying that new move he had just learned? Using Eternal Moon was a skill obtained from a main hidden mission and had some connection with Hela. He wondered if this skill could cooperate with Hela to unleash a stronger effect and directly defeat the Blood Prince. Feng Heng contemplated. He didn't have the confidence. Guche, oh, so she's called Hela, huh? A voice suddenly sounded in Feng Heng's ear. Feng Heng swiftly turned to look to his right. Shoo, shoo. Several tendrils instantly extended from the tree. Feng Heng flipped his wrist, and the large machete slashed through the air. Shoo. The tendrils extending from the tree were instantly cut off. Feng Heng leapt off the branch, landed steadily, and looked around. Bellamy, come out. You don't need to hide. Just use your real form. Oh, impressive. You can actually sense my real form. Bellamy walked out from behind a large tree, looking curiously at Feng Heng. Congratulations. Your strength has been significantly enhanced again. Did you absorb the power of the blood pool? It's strange. How did you manage to do that? Seeing that Feng Heng didn't want to answer, Bellamy simply looked away from him. Forget it. I'm not interested in the power of the bloodsuckers. Why did you come back so late? I was thinking of whether to find you or not, Bellamy said, looking at Hela, who had already been sealed by the Blood Prince for the most part, with eyes full of anticipation, and continued in a friendly manner. You promised me. Hela is mine. Feng Heng responded cautiously. Indeed, I promised you, and now I have no intention of reneging. The thing is right there. No one is competing with you. as long as you have the ability to take it. Ah, Fang Heng, don't play these childish word games. We're already so familiar. No need to be so distant. Let's make a deal. I help you get rid of Anjitash, and you help me get Hela. We won't owe each other anything, right? Fang Heng narrowed his eyes. I didn't lie to you. I can feel that Anjitash is very weak now, and my shielding ability can no longer maintain the effect of the shield. There are 3 minutes left. After 3 minutes, they will definitely sense Anjitash's weakness. Bellamy blinked twice at Fang Heng and smiled. Don't doubt me. I really want to see the Elders group suffer a loss because of you. We have a good partnership. I really like working with you. Fang Heng frowned. Or, perhaps, Bellamy's gaze gradually sharpened. Was it just my wishful thinking to consider us as partners? Alright, partner. What should I do? Fang Heng decided to listen to Bellamy's plan. Huh? You're actually asking me? Bellamy looked surprised and turned to Fang Heng. Shouldn't you figure it out yourself? You must have a way. Otherwise, you wouldn't have brought me here. Just tell me. What's your plan? Oh, don't make it sound so harsh. Okay. Don't say you can't help me. Your magic ability has not reached its limit yet. Right. I can feel that her power is being suppressed. Bellamy's face gradually became solemn as she looked towards Hela not far away, her eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Come on, unleash all her powers. Let me see her true ability. Fang Heng was at a loss. Hearing Bellamy's words, he felt like death was approaching. He really didn't know. Master Dicky only taught him the summoning spell. What unsealing power? He didn't understand it at all. It didn't even exist. Wait a minute. Did the power to unseal Hela really not exist? Fang Heng suddenly thought of something. Initially, Hela's revival was indeed a furious creature according to Master Dicky. But the current situation was different. At the beginning, Hela, just resurrected, was in a very confused state of mind, but her aggression wasn't strong. Why has this change occurred? Perhaps because Dicky thinks he hasn't learned basic necromancy yet. Through basic necromancy, only the most basic resurrection of Hela can be achieved, resurrecting the wrathful Hela. However, not long ago, he just upgraded his necromancy skills to the basic level. For necromancy, there is a world of difference between basic and intermediate levels. Perhaps after upgrading to intermediate necromancy, there really is a way to unleash the power of Hela. Bella saw Fang Heng lost in deep thought and couldn't help but interrupt. Hey, Fang Heng, did you think of something? Never mind, when it comes down to it. Desperate times call for desperate measures. Fang Heng suddenly raised his head. Serious now? Buy me some time. I have thought of something, and I need to leave for a while to confirm it. It's not possible. Bella shook her head. We have only 5 minutes left at most. That's already my limit. Then 5 minutes it is. Fang Heng immediately threw a sleeping bag on the ground and went offline. He decided to log off now, directly running to find Dicky, the mentor, to see if there was any way to unlock all of Hela's powers. Back in the real world, Fang Heng exited the game warehouse and immediately went to find Dicky, the Grand Mentor of the Necromancy Research Association. Want to go see Grand Mentor Dicky? Now. Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang were under federal orders and had been waiting outside the door for Fang Heng during this time, ready to assist him at any moment. The two of them listened to what Fang Heng had to say and glanced at each other. The matter in the 7th district had been buzzing, and they naturally heard about it. They had just been marveling at how Fang Heng suddenly became the ruler of 2 worlds and was now rushing to find Grand Mentor Dicky, and in such a hastened and urgent manner. Yes, it's urgent. Where's Grand Mentor Dicky now? Unfortunately, Grand Mentor Dicky is scheduled to give a public lecture today. The lecture is starting in less than half an hour, and he should be in the rest area preparing. If you want to find him, you might have to come back another time. Li Shaoqiang was interrupted halfway through by Tan Shuo pulling him back. Huh? What? Li Shaoqiang was puzzled and shifted his gaze to Tan Shuo. Tan Shuo gestured with his eyes towards Fang Heng. Li Shaoqiang suddenly realized. Oh, right. Fang Heng was being treated like a favorite son by Dicky. After all, the lecture hadn't started yet, so there was still time. Even if the lecture had started, what harm could it do for Grandmaster Dicky to interrupt the lecture halfway to see Fang Heng? These days, players were discussing the new students, recruited by Grandmaster Dicky, and Li Shaoqiang's ears were almost worn out from listening. It was said that Grandmaster Dicky had been in a very good mood lately, and the students were not punished for making mistakes. He would even occasionally offer some advice to the students. Grandmaster Dicky had rich experience in necromancy, and sometimes a casual remark could enlighten the players and boost their skill experience. At first, players were curious about what had put Grandmaster Dicky in such a good mood. Later, a rumor spread that Grandmaster Dicky had recruited a new student. Obviously, that student was Fang Heng. Ahem, Li Shaoqiang thought and coughed lightly, changing his words. Fang Heng, the lecture hasn't started yet. Grandmaster Dicky should be in the rest area preparing. Let's ask an attendant to take us to him. Following the guidance of the undead servant, Fang Heng and the others arrived at the rest area behind the grand hall on the 6th floor. Sure enough, upon hearing that it was Fang Heng, Dicky gladly let them into the rest area to find him. Grandmaster Dicky is inside. Please come in. Look at that. He's being treated like a favorite son. Tan Shuo sighed in his heart. He had no surprise at this result. On the other hand, Li Shaoqiang was excited, giving Tan Shuo a push and exchanging quick glances with him. Hey, shouldn't we just go in together instead of letting Fang Heng go in alone? Can we really do that? Don't be afraid to take a risk. Should we go or not? We must go. These past few days, Grandmaster Dicky has been in a good mood, and who knows if Fang Heng is facing any problems with his practice, he might allow us to tag along and gain some experience. That makes sense. Let's go. With their exchange complete, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang, with thick skin, followed Fang Heng into the rest area. Grandmaster Dicky, time is tight, and the mission is important. Fang Heng had already figured out Grandmaster Dicky's ways and addressed him as teacher as soon as he entered. Fang Heng, good, good. Dicky smiled kindly and waved his hand, looking directly at Fang Heng. Upon seeing this, Dicky's smile broadened. Ha ha ha, good. You have already upgraded to advanced intermediate necromancy so quickly. You haven't disappointed me. Fang Heng. Dicky motioned for Fang Heng to sit down, saying, "Come, sit down, and let's talk slowly." Looking at Fang Heng, Dicky was entirely pleased. The more he looked at Fang Heng, the more he found him pleasing. With such natural talent and diligence, in just a few days, he had completed absorbing the advanced level souls in the Book of Prayer, upgrading his basic necromancy skills to intermediate level. With talent and perseverance, necromancy is flourishing. Unfortunately, his granddaughter is already thousands of years old, leaving a slightly significant age gap. Otherwise, he would have to play matchmaker between them. Dicky was deeply satisfied. Meanwhile, Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang nervously followed by the door, shocked at what was transpiring, their faces filled with disbelief. What's the situation? Intermediate necromancy. Fang Heng. He has already completed the upgrade to intermediate necromancy. Unacceptable. Wasn't it agreed that intermediate necromancy could only be upgraded in medium-level games and above? Could it be misheard? Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang quickly exchanged glances again. Did I mishear? Did I imagine things? Fang Heng upgraded? How could he have upgraded so quickly? Just a few days ago, Fang Heng was a beginner in necromancy. Ridiculous. Isn't it said that only in medium level or higher games can one level up intermediate necromancy? Shouldn't we ask him? Is there an issue? What's the problem? Can he possibly be cheating? I think you're just jealous. Yes, I'm jealous. Aren't you jealous too? Being able to advance so quickly is all thanks to Grandmaster Dicky's help. Fang Heng was full of respect and gratitude towards the kind and generous elder. Not to mention, asked for gifting him over 10 books of the Book of Prayer. Fang Heng cherished the gesture. Grandmaster Dicky is still a great person. Advanced level souls are hard to come by, especially in a basic level game. If he had to gather souls by himself, who knows when he would truly advance to intermediate necromancy. If there's a chance in the future, I must repay Grandmaster Dicky. After all, for Fang Heng, Repaying kindness and bearing grudges are guiding principles. Help from nature is available, but it also requires your talent and diligence. You don't need to be modest in this regard. In comparison to the two of them, even if given 3 months, they wouldn't be able to achieve what you can in 3 days. Digi pointed at Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang standing behind him. How long have you been studying under me? You haven't even entered the basic level of necromancy. Diji's mood was quite good as he watched Tan Shuo and Li Shaoqiang's facial expressions drop instantly. They both admitted their fault, saying, "We are ashamed for disappointing our mentor." Digi waved his hand dismissively and then turned to Fang Heng, saying, "Fang Heng, the cultivation of necromancy is a long and arduous process. I have just walked a few thousand years ahead of you. So, if you encounter any problems in the future, feel free to come to me at any time. I hope my experience can help you." "Thank you so much, teacher." Digi enjoyed being called teacher, and he began thinking about how to protect this student. He wondered if he should find a few trustworthy individuals to guard him outside of the game 24/7. At the same time, he couldn't help but worrying that being overly protected might cause the student to lose motivation to progress and become spoiled. Unconsciously, Diji's thoughts drifted to his previous student, equally talented and hardworking. Unfortunately, the current student in front of him shone even brighter, and Digi treasured him more. "Professor Digi." "Oh?" Snapping out of his reverie, Digi looked up and asked, "Fang Heng, why the urgent visit? Have you encountered some trouble?" "Yes, teacher." Fang Heng nodded and quickly got to the point. "As I mentioned last time, I resurrected a soul, but her strength has significantly diminished." As the conversation turned to the main issue, Fang Heng briefly recounted the situation and then asked, "Professor Digi, time is running short as I need to return to the game soon. Is there any way to quickly restore the strength of that soul?" Digi, having lived for thousands of years and encountered countless problems, pondered for a moment. He then instructed, "Waiter, bring me Margarita's Book of the Deceased." "Yes." After a moment, to necromancy attendants respectfully presented a tray with the gold-trimmed Book of the Deceased. Digi opened the book and gently tore out a page. "Fang Heng, this Book of the Deceased was left by a great necromancer who imbued it with power." Digi handed the torn page to Fang Heng. "With his power, you can establish a temporary spiritual connection with that soul and completely unlock her strength. However, using it comes with a cost. After activating the power of the torn page, you must absorb 1,000 souls at the basic level as repayment." Digi looked at Fang Heng and asked, "Fang Heng, are you willing to pay this price?" Gulp. Watching Digi casually hand over Margarita's Book of the Deceased, Li Shaoqiang couldn't help but swallow nervously. To give it away so easily, the treatment was too close. Envy, jealousy, and longing reflected in his eyes. Margarita's Book of the Deceased was incredibly precious and powerful, but also a consumable item. Use a page, lose a page. The only downside was too much of a pain, needing to absorb 1,000 basic level souls to fully repay. Would that not take years? Years without any progress. "Of course, I am willing," Fang Heng answered decisively. "Just a mere soul body. A quantity of 1,000 was nothing. Solve the current problem first, then figure out a way to slowly have the zombie doppelgangers absorb souls." "Good. Your spiritual strength is still lacking, so be extremely careful when using the torn page." Digi nodded, very satisfied with Fang Heng's decisiveness. He continued to advise, "Advanced summoning techniques establish a connection between your mind and the summoned soul. If the strength difference between you and the summoned soul is too great, your consciousness will be impacted adversely. This impact is extremely dangerous. Sometimes you may even be unable to react. Therefore, promise me that you will only use it in basic level games." "Understood." Fang Heng took the torn page, nodded solemnly, and said, "I understand, Professor Digi. I will only use it in basic level games." Hint: you have obtained an item. Margarita's Book of the Deceased torn page. Item: Margarita's Book of the Deceased torn page. Type: consumable. Description: Using this torn page will enable you to temporarily make a covenant with Margarita, enhancing your summoning skills to * restricted soul summoning and temporarily raising your skill level to LV 45. Duration 30 minutes. Description: after usage, default covenant with Margarita. After the item effect ends, you will experience an unknown negative effect. Feng Heng quickly glanced at the prompt and placed the torn page into his Dimensional Leap backpack, nodding and saying, "Thank you very much for your gift, Professor Digi. I'm sorry, but I need to return to the game immediately." "Go ahead." Digi shook his head in amazement. Watching Feng Heng leave the room in a hurry, Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo looked at each other in silence. Margarita's Book of the Deceased torn page. This item was so precious, and its negative effect was terrifying. One dared to give it away, and the other truly dared to accept it for free. "Now, you two?" Li Shaoqiang and Tan Chuo both started in surprise, bowing respectfully and nodding. "Professor Digi, look at you both. You've been studying for so long and still aren't as good as a newcomer who just started learning about necromancy." Digi shook his head. He stood up, preparing to attend a lecture. "Punishment for you both. Stay behind to clean the house. If you have any questions in the future, ask me in time. Understood?" "Yes, Professor Digi." The two lowered their heads and looked at each other, filled with joy. Cleaning the house, being able to ask questions, these were all beneficial for increasing hidden favorability. It didn't seem like a punishment at all, but rather a reward. Once they established a good relationship with this expert, it would be a huge gain. Game for all. Hang up from the zombie doomsday. Starting at the zombies doomsday District 7. Humph, men. Looking at the sleeping bag next to her, Bellamy shook her head in resignation. She had been waiting in place for a full 7 minutes. In fact, she could continue to maintain the mental force blockade on Angitis. She could continue. But, if she did so, the probability of being discovered by the blood clans would double. The risk was too great. If the Elders' Court found out about this, it would be quite troublesome. So, 7 minutes was the last time Bellamy gave Feng Heng. "I've given you too much time, Feng Heng." "So," Bellamy muttered to herself, her hands forming a mark in front of her chest, dispersing the mental force blockade on Angitis, the blood tree of the clan. At the moment she lifted the mental force perception blockade, on the front lines, Prince Matthews and Duke Neat were both trying to seal Hela simultaneously, their faces changing abruptly. They both sensed an extremely weak Angitis at the same time. Angitis. What had happened? Why, in an instant, had Angitis' power become so weak? Was the headquarters under attack? Or, was it affected by a perception-type force, leading them to misjudge Angitis' condition? Angitis had the ability to protect itself, and theoretically would not weaken to this extent in such a short time. Prince Matthews and Duke Neat were uncertain. Subconsciously, they both felt that someone might be secretly influencing their perception of Angitis. Matthews furrowed his brow and thought quickly. The unknown life form in front of him had already sealed around 40%, and leaving now would not only nullify their previous efforts, but also leave a huge threat behind. However, they couldn't just ignore Angitis, who might be in danger. For the blood clans, Angitis was fundamental and could not encounter problems. Have Need go back to investigate. Need had a special long-distance teleportation ability, and he could quickly find out what was happening at headquarters, even faster than to rush back personally to check. With this in mind, Matthews said in a deep voice, "Neat, go back and see what's happening."